Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Dark Martial Spirit. In the early morning, the gentle patter of rain washed over the cobblestones of the streets, while a hurried carriage splashed through the narrow alley, drenching a passing boy. With black hair and crimson eyes, he was clad in tattered and filthy garments. Behind him, a companion cast a gloomy glance back at the carriage, his expression fierce, reminiscent of a vengeful wolf from the plains, evoking a deep-seated apprehension. "Shilio, we must attend to our business. First, I have no desire to perish of hunger in this city." The famished Titch, trudging ahead, had grown indifferent to his companion's actions, recognizing from the sound of footsteps that he had halted. As a reincarnator burdened with the consciousness of a madman, Titch had long since lost count of how many times he cursed the wretch who had thrust him into this place. At the age of 6, he had encountered wolf bandits in his village, a group of defenseless farmers. Barely 5 had escaped, with 3 perishing along the way. Even a mental institution could not be this cruel. Had he not seen the emblem of the martial spirit hall, he might have doubted whether he had crossed into the right realm. "Titch, can we really just walk in like this?" Following closely behind, Shilio arrived at the steps of the martial spirit hall in Nodding City, his previously sullen gaze now betraying a sudden tension upon seeing the towering edifice. After all, he was still just a 6-year-old child, having narrowly escaped from the clutches of the wolf bandits, his ragged attire and empty pockets instilling a sense of inferiority in him before the hall's immaculate grandeur, as if he were about to defile a territory meant for soul masters. Enough with the nonsense at this point. Dying outside is just as good as going in. Starvation had robbed Titch of the inclination to converse. His trembling legs ascended the steps as his red eyes met the puzzled gaze of the gatekeeper. "We're here to awaken our martial spirits. Do you serve breakfast in the morning? Where are you two from?" The gatekeeper appeared visibly taken aback by Titch's words. It was indeed a rarity to see children begging at the front of the martial spirit hall so early in the morning. "Mobidic village. We can discuss further later. Can you please assist us in awakening our martial spirits?" Titch urged. "All right, follow me. Xiao Wang, send someone to the cafeteria to fetch some food for these 2 children." The gatekeeper, being astute, recognized from Titch and Zilius' pallid faces that their hunger was genuine, not a mere act. Moreover, it was early enough that even dogs were yet to awaken for them to muster the willpower to beg at this hour suggested desperation. Leading the way, the gatekeeper brought the 2 into the martial spirit hall. The pristine tiles and exquisite murals compelled Shilio, visiting such a place for the first time, to lower his head, fixating on his mud-stained cloth shoes. The gatekeeper led them to a bench in the reception hall, where they waited for a moment until Xiao Wang returned from the cafeteria with food. "Here, have a bit to eat." Before he could finish, Titch and Shilio, drawn by the aroma of food, seized it and devoured it ravenously. Perhaps it would have been more civilized to appear composed, but their bodies' instincts left them no room for politeness. "My heavens, how long has it been since you last ate? Where are your families?" The gatekeeper watched in shock as Titch stuffed a palm-sized cherry pie into his mouth, never having fathomed that one could be so starved as to eat without chewing, simply shoving food down their throat. "The wolf bandits came. Everyone is gone, just the 2 of us left." Titch accepted the water offered by the gatekeeper, swallowing hard to clear his throat, and spoke truthfully. "I don't know where the pack came from, but they stormed the village, slaughtering indiscriminately. Only 5 of us escaped. 3 fell ill from the rain last night. They are likely dead by now." "You mean only the 2 of you survived from the entire village?" A voice, slightly aged, came from the side. Turning, they saw an elder accompanied by a young soul master. "Master Ma, Lord Su." The 2 gatekeepers bowed in respect upon seeing the newcomers. Titch, still clutching the cherry pie, glanced at Su Yuntao while continuing to eat. "I have heard rumors about the wolf bandits attacking the village recently. It seems they are remnants from the last capture that escaped. For these 2 children to have survived that night is indeed miraculous." The elder's gaze swept over the 2 seated on the bench with a complex expression. The hybrid nature of wolf bandits, a fusion of soul beasts and humans, was far more brutal and terrifying than soul beasts alone. One could only imagine the darkness these 2 children had endured that night. Such a pity they have lost their families. Su Yuntao stepped forward to face Titch and Shilio, and without further ado, he awakened his martial spirit, deep gray wolf fur emerging from his sleeve, causing Shilio, still eating, to instinctively recall the lone wolf that had attacked their village. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Su Yuntao, first filled with fear, then gripping his food with a murderous intent. "You, stay calm." With a thud, sensing Zilius' loss of control, Titch delivered a simple, yet forceful punch to his chin, stunning him into unconsciousness. What a world where one must restrain a lunatic from acting recklessly. Titchy rose and approached Su Yuntao with an air of nonchalance, being a reincarnata. He maintained his composure despite facing the ferocious lone wolf martial spirit. You have quite the temperament. The elder observed Titchy's reaction quietly. Maintaining such calmness after witnessing a massacre was not something an ordinary child could achieve. If this child possesses adequate martial spirit talent, he could indeed become a promising candidate for focus training. Extend your left hand. Su Yuntao gestured for Titchy to place his hand in his palm, akin to a wedding ring exchange, but this was for the awakening of the martial spirit. Titchy placed his hand in Su Yuntao's palm, and his soul power surged into him. An uncontrollable dark force erupted from within. Darkness, attraction, annihilation. A faint black mist enveloped Titchy, with his martial spirit manifesting most prominently in his hands. Pure darkness engulfing his palms and forearms, suffused with an ominous aura that formed small whirlpools emanating from his palms. What kind of martial spirit is this? How is this possible? Su Yuntao gasped, retracting his hand in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. His astonishment did not stem from the ominous aura of the black mist, but rather from the fact that Titchy's martial spirit exerted a suppressive effect on him. The boy's blackened hands resembled bottomless pits, draining his soul power while simultaneously slowing the flow of his own power. The profound emptiness of the darkness even led Su Yuntao to feel as if his own martial spirit might be swallowed by this abyss. Chapter 2. Double Joys Arrive. A peculiar martial spirit, it appears quite formidable. Noticing Su Yuntao's reaction, the elder beckoned Titchy closer. Come with me to test your soul power. If it meets the requirements, you two brothers can reside in the martial spirit hall from now on. For children who had lost their home, the elder omitted the repetitive inquiries about their family's death could not be reversed. Asking such questions would not aid them, but rather deepen their psychological scars. Caring for them was not about foolishly prying into their wounds, but about securing them a place of refuge. The elder's warm and gentle voice inexplicably filled Titchy's heart with warmth. He recalled an amiable old man from his hospital days, though that gentleman's fate had been unfortunate, falling from the 6th floor during one of Titchy's episodes. Who are you, kind sir? Titchy inquired. Matthew Newall. Just call me Grandpa Matthew Newall. Matthew Newall smiled kindly at Titchy. Come now, let's test your soul power. Your martial spirit seems quite special, capable of eliciting such a strong reaction from Yuntao. You may very well become a highly accomplished soul master. How accomplished? Perhaps as high as 3 or 4 stories. As Matthew Newall spoke with a chuckle, he took Titchy's hand, still in its martial spirit state, and upon contact sensed the unusual nature of the soul power within him. What a fierce martial spirit! Yet the fiercer, the better in this era. A martial spirit served as a soul master's weapon, and the more formidable the martial spirit, the greater the resources one could garner. For a child who had lost everything, as long as his martial spirit was exceptional, the martial spirit hall might not compensate for his emotional loss, but it could certainly provide him with a life of comfort and abundance. Yuntao, remember to bring that child who fainted once he wakes up. It's just the 2 of us left now. Regardless of the quality of his martial soul, at least hell have a companion. Matthews led Titch to the martial soul laboratory designated for the testing of marriages, pushing open the leftmost door and ushering Titch inside. The tall floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated the spacious room, while the smooth floor tiles were etched with the emblematic insignia of the martial soul hall. A long sword plunged down, precisely pointing towards the entrance. We're the lowest tier of the martial soul hall, also known as a branch hall. Wherever there is a city on the continent, you will find our presence. Once you become a soul master, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you can seek assistance from the local martial soul hall. Matthews brought Titch to a desk, retrieving a yellow crystal ball and placing it before him. Let's see how fortunate this little fellow is. If I manage to cultivate a soul sage before I retire, I would consider myself worthy of the martial soul hall. As Titch placed his hand upon the crystal ball, it immediately shimmered with a soft yellow glow. Though not overwhelmingly bright, the illumination was distinctly clear. Stabilized. Fortunately, the basic benefits of a transmigrator are still intact. Titch gazed at the light emerging from the crystal ball, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face as his muscles tugged at his skin. Primordial full soul power. Matthews looked at Titch in astonishment. In a mere second, his previously composed demeanor transformed into that of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed intently at Titch and murmured, "You truly are a little monster. With your peculiar martial soul, if my body were fit enough, I might just ride your coattails to ascend from the branch hall to the sub hall. Branch hall, sub hall, main hall, sacred hall, papal hall, offering hall. The hierarchy of the Martial Soul Hall is far more suited to commoners than the aristocratic class system of the continent. As long as one makes sufficient contributions, even those of humble origins can aspire to the sub-hall or main hall without encountering discriminatory treatment based on power dynamics. If Matthews could indeed cultivate Titch into a soul sage for the Martial Soul Hall, the prospect of his own ascension to a deacon in the main hall would not be out of reach. So, I meet the requirements of the Martial Soul Hall? Titch inquired, attempting to retract his martial soul. This time, the goddess of fate did not jest with him. Although Titch was aware that in the storyline, the Martial Soul Hall ultimately fell to Tang San's Tang sect, he was undeterred by the notion that he lacked the ability to alter this fate. Especially with a god's perspective at his disposal, what could he possibly lose? Enhancing his strength, building a foundation, seeking divine status. With sufficient power, he could simply bide his time, seeking opportunities to eliminate potential threats such as Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Tang San, allowing them to reunite with their families and escape the clutches of power. To conquer the two great empires and command the Martial Soul Empire. As thoughts of unifying the continent consumed him, Titch became momentarily entranced by his own palm, neglecting Matthew's musings. With the power of martial souls truly at his fingertips, a frenzied ambition began to manifest within him, echoing the four words chronicled throughout history, aspiring to be emperor. He was undoubtedly mad, but it was precisely this madness that fueled his desire to consume the world as a commoner. Naturally, the Martial Soul Hall has no reason to reject a young prodigy like you. You may reside here with your companions. However, you must still attend school. Once you acquire a soul ring and graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy at 12, I can assist you in being nominated for prioritized cultivation in the Martial Soul Main Hall. Unaware that Titch had drifted into his thoughts, Matthews paused before continuing. For now, you should study at the Nodding Academy. During holidays, you can remain at the Martial Soul Hall, and I will guide you in your training. This way, your abilities before the age of 12 will at least not fall short compared to your peers from the three major sections. Nodding Academy. Such a familiar name. Titch's wandering thoughts were pulled back to reality by the mention of Nodding Academy. He had no objections to Matthew's arrangements. Receiving mentorship from a deacon of the Martial Soul Branch Hall was already an exceptional privilege for a commoner. Moreover, in the realm of Soul Master cultivation, the Martial Soul Hall was renowned for its expertise. The initial training methods for Soul Masters did not emphasize the strength of the instructor. Matthew's own capabilities were irrelevant in this consideration. Creak. Just as the elder and the youth were each envisioning their paths to success, the laboratory door swung open, revealing Yun Tao accompanied by Shilio. Yun Tao approached Matthews and presented Shilio before him. How was the child's martial soul? Matthews inquired with a neutral tone. In truth, he had completely lost hope for Zilia's martial soul. Having lived for a considerable time, he had learned a vital lesson. One must learn to be content. To encounter a soul master with primordial full soul power so early in the day was already a stroke of good fortune. Even if Zilia's martial soul was subpar, he would still choose to keep Shilio at the Martial Soul Hall, given Titch's worth. Although this branch hall had no capacity to rescue the world, accommodating one more individual was not a significant burden. The martial soul is a blade, but this particular blade, it may have undergone some mutations due to past experiences. Yun Tao remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Mutated martial soul? Upon hearing Yun Tao's words, Matthews displayed a flicker of curiosity on his face. In what manner has it mutated? Is it a positive change or a negative one? Shilio, quickly reveal your martial soul for Grandpa Matthews to see. Titch was also intrigued by Yun Tao's expression and wanted to witness what form Zilia's martial soul had taken to elicit such a reaction from him. Clang! With the sound of metal scraping through the air, a long blade emanating a crimson glow appeared in Zilia's hand. The sharp blade reflected the faces of those present in the room, and a chilling aura of malice radiated from the blade, condensing beads of moisture on the floor and walls as if it were a tangible presence. 9th level soul power. Blade name, Thunderstorm. Chapter 3. This child possesses papal potential. Nightfall arrived, and a carriage rolled along the tranquil streets, departing the city. Inside sat Titch, who had checked into the Martial Soul Branch Hall during the day, alongside Matthews, the hall's master, and the driver, Yun Tao. They were poised to hunt for Titch's first soul ring that very night. The sooner he acquired a soul ring, the sooner Matthews could meticulously chart Titch's future development plan, allowing him to progress more swiftly along the path of a soul master. The only fairness in this world is that every individual has 24 hours in a day. For commoners, In order to catch up with disciples of the grand sects who enjoy abundant resources, they cannot afford to adopt a lax lifestyle. They must seize every precious moment. I have a general understanding of your martial soul. Its essence is absorption, crushing, and pulverizing, theoretically making it an exceedingly domineering martial soul. Particularly, soul masters directly touched by your hands will experience suppression and additional consumption of their soul power. Based on my experience, this ability will enhance as your soul power grows. In the carriage, Matthew, fiddling with a walnut in his hands, remarked that your first soul ring should ideally possess absorption characteristics. The suppressive effect of your hands in martial soul form is already quite formidable. Rather than focusing solely on increasing your ability to suppress enemies, it would be prudent to first address the inadequacy in your attack range. Otherwise, when you encounter weapon soul masters in the future, you may find it challenging to engage them closely. In genuine battles between soul masters, the contest is never about who possesses greater strengths, but rather about whose weaknesses are not fatal. In life and death struggles, adversaries will target your vulnerabilities rather than compare strengths. Although Matthew is merely a great soul master, his position as a branch steward indicates he possesses considerable insight. He has already devised numerous options for Tiki's martial soul development, emphasizing the nature of darkness, absorption, crushing, and pulverizing, paired with hand suppression, enabling Tiki to evolve into a powerful assault-type soul master. Alternatively, focusing on the dark attack range could lead Tiki to become a control-type or support-type soul master, or by emphasizing Tiki's inherent qualities and relying on hand suppression, he could transform into a terrifyingly agile assault-type soul master upon close contact. Matthew has surpassed the age of desperate yearning to prove himself. He does not wish to mold Tiki into a soul master that fits his own design. He respects all existing objective realities. In his view, a martial soul is merely a weapon in the hands of a soul master. As Tiki's mentor, he perceives himself more as a forger, responsible for helping Tiki craft a weapon suited to him. As for the narrative this weapon will unfold in the future, and how it will be perceived by others, he remains indifferent as long as it belongs to the martial soul hall. What sort of soul beast should I choose? Tiki inquired curiously, holding a half-eaten cherry pie. Though he had read about Douluo continent, his understanding was limited to the narratives within the novel, leaving him entirely ignorant of soul beasts. My suggestion is the red-striped water leech. This soul beast's specialized ability to absorb soul power makes it an excellent choice for your first soul ring. Of course, if you prefer, you could opt for the shadow-swallowing frog, Matthew stated. However, I still advise you to select the former as it is relatively safe. Its danger primarily stems from the effects it has on its host after parasitism. In terms of combat, a century-old red-striped water leech is essentially a punching bag for soul masters. This aspect is Matthew's forte, having served as a branch steward for so long. He has perused countless soul master journals while collecting subsidies in Notting City. He is well acquainted with various martial soul development directions and soul ring selections. There is no question of preference. The red-striped water leech is the optimal choice. Let professionals handle professional matters. My preferences can adapt. Tiki sincerely declared as he swallowed down the cherry pie. One must possess self-awareness. Although Tiki is eccentric, he is not so deranged as to meddle in realms he does not comprehend. Regarding his future, he chooses to place complete trust in the path mapped out by this elder before him. You indeed trust me, Matthew smiled with satisfaction. Tiki's faith appeared rather casual. Yet no one would dislike such a sense of trust. It was precisely because Tiki demonstrated absolute confidence in him that Matthew's resolve to cultivate this child into an exceptional soul master intensified. However, you will eventually have your own soul master team. If the path I lay out for you does not resonate with you, will you not regret it later? Matthew, caught up in the moment, deliberately teased Tiki, who was now pulling out a second cherry pie. What is there to regret? Tiki mumbled, lost in the deliciousness of the cherry pie. If you do not enjoy being an assault-type soul master but find yourself in that role, you will have to employ strategies you dislike during every battle. Over time, you may grow weary of your identity as a soul master, Matthew explained. A soul master team can generally be categorized into 5 or 7 members based on their function, with 5-member teams being more common. Each individual plays an indispensable role. Yet you may find yourself bearing responsibilities you do not cherish due to today's trust. Tiki nodded, comprehending the essence of Matthew's words. However, perhaps due to his eccentric mindset, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he retorted, what is the purpose of forming a spirit master group? Matthew, twirling a walnut in his fingers, replied, of course. It is because the power of unity is greater, just like soul hunting. A group's cooperation can always hunt down more formidable magical beasts. Since the essence of a spirit master group's unity is to solve problems, why should I be preoccupied with the self-positioning of a small group? Instead of wasting time on that, I could establish a legion of spirit masters. Why bother with classifications when I can simply march forward? Tiki casually remarked while chewing on a cherry pie. He did not wish to ponder whether the phrase unity is strength held truth in the Douluo continent. Yet, acknowledging that the purpose of spirit master unity was to resolve issues, he reasoned that no matter how adeptly 7 spirit masters might collaborate, they could not contend with 100 spirit masters of equal caliber. Thus, he remained indifferent to concepts of strong offense or control, as long as they were powerful. That sufficed. Should conditions allow in the future, Tiki would not mind assembling a 100-beast legion composed of pure beast martial soul spirit masters. Rather than engaging in childish games with 7 individuals, this eccentric preferred to orchestrate a more militaristic display. Matthew's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Tiki's naturally composed demeanor, momentarily dropping the walnut in his hand, oblivious to its fall. His heart was stirred by Tiki's earlier words. He understood the logic, yet such wisdom should not emerge from the lips of a mere 6-year-old. It was worth noting that many adult spirit masters in the soul arena struggled to grasp this principle, flaunting their small groups while remaining unaware that the most powerful spirit master group on the continent was not the 7-member team undefeated in the arena, but rather the Spirit Hall, with influence spanning the continent. Could this child possess the potential of a pontiff? The next morning, the carriage arrived at the soul-hunting forest. The soldier on duty, upon seeing Matthew's hand signal, permitted the trio to enter. Crossing the iron gate into the forest, Tiki felt as though he had stepped into another world, where the clamor of humanity was entirely severed, leaving only the tranquility and comfort of nature. Let's head to the small lake first. Finding the red-striped leech shouldn't be too difficult, Matthew suggested, signaling Su Yuntao to lead the way while he followed behind Tiki, providing him with insights such as, look, that is a 10-year-old solitary bamboo, typically chosen by civilian plant-based spirit masters. In terms of the summarization of spirit master experiences, the Spirit Hall undoubtedly stood as the leader, with its extensive network of influence across the continent bringing it almost to a divine level in the realm of spirit master development. Matthew, despite not having contact with the core of the Spirit Hall, was acutely aware of the unique characteristics of soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest. As he explained to Tiki about the data summary regarding spirit masters, he noted that no other force or individual on the continent could match the professionalism of the Spirit Hall. Discoveries may come to the fortunate, but the process of exploration and summarization requires a foundation of vast data. In this regard, the Spirit Hall's supremacy was irrefutable. We have arrived. Now it is time to search for your soul beast. As they progressed, the trio soon reached a small lake within the soul-hunting forest. A gentle breeze stirred the water's surface, creating ripples that sparkled in the sunlight. Matthew ruffled Tiki's hair, explaining, the red-striped leech is a parasitic soul beast with remarkable vitality. It can enter a dormant state for up to a year in conditions of dehydration, awakening only when water is available to seek a host. The soul beast it attaches to typically have short lifespans, as this greedy parasite drains their blood and soul power, making it an exceedingly brutal soul beast. How do we catch it? Drain the lake? Tiki inquired, gazing at the body of water. No, it's not that complicated, Su Yuntao interjected, nearly choking on his saliva upon hearing Tiki's bold statement. Soul beasts parasitized by the red-striped leech are highly sensitive to the soul power in the water. By simply releasing soul power from the shore, we can attract these soul beasts and manipulate their hosts to come over. Demonstrating, Su Yuntao plunged his hand into the lake, releasing soul power, and soon a multitude of fish-type soul beasts gathered at the shore. Due to the lake's limited size, most of these fish were of 10-year age, with only a few larger century-old fish swimming at a distance from the school. You wait here. I will catch a soul beast for you. Matthew's murky eyes quickly fixated on a large carp in the lake, and 2 soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Simultaneously, his arms transformed into dark wings. At level 27, with a crow martial soul, Matthew was remarkably agile in his martial soul state, betraying no signs of age. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared above the lake, and as his soul rings flickered, he forcefully flapped his wings towards the target carp. A century-old giant dog-fat carp, caught unawares, was sent flying from the water and landed on the ground. Su Yuntao, cut open its belly, but be careful not to harm the red-striped leech inside. Matthew flipped back to the shore, directing Su Yuntao on how to handle the soul beast. Seizing the opportunity, he advised Tiki, remember, whether in soul hunting or combat, every situation has its optimal solution. To discover the best approach to resolving an issue, one must fully understand the problem itself. just like in this hunt. If you do not comprehend the type of soul beast you seek, you will inevitably pay a greater price to manage the uncertainties of the unknown. However, if you thoroughly understand the habits of the soul beast you are after, the cost is minimal. 2 powerful spirit masters are sufficient to achieve your desired outcome. Matthew's tone was particularly earnest, perhaps influenced by their conversation the previous night, which revealed the child's extraordinary nature, prompting him to pay close attention to Tiki's guidance. Meanwhile, Suyuntao swiftly discarded the giant dog-fat carp's belly, and as the fish's entrails spilled onto the ground, the trio beheld a red-striped black leech. Measuring over 1.5 meters in length, nestled within the carp's abdomen. Its skin, a blend of dark and emerald green, was adorned with 3 deep and 1 shallow red stripes. The leech's suction cup-like mouth clung tenaciously to the carp's flesh, remaining steadfast despite the fish's thrashing. Akin to a vampire unsated by its meal, unwilling to relinquish its grip on the food it devoured. How disgusting! Suyuntao grimaced, his distaste for the repugnant parasitic nature of the red-striped leech evident. If it were me, I would never choose such a soul beast as my spirit ring. Come now. Absorbing a spirit ring isn't the same as seizing a body. Just because manure is fertilizer doesn't mean you won't eat vegetables. I haven't seen you shy away from a chicken but at a barbecue stall. Matthew cast a disdainful glance at Suyuntao and remarked, if you could absorb it now and become a soul elder, no matter how repulsive it is, Cece would still accept you. Martial souls are meant for practicality, not to be treated like a wife. Even a child understands this logic, yet you seem utterly perplexed. Suyuntao, chastened by Matthew's lecture, scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, the reprimand was merely incidental, as Matthew soon shifted his attention to Titch. This leech, judging by its striped markings, is around 410 years old. You're quite fortunate, hitting the jackpot on your first try. Kill it now, and you can prepare to absorb your first soul ring. As he spoke, Matthew lowered his head, rummaging through his robes for the dagger he had brought along. However, age must have dulled his memory, for he seemed to have left it in the carriage. Ah, getting old. Titch. Titch. Just as Matthew raised his head to ask Titch to wait while he found an alternative, he caught sight of the boy already standing beside the giant hound carp. With one foot pressing down on the fish's wound, Titch extracted a translucent fishbone from the gash. The next instant, a savage grin twisted his face as he plunged it repeatedly into the oblivious crimson-striped leech. Ugh! Suyuntao, watching nearby, immediately vomited on the spot. Though his martial soul, the lone wolf, appeared fierce, having neither seen battle nor participated in soul duels, he was utterly unprepared for such a grotesque and bloody spectacle. Even Matthew clenched his jaw, suppressing the bile rising in his throat. His brow furrowed as he observed Titch standing amidst a mess of carp entrails, relentlessly stabbing the leech. The once plump, meter-long leech shrank to less than 20 centimeters under Titch's frenzied assault, its blood splattering in all directions. Chapter 5. Split personality. That's enough. Its soul ring has manifested. You may begin absorbing it now. Matthew, noticing the bright yellow soul ring emerging from the crimson-striped leech, reminded Titch not to delay the crucial task. As for the boy's disturbing display, well, there will be time for mental health lessons later. At present, absorbing the soul ring was the priority. Though Titch, a 6-year-old, had endured hardships, his current behavior hardly suggested insanity. Most likely, his actions stemmed from childish ignorance, much like a child pouring boiling water into an anthill. There was no need to overanalyze it. Is it done already? Upon hearing Matthew's suggestion, Tiki casually discarded the fishbone in his hand. Beneath his tousled black hair, his crimson eyes gazed at the shriveled red-striped leech, now resembling a tattered sack. Matthew was indeed correct. The greatest threat posed by this soul beast lay in the repercussions of its parasitism within the host. As long as one remained free from its parasitic grasp, this soul beast was even more fragile than a human infant. Tiki took a deep breath, activating his hidden martial soul, and in the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by darkness. A thin veil of black mist swirled around him, while the blue-silver grass beneath his feet seemed to respond to an unseen force. With the tips of the blades bending toward him, he had not anticipated that his first soul hunt would be so effortless. It felt almost like a leisurely outing. Compared to the night he escaped from the wolf bandits, he began to question whether this was merely a figment of his imagination before his demise. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, my first soul ring, become one with me now. Under the deliberate pull of the darkness, the century-old red-patterned leech soul ring gradually floated toward Tiki. Observing this, Mashinu spoke up, advising him to sit cross-legged, relax his body, and accept the soul ring without attempting to resist its soul power. for his meridians were not yet capable of withstanding such a forceful confrontation. Tiki nodded slightly and settled onto the ground as a yellow soul ring enveloped his feet. In an instant, a torrent of soul power surged into Tiki's meridians, amplifying the excruciating pain infinitely, racing up his spine to his brain. The agony that tore at his soul compelled him to emit a series of morbid, manic laughs, ha ha ha. Under unprecedented pressure, his bones creaked and cracked. And Tiki felt as though he had plunged into a furnace. The sensation of his body being rent apart nearly obliterated his sense of self. Pain. Excruciating pain. Isolde. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Tiki's chaotic consciousness seemed to transport him back to the mental hospital ward, where he beheld a severely depressed patient turned away from him. Lining the orderly rows of beds were familiar faces, each tormented by their respective afflictions, sitting vacantly at the edges of their beds and wandering aimlessly. Tiki, who had been oblivious to the reason behind his crossing into the Douluo continent, began to recover the memories he had long forgotten. It was on that fateful day he observed the profound suffering of his fellow patients and chose to assist them in escaping the torment of their ailments. Of course, in their liberation, he also sought his own. If existence was so agonizing, then let me help you find release. In a state of delirium, Tiki forgot to absorb the soul ring and his own identity. After 6 long years, the soul impact from absorbing the ring caused the fragmented edges of his personality to delineate entirely. I have fractured. A dark power shattered the boundary between reality and dreams, enveloping his form. Beneath the terrifying shadow, a pair of crimson eyes filled with madness glared at the suffering, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. Meanwhile, Matthew, who stood guard by the lake, heard Tiki's eerie laughter and felt a jolt of unease. The madness embedded within that laughter was far from characteristic of a child. His rough palm spun a walnut rapidly, as if this action could quell the apprehension brewing in his heart. This child is not quite right. He cannot possibly be insane. Can he? Siyu Tao, disturbed by Tiki's laughter, crossed his arms and cast a worried glance at Matthew. Oddly, he felt a sense of wariness towards a 6-year-old. He swore he had never seen CC appear as frightening as Tiki had moments ago. That laughter seemed beyond human capability. Ah, a child who survived the clutches of wolves. How strange it would be if he were entirely normal. Let us just hope that this child can still be guided back onto the right path in the future. With a sigh, Matthew noted Tiki's displayed maturity and reason, which instinctively caused him to overlook the boy's plight. For a 6-year-old to endure the devastation of village extermination, it was inevitable that even the strongest spirit would suffer some mental strain. As the soul ring's absorption progressed, the dark mist surrounding Tiki began to thicken. The gravitational pull of his obsidian hands became increasingly pronounced. Petals carried by the wind drifted to Tiki's side, only to be swiftly drawn into his dark palm, their fibrous structures disintegrating into nothingness in mere moments. Until all the soul power calmed within Tiki's meridians, the previously violent energy had now fused seamlessly with his own. Success. As the final absorption eased, Tiki slowly lifted his eyelids, the madness inherent in his crimson pupils rapidly concealed by a veneer of calm. The completely fractured persona of madness lay dormant, bringing an unprecedented tranquility to Tiki's mind. Yet, gazing at the black vortex in his palm, he recognized that matters had not taken a favorable turn. Once the fully split persona of madness emerged, it would only bring him further troubles. Well then, one step at a time, at least for now, I can consider myself a temporarily sane individual. Tiki shook his head, rising from the ground, and turned to meet Matthew's gaze. From the depths of the other eyes, he keenly discerned a flicker of apprehension. Teacher, he addressed, having officially become Matthew's disciple after absorbing the soul ring. Of course, he uttered this title to alleviate the unease the other felt towards him. After all, given his inherently erratic nature, he sought someone capable of assisting him in the initial phases of his path as a soul master, and at present, this was the sole candidate. Noticing Tiki's demeanor had returned to normal, Matthew's apprehension dissipated entirely, prompting him to inquire, "So, what is your first soul skill?" "I call it dark water. Its effects are quite remarkable." To provide tangible proof, Tiki extended his hand towards the nearby Siyu Tao. Upon sensing Tiki's approach, Siyu Tao instinctively recoiled, yet the ensuing spectacle ignited a spark of intrigue in Matthew's eyes. Suddenly, Tiki's soul ring shimmered, and a swirling mass of black energy materialized in his grasp. A formidable force unexpectedly drew Siyu Tao towards Tiki, encapsulating him entirely. Chapter 6. The Overbearing Dark Martial Spirit. As Tiki's pitch-black hand pressed against Siyu Tao's chest, the fabric covering his heart was brutally shattered by the allure of darkness. The oppressive force of the first ring's martial soul caused a sudden heaviness to settle in Siyu Tao's heart. Indeed, as predicted by Matthew, the consumption and suppression capabilities of the dark fruit increase with the growth of a soul master's level. However, there was one aspect that Matthew did not anticipate. Or perhaps he dared not believe. The dark fruit's consumption and suppression abilities not only target the soul power of the victim, but can also suppress the soul rings of opponents of equal rank. Just as in the current scenario, Su Yutao was desperately channeling the sluggish soul power within him. After much effort, he managed to activate his martial soul, only to find that his first soul skill was rendered unusable. His soul ring was suppressed. Just as Su Yutao prepared to unleash his second soul skill to forcibly break free from Tiki's hold, Tiki suddenly retracted his martial soul, leaving Su Yutao awkwardly frozen in a half-formed pose. Handsome, it was merely a demonstration. I'm still just a child, please don't take it too seriously. Titch grinned and spread his hands, turning to look at Matthew with a smirk. Dark water can pull nearby targets toward me and also absorb enemy attacks, though the absorption range is quite limited. His martial soul can also suppress the spirit rings of other spirit masters. When he touched me earlier, my first spirit ring didn't respond at all. Su Yutao clutched his bruised and blackened chest, his clothing shredded by the crushing force of the dark martial soul. He added, and the pulling force is incredibly strong. Even in my martial soul state, my flesh was nearly torn off, compared to his pulling power before obtaining a spirit ring. The increase is absurd. Can it truly suppress spirit rings as well? Matthew's eyes gleamed with excitement as he regarded Titch. While the enhancement in pulling force was within his expectations, the ability to suppress spirit rings was something he hadn't dared to speculate. If that's the case, then you're truly a little monster in the making. As long as your opponent doesn't have more spirit rings than you, their spirit skills would be rendered useless, wouldn't they? At this thought, the joy in Matthew's eyes overshadowed his earlier wariness about Titch's mental state. A prodigy like this, even with minor flaws, was well within the tolerance of the spirit hall. Well, if I encounter someone with higher spirit power, they might still barely manage to use one spirit skill. Titch replied honestly, though his answer came off as somewhat infuriating. For a spirit master to be rendered powerless just by being touched was nothing short of a broken ability. What's the big deal? High-level spirit masters fight from a distance. If you can't even touch your opponent, this ability of yours is practically useless, Su Yutao muttered, unable to hide his envy. The saying goes, rather than improving oneself, it's easier to belittle others. When it came to someone like Titch, a prodigy with innate full spirit power and an overpowered martial soul, it would be a lie to claim there wasn't a hint of jealousy. Still, Su Yutao wasn't entirely wrong. The dark fruit suppression ability had a glaring weakness. Maintaining distance rendered dark water nothing more than a basic defensive tool. These are minor issues. Titch has immense potential, and other shortcomings can be addressed through future spirit rings, Matthew said, shooting a disdainful glance at Su Yutao, who was staring blankly at the sky. Even a fool could tell he was seething with envy. All right, let's pack up and head back. Instead of standing there gawking at the sky, use that time to meditate and improve your spirit power. Staring at the heavens won't give you a second chance at life. A man in his 20s feeling jealous of a 6-year-old, Matthew would be embarrassed to even mention it. Though, considering Titch's broken abilities, if he were decades younger, even Matthew might have felt a twinge of envy. Obtaining the first spirit ring had gone far more smoothly than any of them had anticipated. With the matter settled, the three left the spirit-hunting forest and returned to Notting City to handle the next steps. With less than a week before Notting Academy's term began, Matthew had already sent someone to confirm the casualties in Titch's village. Once the results came in, arrangements would be made for Titch and Shiryu's enrollment, one with innate full spirit power, the other with level 9 spirit power. Matthew, who had been preparing for retirement, suddenly felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him once more. If Titch could truly be nurtured into a titled Douluo, sitting within the revered halls of the spirit hall's highest echelon, it seems I won't be sleeping tonight, Matthew murmured, exhaling slowly as he gazed at Notting City under the night sky through the carriage window. Just when he thought his life was nearing its end, fate had handed him an opportunity to leave his mark on the spirit hall. It made him suddenly wish to live a few more years, just to witness the spirit master he nurtured step by step into the hall of worship. Teacher, you're still awake? Inside the carriage, Titch was also awake. For some inexplicable reason, ever since awakening his martial soul, he had lost the ability to sleep, not unwillingly, but literally incapable. Closing his eyes at night automatically plunged him into a meditative state, and the darkness of night seemed to enhance its effects. A 6-year-old child like you already replaces sleep with meditation, sparing no effort. How could I, as your teacher, slack off and hinder your future? Matthew idly rolled a pair of walnuts in his hand, his voice low as he spoke to the moon hanging high in the night sky. Once you enter Notting Academy, Remember to befriend the Xiao family's youngsters if you get the chance. Understood, Titch replied. Aren't you going to ask why? Matthew found Titch's unquestioning trust somewhat unsettling. While it had initially made him feel his efforts were worthwhile, such absolute faith eventually carried an eerie undertone. Anyone you mention, teacher, couldn't possibly be insignificant. As a commoner from a small village, befriending anyone would only benefit me, Titch said calmly. Yet his answer didn't seem to satisfy Matthew. While logically sound, the cold rationality behind it sent a chill down the old man's spine. Such words implied that the speaker saw themselves as both a chess piece and a player on the board, a mindset that could only belong to someone with boundless ambition. No one gambles everything without wanting something in return. But what could a 6-year-old possibly desire? Shaking his head, Matthew dismissed the absurd thoughts. As a spirit elder with only a few years left in him, it was better to focus on the present than entertain wild fantasies. The Xiao family has a claw technique, a foundational method for their younger generation before awakening their martial souls. It's not an inherited skill, nor does it even have a name. Your martial soul focuses on your hands. If you can master that claw technique, it'll significantly enhance your close combat abilities. I'll keep that in mind. Tiki nodded slightly, silently noting the claw techniques of the Xiao family. Lacking Tang San's mastery of the control crane and capture dragon technique, these claw skills, combined with his own hidden martial spirit, could indeed serve as a viable means. Chapter 7. First encounter. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The afternoon sun hung high in the sky, and the blue silver grass, scorched by the relentless rays, drooped low. Young soul masters, guided by their elders, officially embarked on their own paths as soul masters. The grand archway, sculpted from rock, bore the name Nodding Academy, which appeared particularly striking under the sunlight. Perhaps the oppressive heat of the afternoon had soured their moods, as the guards on duty displayed a noticeably harsh demeanor. Work-study student? You? What kind of shabby little village can produce a soul master? Do you have a 48-hour soul master certification? Really? Everyone wants to be a soul master these days? But 2 brothers. Who are you calling brother? Look at you, dressed like a beggar. Don't try to claim kinship with me. Old Jack stood at the entrance, his hunched form presenting the certification to the guard. Who would have imagined that a village chief would face such difficulties upon arriving in Nodding City? Merely trying to enter an academy gate only to be met with scornful words? Oh, you have innate full spirit power? This is too ridiculous. And blue silver grass as a martial spirit? Has your village never heard of any other martial spirits? Your blue silver grass can't possibly have innate full spirit power. The guard, feeling he had seized a weakness, became even more sarcastic and belligerent, seemingly intent on venting his ill temper on the 2 rustic individuals before him. Crack. Standing behind old Jack, Tang San clenched his fists at the guard's repeated provocations. The muted sound of his knuckles cracking concealed the fury of a Tang clan disciple within. Just go back where you came from. Stop loitering around here. This certification is too fake. The guard tossed old Jack's certification to the ground. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Tang San's fingers discreetly brushed against the hidden sleeve arrow concealed within his attire. Just as he was about to step forward to teach the 2 insolent guards a lesson, a hand suddenly pressed against him from behind, immobilizing his form. Tang San frowned and turned to see a pair of crimson eyes. The owner, with a slight force, pushed him aside. Young man, don't block the way. Are you just standing here in the scorching heat to listen to a comedy act? The speaker was none other than Tiki, who had officially stepped into the realm of soul masters, followed closely by the indifferent Shilio. Their domineering entrance undoubtedly added fuel to Tang San's already simmering anger. However, before Tang San could prepare to reprimand the impolite guards, Tiki, brushing past him, made a sudden bold move. Slap. A sharp, resounding slap struck the guard who had previously insulted both him and old Jack, rendering the guard speechless and causing him to fall to the ground, his face covered in shock. What's wrong? Didn't you have something to say? Have your ears stuffed with feathers? Tiki's cold gaze bore down on the fallen guard, and the series of questions silenced any retorts from him. He lay there, clutching his face, a picture of an innocent victim, no longer resembling the sarcastic guard from moments before. This was a classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. If one were to rank individuals within this environment, these guards, who were not soul masters, would undoubtedly find themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. To say they were merely gatekeepers would be flattery. Any senior soul master plucked from within could easily overpower them. They were nothing but a group of watchful dogs, emboldened by their status as soul masters, but Tiki, with the backing of Nodding City's Spirit Hall branch, paid them no mind. Soul master. Just go ahead. I'm talking with this guy behind me. The other guard, who had not been struck, still tried to follow the protocol. But as he caught sight of Shilio's blade glinting ominously, he quickly shifted his gaze away from the two, desperately seeking help from old Jack, who had just been humiliated. It's ridiculous, checking credentials in this scorching heat. What business do children without soul master talent have at Notting Academy? Do they think this is the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Unable to endure the oppressive heat any longer, Tiki grumbled as he stepped through the archway, brushing past a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat dispirited. The man turned his gaze, noting the barely perceptible sword insignia on Tiki's clothing. Initially intending to reprimand him, he rationally swallowed his words after a brief moment of contemplation. Are these the two students arranged by Old Ma to enter the academy? They certainly need guidance in terms of character. Retracting his gaze, Yu Xiaojiang, while fond of promising students, held a deep-seated aversion towards the spirit hall, preferring not to associate with anything related to it. He bent down to pick up the certification that had been discarded by the guard. With a discerning eye, he quickly recognized its authenticity and, recalling Tiki's earlier actions, thought to himself, his character isn't entirely flawed. At least they deserved that slap. Wiping off the footprints Tiki had left on the certification, his attention was drawn to the words innate full spirit power alongside blue silver grass. A sense of fateful coincidence quietly stirred within him. The certification was indeed genuine. Old sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy for what just transpired. I will take charge of this child. Oh, there's no need for an apology. I also had my shortcomings earlier. Suddenly receiving an apology from a soul master greatly satisfied old Jack's vanity, and he promptly entrusted Tang San to the master. Taking the certification from Yu Xiaojiang, while the latter scrutinized Tang San, the latter also discreetly observed Yu Xiaojiang, though his gaze was not piercing. It conveyed a powerful sense of insight, making one feel that all of their secrets were laid bare before him. Were those two students also from the academy? Tang San, holding the certification, noticed the outline of the footprints that had not been wiped away, which were inadvertently left by Tiki as he passed by. The two youths had left a profound impression on him. One was domineering, while the other exuded a strong murderous aura through his martial spirit. Clearly not the children of ordinary families. The new students sent by the spirit hall, with red eyes like yours, are also endowed with innate full spirit power. It is likely they will be carefully nurtured at some main hall after graduation, and with a bit of luck, might even be sent to the capital for training. Mentioning the spirit hall visibly dampened Yu Xiaojiang's spirits, indicating his reluctance to delve into such matters. Come with me. I will take you to the dormitory. If you don't mind, we can discuss your blue-silver grass's innate full spirit power. Chapter 8. Black Tiger Wang Xie Shilio. It's not that I'm criticizing you. But I told you when we came here to temper your temper. If you can't see past your own issues, you mustn't take it out on others. The black leather boots produced a crisp clattering sound against the tiles as they stepped into the dormitory, where the oppressive glare of the sun was no longer a source of irritation. Tiki's mood also eased, and he turned to the cold-faced Shilio beside him, offering a word of counsel. Next time you encounter a situation, you should prioritize reason over impulsiveness. Refrain from instinctively reaching for your weapon. Your martial spirit is inherently menacing. And if other soul masters catch wind of it, it could lead to trouble for our teacher. Are you serious? Shilio retorted, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his annoyance as he clutched his bedding. Had it not been for Tiki rescuing him from the clutches of the wolf bandits, he might have been tempted to strike this scoundrel beside him. After all, it was Tiki who had been the most aggressive moments ago. He had merely brandished a knife to intimidate the guards, while Tiki had resorted to outright violence. If anyone were to accuse someone of being rash, Shilio felt it was only fitting to point the finger at Tiki. Am I supposed to be talking to myself here? Titch cast a sidelong glance at Shiryu, unleashing his assault without mercy. To show restraint is one thing, but to withhold one's hand is quite another. My martial spirit is unlike a mere slap, no matter how resounding the strike, if it fails to take a life. It amounts to little more than a matter of decorum. Yet a blade possesses the genuine capacity to end a life. Your reluctance to kill may be clear to you, but others will remain oblivious to your intentions. When one is not personally involved, they tend to envision the worst outcomes. Sigh. It is futile to explain this to you now, for you would not grasp it. Remember, next time, that drawing your sword necessitates drawing blood. A blade unsheathed without purpose will only lead others to further underestimate the tempest you wield. After expressing such a plethora of words, Titch felt his second persona nearly manifest through his own ramblings. It is indeed premature to discuss subtleties with a 6-year-old child. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the 6th dormitory. The academy boasted but a single dormitory building, housing 7 student quarters, under normal circumstances. It would be quite a challenge to lose one's way in such a compact space. Creak. As Tiki entered the dormitory, he was immediately met with the curious gazes of a multitude of new students. The spacious room was furnished with 50 beds, and since the students of the Junior Soul Master Academy were relatively young, there was no concept of personal space for better management. However, unlike the mixed-age dormitory 7, dormitories 1 through 6, composed of students from the same grade, exhibited a relatively harmonious atmosphere, as the young Soul Masters possessed similar skills. What are you staring at? Are you afraid to look? A resounding slap echoed as a mischievous child received a hefty smack across the face, jolting him back from the brink of potential bullying and back into the light. Titch shook his slightly swollen palm. On his first day of school, he had already delivered 2 resounding slaps. This was even more absurd than life in a psychiatric hospital. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen self-defense? Shilio cast a cold, penetrating gaze around the dormitory, observing a few youngsters who seemed eager to stand up for the boy who had been struck. However, upon meeting Shilio's dark and unsettling glare, they suppressed their impulses. Although he outwardly expressed indifference toward Titch, this time he refrained from drawing his weapon. It was not that he had learned to exercise restraint so quickly. Rather, the phrase drawing a blade must lead to bloodshed resonated with him. Whoever dared to intervene would face his wrath. Never underestimate a child's limits. In comparison to adults with established worldviews, youths, who are still in the exploratory phase of understanding the world, pose a far greater danger once they acquire power. His brother is Wang Sheng from the 5th grade. You have no idea how unfortunate you will be for hitting him, whispered the girl sitting on the bed by the window. What? His brother is actually Wang Sheng? Upon hearing this, Titch was immediately taken aback, as if his footing had been lost, retreating a step. He glanced at the bewildered Shilio, who asked, Wang Sheng. Who is that? Having never ventured beyond their village, neither of them recognized anyone named Wang Sheng, especially considering that everyone else had perished. It was the first time Titch had displayed such panic. Even when rescued from the clutches of the wolf bandits, he had not shown such a reaction. Is Wang Sheng very powerful? Shilio inquired, his voice tinged with restraint. At that moment, his aura resembled a sword poised to be unsheathed. An undercurrent of murderous intent brewing in his gaze, ready to strike at a moment's notice. With his family gone, he might as well consider it a debt of gratitude for Titch saving his life. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension, and the group of uninformed children sensed that matters had escalated. Even the one who had been beaten bore an uncharacteristically unnatural expression. Is my brother really that strong? I don't know, but if someone has mentioned him, we ought to show some respect. Titch shrugged, forcing a smile that lacked warmth. The convoluted atmosphere left the other roommates momentarily bewildered. Shilio stood still, his gaze fixed on Titch, contemplating whether to take the latter to a crematorium for a checkup. Unable to follow the erratic thought process of his companion, who seemed to have entangled himself with some significant figure, only to discover it was merely Titch indulging in theatrics. Stop standing there like a fool and make the bed. You wouldn't want your senior brother to do it alone, would you? In the blink of an eye. Titch appeared to have forgotten that a victim was seated nearby, urging Shilio to prepare the bedding. You're perfectly capable of taking care of yourself. Shilio retorted, gritting his teeth. What a stroke of bad luck to be entangled with someone like you. You're serious when it counts, but otherwise, you're utterly insane. Hey, speak plainly without resorting to personal attacks. The teacher never said a junior brother must care for his senior. Are you even human? Is it too much to ask for a little camaraderie among fellow disciples? Is making a bed for your senior brother going to kill you? Have some shame. Covering his face, Wang Xie watched as Titch shoved Shilio past him. The lingering heat on his cheeks made him clench his fists, his blood-orange eyes narrowing to pinpricks. A low, guttural growl erupted from Wang Xie's throat, resonating with a series of cracking bone sounds as his already formidable physique swelled further in his martial spirit state. Dark, slightly bluish fur sprouted from his skin, and a distinct Wang pattern appeared on his forehead, Black Tiger Martial Spirit. Compared to his brother Wang Xing's Battle Tiger Martial Spirit, Wang Xie's talent as a soul master was superior, with an initial soul power of 8 ranks and the ferocious Black Tiger Martial Spirit. Even Wang Xing might not prevail against him in full force. As onlookers observed Wang Xie springing from his bed towards Titch, a sense of foreboding washed over Shilio, who instinctively gripped his blade, Thunderstorm, and delivered a horizontal slash. However, Wang Xie deftly evaded it. The advantages of a beast martial spirit's physique were on full display in Wang Xie, as his claws loomed larger in Titch's crimson gaze. Chapter 9. Conflict. The claws of Wang Xie were about to strike Titch's face when Titch seamlessly activated his martial spirit's abilities. A powerful attraction burst forth from his palm, seizing Wang Xie's wrists. Suppression. The moment Titch's hand made contact, Wang Xie felt his soul power immobilized, being devoured by the darkness emanating from Titch's palm. Within 5 breaths, the soul power that had allowed Wang Xie to stand against Titch was entirely drained, leaving him with an unprecedented sensation of weakness. As if his very essence had been siphoned away, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Devoid of any chance of victory, what had unfolded was an absolute one-sided suppression. Under the oppressive might of Titch's martial spirit, Wang Xie, lacking even a soul ring, resembled a fragile infant. Had Titch not shown restraint, Wang Xie's bloodied wrist would surely have exposed bone. How is this possible? Wang Xie incredulously gazed up at Titch's crimson eyes peeking through disheveled hair, never anticipating such a complete defeat. The presence of a soul ring had caught him off guard. Nothing is impossible. It is wise to understand your opponent before engaging. Acting recklessly will only lead to grave consequences, Titch replied calmly. Surrounded by swirling black mist, his dark hands resembled a gaping maw that consumed all, instilling fear and awe among the onlooking children. Wang Xie's actions served as a warning. Never allow oneself to be touched by this martial spirit, or their fate would be even worse than his. What should we do? Shiliu asked coldly, gripping Thunderstorm. The murderous aura radiating from the blade left their roommates frozen in place. Even if Shiliu were to decapitate Wang Xie the next moment, they would not be surprised, as the atmosphere had escalated to such heights. One was a pair of black hands that should not be touched, while the other was a cold, lethal blade imbued with the essence of killing. The emergence of Tiki and Shiliu has allowed these young individuals to truly comprehend the marvel and peril of martial souls. This understanding will greatly assist them in restraining their powers in the future. As for what to do next, perhaps it is time to prepare the bed and rest in anticipation of tomorrow's lessons? As Tiki retracted his martial spirit, he suddenly seemed to sense something. Casting a perplexed glance out the window, he remarked nonchalantly, "You wouldn't truly consider eliminating him, would you? It's merely a scuffle between 6-year-olds. It hardly warrants such seriousness. What adult would genuinely engage with a gaggle of children? Even a lunatic understands the futility of taking children seriously, as long as no one is mortally harmed. Their playful antics are quite tolerable, especially since I have nothing to lose. Yet, he wishes to resort to violence?" Shiliu insisted, his hand grasping the Thunderstorm, which trembled faintly, as if eager to taste blood. This left Wang Xie, who knelt helplessly on the ground, looking rather pale. Are these individuals truly deranged? I merely possess a touch of pride and dislike being stared at for no reason. To receive a slap was already excessive, especially when I let the red-eyed one off the hook. Yet, the boy wielding a knife seeks to take my life. Although Notting City is somewhat remote, it is still a city where murder carries consequences. After all, I did strike him back. Please make the bed quickly. I am no martyr to be bullied. Preparing the bed is far more pressing than anything else. Titch rolled his eyes and pushed Shirita towards the edge of the bed. The obstinacy of youth can sometimes be quite troublesome. It is not easily tamed by mere words. Am I being ignored? Wang Xie observed Titch's figure, his fingers nervously clutching the hem of his trousers. From the very beginning, Titch had never regarded him as a threat. Even now, with his unguarded back exposed, Wang Xie found himself unable to mount an effective attack due to his weakened state. Wang Xie, are you all right? The girl who had previously warned Titch approached and helped the kneeling Wang Xie to his feet, softly advising, "You are no match for him. Do not engage further, or you will face punishment when the teacher arrives." Punishment? Could it be any worse than this? Wang Xie lifted his battered wrist. The shattering ability of his martial soul was indeed beyond the capacity of a soul master without a soul ring to withstand. The searing pain he felt was far more effective than any warning of punishment. "Hey, what is your name?" With the girl's support, Wang Xie struggled to straighten his trembling knees. He gazed at Titch, who was commanding Shirita to make the bed, and with a hint of dignity, he declared, "If you have the audacity, leave your name. I will surely avenge today's grievance." "Oh, I am called Titch," came the reply. Titch glanced over at Wang Xie, who was being supported by the young girl. At first glance, the two appeared somewhat like a married couple. Unfortunately, it seemed that Notting Academy did not endorse early romances. Otherwise, they would indeed make a fitting pair. "All right, I have committed your name to memory. I shall, sooner or later, defeat you openly and honorably," Wang Xie declared through gritted teeth. "Well, do your best," came the reply. Tiki lay upon the bed prepared by Shiliu, nodding in silent encouragement to Wang Xie. Yet, reality is harsh. Unless a plot twist occurs, what grounds does Wang Xie have to consider himself Tiki's rival? Although the Black Tiger martial soul possesses an impressive appearance, the suppression exerted by the dark martial soul is far from trivial. Even Matthew Nua has remarked that the Dark Martial Soul holds an absolute advantage over close combat offensive and agile systems. Unless the Black Tiger Martial Soul can transform into a control system, it is an eternal impossibility for Wang Xie to defeat Tiki. Speaking of which, I seem to have yet to encounter Tang San. Tiki lay languidly upon his bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, boredom enveloping him. Arriving at Nottingham Academy, it was only natural to seek an audience with the protagonist. The name Wang Xing seemed to resonate within the pages of the novel. And perhaps Tang San was also present at Nottingham Academy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck. The gatekeeper, the sentinel. As Tiki's thoughts meandered, he recalled the youth who had vexed him upon his entrance, with a gaunt physique and an unremarkable visage, a mere ordinary student in isolation. Yet, the narrative that surged from the depths of his memory illuminated a startling revelation. That unassuming boy was likely none other than Tang San himself. Who else, if not this unfortunate soul, would endure ridicule from the gatekeeper on his way to class? Fortuitously, he had refrained from delivering a resounding slap. Otherwise, given that madman's erratic thought process, he might have unleashed a barrage of hidden projectiles upon him. As Tiki lay on his bed, he mused with a click of his tongue. In comparing Tang San's disposition to that of a typical adult, one might indeed consider him to possess a rather peculiar temperament. A genius in the art of concealed weaponry, reborn as a 6-year-old child, endowed with innate soul power and the cultivation method of Xiantian Gong. He exhibited a propensity to contemplate the annihilation of his adversaries when confronted by the taunts of two gatekeepers. This was not merely an extreme character trait. It was a complete absence of any framework for moral valuation. Tiki admires the Tang sect disciple who, constrained by the rules of the gate, willingly sacrificed his life to create the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus. Yet, merely provoked by two inept gatekeepers, he recklessly contemplates taking a life in Notting City. What else could he be but insane? In the 10th chapter, Twilight Conversations, as the sun descended, Wang Xie, who had been unilaterally suppressed by Tiki throughout the day, chose not to seek his brother's intervention for redemption. Instead, he sat on his bed, maintaining a meditative posture, lost in contemplation until darkness enveloped the sky. Shilio, similarly affected, refrained from integrating into small groups like the other children, as the harrowing experience of the wolf thief's village devastation led him to view meditation as his primary means of escaping reality. As for Tiki, he lay on his bed, savoring a cherry pie he had brought back from the cafeteria, dismissing the need for meditation at that moment. After all, in the psychiatric hospital, this was typically the time for watching television. Hey, Wang Xie, did you hear? Your brother seems to have been defeated today by a newcomer, a girl who appears quite formidable. A gossipy roommate, just settling onto his bed, could not resist sharing the latest gossip. Did you all know? 2 innate, full soul power newcomers arrived at Dormitory 7 today. One possesses the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Huh? Can you believe that such a pathetic martial spirit can be cultivated? You're so loud, Wang Xie said, disturbed by his roommate's chatter. He lifted his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at the roommate who mocked the blue-silver grass. A level 3 soul power individual ridiculing someone with innate full soul power? Perhaps you should first acquire your own soul ring before mocking others. The overly enthusiastic roommate, caught off guard by Wang Xie's retort, felt his face flush with embarrassment. To avoid losing face before the others, he countered, "What's wrong with innate full soul power? That worthless blue-silver grass can't be cultivated. In the end, he'll just be a soul master at best. And why are you siding with outsiders? Just like your brother, who was bullied all day and didn't he even have the strength to fight back." What did you say? Wang Xie felt provoked by the roommate's words, ready to rise and confront him. Fortunately, the girl from earlier intervened, preventing the situation from escalating further. Indeed, that person from earlier was Tang San. It seemed that soon, Xiaowu would challenge to become the leader of each dormitory. Leaning against the headboard, Tiki observed the unfolding events with a tranquil demeanor, savoring the cherry pie that lingered in his mouth as he attempted to untangle the vague narrative in his mind. The tale of a violent girl, transformed into a soul master over 100 millennia, gradually ascending to become the leader of the students at Notting Academy, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Lingshan High. However, Tiki contemplated whether he should take advantage of the fact that Tang San and Xiaowu were still unfamiliar with each other and eliminate one of them. After all, while he could not absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, a fragment of a 100,000-year soul bone would be an excellent acquisition. Yet, perhaps it would be wiser to refrain. That old scoundrel Tang Hao was likely lurking within the school, keeping a watchful eye. Even if he were to kill Xiao Wu, the soul bone might not end up in his possession, as that rascal would undoubtedly seize it for his son. After contemplating, Tiki abandoned the notion of eliminating Xiao Wu. A mysterious Tang Hao lurked in the shadows, reminding him that one must exercise utmost caution in all endeavors. Who could fathom the dark psychological state of a middle-aged man? Cast out from his sect, bereft of his wife, and left with naught but a solitary sprout. Tiki was merely a child. His paramount concern was to ensure a stable growth. Why should he be perturbed, especially after such a dismal defeat in broad daylight? The gossipy roommate, wary of provoking Wang Xie, rose to seek refuge near Tiki's bedside. You'd best keep your distance. You've ruffled that black cat's fur. And I have no desire to clean up your mess, Tiki retorted coldly, exposing the roommate's ulterior motives. The latter's face flushed with a mix of red and pale. And in a bid to salvage his dignity, he defended himself. The dormitory belongs to us all. Why should I be confined to one spot? Before he could finish, the meditative Shiliu was awakened, his piercing gaze locking onto the gossipy roommate. The psychological shadows from earlier resurfaced in the roommate's mind. A small life lesson: rogues seldom adhere to reason. Tiki raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Everyone can play the role of the Good Samaritan. But being benevolent often comes at a steep price. Attempting to act as a benevolent fool without the means to do so will only exacerbate the situation. Tiki possesses a profound self-awareness in this regard. Thus, from the very outset, he set a personal principle: as long as he refrains from unnecessary slaughter, it could be considered an act of virtue. In instances where he is compelled to harm the innocent, he finds himself powerless. Ultimately, his gossiping roommates could only retreat to a corner of their spacious dormitory, fortunate enough to have ample space to disregard such bothersome minor figures. Wang Xie sat upon his bed, his gaze complex as he observed Tiki, who was engrossed in savoring a cherry pie. After a brief silence, prompted by a whisper from a girl beside him, he inquired, "Is the blue-silver grass martial soul truly that formidable? Or is it simply endowed with innate full soul power?" "I have a name," Tiki replied. "You asked me this morning." Chi cast a sidelong glance at Wang Xie and remarked, "If you intend to defend your brother, I advise you against acting foolishly. The two newcomers in the 7th dormitory are not to be underestimated. Provoking them could embroil the entire dormitory in trouble." Wang Xie took a deep breath, his voice laden with confusion as he replied, "How could a spirit like blue silvergrass possess such formidable power? It is nearly common knowledge across the continent that blue silvergrass is deemed a useless martial spirit. The fact that my brother was defeated by a spirit master wielding a blue silvergrass is undoubtedly a source of great humiliation. Common knowledge is not always accurate," Chi countered. "Currently, all research on martial spirits across the continent is based on the information gathered from existing spirit masters. The belief that blue silvergrass is a worthless martial spirit merely reflects the current state of those who wield it. Perhaps this newcomer is the one who will shatter the prevailing notion of blue silvergrass as a useless spirit." Tiki spoke in a calm tone, remarking that being defeated by someone who challenges the status quo is hardly a source of shame for your brother. He had not lost his sanity to reveal Tang San's secret of possessing twin martial souls without any gain. Moreover, given the thought processes of these children, if he were to divulge this secret, they might naively believe it, leading to a chain reaction far beyond the implications for merely Tang Hao. The Spirit Hall, the Haoyan sect, the other two top sects, and even the Heaven Do Empire could stir considerable unrest over the matter of one Haoyan. What if they were to seek us out? Wang Xie grumbled. "My brother told me that the waters of Nodding Academy are quite murky. Such a formidable person would surely..." Apologies, I couldn't hold it in. Before Wang Xie could finish his thought, Tiki, chewing on a cherry pie, let out a laugh, causing crumbs to scatter. It was not due to a lack of respect on Tiki's part, but rather the absurdity of Wang Xie's statement. A 6-year-old speaking of the murky nature of a primary soul master academy. It was difficult to suppress laughter at such innocence. While one may aspire to speak with the gravitas of a titled Douluo, perhaps it would be better to dedicate time to meditation and training, as any issues that arise would be the concern of the instructors, not theirs. Chapter 11. Exchange. From the moment human society emerged, the essence of competition became one of the fundamental laws of social development. There is no fairness, no preferential treatment, no leniency. The strong prevail, while the weak perish. The harsh nature of competition offers no compensation for the underprivileged as depicted in fairy tales. The only way to seize control of one's destiny is through ruthless determination to grasp everything, pulling competitors behind with relentless force. After a tranquil night, as the sun ascended the horizon, Tiki slowly lifted his eyelids, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Following a night of meditation, his soul power had increased once more. If this pace continued, it was likely he would break through to level 20 within 2 years, stepping into the realm of a great soul master. Such a training speed, not only exceptional at Nodding Academy, would be regarded as prodigious even among the top 3 sections. This remarkable progress stemmed not only from Tiki's innate full soul power aptitude, but also from the unique simulated training environment provided by his dark martial soul. The so-called simulated training environment refers to an external setting tailored to enhance the cultivation of specific martial souls, yielding a significantly more efficient training outcome. However, maintaining such an environment typically requires substantial resources, making it a privilege rarely afforded to common soul masters outside of elite sects or prominent academies. Tiki, undoubtedly favored by fortune, had come to realize that the night, combined with the gravitational pull of this ever-rotating planet beneath him, formed an ideal setting perfectly aligned with the conditions necessary for the simulated training of his dark martial soul, granting him an additional boost in his meditation effectiveness. With a crisp crackle of bones, Tiki shifted from his meditative posture, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the early morning as others remained asleep. Wang Xie, who had not slept all night, abruptly sat up in bed, bleary-eyed, gazing at Tiki. To comprehend the extent of their differences, he had secretly observed Tiki throughout the night, only to confront a harsh reality. This gifted individual was training with an intensity that far surpassed his own efforts. While a typical student at the academy might manage 4 hours of tedious meditation daily, Tiki had replaced sleep with meditation entirely. Coupled with his daytime studies of soul master knowledge, Tiki was continuously enhancing himself over a full 24 hours. Such diligence, combined with innate talent, was not something peers could easily aspire to match. How do you achieve this? Wang Xie asked incredulously, seeking the truth of Tiki's prowess. What? Is it innate? Tiki was startled by Wang Xie's sudden movement as he sat up in bed. Upon hearing the inquiry, he instinctively lowered his gaze to his lower body. Only when he realized that he was but a 6-year-old child did he comprehend that the question might not pertain to what he initially assumed. In confusion, he replied, "What do you mean? How is it done?" "Of course, it's through cultivation." "How did you manage to meditate all night?" Wang Xie responded with urgency. The others in the dormitory had yet to awaken, and Wang Xie showed no concern that his demeanor might be misconstrued as submitting to Tich. What he truly sought to understand was how he could cultivate the same unwavering determination as Tich. Rather than indulging in daydreams of becoming a soul master like his brother, Wang Xie preferred to seek opportunities for self-improvement through practical experience. "So, do you wish to learn?" Tiki was stirred by Wang Xie's demeanor, finding himself drawn to this pragmatic approach. He recalled that Matthew had previously shared some meditation techniques derived from the Spirit Hall, which, while not secrets, were not meant to be freely given away. Tiki felt that sharing them with Wang Xie would violate the principle of fair exchange. Upon hearing Tiki's words, Wang Xie's expression faltered. He needn't decipher the underlying implication of Tiki's statement. The unpleasantness from the previous day lingered in the air, and there was no reason for Tiki to impart such methods of empowerment to him. The means to grow stronger were tantalizingly close. Yet Wang Xie found himself unable to voice his desires, his fingers unconsciously clenching the corner of his garment, and his sharp canine teeth biting down on his lip. As Tiki seemed poised to exit, Wang Xie hastily whispered, "I wish to learn. I can apologize for yesterday, and I would be willing to serve as your subordinate, much like that one with the knife." In that pivotal moment, Wang Xie set aside his long-held pride, bowing his head like a defeated rooster, awaiting Tiki's response. "A subordinate? Is this how you navigate society?" Upon hearing these words, Titch couldn't help but chuckle. At the very least, Wang Xie's attitude met his expectations. If one cannot relinquish even the pride of the weak in their quest for strength, then their future is undoubtedly limited. And he saw no reason to waste time on such an individual. Wang Xie, with his head bowed, felt a weight in his heart upon hearing Titch's tone. He initially thought that the other party did not intend to fight and was merely looking to teach him. Just as he was about to lament the missed opportunity for growth, Titch's next words astonished him, prompting him to lift his head in surprise. "In the future, when you meditate, place a cushion beneath you. This will facilitate better circulation of your blood, serving as a mild aid to your meditation. As for other matters, Tiki gazed at Wang Xie, whose eyes brimmed with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. With a shift in tone, he instructed, first, seek out a member of the Shao family for me. After that, I shall impart to you some meditation techniques from the Spirit Hall. If you are diligent and committed, you might be able to replace sleep with meditation in approximately 2 months. The method of substituting sleep with meditation is not inherently complex. It is merely that children, being restless, find it difficult to remain still. Even under the pressure of a blade, they could master it without these minor techniques. As it happened, Tiki was pondering how to connect with the Shao family to learn their claw techniques. Wang Xie's initiative in offering a connection was an opportunity too valuable to overlook. The Shao family. Very well, I shall consult my brother. He is acquainted with several individuals from the Shao family and will certainly bring someone to meet the boss by noon tomorrow at the latest. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xie nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, had you not reminded me, I nearly forgot. Hearing Wang Xie refer to him as boss, Titch replied earnestly, do not call me that. Simply address me by my name. I have no intention of recruiting followers in the near future. Such informal titles may adversely affect my reputation. Let our relationship remain one of equality. Furthermore, Shilio is not my subordinate. He is merely my friend, albeit one who does not engage in critical thinking as much as I do. Do you truly believe that gathering a crew equates to having others call you boss? What a jest. A true leader is one whose capabilities compel others to rely on him for survival, rather than merely offering fleeting benefits to create a band of followers. Promises and oaths become mere farces in the face of absolute interests. Only that which one can command is truly one's own. Until I can seize Wang Xie's critical weakness, I shall never regard myself as his superior. Chapter 12. The kindness of Shao Qinyu. Wang Xie's efficiency exceeded Titch's expectations significantly. Or perhaps the members of the Shao family were simply more astute than Titch had anticipated. Recognizing Titch as a 6-year-old soul master, Shao Qinyu, the son of the city lord, arranged to meet Titch on the rooftop of the dormitory at noon. A 6-year-old soul master. There certainly are many prodigies this year. I wonder what assistance our Shao family can offer you. Shao Qinyu, clad in a neatly pressed uniform, rose upon seeing Titch arrive as promised and introduced himself. I am Shao Qinyu, in the 6th grade. Although I am nearing graduation, I believe we can become friends in Nodding City. Though merely 12, Shao Qinyu had fully absorbed his city lord father's mannerisms. He compensated for his shortcomings in soul master talent through other means. Having observed his father's various dealings in the political arena from a young age, he had developed his own value system by the age of 12. To ordinary people, he was a reckless young rogue, dismissive even of the teachers within the academy. However, when it came to matters involving the imperial system or gifted soul masters, Shao Qinyu transformed into an amiable companion. Should your backing be substantial enough and your talent formidable, it would not be impossible for him to take on a subordinate's role. From a third-party perspective, he appeared as a quintessential opportunist, adept at tailoring his social interactions to maximize personal gain. Nevertheless, he executed this strategy with remarkable thoroughness, disregarding age, personality, and other factors, focusing solely on benefits, a feat many adults struggle to achieve. Of course, I thoroughly enjoy making friends, he concluded. Tiki grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, as if he had discerned the essence of Shao Qinyu. He spoke candidly. I have heard that the Shao family imparts a claw technique to those with unawakened martial souls. If you would not mind, I am eager to learn this technique. Certainly, I can teach you right away, Shao Qinyu replied, sensing a kindred spirit in Tiki's smile. This claw technique is not a matter of great significance. Consider it a token of our first encounter. With that, Shao Qinyu genuinely began to instruct Tiki, offering hands-on guidance without any superfluous inquiries or ulterior motives. The two boys, akin to old acquaintances, seamlessly advanced the narrative of their interaction. Throughout the learning process, Tiki observed Shao Qinyu's expressions multiple times, only to find no signs of insincerity. He was genuinely imparting his family's claw technique. This technique, while not comparable to the legacies of grand sects or self-created soul skills, had been passed down merely 4 generations in the Shao family. In this generation, it had been distilled to its essence, yet it could not overcome the inherent weaknesses of claw strikes in close combat. Shao Qinyu began teaching from the very basics, progressing from the overall force application to the intricacies of figurative technique. The weakness of the claw technique lay in the inherent strength of the fingers. No matter how powerful, fingers could never rival a fist. if one does not possess a beast martial soul with sharp claws. Mastering the claw technique requires a far greater emphasis on timing and angles than mere proficiency in the techniques themselves. A slight miscalculation would inevitably lead to defeat against a fist. The profound heritage accumulated over long ages represents an insurmountable chasm for the ordinary person. Unless an extraordinary prodigy emerges at a pivotal moment, the legacies of grand sects will forever remain beyond the reach of smaller sections. This is akin to the 81 strikes passed down from the Houghton sect, where each strike's trajectory is the culmination of generations of exploration and accumulation. For the average person, even attempting to learn it seems futile. How then does one practice the timing of their strikes? As Tiki gradually familiarized himself with the power exertion techniques under Xiao Qinyu's guidance, he curiously inquired, "Did you practice on wooden dummies at home before awakening your martial soul?" "Of course not." Xiao Qinyu chuckled at Tiki's question, elucidating, "Others may not know. But my father merely wanted me to master the claw techniques to pass them on to future generations. As for the precision of my practice, he couldn't care less. My talent as a soul master is rather modest. To be blunt, I am not cut out for combat in this lifetime. The endeavor of elevating claw techniques is better left to those talented progenies of illustrious families, rather than someone like me who is merely average." When discussing his soul master aptitude, Xiao Qinyu exhibited a sense of tranquility. As the son of the city lord, he belonged to the rare few in the Xiao family who possessed a first soul ring of 10 years. If he wished, acquiring a 100-year soul ring would not pose a challenge. Opting for a 10-year soul ring stemmed from his acute awareness of his own capabilities. Given his aptitude combined with the resources of the Xiao family, even if he devoted all his energy to meditation and cultivation, the utmost he could aspire to would be the rank of a soul master, which disregards the inevitable bottlenecks. From the perspective of Xiao Qinyu, the son of the city lord, this was a venture that would not even recoup its initial investment. Instead of sacrificing his youth for the mere attainment of a soul master's strength, he preferred to leverage his father's connections to engage in politics or commerce. By choosing a 10-year soul ring, he effectively severed his aspirations of becoming a soul master. Indeed, it is wise for specialists to engage in their respective fields. Managing the operation of a city and navigating the currents of human economics may suit him far better than stubbornly persisting on an unsuitable path. Tiki casually acknowledged. Yet his words evidently struck a chord with Xiao Qinyu, evoking a rare sense of kinship. Previously, due to his father's influence, he had occupied the role of a favored child at the academy, surrounded by sycophantic praise that had grown tiresome. This marked the first occasion he encountered someone who resonated with his thoughts, though he did not vocalize it. The feeling of being understood invigorated his commitment to teaching claw techniques. "This semester, I can accompany you in honing your claw skills. After all, the teachers won't mind whether I attend classes or not," Xiao Qinyu remarked, his tone noticeably lighter and more relaxed. He continued, "If you wish to enhance your strength, I suggest you consider acquiring a bow." "A bow? Archery?" Tiki responded, intrigued. Tiki felt somewhat puzzled, with the Strength Enhancement Academy equipped with various apparatus. Was it not redundant to purchase a bow for archery training? No, the purpose is to draw the bowstring, thereby strengthening the muscles alongside the spine. It is crucial to draw swiftly and gently release the string without letting go abruptly. This method of exertion aligns more closely with the muscular dynamics of actual combat. Unless one possesses the capability to eliminate an enemy in a single blow, the speed of retraction is far more significant than that of the initial strike. A quick retraction facilitates a seamless transition to the next attack. Zyakinu elaborated, "If you are short on funds, you may visit the soul hunting equipment shop in the eastern part of the city. I can provide you with a recommendation, allowing you to select a bow that suits you and test its efficacy." This epitomizes Zyakinu's character. As long as you hold value, he is an unequivocally worthy friend. He will generously offer assistance when you are in need. "Thank you. I owe you a favor," Tiki replied without hesitation, accepting the benefit offered by Zyakinu. There was no reason to refuse a succulent opportunity presented before him. Establishing a connection with the Xia family could only prove advantageous. Chapter 13, Bamboo Bow in the Afternoon. After completing the final class, Tiki dragged his weary body out of Nodding Academy. The hour of claw techniques combined with the afternoon's physical training left every cell in his body aching and swollen. He made his way towards the Xia family's soul hunting equipment shop in the east of the city. Passers-by, noticing his Nodding Academy uniform, gazed at him with envy. To ordinary citizens, the status of a soul master was akin to that of the 8 banner sons in the Qing dynasty of the past. Even a first-ring soul master, free from labor, receives a monthly stipend sufficient to ensure a family's well-being. The disparity between their lives and that of ordinary people, toiling daily, was was striking. Yet, this is the essence of the world. Those possessing inherent value, even without generating requisite worth, retain the right to exist, much like the firearms in a bygone arsenal. Even if they remain unused, they possess an inherent qualification to be preserved. Considering the passage of time, Tang San must have already entered the soul-hunting forest by now. Wouldn't he? As Tiki walked along the path, he gazed at the quaint scenery of the small town, the golden hues of the setting sun cascading over his shoulders. He felt as though he had returned to his previous life, walking home from school, with a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, causing him to relax completely. In class today, he had only noticed Xiaowu. Tang San must have ventured into the soul-hunting forest with the master last night. It was likely that upon Tang San's return, the conflict between Xiaowu and Xiao Qinyu would unfold. However, these matters seemed trivial. For Tiki, everything appeared to be progressing in a favorable direction. The advantages of meditation and the resources of the spirit hall sufficiently catered to his current desires, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The next 6 years in Notting City would be the most leisurely period he would experience in nearly half a century. The pressures he would bear thereafter might take his breath away. After wandering through several streets, Tiki came upon the faade of the Xiao family's soul-hunting gear shop. The 3-story building stood prominently, adorned with a large, gilded sign that captured the attention of passers-by. Such affluent families truly knew how to elevate even small enterprises. Tiki halted at the entrance, gazing at the golden plaque, unable to suppress a smirk. The Xiao family had their hands in nearly every business in Notting City, and their solid foundation was a key reason for their status as city lords. Their diverse industrial structure granted them an irreplaceable significance within the town, without the Xiao family. The multitude of unemployed stemming from the collapse of these businesses would undoubtedly incite a minor turmoil. In times of peace, their influence far exceeded the value of the civilian soul master community. This was the capital upon which Xiao Qinyu relied in Notting City. Crossing the threshold, a faint aroma of incense enveloped him. Inside the shop, numerous soul masters were selecting hunting equipment at the counter. The eclectic assortment of soul hunting gear was rife with instability, as survival and hunting were heavily reliant on external support. In the absence of absolute strength, no one would dare to engage in combat with soul beasts solely on their own. Sleeping bags infused with the essence of soul beasts could significantly reduce the risk of being attacked during the night while hunting in the wilderness. Despite the unpleasant odor they emanated, bird-catching nets woven from the tendons of 90-year-old mandala snakes effectively restrained the struggles of avian soul beasts under 300 years of age, facilitating the soul masters in easily capturing them on the ground. The tri-pointed short spear, forged from fine iron, could be thrown or wielded by beast spirit masters. Once embedded in a soul beast, the notches on the tri-blade would inflict persistent blood loss, weakening larger soul beasts considerably. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Tiki noticed the atmosphere was markedly more subdued, with significantly fewer patrons. The walls were adorned with an array of large bows and crossbows, including those equipped for city defense. Such weaponry would pose a formidable challenge even for the soul sect to withstand. Arrows as thick as a wrist, paired with tendons from a century-old soul beast and one from a millennium-old beast, could still deliver considerable damage through primitive means. Young lad, have you lost your way from your guardians? A shop attendant, noticing Tiki alone, approached him, mistakenly believing he had strayed from his family. Allow me to take you to the waiting area on the 1st floor. You wouldn't want to worry your family by wandering off. Please, don't frighten me. If they find me, I would be the one in a panic. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Tichi's eyes twitched slightly. Although he understood that the other person meant well, the thought of his family truly finding him was something he could not bear to accept in the short term. I am a friend of Xiao Qinyu. He sent me to select a bow from you. Tiki presented the credentials bestowed upon him by Xiao Qinyu to the shop attendant. Without any unforeseen complications, the attendant, having verified the authenticity of the document, shifted his demeanor, aside from a glimmer of envy in his gaze towards Tiki. He quickly resumed his professional composure. Which type of bow would you prefer? We offer options such as cow tendon, silk, or python skin, and for the arrow limbs, we have materials like bamboo, ironwood, and mahogany. The attendant thoughtfully elaborated on the selection of bow and arrow materials. As long as it suits my physique and strength, that will suffice. I am not yet accustomed to something too large or too rigid. Tiki cast a glance at the imposing black longbow, which was meant to rest against the bed, tucked away in the corner. If circumstances permitted, he would certainly relish the opportunity to draw the bow and aim at a magnificent target. Unfortunately, his 6-year-old physique rendered him unable to fulfill such aspirations. What do you think of this decorative bow? Crafted from the limbs of the solitary bamboo and strung with the sinews of a python, Yet a draw weight of 35 pounds may prove somewhat challenging for you. After a careful selection, the shop assistant retrieved a modest bamboo bow from beneath the counter. Although it was intended for decorative purposes and lacked the robustness of other bows, the 35-pound draw weight still posed a considerable challenge for a child of his age. No worries, I'll give it a try first. Tiki extended his hand to grasp the bamboo bow, his palm feeling the rough texture of the cloth wrapped around the solitary bamboo shaft. He placed his fingers upon the bowstring end. Following the technique that Xiaoqingyu had instructed him, released it with a resounding twang. The muscles in his back contracted, propelling a chest-expanding motion, and the bow was drawn into a perfect crescent by Tiki. This, however, was not his ultimate limit. After absorbing a century-old soul ring, his bodily functions had now reached par with that of an ordinary adult. He meticulously controlled the bowstring's return to its original position, a crucial detail imparted by Xiaoqingyu. The essence of cultivating strength lies not merely in exertion but also in understanding that releasing the bowstring without an arrow can inflict considerable damage upon the bow itself. If the fully drawn bowstring were to be released empty, the force would be transferred directly to the bow's body, potentially leading to irreparable harm. The structure of the bow's limbs could not withstand such devastation. Minor injuries could result in hidden fractures, while severe cases could lead to outright breakage. The 35-pound bow was perfectly suited to Tiki's strength. After confirming his choice with the shopkeeper and signing the necessary papers, Tiki took possession of the bow and arrows. Turning to leave the shop and return to the academy, his life as a student, both unremarkable and fulfilling. As he gazed at the sunset on the horizon, he felt a pang of reflection. Unbeknownst to him, as he exited the shop, a pair of eyes from the alley had already set their sights upon him. At the alley's entrance, beneath the fading light, a tender hand clutched a small, rusted iron bar, and the brown pupils behind shattered lenses reflected Tiki's silhouette on the street. It is you. Chapter 14. The ambush in the alley riding my beloved avatar Honk. Honk. As Tiki strolled through the street, he remained oblivious to the attention he had drawn. Upon passing the alley he had traversed earlier, a slender hand suddenly shot out from the darkness, swiftly covering his mouth and pulling him into the secluded passage. A sudden rigidity at his waist caused Tiki to instinctively tense up, disregarding the pain radiating from his side. Reacting as Xiaoqingyu had taught him earlier that day, he deftly locked his fingers around the assailant's shoulder joint. Dark water. His martial spirit activated instantaneously, his jet black hand employing the Xiao family's claw technique. Although Tiki's own finger strength was lacking, the allure of the dark water martial spirit compensated for this shortcoming. That hurts. The assailant's arm, wielding the rusted iron bar, slowed as Tiki's grip firmly secured the muscles around the shoulder joint. The dark water's pull first drew the fabric of the assailant's clothing into a crushing embrace, followed by the skin being torn from muscle fibers and drawn into the depths of darkness. The prowess displayed by Tiki exceeded her expectations. With the combination of the Xiao family's claw technique and the latent power of her martial spirit, the force was exponentially amplified. Once ensnared, an enemy would not only be left severely injured, but would also shed their skin, if not perish. However, Tiki had no intention of remaining in this awkward standoff. After steadying her mind, she inhaled deeply, tightening her grip on the shoulder of the assailant behind her. With a resounding thud, she executed a swift maneuver, hurling the assailant, who was of comparable weight, against the alley wall. Was it a child? A girl? With the immediate threat neutralized, Tiki drew in a sharp breath, clutching her lower back where a metal rod had struck, and upon seeing that the person she had thrown was merely a girl a few years her senior, her trepidation somewhat subsided. She certainly did not wish for her first achievement in this foreign world to be one of being preyed upon by a lascivious old man. Although being struck by a metal rod was hardly a commendable ordeal, it was, in comparison, more palatable than the former scenario, and she could regard it as a preliminary experience of the Queen's punitive measures. What platform's readers were involved? What grievance warranted the use of an enchanted weapon? Now at ease, Tiki noticed the rusted iron rod that had slipped from the girl's grasp and clattered to the ground. Fortunately, its bluntness, coupled with the fabric of their clothing, had rendered it harmless. Had it been sharpened, she might have succumbed to tetanus today. This also indirectly indicated that the assailant did not harbor murderous intent. Otherwise, a pointed weapon would have been employed, and the girl would not have ineffectually flailed about as she had moments before. The attempt on her life, devoid of lethal intent, suggested the characteristics of an ordinary civilian child, starkly contrasting the plots often found in novels where hired killers lurk. Even if one were to entertain the notion of hiring someone who would procure such an amateur, it was evident that this was a novice. Had it been Tiki, she would not have resorted to such crude means. With 2 shoelaces twisted together, she could have subdued the target in under half a minute without soiling her attire, leaving a clean corpse and significantly enhancing the efficiency of the entire operation. The girl, biting her lip, struggled to rise from the ground, a white soul ring representing a decade of experience shimmering beneath her feet. However, Tiki did not catch sight of her martial spirit. Fortunately, the back throw taught to her by Xiaoqinyu earlier that day had proven effective against the assailant attempting to gain control. The force generated by seizing the shoulder joint and executing a powerful throw inflicted greater damage than any punch or kick could. The girl's round black glasses were utterly shattered, her disheveled mushroom hairstyle complementing her untidy clothing. An unsuspecting observer might have mistaken Tiki for the aggressor in this scenario. Who could have imagined that the seemingly helpless girl was, in truth, the true assailant? Having endured a back throw, she stood swaying, uncertain of her next course of action. Big sister, may we converse? I cannot recall having wronged you in any way. Titch gazed at the girl who bowed her head in silence. In terms of appearance, she was quite delicate, not to the extent of being breathtakingly beautiful or devastatingly enchanting, yet she possessed a certain charm that was pleasing to the eye. Aside from her earlier act of attempting to stab him, she seemed to belong to the realm of normalcy, not resembling a fellow patient of his. I'm sorry. I need money, the girl murmured, her voice tinged with a slight sob. Just as Titch had surmised, she did not harbor intentions of harming him. She was also a work-study student at Notting Academy. Her desperate action stemmed from the sudden illness of a family member. The meager wages she earned from part-time work, combined with her assistance, fell short of covering the exorbitant medical expenses. In a moment of desperation, she had thought to seize an opportunity. Having observed Titch's relationship with Xiaoqinyu, hoping to snatch some money from him to cover her family's urgent treatment costs, she had not anticipated Titch's formidable strength, nor did she foresee her own faltering resolve at such a crucial moment. The instant she pulled Titch into the alley, both were taken aback. Her mind, too, was blank as she engaged in this unprecedented act. What? The words escaped her lips in a whisper too faint for Titch to comprehend. Yet, that was of little consequence now. The girl, rising to her feet, bore a look of remorse as she launched another assault on Titch. She was in dire need of funds. With a sudden flare, the white soul ring beneath her feet illuminated, and she sprang into action. Intent on unleashing her full power to swiftly subdue Titch, she lifted her leg, delivering a forceful kick aimed directly at him. Bang! Tiki swiftly evaded the girl's direct kick, the dust from the crevices in the alley walls shaken loose by the force of her strike. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the well-defined muscles of her legs beneath her dress. Instead of retaliating immediately, he pondered the most suitable course of action, whether to kill or spare her life. The sound of her kick had attracted the attention of passers-by outside. Should he resort to murder, even in self-defense, the fact that she was a minor would inevitably cast a shadow on Tiki's reputation. Furthermore, it was clear that the girl had not intended to take his life when she foolishly brandished an iron rod against him. Such an act of absurdity left Tiki devoid of any murderous intent. Yet, he felt a twinge of resentment for the blows his kidneys endured. What kind of lunatic would allow a fool to bully him? If word got out, would his years spent in the psychiatric ward be rendered meaningless? It was indeed remarkable that a madman could be so challenged. After a moment's contemplation, Tiki resolved to refrain from killing her for the time being. If death were to be the outcome, it would have to occur in a secluded place where matters could be clarified before considering the dismemberment and disposal of her remains. Such actions could not transpire in the alley. The force behind the girl's kick was evidently immense, coupled with the rebound from the wall that left her footing unstable. The soul ring she possessed, after a decade of cultivation, was potent yet came at a significant cost to her stamina. The scales of victory began to tip in Tiki's favor. His immediate task was to subdue her and escort her away. Utilizing his covert martial spirit and the newly acquired claw techniques, it would be no challenge for Tiki to take down the girl, who was clearly out of sorts. Hey, you little rascal, what do you think you're doing? Get lost. If you had come a moment earlier, you would have been dead. Chapter 15. The armament as night fell, the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, and darkness reclaimed the land. A cool evening breeze rustled through his garments and hair, and the tranquil night instilled an inexplicable sense of peace. What a predicament! Killing you would render me inhumane, yet sparing you would lead to my own detriment. You have nothing to lose, so why do you even need to live? On the rooftop, Titch sat on the ground, a half-eaten cherry pie beside him. The girl he had ambushed was securely bound to the chair before him, her fate uncertain. Shilio stood behind Titch, casting a malevolent gaze at the girl, while Wang Xie and Xiaoqinyu, who had arrived with reinforcements, were also present. Isn't this the strong girl from the 7th dormitory? The one who ambushed you on the way? Xiao Qinyu remarked, flanked by Lu Long and Ling Feng, whose presence made the rooftop feel significantly more crowded. Ling Feng, an agile attacker, couldn't help but display a fleeting look of embarrassment upon seeing the girl. He had suffered at her hands before, having underestimated her explosive strength, which far surpassed his own reaction speed. He had learned the hard way during a practical lesson. Ganwan, a fourth-year student with a muscle-based martial spirit, and an 11th-level strong attack soul master. Frankly, this is the first time I've encountered someone whose martial spirit is purely muscle. Titch mused as he flipped through the girl's soul master notebook, fully aware of her motives for attacking him and her personal history. Yet, he had no intention of letting her off the hook. Perhaps we should let her go. Her family is already in dire straits. Pushing her further might lead to her demise. I'll speak to the leader of the 7th dormitory. I believe she won't make the same mistake again. Wang Xie suggested, seeking to intercede on Ganwan's behalf. Next time, if she comes at me with a knife, will today's actions be considered an attempt on my life? Can a misfortune justify an ambush? One must take responsibility for their actions. Wang Xie's words collided with Titch's resolve. Not killing her would only lead to further complications. And he needed Wang Xie's assistance to devise a plan to recover his mental anguish compensation. I have no money left. Ganwan, already tormented by Titch's earlier water torture, sat with her head bowed, murmuring, I truly have no money. I sent everything home. Titch was utterly speechless. He had always regarded himself as a scoundrel, but encountering his rival on the very next day of school was unexpected. Killing Ganwan would yield him no benefit. Yet releasing her without consequence felt equally unbearable. The torment was driving him to the brink of madness. Why not confiscate her soul master notebook and have her work as a maid to repay her debt? Suggested Xiao Qinyu, a wealthy scion, proposing a rather inhumane solution. Are you even human? Wang Xie, who still retained a sense of justice, reacted with disbelief. At merely 6 years old, he could hardly fathom the depths of cruelty some could sink to. The girl's family was nearly destitute due to medical expenses. Yet here was the suggestion to seize her soul master notebook and force her into servitude. It was evident that humans and beasts existed in entirely different realms. Little one, it would be wise to speak to me with more respect, Xiao Qinyu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Xie, showing far less tolerance than he had for Titch. The two companions behind him regarded Wang Xie with evident hostility. Enough of this bickering. We have no choice but to proceed as suggested. It's a pity the Tiando Empire lacks insurance. Otherwise, exploiting her for a claim would have been an appealing option. Tiki carefully stored away the Soul Master's ledger belonging to Ganwan. The process for reissuing this document was exceedingly intricate. For at least 6 months, Ganwan would require Tiki's permission to claim the Soul Master subsidies from the Spirit Hall. What? Ganwan's own opinion? That was of little consequence. As long as the ledger remained in Tiki's possession, he would not concern himself with whether Ganwan consented. It was Ganwan who was in dire need of funds. Should he refuse, Tiki would simply discard the ledger, depriving her of even the meager subsidy from the Spirit Hall. Insurance? What was that? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term from Tiki's lips, a peculiar sensation stirred within Xiao Qinyu, akin to the feeling of a predetermined fate lurking nearby. Something that could slip away if not grasped firmly. It was merely a contractual gamble of probabilities, akin to signing an agreement where one party provides 10 silver soul coins. And if the other falls ill within a month, they must return 20 silver soul coins. Is that not a surefire way to incur losses? Who would engage in such a trade? Lu Long chuckled at this notion. Silence. Do not embarrass me in front of others. Gifted in commercial strategy. Xiao Qinyu suddenly experienced an epiphany upon hearing Tiki's description, unlocking a door to a novel realm. He realized this was a highly lucrative enterprise, if executed successfully. One might even say the profits could eclipse those monopolized by the aristocracy of the Tiando Empire. However, such an endeavor would necessitate substantial initial capital as support. Once firmly established, the business would grow like a snowball, ever expanding. Who falls ill every month? Who can foresee their own ailments? As Tiki stated, insurance is a contract. Provided the terms are meticulously detailed, this venture would never result in losses. Occasional minor losses incurred by individuals are insignificant when compared to the overall benefits of the collective. Brother, you must come to visit me more often during your holidays. Xiao Qinyu subtly expressed his gratitude with a glance toward Tiki. He refrained from elucidating the significance of insurance to others, for no one would be foolish enough to divulge profitable strategies. Regardless of whether Tiki intended to share this insight, Xiao Qinyu committed the favor to memory. He sensed that if the Xiao family intended to seize this lucrative industry in the future, Tiki's assistance would be indispensable. Based on his current calculations, he could foresee that the emergence of the insurance business would undoubtedly provoke imitation from other powerful factions. At that juncture, should the Shao family wish to safeguard this treasure trove, they would need to prepare extensively. Of course, I prefer engaging with intelligent individuals. Tiki was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He had not anticipated that Xiao Qinyu would come to appreciate the significance of insurance so swiftly. However, this was indeed a positive development. In his previous life, he had perused numerous economic texts in the psychiatric hospital's restroom, yet he currently lacked the energy and resources to engage in practical application. Although the Shao family was somewhat modest, it sufficed to serve as a test subject for his economic strategies. Well then, since the matter has concluded, Wang Xie, please escort her back to the 7th dormitory. From now on, let her wait for me at the entrance of the 6th dormitory every day at 7 o'clock. Considering her role as my book servant for half a year as compensation for her ambush against me, Tiki patted his backside and, accompanied by Shilyo, made his way back to the dormitory. Halfway there, he suddenly halted and addressed Xiao Qinyu. If the 7th dormitory seeks to create trouble for me because of this matter, could you intervene on my behalf? I am not particularly fond of spending my study time dealing with a group of children. Of course, you can rest assured that I will handle it. Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement. In the span of merely one day, the future heir of the Shao family had forged a minor alliance of interests with an eccentric individual. Astonishing as it may seem, this was indeed the reality. Fortune appeared to have begun favoring Tiki. Chapter 16. The Back Mountain Incident. For the following 6 days, Tiki was finally undisturbed by chaotic events. His days were filled with attending classes, honing his claw techniques with Xiao Qinyu during lunch, and meditating in the evenings. Simple, yet fulfilling. The only exception was the daily appearance of Gangwon at the entrance of the 6th dormitory, leading the dormitory supervisor to suspect Tiki of being involved in a romantic relationship. This eternally single dormitory supervisor seized every opportunity to engage Tiki in heart-to-heart conversations, provoking thoughts of how Tiki wished to find a moment to drown this incessantly chattering nuisance in the restroom toilet. Shoo! Tiki exhaled a long breath, handing the bamboo bow, which he had been painstakingly refining, to Gangwon, who stood nearby. He then resumed his practice of the claw techniques he had learned in recent days on the rooftop. Under the diligent tutelage of Xiao Qinyu, Tich had essentially grasped the fundamentals of the Shao family's claw techniques. One must admit that this martial art, with its 4 generations of heritage, truly lives up to its reputation. The techniques are straightforward, devoid of any flamboyance, and strike with a lethal and ruthless intent solely to incapacitate the enemy. If not for the brevity of its lineage and the absence of a method to integrate soul power and soul techniques, this martial art could elevate the Shao family's foundation to a whole new level. Gangwon, to what extent have you mastered the Shao family's claw technique? Titch revisited the claw techniques several times, and during the intervals of waiting for Xiao Qinyu, he directed his gaze towards Gangwon, who stood nearby. In recent days, he had not concealed the process of imparting the Shao family's claw techniques from the latter. Throughout this period, Xiao Qinyu had been teaching him, and Titch had tacitly permitted Gangwon to observe and learn, adhering to the erratic pathways of a madman's logic. He had compelled Gangwon to act as a maid, utilizing her Soul Master's handbook to enforce this role, merely as a means to compensate for the ambush he had suffered. While Gangwon fulfilled her duties, he refrained from imposing additional hardships upon her due to the earlier incident. Interestingly, Titch was also curious about the observational learning capabilities of this, made with a muscular martial spirit. He had read in textbooks that such corporeal martial spirits often possessed remarkable talent and technique. Thus, what appeared to be a contradiction, coercion alongside tacit approval, revealed Titch's deeply rooted insanity. Everyone was aware that at this moment, Gangwon harbored more resentment towards Titch than anyone else. And Titch himself recognized that allowing her to observe was akin to nurturing a potential threat beside him. Yet, he possessed a formidable heart, capable of harboring this confidence and madness. The adage, in times of external invasion, the nation grows stronger, applied equally to individuals. He did not believe that Gangwon mastering the Shao family's claw techniques would surpass him, nor did he think that her strength would ever eclipse his own. The inherent flaw of claw techniques lay in their inefficiency in mobilizing the body's muscles. Apart from tearing, the remaining skills such as grasping, pinching, and thrusting relied heavily on localized finger movements to disrupt and constrain the enemy. The learning of claw techniques by Titch is intended to complement the abilities of the Dark Soul. If Gangwon seeks to retaliate against Titch using claw techniques, she would be relinquishing the numerical advantage of her muscular soul. Initially, her prowess might see an enhancement, yet over time, the superiority of her muscular soul in numbers would become obsolete, leading to a significant decline in her threat level. Should Gangwon possess the wisdom to avenge her grievances, she ought to delve into understanding Titch's methods, scrutinizing the weaknesses that lie within Titch, and subsequently await the opportune moment to strike. This, in fact, serves as a warning bell left by Titch for himself. As long as Gangwon persists for 6 months, she will incessantly remind him to identify and rectify any potential vulnerabilities he may harbor. One must not overestimate the self-awareness of humanity. It is often the mundane routine that poses the greatest peril. In the absence of evident dangers, individuals frequently lower their own standards, becoming complacent. The life spent in the psychiatric hospital in his previous life imparted a crucial lesson to Titch. One must never place blind faith in one's subjective judgments. It is far wiser to rationally accept objective realities rather than to heed one's own misguided assessments. The teachings were not particularly challenging. A mere glance sufficed to grasp them. Gangwon responded in a nonchalant tone, expressing her discontent at having to be threatened by a newcomer with her own Soul Master's journal while playing the role of a maid due to familial issues. On that fateful day, she had contemplated suicide. Fortunately, that night, Xiao Qinyu sent someone to discreetly seek her out, bestowing upon her 5 gold soul coins, ostensibly for her to replace her broken glasses, but in reality, it was a veiled bribe from Titch, offering her a sweet date after a slap. Aware that it was merely a ploy, Gangwon, desperate for finances, felt compelled to accept this sweet date. After several days of acclimatization, despite the lingering discomfort in her heart, the exchange of 5 gold soul coins for 6 months of maid service undeniably proved less taxing and more lucrative than her previous labor. Aside from the fact that her employer was a scoundrel, it was truly a pity. Had you not possessed the first soul ring of the decade, you might have become a commendable soul master. Tiki waited for 5 minutes, gazing at the desolate rooftop that still bore only the presence of 2 individuals. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured, "Why is Xiaoqinyu late today? He is usually punctual. Gangwon, let us go in search of that fellow." Descending from the rooftop of the dormitory, he noted that, despite the lunch hour having long passed, only a sparse few shadows lingered in the corridors, none of whom he recognized. 6 days. Tangsen should have returned by now. Considering the time, they ought to be engaged in games on the back mountain. Tiki left the dormitory building with Gangwon, heading towards the back mountain. While joining in the commotion was secondary. The crucial point was that Shilio was not in the dormitory. He should also be at the back mountain, barring any unforeseen circumstances. A few days prior, Shilio had broken through a bottleneck and, under the guidance of the academy's teachers, acquired a first spirit ring from a 470-year-old soul beast. Alongside Xiao Wu and others, should Xiao Wu provoke him, it was likely that there would be dire consequences today at the back mountain. The so-called back mountain was merely a small hill outside the rear gate of Nodding Academy. Considering Shilio's extreme temperament, Tiki and Gangwon quickened their pace upon exiting the school grounds. Meanwhile, in the tranquil woods, the serene atmosphere concealed a tension akin to drawn swords. A group of children, aged 6 to 12, was divided into 2 factions. Leading the 7 dormitory was Xiao Wu, with all members present except Tang, San, and Gangwon, facing off against a group of junior soul masters led by Xiao Qinyu. "Wang Xie, you better not return to the 6th dormitory, otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Shilio, arms crossed and a fierce glint in his eyes, glared at Wang Xie, who stood at the edge of the 7th dormitory. As a member of the 6th dormitory, Wang Xie dared to appear on the side of the 7th dormitory, inciting Shilio's disgust and eliciting mocking expressions from Lu Long and others. Indeed, he was cut from the same cloth as Wang Shang, aiding the 7th dormitory despite not being part of it. If Tiki were to find out, it would certainly be amusing. Originally, there weren't many junior soul masters at Nodding Academy. Tiki's teaching of Wang Xie to meditate in place of sleeping was well known among Xiao Qinyu's group. Now that Wang Xie stood with the 7th dormitory, a natural hostility arose from Xiao Qinyu and his companions, who were close to Tiki. "Enough talk. You think you can bully Gangwon? Do you really consider us from the 7th dormitory easy to trifle with?" The irascible Xiao Wu stepped forward, the air thickening with tension as she shouted. "We have come to the back mountain. Where is Tiki?" Make him hand over Gangwon's Spirit Master notebook and apologize. I will treat it as if nothing happened. If he can't handle the trouble he caused, you all come out and face us. Hurry and call Tiki out. Chapter 17. Wang Xie vs. Lu Long. Humph. You think you can disturb him with your lot? Xiao Qinyu cast a disdainful glance at the 7 dormitory, speaking coolly. I was merely deceiving you before. Tiki has no idea you are looking for him, and he will not know in the future either. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'm offering a fair chance. In the arena battle, each side takes turns sending a representative. If all members from one side are defeated, that side must keep their mouths shut and learn to obey. Such sweet words. Who wants to gamble with you? We are here to find Tiki. Xiao Wu retorted with dissatisfaction. Do you think you have any choice? Shiliu lifted his gaze at Xiao Wu, and in an instant, a cold glint flashed through his hand. The onlookers watched as a small tree, about the width of a bowl, was severed in an instant. The morale of the 7 dormitory diminished with that single strike. And the junior soul masters, lacking soul rings, feared the same fate would befall them. You have no choice. If you wish to disturb Tiki, you must first pass our test. In Shiliu's calm tone lay a hint of contempt. Ever since Tiki's words about insurance sparked his inspiration, he had entirely lost interest in Nodding Academy. The brawl among these soul masters would not concern him unless it involved Tiki. The outcome today would result in one of 2 scenarios. Either the 7 dormitory would accept the challenge and be defeated, or a brawl would ensue, wiping out these insignificant players in one fell swoop. At worst, if anything went awry, Shiliu would take the fall in Nodding City. Such matters amounted to nothing more than an early graduation for him, after which he could return home to study insurance. You bastards. Xiao Wu, observing the fearless demeanor of the opposing junior soul masters, was reminded of those bothersome otters in the Stardow forest, who seemed harmless but relished in bullying smaller creatures. Wang Xing, being a senior, recognized Xiao Qinyu's intentions the moment they arranged to meet at the back mountain. Just as he was about to caution Xiao Wu to be wary, she, in a fit of rage, declared, Fine, I will defeat you first, and then go find Tiki. Who's first to step up? It was evidently too late to stop her now. Wang Xing stared at Xiao Wu's delicate profile, feeling an inexplicable urge to slap her. How do we fight this? The older students were formidable, and Shiliu, capable of severing a tree with a mere swing, was not someone they could defeat. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Wang Xie, who had been standing behind his brother, gritted his teeth and said, I'll go first. For my brother's sake. I'll help you this once. Next time, I hope you don't involve me, your useless brother, in such matters again. To sever ties with Tiki? After having some dealings with him, Wang Xie felt an instinctive fear toward that shameless, boundless genius soul master. Had it not been for his brother's involvement, he would never have been foolish enough to stand against Shiliu. His mind was blank. He had no idea how he would explain this to Tiki afterward, hoping only that Tiki would grant him the opportunity for an explanation. Otherwise, his only option would be to drop out and return home. Wang Xie vowed never to experience Tiki's ruthless attitude toward enemies, which was akin to squeezing the essence from a frog. Marvelous. You dare to step up? Shiliu observed Wang Xie volunteering to fight first and took a step forward, ready to settle the matter, only to be halted by Xiao Qinyu's hand. Let Tiki decide how to handle this white-eyed wolf. If you go, he might die here. Lu Long, step up and take care of him. Xiao Qinyu gestured to Lu Long, who was noticeably taller than Wang Sheng. Lu Long stepped forward, casually gripping his long staff, pointing it at Wang Xie with disdain. Come on, white-eyed wolf, show me what you've got. I will explain this to Tiki, but before that, you must lie down. Dark gray-blue fur sprouted from Wang Xie's body, his muscles visibly swelling beneath his school uniform, exuding an even greater sense of pressure than Wang Sheng. As his fingers twitched, sharp claws resembling short daggers shot forth, glinting ominously. He crouched and charged at Lu Long. Wang Xie, martial spirit. Black Tiger, please enlighten me. Blood-orange eyes reflected Lu Long's serious expression. Though lacking a soul ring, Wang Xie clearly instilled in Lu Long a sense of crisis far surpassing that of Wang Sheng. Gripping the long staff tightly, Lu Long focused intently, exploiting the opening Wang Xie exposed as he advanced. Had he been facing Wang Sheng, he would have chosen a more powerful strike, but out of caution for Wang Xie, he opted for a more conservative approach. The long staff struck like a white serpent lunging with lightning speed toward Wang Xie's exposed flank, unaware that this was precisely the opening Wang Xie had intentionally presented. As Lu Long took the bait, Wang Xie carelessly rolled forward, evading the attack, while simultaneously tightening his thigh muscles, leveraging the moment to close the distance. His sharp 5 claws loomed larger in Lu Long's alarmed gaze. Swish! A few strands of hair fell to the ground, and at a critical moment, a long staff was swung with force, sending Wang Xie sprawling to the side. Fortunately, Lu Long opted for a thrust rather than a wild swing. Otherwise, the technique might not have been executed in time, and that direct assault aimed at his face would have exacted a severe price for underestimating his opponent. Wang Sheng, your brother is quite impressive, far surpassing you, Shiwu remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight at Wang Xie's performance. If only he were also in the 7th dormitory, together with me and Xiao San, who would dare to bully us in the academy. She sighed, my brother's talent exceeds mine by leaps and bounds. Possessing innate soul power at level 8 is unprecedented in our village. My family is willing to borrow money to provide him with the best conditions. Wang Sheng, having heard others compare him to his brother before, felt no jealousy, for they were family. However, watching Wang Xie engage in battle filled him with concern. Lu Long is simply not accustomed to my brother's fighting style. If this drags on and he figures it out, Wang Xie might find himself at a disadvantage. Then let us hasten the pace of the battle, said Tang San, who had been observing from behind the crowd in the 7th dormitory. He squeezed next to Xiaowu, who wore a delighted expression, and he opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Noticing Tang San's expression, Xiaowu pouted, her usual commanding demeanor dissipating. Kicking a stone aside, she complained, I'm telling you, this ISN team I doing. That person named Tiki withheld the Soul Master's ledger and acted like a maid. We're simply seeking justice for our roommate. Tiki withheld the Soul Master's ledger and acted as a maid? Tang San frowned at this revelation, then shook his head while murmuring to himself, forget it. These people have bullied us in the cafeteria before. Let us seize this opportunity to subdue them once and for all, preventing further troubles down the line. Chapter 18. Stepping forward, it's not my intention to complain. But what is wrong with you children, resorting to fighting in this wretched forest? Just as Tang San prepared to launch a surprise attack, Tiki's voice, filled with annoyance, echoed through the rustling leaves from a path obscured by branches. As he brushed the leaves off his shoulders, everyone's attention was drawn to Tiki's arrival. He is here? Wang Xie, engaged in combat with Lu Long, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Tiki's voice. He quickly increased the distance between them and turned to see Tiki approaching along the path, with Gang Wan trailing behind, head lowered. The scene instinctively conjured up a sinister narrative in the minds of onlookers. The forthright Xiaowu, seeing this, shouted, Gang Wan, don't be afraid. I'll take care of you. Today, I'll help you escape from this villain. What a warm-hearted creature raised in the Stardow forest. Tiki thought to himself. Living in the same forest as soul beasts, Xiaowu's character made her seem like a pampered fool when compared to the Tianqing Niumang. She was aware of her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast yet dared to act so brazenly in human society, likely having never faced the brutality of the spirit hall. Indeed, it's you. What is happening here? Tang San, seeing Tiki once again, glanced at Gang Wan, his voice tinged with discontent, regardless of her actions. There are teachers in the academy. What you're doing, attacking in public, attempted murder, if reported to the teachers. She could be expelled or transferred to the enforcement department. Attempted murder by a minor may not result in the death penalty. But public assault poses a serious threat to public safety, and without just cause or a pardon from the enforcement department, she could face execution in New City. The voice of Tiki was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone in the 7th dormitory. One must first comprehend the situation before passing judgment, otherwise. While wronging someone may be inconsequential, mistakenly harming those one intends to save could lead to a lifetime of ridicule. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Tiki's assertions, Xiaowu's countenance was marked by disbelief as she turned to Gang Wan, exclaiming, Why would Gang Wan attack you? Do not fabricate excuses. No one will believe your words. Gang Wan, his gaze, laden with complexity, drifted towards the distant Xiaoqinyu, then glanced at Tiki who was scrutinizing Tang San. He murmured, Thank you all. But what they say is true. How can this be? You must have been threatened. Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, then directed her ire towards Tiki. Yet, before she could utter her next words, Tiki suddenly met her gaze with a chilling indifference, his tone transforming into something unnervingly cold. As if he were an entirely different person. Brat, if you keep staring at me like that, I shall extract your bones. Do you believe me? His words struck a vulnerable chord within Xiaowu, shattering her earlier bravado. In an instant, the assertive demeanor she had just displayed crumbled, and she instinctively retreated a couple of steps behind Tang San. Xiaowu. Tang San instinctively shielded her, his brows furrowed in confusion regarding how to confront Tiki. The latter's demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of a child, and particularly, his threatening words evoked memories of the elders from the Tang sect's punishment hall in his previous life. devoid of any pretense. Nevertheless, we are all classmates. Let us resolve this matter amicably. There is no need for her to serve as a maid. After all, we belong to the same academy, and past grievances should be set aside. Please, grant me this favor. What say you? Tang San sighed deeply. He had not intended to involve himself in this matter, but he could not ignore Xiao Wu's persistent nudges from behind. Raising his hand, the blue-silver grass martial spirit materialized in his palm, the yellow soul ring swaying gracefully in the mountain breeze, drawing envious glances from the onlookers in the 7th dormitory. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Today, consider it a favor owed to you. Spare Gangwan. Tang San reiterated. At present, he felt no fear of the upperclassman with his hidden weaponry, and the mandala snake soul ring conferred upon him the status of a soul master, enabling him to offer favors with confidence. Xiao Chenyu, witnessing this scene, felt his previously relaxed brows furrow in concern. The blue-silver grass, endowed with a century-old soul ring, created a stark contrast that instinctively alerted him to an underlying complexity. This individual likely possessed an extraordinary background. Indeed, heeding counsel leads to fulfillment. In just a few days, yet another favor is bestowed upon me. A smile grazed Titch's face as he took a few steps closer to Tang San, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the blue-silver grass spirit in Tang San's hand. Reflecting on the information stored in his mind, he remarked, the mandala snake's soul ring, with its paralyzing toxin, is indeed a rarity among non-toxic plant-based poisons in Notting City. However, no sooner had he spoken than Titch abruptly extended his hand to unleash his martial spirit. In an almost intimate proximity, the dark waters surged forth, gripping Tang San's wrist tightly within Titch's ebony palm, enforcing a suppression. The radiance of the century-old soul ring from the mandala snake seemed to dim, rendering Tang San's attempts to employ his soul skills futile, as his first soul skill lay dormant, devoid of any response. Thud, thud. Tiki's fingers brushed against Tang San's hidden sleeve arrows, and with a swift flick of his hand, several arrows transformed into shadows, soaring into the depths of the forest. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. He could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. His gaze, filled with disbelief, met Tiki's mocking crimson eyes, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. It was impossible. It must be mere coincidence. How could he possibly know about the arrows concealed in my sleeve? The secret of the sleeve arrows was one that even Xiao Wu, who shared his bed, was unaware of. He could not fathom how Tiki had discovered the hidden arrows beneath his clothing and could only attribute it to chance. Was he at perilous just moments ago? Tichi observed the uncontrollable astonishment in Tang San's eyes. In a moment of playful impulse, he leaned in closer, whispering in a tone only the two of them could perceive, do you know what it means for a hidden weapon to lose its hidden aspect? It transforms into merely a perilous toy. Do not complicate the simplicity of the matter. Who exactly are you? What do you know? Tang San, at that moment, completely disregarded the soul power that had been stealthily siphoned away by the hidden martial soul. The revelation of the concealed weapon abruptly stripped him of his usual sense of security, and his tone was unusually disordered. He felt akin to someone who believed themselves invisible, strolling down a street, only to find someone greeting them unexpectedly. The lurking gaze from the unknown instilled a profound sense of dread in him. At that moment, he began to question whether he was truly the soul traveler from another realm, and the more he pondered, the more his unease swelled, compelling him to seek clarity. Xiao San. Upon witnessing Tang San's sudden loss of composure, Xiao Wu decisively summoned her martial soul, prompting the others in the surrounding area to do the same. Anxious that Tiki might act out of line. Act against us? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Tiki held Tang San's head sideways, casting a glance at Xiao Chenyu and Shiliu. No excessive words were necessary. The senior soul masters immediately summoned their martial spirits. Shiliu wielded the storm of crimson lightning, reminding everyone who would ultimately emerge victorious from this chaotic conflict. Chapter 19. Am I not concerned with face? You are but a group of children. With the dark martial spirit siphoning Tang San's soul power, Tiki released his grip, allowing Tang San to gaze at him with an expression akin to encountering a ghost. He surveyed the gathered crowd from the 7th dormitory and sneered, do you even comprehend what summoning your martial spirits entails? A brawl? Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Have you ever faced death? His pitch-black hands appeared as though stained with ink, surrounded by a shroud of dark mist that rendered him a figure of dread, reminiscent of a demonic child. The sunlight filtering through the leaves twisted upon his dark palms, the brilliance consumed by the encroaching darkness. Coupled with the intimidation exuded by Xiao Chenyu and Shiliu's group, none dared to act recklessly. What must you do to release Gangwan? Xiao Wu demanded of Tiki, cradling the weakened Tang San. She had initially intended to let her go after half a year, As Tiki spoke, he glanced back at the flustered Gangwon and coldly remarked, "Yet today, you have thoroughly displeased me. Upon my return, I shall marry her and torment her for a lifetime. Are you satisfied?" Ah, the protagonist. At this juncture, both Tang San and Xiao Wu are rather inexperienced. Particularly Xiao Wu, akin to a Navi child after 100,000 years. Their thought processes resemble those of children, reasoning not from the standpoint of reality, but solely from their subjective perceptions. To disregard the facts is to engage in futile discourse. Their natures are strikingly similar to Tiki's unrepentant demeanor. One could assert they are products of the same master. Neither can sway the other, rendering negotiation a completely meaningless endeavor. Xiao Wu, do not act impulsively. Tang San, with a pallid complexion, placed his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder and whispered, "Do not confront him. His martial soul can suppress soul skills, and in close quarters, you are no match for him." Xiao Wu bit her lip and nodded, recognizing Tang San's frailty as a consequence of her own actions. She understood that if this continued, it would only endanger more individuals. Enough. Let us return and prepare for the afternoon class. Next time, choose a more convenient location for our duel. As Tiki sensed the timing was ripe, he gestured for Shilio to accompany him. Taking lives was not an option, and they had already demonstrated their might. There was little reason to linger any longer. "Can I return to the 6th dormitory?" Wang Xie, caught between the 7th dormitory and Tiki's faction, spoke up, his question lingering in the air. "If you don't go back, will you sleep on the street tonight?" Tiki was momentarily taken aback by Wang Xie's perplexing inquiry. Before Wang Xie could elaborate, Xiao Qinyu interjected, explaining that the lad had stood up for the 7th dormitory earlier and nearly ended up with a disfigurement at the hands of Lu Long. He might indeed find himself sleeping rough tonight. "No, he stood up for me." Wang Sheng attempted to defend his brother, but Tiki raised a hand to silence him, his crimson gaze slicing through Wang Xie before settling on the knife-wielding Shilio. "It matters not whom you assist. Resolve the conflicts within your dormitory yourselves. Do not waste my mental energy on this matter. Avoid casualties and do not alert the teachers. As for everything else, manage it as you see fit." Tiki was indifferent to how this farce would conclude. His sole concern was ensuring Shilio did not lose his temper and stir up unnecessary trouble, while also teasing Tang San. This could be perceived as a twisted amusement of a deranged mind, making an undercover agent believe they had been discovered, while those around remained oblivious. For someone like Tang San, the feeling of being perpetually just shy of the truth was the most torturous, and one of Tiki's sources of delight was tormenting others. Whether Tang San would instigate trouble was of no consequence to him. His movements were largely confined to the dormitory, classroom, cafeteria, and rooftop. He would not be alone during holidays at the Spirit Hall branch. With Tiki delving deep into his studies post-graduation, Tang San would not even be able to find him. As long as Tiki evaded assassination better than the assassins themselves, they would not pose a threat. The matter concerning Tiki had come to a close, leaving the rescue operation of the 7th dormitory a mere jest, with a group of young spirit masters left to clean up their own mess. "You were fortunate. Had Tiki not spoken, I might have genuinely felt the urge to dispose of you in the back mountains," Shilio hissed, ominously approaching Wang Xie. Wang Xie blocked Wang Sheng, who sought to intervene, and furrowed his brow. "I acknowledge my actions were inappropriate, but I could not stand idly by while my brother was attacked. He will not involve himself in such matters again. I can assure you this will not happen a second time." "Assure me? I trust you," Shilio retorted, abruptly raising his hand as a cold glint flashed across Wang Xie's chest. Warm blood splattered on the ground, causing the onlooking members of the 7th dormitory to feel their hearts plummet. Pain surged through Wang Xie's mind, compelling him to clench his fists, his nails digging into his flesh as he gritted his teeth and spoke. "I accept this wound. Is that sufficient?" "No need to grit your teeth. This wound is well-deserved," Shilio remarked coolly, watching Tiki's retreating figure down the path. "If such an incident occurs again, I will ensure you repay Tiki in full. Best remember my words." With that, Shilio strode off in the direction Tiki had taken, leaving behind a solitary silhouette that would be etched in the minds of the other young spirit masters. "Humph. So fierce even towards one's own," Xiao murmured, supporting Tang San as she observed Shilio's departure. Tang San shook his head. The sensation of having his soul force drained by the dark spirit was indeed unpleasant. He had not anticipated Tiki's spirit to be so peculiar, capable of suppressing soul techniques while depleting soul force. That fellow Tiki, avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Should trouble arise, I cannot assist you. Rest assured. Although Tiki may appear ruthless, he will not resort to lethal measures as long as you do not provoke him excessively. The speaker was none other than Xiao Qinyu, who had just been at odds with the 7th dormitory, now approaching Tang San and Xiao Wu alongside Ling Feng and Lu Long. What, come to mock us? Xiao Wu frowned instinctively at Xiao Qinyu's approach. Certainly not. I merely believe some misunderstandings ought to be clarified, Xiao Qinyu replied, scrutinizing Tang San. The blue silvergrass spirit. Even if a rare occurrence had managed to acquire a soul ring at the age of 6, he did not wish to leave a negative impression on such a person. The assault on Tiki had been instigated by a family emergency, although I suggested she take on the role of a maid. I privately compensated her with 5 gold soul coins. Over half a year, that sum far exceeded what she would earn working in Notting City. And Tiki's request for her to be a maid was merely to fetch books and water. I taught Tiki martial techniques, and she had merely observed without hesitation. If there were losses, she suffered only mentally. I bore the material loss. Xiao Wu looked somewhat unsettled upon hearing this. She had not anticipated Xiao Qinyu's covert actions. Then why did you not mention this from the beginning? Mention it. A reluctant smile appeared on Xiao Qinyu's face as he noticed Tang San's expression soften. He feigned exasperation, saying, Sister, you act like a madwoman seeking trouble with my friend. I am the son of the city lord of Notting. Do I not care for my reputation? Chapter 20. Tang Hao takes action in the stillness of the night. The entirety of Notting Academy lay silent. Wang Xie, bare-chested and wrapped in bandages, sat cross-legged on his bed in meditation. Shi Liu leaned against the headboard, occasionally casting dangerous glances at him. As the instigator of the day's events, Tiki sat at the desk beside the bed, perusing a borrowed compendium of poisonous substances from the library. To clarify, he was not concerned about being poisoned. Rather, he sought to cultivate a personal interest. As the foremost adversary of the Spirit Hall, understanding one's opponent was a requisite preparation for Tiki. With the speed of his training in the Xiantian skill, he could compensate for the lack of a simulated training environment. His immunity to toxins, his exquisite control of the crane and dragon techniques, and the abilities bestowed by the Dark Spirit and the Xiao family's claw techniques were sufficient to face any challenge. However, the remaining tools in Tang San's arsenal, his hidden weapons and poisons, coupled with the capabilities of the dark fruit, posed a formidable threat. Though Tiki harbored no fear for the future, he acknowledged he lacked countermeasures to match Tang San's skills. This technical fellow certainly possessed considerable ability. How else could he remember so many poisons? Just as Tiki found himself vexed by the entries in the compendium, a sudden, despondent voice of a middle-aged man broke his concentration. Come to the rooftop. It is well known that there are no ghosts in this world. After confirming in his mind that the plot of Douluo did not involve hauntings, Tiki surmised the identity of the voice's owner, Hao Tian Douluo, Tang Hao. According to Tiki's reasoning, it made little sense for adults to bully children in a conflict. However, considering the familial traditions of the Li clan, closely tied to Tang Hao, he grasped the rationale behind Titan's unwavering loyalty to him. It seemed these two were cut from the same cloth. Even losing face to engage in such shameless behavior was not beneath them. How narrow-minded. Was there truly someone as devoid of limits as myself? Blackbeard rose and stood beside the bed, an elusive aura seemingly converging upon him. As he found himself targeted by a tidal Douluo, resigned to his fate, he began to make his way towards the rooftop. Where are you headed? Hiru, still awake, noticed the shift in Blackbeard's demeanor and inquired, It's quite late. You should get some rest. Titch extracted a tissue from his pocket and waved it nonchalantly before vanishing at the doorway of the dormitory. His slippers echoed against the steps, a mere prelude to the thrill of confronting a tidal Douluo alone. With familiarity, he ascended to the rooftop, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, as if he had merely come to enjoy the breeze. Upon surveying the desolate expanse of the rooftop, he found it empty. No one? Then I shall take my leave, he mused, indulging in a fanciful thought. However, an unexpected figure cloaked in black suddenly obstructed his path, shrouded entirely in a dark robe. From his appearance and voice, it was evident that he was a tall man. A dementor? Titch's mind, influenced by the overly conservative attire of Tang Hao, meandered to a scene from a neighboring theater, conjuring images of the dementor's kiss, envisioning the figure leaning in to draw from him. Ugh! With a sudden retch, the grotesque imagery overwhelmed him, prompting an involuntary reaction that caused him to vomit on the spot, which in turn made Tang Hao retract his foot mid-step. It seems you are far ruder than I had anticipated. Indeed, I have lacked manners since childhood. The old men in the village say it is innate. After Titch wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue, he responded to Tang Hao's words with an air of remarkable nonchalance. This was not due to his confidence in surviving, but rather his indifference towards the prospect of dying once more. After all, the situation had long since spiraled beyond his control. When the authority over life and death is no longer in one's grasp, Titch exhibited a greater sense of ease and acceptance than usual. Do you know why I sought you out? Tang Hao, cloaked in shadows, inquired. It is likely due to the spirit hall, isn't it? Tiki raised his gaze to the night sky, feigning a sigh as he remarked. To have attracted the attention of a master like you, it must surely be the spirit hall. Otherwise, why would someone of your caliber waste time on a mere child? For some reason, Tang Hao seemed to detect a hint of sarcasm in Tiki's words, yet he paid it no mind, responding in a nonchalant manner, the spirit hall. You say, that rationale is not entirely unfounded. However, you need not worry. I am not so petty as to bully the weak. If you can endure, you might even find yourself grateful to me. With that, Tang Hao casually waved his hand, and a fragrant stick flew forth from his sleeve, piercing the ground before Tiki as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, igniting as it settled. Observing this oddly familiar scene, Tiki couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Setting aside the technicality of driving a stick into solid concrete, he pondered whether this technique originated from the Leaf family or the Houghton sect. Should he survive this encounter, he vowed to utilize this very method to torment the higher-ups of both factions. Why, he thought, engage in such frivolous displays without purpose? I will refrain from striking or releasing my martial spirit. If you can withstand my pressure, your soul power will surely ascend. However, should you falter, Tang Hao paused, his tone cooling, it would be of no great consequence, merely a matter of requiring a year or two for recuperation, and in a more severe case, you may find yourself unable to wield your soul power ever again. Hiss, am I permitted to refuse? Upon hearing these words, Titch gasped in shock. He never anticipated that the facade he maintained during the day would require such a grave repayment by night, and at such a severe cost, sustaining severe injuries or even facing permanent disability. Indeed, he was a man audacious enough to challenge the Pope of the Spirit Hall. With this ferocious spirit, he was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Without further ado, Tang Hao prepared to commence. The air on the rooftop, shrouded in darkness, suddenly rippled from his presence, distorting the atmosphere around him. Titch's expression changed dramatically as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him instantaneously, akin to a landslide. Despite activating his dark martial spirit at the earliest opportunity, the abilities of a soul master could only mitigate a fraction of the immense force bearing down on him. With each pulse of pressure, his bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and his skin flushed a pale red as droplets of blood began to bead on the surface. Oozing from his pores, Tang Hao had no intention of killing him. After all, eliminating a genius favored by the Spirit Hall at Notting Academy would undoubtedly invite unnecessary scrutiny and trouble for Tang San. However, incapacitating a soul master would be a far smaller affair. The continent was replete with the tragic demise of prodigies, and the loss of a young soul master from a remote region would hardly attract the Spirit Hall's attention. Furthermore, this could be perceived as a form of interest that Tang Hao was reclaiming from the Spirit Hall. Embrace the pain. Only through suffering can one truly appreciate the essence of life, Tang Hao coldly observed as he looked down upon Titch, who was gradually being pressed to the ground. Devoid of any semblance of compassion in his gaze, a man capable of emerging from the city of slaughter could hardly be expected to display mercy. Tang Hao. Titch, Kaido has noted this. Beneath the immense strain, his veins felt as if they were tearing apart. The agony rendered it impossible to discern whether Titch was speaking or merely groaning. As his vision began to blur, the second personality that had split during the absorption of the first soul ring began to seize control of his body. Chapter 21. The Second Personality. Kaido, his muscles were tearing, bones were lamenting, and the blood seeping from his skin soaked his nightclothes, transforming him into a ghastly figure. No, it would be more accurate to say that Kaido was deriving a twisted enjoyment from this inhumane torment. Kill me, kill me. Why can't you kill me? The agony contorted Titch's face to such an extent that Tang Hao could not discern any change in his expression. The rationality that had once existed was long replaced by the extreme savagery of the second personality, Kaido. For this beast, which was wholly inclined towards self-destruction, pain was merely a desert it rewarded itself with on the path to annihilation. There was no concept of enduring suffering. It reveled in the pain, relishing in the morbid pleasure of being slain. In contrast to the rational Titch, the second personality Kaido epitomized madness, a pathological insanity that humanity could scarcely bear. Indeed, the pressure of a soul king has reached your limits. Return to the life of an ordinary person. The world of soul masters is no longer suited for you. As Tang Hao sensed that the moment had arrived to retract the pressure, he concluded nearly half an hour of excruciating torment. The youth's body collapsed to the ground, utterly transformed into a blood-soaked figure, unable even to emit a sound. The severe trauma had rendered his veins a disarray of destruction. Even should he return to a life of normalcy, he would bear the weight of significant aftereffects. Cough, cough. As Tang Hao's pressure dissipated, the severely damaged body instinctively coughed up blood amidst the crimson pool. The second personality Kaido fixed a fierce gaze upon Tang Hao, emitting a series of desperate, wheezing roars. Bastard! Why didn't you kill me? It was so close. Hovering on the precipice of death, Kaido loathed Tang Hao's sudden cessation of action. He had the power to end him, yet this scoundrel chose to pull back at the critical moment. The culmination of rage collided with the unbalanced soul power within him, and as Tang Hao turned away, his damaged body began to heal at an incomprehensible rate through the restoration of soul power. This was neither a martial spirit nor a soul skill. It felt more like a cruel jest played by fate. The loyal were wronged, the devoted betrayed, and the one who sought death was repelled by mortality. Forced to endure it all within a fate they could not resist. A genius that failed to mature was not dissimilar to a waste. If there was animosity to be directed, it ought to be towards the spirit hall. One had chosen the wrong ally. Tang Hao's departing words reverberated in Kaido's ears. The low growl that escaped Kaido's lips was merely the pathetic wail of the weak. He had witnessed too many such feeble displays throughout the first half of his life. Unbeknownst to him, the events of today would sow the seeds of future calamities. Being fixated upon by a mad and who wished to obliterate himself would haunt him with profound regret, even in the depths of hell. Fueled by rage, Kaido clenched his unfeeling hand tightly, the regret of being so close to death igniting an inferno within him. Bastard! One day, I will devour you whole. Just wait for my return. I shall destroy everything you hold dear. Through the rapid restoration of soul power. Within less than an hour, the severed veins, muscles, and skeletal structures had returned to their original state, even emerging stronger and more resilient than before. Having escaped the brink of death, Titch's primary personality began to revive. The second personality, Kaido, gradually lost control of the body, allowing Titch to reclaim it. Exhausted from the depletion of soul power and the haunting memories of pain, Titch awoke at dawn, blinking in confusion at his surroundings. The unpleasant recollections of the previous night flooded back into his mind. That bastard. Is he even human? To inflict such cruelty upon a mere child. It seems that only those within the same profession harbor such blatant hatred. The overwhelming fatigue that pervaded his body left Titch reluctant to even move a single finger, his face pressed against the rough concrete surface. The acrid scent of dried blood filled his nostrils. His damaged body had completely healed. Yet the chilly winds that swept across the rooftop all night left him in a state of feverish distress. Taking a moment to assess his physical condition, Titch was relieved to ascertain that he had not been rendered useless, as his soul power and veins remained intact. Surviving with a level 20 soul power against a tidal Douluo was already a significant achievement for him. Wait, that's not right. What level am I now? Tiki lay on the ground, realizing something was amiss, and began to inspect the soul power circulating through his meridians as if he had seen a ghost. As a first-ring soul master, his soul power was limited. However, it replenished quickly. Within a single night, the soul power coursing through his meridians had fully recovered. The sensation of fullness relayed back to his brain, and after thorough confirmation, it was indeed a level 20 soul power. The only distinction from a Grand Soul Master was that Tiki currently lacked a second soul ring. His soul power flowed steadily through two previously untraversed meridians. And compared to the usual circulation, this novel trajectory was undeniably more intricate and profound. It seemed akin to the Rin and Du meridians. How fortunate that he had survived this ordeal. Indeed, there must be a silver lining. Alas, it appeared the passage of the Rin and Du meridians had been opened for him. Should he fail to bear offspring in the future, he would be remiss in repaying this kindness. Tiki murmured in disbelief, having just acquired his first soul ring less than half a month ago. And now he possessed a level 20 soul power. In terms of speed, perhaps only Qian Rinxue, who had innate level 20 soul power, could surpass him. Having gained a general understanding of his physical condition, Tiki forcefully supported his weary body and staggered towards the dormitory, leaving a trail of blood on the wall from his clothes, soaked and dried by the crimson stains. Fortunately, at this hour, the young soul masters were still lost in dreams. Otherwise, witnessing Tiki in such a bloodied state would surely frighten them into unconsciousness. Thud, thud, thud. Upon reaching the entrance of the 6th dormitory, Tiki's fever symptoms intensified. Weak and powerless, he knocked on the dormitory door. In a brief moment, Sounds emanated from behind the door. Is someone there? With a creak, the drowsy Wang Xie opened the door, and as soon as he beheld the bloodied figure before him, his sleepiness evaporated instantly. A ghost at the door. Get lost. It's Tiki. In a panic, Wang Xie, who was about to shut the door, was shoved aside by the rushing Shiliu, who hurriedly supported the swaying Tiki, who was on the verge of collapsing. Noticing the heat radiating from Tiki, he quickly inquired, "Hey, what happened to you? What transpired last night?" According to his usual routine, Shiliu meditated during the first half of the night and succumbed to sleep in the latter half. However, last night's events were exceedingly peculiar. The moment Tiki stepped out of the dormitory, Shiliu had unwittingly fallen asleep, and even Wang Xie, who was diligently cultivating, was not exempt. Almost everyone in the dormitory had simultaneously plunged into dreams. When Shiliu awoke to find Tiki's bed empty, he sensed that something was awry. "It's nothing, Your Highness. Merely an infected hemorrhoid causing a fever. I'm not dead yet." Tiki leaned heavily against Shiliu, his voice faint and hoarse as he gestured for Shiliu to draw closer. In a whisper meant solely for their ears, he implored, "Take me back to the spirit hall, and do not concern yourself with anything else." Chapter 22. The thoughts of Xiaoqinyu within the academy. None were privy to the ordeal Tiki had endured that fateful night. At 6 o'clock, Gangwan awaited Tiki's arrival at the entrance, receiving nothing more than a vague response from Wang Xie. Soon, the news of Tiki's grievous injury as he departed the academy spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the institution in less than a morning. The residents of the 7th dormitory rejoiced, celebrating the downfall of the once arrogant individual. Meanwhile, Xiaoqinyu, closely acquainted with Tiki, hurried to the rooftop upon hearing the news. Could it be that he has perished? Xiaoqinyu mused, gazing at the large patches of dried blood that marred the rooftop, while behind him, both Lu Long and Ling Feng instinctively inhaled sharply in unison. The sudden incident involving TT prompted Xiaoqinyu to immediately associate it with Tang San, who had joined the fray the day before. Unbidden, the image of the boy with a seemingly useless martial spirit, the blue silver grass, yet capable of obtaining a century-old soul ring, surfaced in his mind. He had inquired about Tang San's background the previous evening, discovering it to be painfully ordinary, an unremarkable single-parent household of a blacksmith. Initially, he had dismissed any lingering doubts about Tang San's hidden identity. But upon learning of TT's misfortune that morning, he could not help but remain vigilant regarding this enigmatic youth. From a tender age of 4, Xiaoqinyu had grasped a crucial truth. Mingling with influential figures could lead to dire repercussions for oneself and one's family if any slip-ups occurred. Boss, could this incident be the doing of the 7th Division? Lu Long ventured, eyeing the bloodstains on the ground. Silence. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Keep your ignorance intact, and when it is over, inform the teacher to clean this place up, Xiaoqinyu commanded. His mind was in turmoil. If indeed a powerful sect's disciple existed within the academy, he must temper his behavior to avoid provoking a significant figure, which could spell catastrophe for the entire Xiao family. Could the 7th Division have ambushed TT? No. Absolutely impossible. The moment this thought crossed Xiaoqinyu's mind, he dismissed it. While he could believe that someone else might be ambushed, the likes of TT, with his formidable influence and despicable nature, were unlikely to be the target of an ambush. Furthermore, the 7th Division's members were not known for such ruthlessness. The gruesome scene bore the hallmarks of a seasoned soul master. Ling Feng, fetch the money from beneath my bed. And also bring that woman from the 7th Division. What was her name? Gangwan? Remember, it's an invitation, not a summons. Do not cause me any trouble. Xiaoqinyu instructed Ling Feng emphatically. Once Ling Feng departed, only Xiaoqinyu and Lu Long remained. Lu Long occasionally cast fearful glances at the bloodstains, his apprehension evident, which Xiaoqinyu noted with concern. Do you think TT will survive this ordeal? Xiaoqinyu asked suddenly. Perhaps, but even if he does, he will surely be rendered useless, Lu Long replied, swallowing hard as he gazed at the bloodstains. He speculated. The rumors from the 6th Division suggest he returned to the dormitory on his own, with blood traces on the wall. He is unlikely to be dead. But such a severe loss of blood indicates that the assailant did not merely intend to teach him a lesson. If it were me, I would have gone to such lengths to either kill him or incapacitate him. Rendered useless, indeed. Xiaoqinyu inclined towards Lu Long's assessment. While he felt a twinge of regret for TT's wasted potential, he harbored no sympathy, considering TT's dubious character. In fact, TT's incapacitation would ease Xiaoqinyu's path to exploiting TT's business acumen. In a short while, Ling Feng returned with Gangwan, carrying a heavy bag filled with Xiaoqinyu's pocket money, over 300 gold soul coins. This was no exaggeration. as the son of a border town's mayor. His monthly allowance amounted to 300 gold soul coins, sufficient to sustain 300 families for a month. This reality was why Xiao Qinyu was so wary of offending potential powerful figures. He did not wish to sacrifice his material comforts due to his own folly. "What do you need me for? Titch's troubles have nothing to do with me," Gangwan said, instinctively stepping back under Xiao Qinyu's scrutinizing gaze, her voice trembling. "I can return those gold soul coins, but I need a bit of time." "Not necessary. That amount barely covers my daily meals," Xiao Qinyu replied thoughtfully, crossing his arms and tapping his fingers against his arm as he organized his thoughts. "There is one thing I need your assistance with, but rest assured, you will be compensated." He then gestured for Lingfeng to hand the bag of coins to Gangwan, a gesture that baffled her, and even Lingfeng seemed taken aback. "All of it?" "Yes." A small, heavy bag of coins was placed in Gangwan's hands, and her expression revealed her anxiety at encountering such a sum for the first time. She hesitated to set it down, but her family circumstances compelled her to accept this wealth. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, her heart racing with trepidation. "Nothing too complicated. Use this money to buy a decent, quiet house for TT in your village. After what has happened, he is likely rendered useless, and he cannot remain in Notting City. Nor will the Spirit Hall shelter a cripple. I will provide you with 15 gold coins each month, and you can have your family care for TT for 6 years. Xiao Qinyu explained, noticing Gangwan's apprehension. "Do not feel burdened. Given the scene here, if someone truly intended to kill TT, they would have already succeeded. Leaving him alive is merely a means to grant him a reprieve. No one would be so idle as to incapacitate someone and then seek to finish them off." "All right. I agree," Gangwan said, pressing her lips together as she contemplated her family's dire situation. The promise of wealth from Xiao Qinyu was impossible to reject. After outlining his request, he signaled for her to leave. Once she was gone, Lingfeng could no longer contain his curiosity. "Boss, even if TT survives, he will be useless. Is it really necessary to spend money to care for him? Of course, I have no interest in tending to a useless person, but for now, he still holds value." Xiao Qinyu replied with a scoff, casting an irritable glance at Lingfeng. "Do not flaunt that attitude in my presence. How I choose to spend my money is none of your concern. In the meantime, ensure that everyone keeps a low profile, especially those from the 7th Division. If any issues arise, do not provoke them. After I leave this place, the one named Xiao Wu will represent me, and you are not to oppose her." Xiao Qinyu's father had a habit in the political arena. When it came to currying favor with influential individuals, he never approached the main figure directly. Instead, he first befriended those close to them. Although this method was slower, it was also more reliable, preventing any adverse reactions from the principal figure due to poor handling of matters. Given Tang San's mysterious identity, this approach offered Xiao Qinyu the most prudent means of fortifying relations. As Chapter 23 unfolded, TT had already taken his seat in a carriage bound for the Qingqing soul-hunting grassland when the letter penned by Xiao Qinyu finally reached him. Accompanying him were 2 great soul masters and 1 soul master of high rank, a luxurious entourage. The ability to mobilize such powerful individuals was thanks to Matthew Nua's connections, bringing in a soul master at the level of a soul sect to temporarily safeguard TT's safety. "Rest assured, I've circulated the word that you have been rendered useless. The assailant will not suspect that you could recover from such grievous injuries. During your time at Notting Academy, you will maintain a facade until you turn 12. At which point, I will recommend you to the Spirit Hall. By then, even if a titled Douluo wishes to act against you, they will think twice about the disparity between themselves and the Spirit Hall." Within the swaying carriage, the flickering flames danced in tandem with its movement, casting an intermittent glow upon Matthew's aged visage, revealing an indelible shadow of brooding anger. Upon encountering Matthew, the recovering Tiki, who had just shaken off a fever, disclosed everything without reservation, except for the identity of Tang Hao. This included the miraculous self-healing after regaining consciousness, and the mysterious individual who had opened his meridians. As Matthew absorbed this information, his regard for Tiki deepened, leaving only a simmering hatred for the assailant. Had it not been for Tiki's inexplicable recovery, the copious blood loss, which had soaked his garments and formed a crust of coagulated blood, would have been fatal for any ordinary soul master. To Matthew, the actions of the attacker were nothing short of a deliberate attempt to stifle the blossoming future of the Spirit Hall. "I am certainly not worried. How could such a prominent figure fixate on a mere child like me? It was merely discomfort from sleeping on the rooftop last night." Leaning against the carriage, Tiki spoke with a sense of relief, Last night truly startled me. That soul master didn't even utilize his martial soul. Just standing there nearly crushed me. Fortunately, my youthful vitality allowed for a swift recovery. Otherwise, I might have truly perished there. He refrained from mentioning Tang Hao's identity, not out of fear of retaliation, but rather because Tiki understood that a mere branch of the martial soul hall lacked the weight to subdue Tang Hao. Even if higher authorities were to investigate, the best outcome would merely be Tang Hao relocating with Tang Sand to live incognito. Such an outcome, aside from potentially disrupting Tiki's omniscient perspective as a traveler, would not yield a more favorable result. Tiki had no desire to drive Tang Hao's family away. Tang Hao was not entirely human, and neither was Tiki. How could Tiki possibly justify not subjecting Tang Hao's family to the torment he had endured last night? How could he reconcile that with the nurturing he received from the psychiatric institution in his past life? You still find time to jest? If it were anyone else who had undergone such an ordeal, they would either be dead or utterly incapacitated, Matthew sighed, expressing his apprehension. However, you might indeed be a gift from the heavens to the martial soul hall, managing to heal yourself even while gravely injured, and fortuitously opening your meridians. It's a pity that your village lacks sufficient records in the Martial Soul Hall's archives. Otherwise, I might have been able to leverage my reputation to grant you an opportunity to visit the Martial Soul City. Though Tiki was unaware of what had transpired during his unconsciousness that led to his self-healing, his intuition suggested that this remarkable ability was linked to his second personality. When Matthew learned that Tiki might possess rapid healing at the brink of death, he was exhilarated, as if he had regained his former vigor. He even confidently assured Tiki that he could ensure his entry into the Martial Soul Main Hall at the tender age of 12, where he would receive elite training and become a respected soul master. The main hall is quite agreeable. However, I fear I may struggle to acclimate to the atmosphere of Martial Soul City. Not dwelling excessively on future matters, Tiki reached for the letter resting on the table. His expression slightly discomposed as he said, "However, there is one matter that perplexes me. This Xiao Qinyu from the Xiao family seems rather peculiar. After learning of my incapacitation, he went so far as to purchase a house for me in the countryside, even arranging for someone to care for me. What is the meaning of this? Are you afraid he wishes to harm you?" Observing Tiki's unease towards the good intentions of a member of the Xiao family, despite having narrowly escaped death, Matthew felt compelled to reassure him. You need not fear that the Xiao family harbors ill intent. While they are indeed profit-driven, the family members are relatively normal and unlikely to resort to underhanded tactics against someone like you, who is already vulnerable. No, my primary concern is that this fellow might have ulterior motives regarding my posterior. With a serious demeanor, Titch earnestly addressed Matthew. You often remain oblivious. Oh, wait, you should be aware that the wealthy indulge in extravagant pursuits. If this rascal harbors any ulterior motives towards me, wouldn't I be akin to a lamb led to slaughter? The crux of the matter is, this lad is rather handsome. If anything were to unfold, I am uncertain whether he is the type to abandon his conquests. Suddenly, Matthew's son-in-law, who had been silently seated in the carriage, was taken aback by Titch's eccentric remarks. Across from him, Su Yuntao struggled to suppress his laughter. Matthew, having just calmed Titch, regarded him with the incredulity reserved for a fool, momentarily at a loss as to whether to disdain the boy's neurotic reasoning or to commend his remarkable composure. You nearly lost your life last night. If it were anyone else, they would be glancing back every few steps on a dark road. Yet here you are, making such absurd jokes as if nothing has happened. Truly, it is as peculiar as your martial soul. With a wry smile, Matthew turned to his son-in-law, Qingting. I must implore you to safeguard him during these few months at the Spirit Hall. Once the coast is clear, we shall send him to the village prepared by the Xiao family's younger generation. It will suit him well. Father, rest assured, I will take care of it. While I cannot make any guarantees, I certainly possess the ability to make a swift exit, Wang Ting asserted confidently. As a level 46 agility-type soul master, he may not have excelled in combat, but his prowess in evasion was unparalleled. In his 5th year at Notting Academy, the principal had failed to catch him. His martial soul, the green-winged dragonfly, ranked among the top 5 in flight speed and endurance, though he was not particularly adept at fighting. Indeed, it was this very skill that allowed you to elope with my daughter, Matthew remarked, his gaze suddenly darkening as he recalled his son-in-law's capabilities, causing Wang Ting's smile to stiffen in discomfort. That old man still holds a grudge. After a brief, tense silence within the carriage, Matthew sighed in resignation. Well, your daughters are off to school now, so I shan't dwell on trivial matters. However, do keep a close watch on this child. My days are numbered. And when he rises to prominence, it will be to your benefit. Matthew had no qualms about revealing his ulterior motives to Titch. Knowing full well that Titch's intellect would not overlook them, his unwavering support for Titch stemmed not only from his duties as a steward of the Spirit Hall, but also from his desire to cultivate connections for future generations. Fear not, we are all family. I shall certainly marry Uncle Wang's daughter in due time, Titch replied earnestly, resting his chin on his hand. What? Wang Ting was momentarily taken aback, while Matthew swiftly reacted, disregarding Wang Ting's pale complexion. What a splendid idea! I shall strive to live a few more years. Eagerly anticipating your wedding feast. Father, I have yet to agree to this. Endure it. When you pursued my daughter, did you seek my permission? Chapter 24. The Verdant Soul-Hunting Prairie. Indeed, the emotions between people are not uniform. In a corner, Su Yutao numbly observed the bickering between Matthew and his son-in-law. At 6 years old, children were already discussing marriage, while he had only just held a hand. When would this life reach its conclusion? The carriage traveled through the night, and as dawn broke, Titch glimpsed their destination through the window, the verdant soul-hunting prairie. Though termed a prairie, it resembled the soul-hunting forest, a relatively safe ecological zone for soul beasts designated by the Tiando Empire. From elephants to moles. This area harbored soul beasts that were hard to find elsewhere, especially for soul masters with limited developmental paths. Following Matthew's instructions, Wang Ting disembarked the carriage and closely trailed Titch. Once Su Yuntao led the deaf horseman aside to secure the carriage, the group's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. All right. Let us regain our focus. Who would have thought we would be here so soon to procure your second soul ring? Upon entering the soul-hunting prairie with a letter of introduction, Matthew gazed at the vast expanse of grassland, his tone laced with disbelief as he murmured, but the reality remains. A talentless individual in their 20s is merely a lackey for 2 soul rings, while those with talent nearly meet their demise. And yet they too must acquire their second soul ring. Tiki followed closely behind Matthew Nua, his gaze wandering across the expansive scenery of the grassland. In his previous life, apart from the documentaries shown in the psychiatric hospital, he had never experienced such proximity to the vast prairie. To his astonishment, after traversing to this realm, he could behold such vistas. Though the pungent aroma of horse manure wafting through the air led him to resolve that it would be best to avoid the grassland in the future. The stench was truly unbearable. Su Yuntao, wielding a scythe, led the way, clearing a path, while Matthew Nua and Wang Ting flanked Tiki on either side, diligently safeguarding the protagonist of their soul-hunting expedition. Tiki, you must remember one thing. Never recklessly unleash your martial soul upon encountering soul beasts. This place is far more perilous than the soul-hunting forest. If we disturb a horde of soul beasts, our only recourse will be to flee, Matthew Nua advised. His tone serious. And remain vigilant of your footing. There exists a subspecies of mandrake snake in this grassland. Though small in size, its venom is exceedingly potent. Should you be struck, you may not perish but will certainly suffer greatly. The environment of the grassland, while simpler than that of the forest, was infinitely more treacherous. The grass, rising above waist height, concealed the dangers lurking beneath, be it manure or venomous serpents. Moreover, the expansive visibility of the grassland posed a significant threat. While humans could easily spot soul beasts, the reverse held true as well. Herds of antelopes, wildebeests, lions, and basking crocodiles and hippos along the riverbank roamed freely. None of these soul beasts were solitary, although the most formidable among them were merely millennia-old soul beasts. Their sheer numbers posed a substantial risk to any approaching soul master. Within 5 minutes of their journey, they encountered a herd of fire-horned horses galloping towards the riverbank. Matthew Nua gestured for everyone to lower their bodies, careful not to attract the attention of the soul beasts, and whispered to Tiki. These creatures are known as fire-horned horses. Their individual attack methods are rather simplistic, yet in a stampede, even the Empire's cavalry would find them challenging to confront. For soul masters inclined towards fire-based offensive techniques, they make excellent first spirit rings. They not only provide flame impact soul skills but also significantly enhance a soul master's endurance. Many noble offspring opt for them as their initial spirit ring. Once the herd of fire-horned horses had moved on, the four straightened up and continued their exploration deeper into the grassland. Occasionally, Matthew Nua would consult the map, using marked references to ascertain their location and adjusting their course with a compass. After half an hour of cutting through the tall grass, Su Yuntao, feeling the strain in his shoulders, asked wearily, Master Matthew Nua, How much farther to our destination? If it becomes too arduous, can't Brother Wong just carry us there? Brother Wong could indeed fly us 3, but this grassland frequently shows signs of millennia-old soul beasts. Without a fixed flight area, should we attract their attention, we would find ourselves with no cover and only death awaiting us. Matthew Nuon replied, scrutinizing the map. If you're fatigued, Su Yintao, consider switching with Wang Ting. If we proceed in this direction for another 10 minutes, we should reach our destination. No, I can manage. Su Yintao, perhaps spurred by the thought of the millennia-old soul beasts, quickened his pace, seemingly eager to complete their soul hunting and depart this place. You wouldn't be trying to frighten him intentionally, would you? Tiki stood at the back, observing Su Yuntao's swift arm movements, and for a moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for this unfortunate soul tasked with the labor. Indeed, he had fallen into a state of disarray. Matthew shook his head, putting away the map, and spoke earnestly. I am not deceiving him. 3 months ago, there were records of a 10,000-year thunder eagle attacking flying spirit masters in this prairie. Some species of flying spirit beasts are particularly unique. They do not adhere to fixed aerial territories, or rather, their perception of territorial boundaries far exceeds our imagination. Take, for instance, the largest known avian spirit beast, the Torley giant eagle. A spirit Douluo from the Spirit Hall tracked one a decade ago to ascertain its territorial extent, only to discover that it possessed 3 nests, the farthest of which spanned nearly half of the Tiando Empire. The danger levels assigned to areas by humans hold little relevance for such spirit beasts. Tiki was taken aback to learn that there were indeed 10,000-year spirit beasts in this region, his face displaying an expression of astonishment. Noticing this, Matthew placed his hand gently on Tiki's head and smiled. What? Did you truly believe that spirit beasts exist within the confines described in books? The so-called danger zones and core areas on maps are merely human constructs defined through forceful exploration. They do not represent the adherence of all spirit beasts. Just like humans, promises made by others cannot be taken at face value. Anything told to you could be a falsehood. Only what you govern yourself is genuinely yours. After enduring a lengthy 10 minutes, Su Yutao, wielding his almost smoking grass-cutting blade, finally glimpsed their destination. Relief washed over his weary eyes as he beheld a protruding black cliff, half of its bare rock basking in sunlight while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. It appeared to harbor vulture spirit beasts' nests, with intermittent warning calls echoing from above. Do not worry. The red vultures prefer carrion and are not particularly aggressive towards the living. As long as we refrain from climbing the cliff to raid their nests, they will not harm us. Matthew scrutinized the circling vulture spirit beast above and signaled for the group to pause and rest for a moment, pointing toward the black cliff ahead, saying to Tiki, Look, that is the spirit beast I have chosen for your second spirit ring. Chapter 25, Suluru Black Goat. The Suluru Black Goat is a spirit beast that, due to its diminutive stature, can only inhabit cliffs to evade predators. In terms of agility honed through the rigors of survival, it pales in comparison to the firehorned horse we previously encountered, both in speed and strength. Following Matthew's finger, Tiki squinted, barely able to discern the black goat scaling the nearly vertical rock face. By his estimation, the protruding rock fragments were no longer than half a palm's length, with some stones having already crumbled under the relentless assault of wind and rain, occasionally breaking free from the cliff. Yet, within this harsh environment thrived a whole group of black goats, not merely one but a multitude, camouflaged by their dark fur. Had it not been for Matthew's guidance, Tiki might have overlooked their presence altogether. I trust your judgment, but may I inquire about the spirit beast you have chosen for my third spirit ring? Tiki asked, his tone laced with curiosity. If the first spirit ring, the red pattern leech, was intended to enhance the allure of his dark spirit, he could see no discernible connection between the second spirit ring, the Suluru Black Goat, and his dark spirit. Moreover, in terms of prestige, it seemed even inferior to the leech. At least the latter had associations with ferocity, while the former appeared utterly ineffectual. Were it not for Matthew's considerable experience, Tiki might have resorted to coercive methods to extract the true intentions behind this choice. How rare. I had thought you would not question this time, Matthew remarked, unfazed by Tiki's inquiry. Compared to the unwavering trust Tiki displayed when acquiring his first spirit ring, his current demeanor felt more genuine. For your third spirit ring, I have selected the Swamp Leech. Its abilities for division and ranged acidic attacks are well suited to your dark spirit. As for the Suluru Black Goat, I wish to ask you first, what aspects do you believe your current spirit requires supplementation? Supplementation? Titch contemplated his dark martial soul and responded, pondering the aspects of attack range, allure, and the crushing intensity that depletes the enemy's soul power. From Titch's perspective, every facet of his dark martial soul seemed to require enhancement. As a martial soul designed for sustained damage output, its most significant drawback appeared to be its overly balanced nature, revealing numerous areas in need of fortification. You are correct, Matthew nodded, adding, however, you have overlooked one crucial point. Beyond the realm of ranged attacks, the suppression exerted by your dark martial soul on the target is paramount. Once you make contact, you possess ample time to wear down your opponent. Factors such as allure and crushing intensity are secondary. What you truly need is to withstand damage and close the distance while the adversary resists. Are you suggesting? Titch inquired, intrigued. Capacity, Matthew replied, casting his gaze upon Titch's hands. In my view, aside from attack range, the most pressing deficiency of your martial soul is its capacity. For instance, while your dark water can absorb damage in a limited area, the time required for crushing and pulverization varies according to the nature of the absorbed material. During this pulverization process, should the enemy's attacks become overwhelming and your martial soul cannot keep pace in neutralizing prior assaults, an overflow of attacks may occur. The opponent you currently face may not reveal this inadequacy, but as your strength grows and you confront multiple foes, the amount of soul skill attacks your dark martial soul can absorb in a short time will determine how much stamina you retain for counterattacks or how far you can retreat. Are you saying I should enhance my martial soul's absorption capabilities in conjunction with my first soul skill, thereby ensuring an increased margin for error under less than ideal circumstances? Titch replied, grasping the implication. Indeed, the capacity of your dark martial soul is a question that has perhaps never crossed your mind, Matthew continued. After all, it has been but a few days since your awakening. However, as a soul master, you can sense that the absorption of your dark martial soul is not infinite. It has limits, particularly surpassing the threshold of its crushing capabilities. The potential for attack overflow from the enemy looms ever present. Margin for error? Titch echoed, finding the term apartment. Matthew nodded once more, gesturing towards the Suru black goat scaling the cliffside. Yet, the second soul ring is merely a century old. While it can enhance your dark martial soul's capacity, the extent of this enhancement is ultimately limited. Therefore, I have conceived a lasting solution, one that aligns with the future growth of your martial soul, allowing you to avoid the need to absorb soul rings of the same type due to capacity constraints. Rumination? Upon hearing this, Dicky realized that increasing the capacity of the dark martial soul by causing a repetition of soul ring types was indeed a waste. Since mere expansion was ineffective, why not allow the dark martial soul to learn to expel what it has absorbed? The vacated space could be reused, and the process of expulsion could serve as a means of counterattack. It seems you have finally thought of this, though your talent in this regard appears rather limited. Matthew smiled faintly and remarked that creatures like sheep and cattle possess multiple stomachs. He recounted having seen a soul master with a martial soul resembling a bag, who derived his soul rings from a six-legged savage bull. This master could capture the enemy's attacks within the bag and then release them. Similarly, your dark martial soul could achieve this, absorbing the enemy's attacks and returning them in kind. The suppressive force of the dark martial soul is already sufficient for it to be classified as a top-tier martial soul. The abilities to absorb, crush, and deplete soul power are not significantly affected when the target's soul skills are suppressed. Much like a weapon's capability to kill suffices. The manner in which it does so, be it bloodless or not, does not alter the ultimate outcome of the act. Tiki nodded. At this moment, he deeply realized the wisdom of the adage, an elder at home is like a treasure. Perhaps, compared to Yu Xiaojing's theories, Matthew had not delved profoundly into the principles governing soul abilities and soul rings. However, his extensive encounters with soul masters provided him with ample references, enabling Matthew to devise a sufficiently practical combination of soul skills for Tiki in the early stages, particularly given the current circumstances. Once Tiki acquired the ability to absorb and release, he would possess adequate means to withstand elemental attacks from soul masters at a distance, allowing him to counterattack using the adversary's own assaults. Yet, why a sheep and not a cow? Suddenly interjecting after listening for a while, Su Yuntao inquired. If the need is merely for the ability to ruminate, there are bovine soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. Why must we venture to the grasslands? Tiki raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Wang Ting behind him, a hint of reason in their expressions, although he was tempted to refute. They found themselves at a loss for counterarguments. After all, the soul beasts capable of rumination appeared to be plentiful in the soul-hunting forest. Was it because only the Sulu black goat was so inept that its rumination ability could easily transform into a soul skill? Absorbing other soul beasts could lead to a misstep when selecting a soul ring. Did they expect Tiki to compensate for the position of the third soul ring? Matthew shook his head in disdain at Su Yuntao and produced some salt he had prepared earlier, continuing, moreover. Why seek out dangerous soul beasts when you can easily hunt the less formidable ones? Are you eager to showcase your prowess before these creatures? Chapter 26. Release. Always remember. Everything has its weaknesses, even gods cannot escape their limitations. Matthew crushed a small piece of salt and cast it against the cliff wall. Your speed in acquiring your second soul ring is rather astonishing, making it difficult for me to ascertain the direction of your development. Your thinking is mature and rational, well suited for control-type abilities, yet it is somewhat regrettable that your martial spirit's development leans towards control. A close-range assault position would maximize your martial spirit's suppressive capabilities, albeit at the cost of sacrificing your shortcomings in long-range combat. You are the most exceptional Soul Master genius I have ever mentioned. Your future as a Soul Master is my responsibility, as is my own position. Thus, I intend to guide you along a path that is uniquely yours as a Soul Master. What path? Tiki inquired. I will tell you later. It is a route that will enable you to establish a firm foothold in the martial spirit hall. Matthew deflected, gesturing for Tiki to focus on the cliff wall. The Sulu black goats, initially at the base of the wall, seemed to sense the salt and cautiously descended, approaching them with trepidation. This is your second lesson. The first was to understand your opponent. The second is to learn to exploit their weaknesses. The Sulu black goat may be feeble, yet for the sake of the salt it requires for survival, it will risk its life, despite its fears. Humans are no different, for the things they value. They often engage in foolish acts that expose their vulnerabilities to their adversaries. As Matthew spoke, Wang Ting, positioned behind Tiki, suddenly moved. The Sulu black goat, drawn by the scent of salt and attempting to draw near, scattered like arrows released from a bow, rushing towards the cliff. Bang! A robust black goat, its fur as dark as the night, was swiftly subdued by Wang Ting, who had activated his martial spirit. The creature struggled helplessly against the ground, its resistance appearing particularly futile before the Soul Master. 760 years, just right. Wang Ting assessed the age of the soul beast, and upon confirming it was suitable, he pressed his hand down upon the Sulu black goat's spine and exerted force. Crack! With a resounding snap, the goat's spine broke, and it was thrown before Tiki, its peculiar square pupils reflecting his face, conveying a profoundly anthropomorphic plea of despair. Survival of the fittest. Perhaps sometimes one might feel a pang of compassion. Uft. Before Matthew could finish his sentence, Tiki had already drawn the knife he had taken from the cart, swiftly slitting the goat's throat. After wiping the blade clean, he sheathed it. That goat-esque gaze was truly chilling. It sent shivers down my spine, Tiki muttered in complaint. Matthew's expression twitched slightly as he observed the soul beast's corpse, now adorned with a soul ring. Tiki's perplexing thought process often left him feeling unsettled. This was hardly the psychological state one would expect from a 6-year-old child. Having learned from his previous experience in absorbing a soul ring, Tiki underwent the process this time without emitting that eerie laughter. A more temperate soul energy flowed into him, merging with his own through the pathways he had opened. Father, how great do you think this child's future achievements could be? Wang Ting, vigilant and attentive to their surroundings, moved closer to Matthew, his expression growing serious as he observed Tiki absorbing the soul ring. 6 years old, a great soul master, such innate talent from a common background poses the greatest threat. The jealousy of any soul master organization could snuff out his potential before dawn breaks. Who knows? It's not a position we can attain. Matthew turned to Wang Ting, stating earnestly, ultimately, we are mere small figures. We know not how a title Douluo cultivates. But this child will surely never be a mere soul king of the soul sect. You, my friend, are truly fortunate. At my age, encountering such a genius means that, thanks to him, you and my daughter can restore the family business. Father, what are you saying? You still have decades ahead of you, Wang Ting interjected, diverting the topic. In 2 months, it will be your granddaughter Wang Qing's birthday. I will bring her back to celebrate. It will be a wonderful opportunity for our family to bond with this soul master genius. Ah, very well. If only little Wang Qing could possess such maturity as Tiki, but never mind. It's better to be joyful. Excessive maturity brings many burdens, Matthew mused, gazing at the second soul ring now encircling Tiki, tapping lightly at his sore and swollen lower back. As one ages, many things become beyond one's control. Merely standing or sitting for extended periods induces fatigue. The longevity of this old frame remains uncertain. Now, he finds himself racing against time, entrusting the remnants of his life to Tiki's talent, hoping that this soul master prodigy will not falter midway, wasting the efforts he has invested before his demise. As time gradually passed, two streams of soul energy seamlessly merged within Tiki's meridians. Surrounded by swirling black mist, Tiki lifted his eyelids and exhaled a long breath of stagnant air. Delightful. I have made another stride towards mastering divine prowess. Has he lost his senses? Yuntao crouched nearby, gazing at Matthew with a look of confusion. Enough of this nonsense. Let me see how your strength has progressed, Matthew replied, rolling his eyes. Having developed a degree of immunity to Tiki's eccentric behavior, he was now solely curious about whether the soul skill met his expectations. Boom. Without uttering a word, Tiki chose to demonstrate his soul skill through action. The first soul ring, Dark Water, was activated, directed towards the lifeless body of a soul beast on the ground. A formidable gravitational force emanated from the palm of his hand. As his soul power surged, the attraction of the dark water became palpably stronger. What transpired next left the onlookers, such as Yuntao, astonished. A goat carcass, significantly larger than an average human, bizarrely vanished into the black vortex formed in Tiki's palm. The faint sounds of flesh being crushed echoed from within the dark whirlpool, revealing the torment the corpse was enduring. Use your second soul skill, Matthew noted. Observing that the second soul ring beneath Tiki's feet had yet to illuminate, he understood that this was merely a transformation of the martial spirit following the absorption of the soul ring, akin to how the blue silver grass, upon absorbing the mandala snake's soul ring, inherently carried a potent toxin. The unique multi-stomach characteristic of the Sulu black goat significantly enhanced the originally vague capacity of the dark martial spirit. Release. The second soul ring beneath Tiki's feet illuminated. And in the next moment, the mangled carcass of the soul beast shot forth from Tiki's palm like a cannonball. The sheer power of it rendered Yuntao's expression rather grim, it seemed, to surpass his own strength. I refer to this soul skill as release, which bears a resemblance to your esteemed predictive abilities. I possess the capacity to expel objects that have been absorbed into the shadowy martial spirit, releasing them at varying velocities in accordance with the input of soul power. However, if the absorbed entity is exceedingly fragile and is crushed to oblivion, then its release is rendered impossible. As Titch introduced his soul abilities, he cast a glance at the somewhat awkwardly poised Yuntao, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. The capacity of my dark martial soul is now approximately 2 cubic meters. Under suppression, if the target cannot resist the pull, it's not a major issue to swallow a few individuals, right, Yuntao? Last time in the soul-hunting forest, you seemed formidable enough that I hesitated to engage. How about we spar now? Yuntao, has your demeanor shifted so rapidly? Yuntao's face turned a shade of green as he twitched in disbelief. He never anticipated that his own insecurities would be compounded by Titch's audacity. How could one possibly engage in combat? Just look at those mangled corpses of soul beasts. Should one truly be drawn into the depths of the dark martial soul, it would take mere moments for them to perish. Reluctantly, he had to admit that this shameless scoundrel possessed the prowess to defeat him, dark, malevolent, and exceptionally gifted. Who could fathom the heavens' intentions in allowing such brazen beings to plague the realm of soul masters? Chapter 27. 5 years later, 5 years swiftly passed. Beneath the twilight, the dim moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, spilling onto the forest floor. A panicked team of soul masters scurried through the intricate terrain ensnared by vines. The middle-aged leader frequently glanced back, his eyes brimming with fear and trepidation. They were not particularly gifted in the ways of soul mastery. The most capable among them was merely a great soul master. In their pursuit of wealth, they had chosen to engage in illegal poaching within the soul-hunting forest, hunting soul beasts en masse for material to sell to black market merchants, rather than seeking soul rings. In ordinary circumstances, their greatest fear would be the rigorous enforcement teams hunting poachers. Being caught meant not only a beating but also hefty fines. However, a month ago, a chilling rumor swept through the poaching community, adding yet another fear to their already fraught existence. It was said that a certain faction was deliberately targeting poachers, with many teams mysteriously vanishing within the soul-hunting forest. The highest ranked among them was a soul venerable. Upon discovery, the body was found ravaged by a soul beast, the only conclusion being death by blade wounds. After a brief flight through the forest, the group of poachers found themselves utterly exhausted, their legs feeling as if weighed down by lead. As they gazed at the disorienting trees around them, a wave of dread surged within their hearts. Damn it! What do they want from us? If they have the guts, let them show themselves. One-on-one, without lurking in the shadows and firing arrows. The fear of death morphed into impotent rage among the poachers. Their desperate situation, where the enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed, prompting them to spit curses at the surrounding woods. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from behind, its triangular tip gleaming ominously in the dim moonlight, and in the next moment, it pierced through the skull of one poacher. There were no negotiations, no appearances. No poacher dared charge forward. A few brave souls had previously rushed toward the direction of the arrow, only to return with mangled corpses as grim warnings against seeking their own demise. As the lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, twitching feebly, the surviving poachers hurriedly huddled together, clutching their companions as shields, terrified that the next victim would be themselves. Amidst the thickening atmosphere of fear, a deep male voice echoed from the depths of the woods, penetrating through the branches and leaves, clear to every poacher's ears. "It is my birthday today. I do not wish to kill too many. The one who survives can be spared." Upon hearing the voice, the surviving poachers instinctively distanced themselves from their companions. In their despair, they could not entrust their lives to these so-called friends. Who could predict whether another would choose to slay them for a chance at survival? They were all greedy, cowardly souls, and stepping over the bodies of others to live would bear no psychological burden for them. "Steady yourselves. He is trying to incite us to turn on one another," the middle-aged leader cautioned his teammates, aware that this was a crude ploy to incite chaos. Yet, confronted with death, humans often succumb to self-deception. With no sight of their adversary, the only option for these poachers was to heed the voice's command: murder their comrades. The poachers activated their martial souls, bracing themselves, or rather, seeking their targets for the impending betrayal. Their actions appeared foolish and irrational. Yet in the face of death, such folly seemed negligible. Why are you so alert? You can't possibly believe such deceitful words, can you? I am not on guard. I merely feel cold, and am activating my martial soul for warmth. And you? What purpose does that knife serve? For the convenience of killing later? As time progressed, the tension escalated. Once a united front, they now eyed each other warily as potential enemies. Whoosh! Another arrow flew through the air, this one not aimed at anyone in particular. However, the sound of the arrow embedding itself in a tree trunk shattered the poachers' fragile composure. And in their desperation for survival, they turned their blades upon one another. When one man plunged a weapon into another's body, all reason dissipated. They were destined to become beasts in a frenzy of mutual slaughter. They howled and roared, brandishing their martial weapons, or employing the brute force of their beast martial souls to overpower and rend their companions, only to be pierced through the chest by the soul master behind them. "I have a daughter. She is only 3. I don't want to die here. Damn it, I'm your brother." In an instant, screams echoed throughout the forest. Soul beasts under 100 years of age, upon hearing these chilling cries, dared not approach this area. The slaughter had transcended mere survival. It became an outlet for pent-up rage and suppressed emotions. Ugh, a bunch of fools. Ultimately, the sole survivor was the middle-aged leader who, at the cost of an arm and a leg, emerged as the final victor of this bloody carnage. He sat weakly amidst the corpses, despondent. As the senseless self-destruction drew to a close, rustling leaves announced the arrival of someone from deeper within the woods. The leader, numbly staring in the direction of the sound, understood that although the loss of his limbs would not lead to immediate death, the significant blood loss had set his life on a countdown. In his final moments, all he wished to know was who had targeted them. "I knew they would turn on each other, 1 gold soul coin each. Hurry. No cheating. Damn, what a loss. Are these people really this foolish? I painstakingly saved this money. Enough chatter. You saw the wager was placed. Now hurry." Tiki urged Wang Xie to hastily produce the money. The odds of 10 to 1 clearly took the opponents by surprise. They never anticipated that these poachers would indeed turn upon each other due to Tiki's incitement. "What, are you?" The middle-aged leader, slumped in a pool of blood, widened his eyes upon seeing 4 children who appeared no older than 11 or 12. He instinctively sought the presence of adult soul masters behind them, yet regrettably, no such figures emerged. It was these 4 children, or more precisely, Tiki's words and 2 arrows, that had stirred them into mutual slaughter. "Look no further, it is us. We had hot pot yesterday, and my throat is still burning." Did that deep voice sound mature enough? Tiki grinned amiably, his smile juxtaposed against the gruesome scene. The 4 children exhibited an unsettling calmness, atypical for their age, while Shilio, standing beside Tiki, deliberately activated his martial soul to deliver the finishing blow to the poachers who had yet to breathe their last. Why are you doing this?" The middle-aged leader gazed at Tiki's smile, perceiving within it a contemptuous mockery of the vanquished, a derision born from triumph. Overwhelmed by despair and fear of death, he bellowed, We bear no grudge. We merely seek to live. Why must you act in such a manner? You cruel beasts! In response to the leader's fury, Tiki and his companions remained unfazed. They had encountered such scenes before and had long since become desensitized to the poacher's loss of composure. The irony of poachers denouncing a group of youths as brutal beasts could, if recorded, serve as a rather dark jest. Chapter 28. The Shadow Legion. Do not lose your composure. Becoming a part of my legacy will be the most significant event of your life. Tech stepped upon the lifeless body of the poacher, advancing towards the middle-aged leader. The visage of the youth was mirrored in the depths of the other's despairing gaze, their juxtaposition resembling a somewhat artistic self-portrait. Yet, the greatest value of art lies in that fleeting moment before its destruction. The black vortex in Tech's palm expanded relentlessly before the middle-aged leader, until darkness consumed the entire figure. Crack, crack. The barely perceptible sound of shattering bones emanated from Tech's obsidian hand, sending a chilling sensation down the spine in the stillness of the night. Over the course of 5 silent years, Tech had become increasingly perilous. He resembled a monster developing in the shadows, waiting to be discovered, only to reveal itself as an uncontrollable calamity. Very well, let us commence with our serious business. Tiki concealed the smile on his face, as the best soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple at his feet began to glow. With the illumination of the purple soul rings, several indistinct black shadow figures crawled out from the darkness below him. The third soul skill, Shadow Legion, derived from the splitting ability of swamp leeches, allows the Soul Master to expend varying amounts of soul power to create shadow soldiers of differing strengths. These shadow soldiers can execute simple commands and share sensory perceptions such as sight and sound with the Soul Master, significantly enhancing Tiki's ability to capture information in specific environments. Initially, Tiki was not entirely satisfied with this ability. As compared to Dark Water, the release of this evidently destructive soul skill seemed more auxiliary in nature. Although the strength of the shadow soldiers could be adjusted through soul power, their destructive capacity did not yet match the efficiency of 2-century-old soul skills. However, after perusing related materials from the Spirit Hall, Tiki began to grasp the true purpose of this soul skill and understood the path that Matthew had chosen for him 5 years prior: surveillance. It was not a control-type ability, yet it enabled Tiki to seize control. The Shadow Legion's capacity allowed Tiki to observe the battlefield without blind spots during combat. But more crucially, it enabled him to monitor his teammates. This may sound somewhat enigmatic, but one must ponder, how reliable are teammates truly? Who can guarantee that in a moment of life and death, the comrades you trust will uphold their duties? The greatest advantage of the Shadow Legion is that it allows Tiki to be fully aware of each teammate's situation during battle, enabling him to trust them without reservations. Even in a newly formed team, Tiki could maximize their collective strength through the Shadow Legion's capabilities, embodying both control and powerful offense. In an absolutely reliable team, Tiki's weaknesses and martial spirit would be effectively compensated. An 11-year-old Soul Master, when would I ever possess such talent? Wang Xie expressed envy upon seeing the shadow soldiers emerge from the darkness. There was a time when he truly believed Tiki had been rendered useless. Occasionally, he would feel a pang of regret for him, as he possessed remarkable talent as a Soul Master yet seemed destined to conclude his career in such a manner. Until a month ago, the Spirit Hall officially announced that Tiki, at the age of 11, with the astonishing strength of a level 36 Soul Master, had successfully been nominated for the training list of the Spirit Master Hall in Suatua City. To put it simply, Tiki had not only avoided the end of his Soul Master career, but had surpassed them all with his talent unbeknownst to them. According to the Academy's teachers, each Spirit Master Hall only has 13 slots on the training list each year, making this opportunity far more significant than admission into a mid-level Soul Master Academy, which holds no relevance to an ordinary person. Don't dream, get to work, Gang Wan chided, giving Wang Xie a look of incredulity before bending down to rummage through the Soul Beast materials left on the poachers. To prevent their comrades from stealing valuable Soul Beast materials, poachers typically keep such items close to their bodies. The task for Tiki and his group was to seize all the ill-gotten gains from these poachers before the Soul Beasts arrived to consume the corpses, submitting them to the Spirit Hall to augment Tiki's credentials. Indeed, one often becomes the very person that once despised. Gang Wan turned over a half-eaten poacher's corpse, and compared to the panic she felt during her first encounter a month ago, her current calmness made her feel somewhat unrecognizable. If 5 years ago, Tiki had coerced her into being his maid, now, 13-year-old Gang Wan was willingly offering herself as his maid. Strange, isn't it? When this thought first crossed her mind, Gang Wan found it peculiar. However, as a mere junior Soul Master graduate, her prospects were grim due to the age of her first soul ring. The reputable mid-level Soul Master Academies rejected her, while the lesser ones were financially unattainable. Without connections, she could only resort to jobs she looked down upon, making her despair about the future far more unbearable than any strangeness. Initially, Gangwon was unaware of the news regarding Tiki's continued prowess until a fortuitous encounter brought her into the Spirit Hall, where she learned under Su Yuntao about assisting children in awakening their martial spirits. It wasn't until a month ago that Matthew revealed Tiki's situation to her, allowing her to choose between following Tiki or taking on a position in the Spirit Hall. The outcome was predictable, having faced the harsh realities of life. Gangwon decisively chose to attach herself to Tiki's promising future, remembering how in their third year, Xiao Chenyu had casually given her 300 gold soul coins for Tiki. In stark contrast to her meager salary of less than 10 gold coins a month after graduation, Gangwon recognized the importance of selecting the right ally for her future. All right, we've gathered enough. Let's head back. Shiliu and Wang Xie need to complete their early graduation paperwork tomorrow morning. After swiftly searching the corpses, Tiki tossed the soul beast materials he retrieved from the shadow soldiers into Gangwon's arms. No one was better suited to carry heavy items than a soul master whose martial spirit was muscle. Although he was uncertain why Matthew had recommended a soul master with only a decade's worth of experience for his first soul ring, he continued to seek out Gangwon's value out of trust for Matthew. Currently, her physical strength was the first evident asset. By the way, do we need to prepare anything before heading to Suatua City? That person won't come after you on the way, will they? On the return journey, Shiliu suddenly expressed his concerns. No need. Now it's he who needs to hide. Tiki replied with a faint smile. If Tang Hao wanted to keep Tang San from being discovered by the Spirit Hall and hunted by a titled Douluo, then even if Tiki stood on the rooftop of Nodding Academy, he wouldn't choose to kill a genius soul master who was now on the training list of the Spirit Hall. The importance placed on a small genius of a branch hall compared to a genius soul master of the main hall was worlds apart. Tang Hao was not foolish enough to jeopardize his son for a small, undeveloped soul master. Chapter 29, Matthew's Caution. Better to be cautious. Shiliu sighed helplessly. Compared to the sensitive and extreme child he was 5 years ago, the 11-year-old hadn't changed much. 5 years had only allowed him to recognize his insignificance and the dangers of being a soul master. When the power to decide life and death rests in one's hands, no one can ensure that the individual will maintain rational maturity and discernment. Let's hurry back. It's late, and we don't want to encounter any unsavory characters. Tiki nonchalantly shrugged and turned to leave, the mottled, dim moonlight casting elongated shadows. Shiliu gazed at Tiki's figure, seemingly merging with the darkness. Words on the tip of his tongue swallowed back. The gap between them was widening. A soul power of level 28 in the body of an ordinary 11-year-old child undoubtedly signifies prodigious talent. Yet, even among prodigies, disparities exist, and with the passage of time, this chasm would only grow, ultimately becoming an insurmountable chasm. The next morning, Tiki and his companions returned to Nodding City via carriage, preparing to handle the final administrative formalities. Had they followed the typical trajectory of ordinary students, they would currently be 6th-year students at Nodding Academy, contemplating whether to pursue further studies or lead a mundane life. However, such trivial matters were no longer of concern to them. Tiki had been placed on the cultivation list of the Spirit Hall, while Shiliu and the others would enter Songhui Academy in Soto City as exchange students of the Spirit Hall. From a systemic standpoint, such reciprocal actions would not yield tangible benefits for the Spirit Hall. In fact, they might lead to unnecessary resource wastage. Yet, the reality was that the Spirit Hall of Soto City would eagerly welcome Tiki, even relocating his family's graves to Soto City if necessary. With only 13 slots available annually on the cultivation list, it implied that each of these exceptionally gifted spirit masters held immeasurable potential for the future. Their presence in Soto City would far outweigh the value of a few exchange student slots for the Spirit Hall. Moreover, even if the Spirit Hall could not retain them, establishing connections with future influential spirit masters through a handful of exchange slots would prove advantageous. Upon returning to the Spirit Branch, Tiki handed over the collected soul beast materials to Su Yuntao and proceeded toward Matthew's office. Meanwhile, Shiliu and his companions were to return to the academy to process their early graduation paperwork. Arriving at the office door, Tiki pushed it open, greeted by a waft of herbal aroma. Seated in a wheelchair, Matthew's pale face broke into a faint smile upon seeing Tiki enter. How was the harvest in the soul-hunting forest last night? Uncle Wang followed me from above, observing from behind the trees while I dealt with the poachers. Surely, you are aware of what transpired last night? Tiki casually pulled a chair and sat down. Over the past 2 years, Matthew's health had noticeably deteriorated. Now, he He could only work from a wheelchair, relying on medication to sustain his condition. Had it not been for Tiki, who had insisted on him remaining in this position for 3 additional years, he would have already passed the responsibilities to his successor. Even a madman would show a modicum of respect for this elder who devoted his life to service. It seems I did not err in selecting the 3rd soul ring for you. With the shadow soldiers, your vision shall extend everywhere. Although the destructive power of the 3rd soul ring was sacrificed, its value in aligning with your future inclination towards team development rivals that of a Millennium Soul Ring. A deeper smile graced Matthew's face as he recalled the young boy from the carriage who had spoken of forming a Soul Master Legion. Perhaps it is this unconventional combination of soul rings that suits the young man before him best. The 1st and 2nd soul rings, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities, paired with the shadowy martial soul's overwhelming suppression, would undoubtedly place Tiki among the upper echelons of close combat offensive systems at the soul-respected level. While the 3rd soul ring, the Shadow Army, may not grant Tiki significant destructive power, it bestows upon him the ability to command his team in the overarching situation. The strength wielded in the hands of a coordinated team surpasses that of a Millennium Soul skill. You ought to take some time to rest, old friend. There are still 6 months until your report to Sotoa City, so there is no need to rush into work so early in the day. Tiki, feeling familiar, took a water cup from the table. Matthew sighed at his words, displaying a rueful smile as he gestured toward his wheelchair. Rest? I fear I may not have the chance to open my eyes again, he stated. This morning, CC told me my heart had stopped for a full 5 minutes. Thankfully, it resumed. I must complete your matters, at least to leave fewer regrets for this old body of mine. With such a melancholic tone, he paused to contemplate what dishes would be prepared for the grand feast. I do enjoy cherry pie, do as you see fit. Though Titch's tone was laced with complaints, the subtle complexity of his expression revealed a hint of sadness. After all, they had spent 5 years together, from their initial encounter to the continuous guidance and support. The elder and the younger had come to regard each other as family, second only to blood relations. Is there any unfulfilled regret? Let us not dwell too excessively on it. Ideally, it should be near Sotoa City, where I can help you mend some of those regrets when time permits. After a brief silence, Dicky disdainfully remarked that it would be preferable if money could resolve matters, perhaps by providing a sum to a certain lover. He noted that Xiao Qinyu's insurance firm was thriving. Having recognized Dicky's lack of contributions, he generously allocated a considerable number of shares to him. Consequently, he now finds himself as a minor stakeholder, alleviating any concerns regarding finances. Over the course of these 5 years, everyone has undergone transformations, and Xiao Qinyu, too, has evolved, becoming increasingly avaricious, more captivated by wealth and power. The news of Titch's survival spread, and the first to seek him out was the earnest Xiao Qinyu. Particularly upon learning that Titch had been included in the cultivation roster of the Spirit Hall, this heir of the Xiao family was eager to associate himself with Titch. The Xiao family could indeed offer some meager assistance, yet they remained merely a provincial clan, so one should not squander too much time on them. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Matthew, prompting him to slowly close his eyes. He struggled against the discomfort and remarked, I have no regrets that would trouble you. In the future, please ensure the well-being of Uncle Wang and his family as best you can. It's a pity that my granddaughter wishes to attend the Beast Academy. Otherwise, I would feel more at ease if she accompanied you. Rest assured, I am aware of your concerns. As long as I possess the means, I will certainly look after Uncle Wang's family. As Titchy observed that Matthew was not in the best of spirits, he suggested, if you have the time, perhaps you should rest a little more. I shall summon CC to come and check on your physical condition. However, just as Titchy reached the doorway, his hand resting upon the doorknob, Matthew unexpectedly spoke from behind. There is a chance. Outside Soto City, there is a family of horses. Never mind. Wang Xie and Gang Wan. Remember to be attentive. Although Shilio possesses superior talent compared to them, it is prudent to surround oneself with familiar faces when venturing out. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, their families are visited by the royal court every month. Those 2 young lads are wiser than anyone else. They will not engage in foolishness behind our backs. I detest speaking in half measures, and why does the latter part of my statement make me sound like a villain? Tiki couldn't help but roll his eyes. There's nothing much. I'll go call Cece. Remember to add a bit more positivity to my resume. I don't want to be mistaken for a thug in the big city. Do you want me to perish with a guilty conscience at my age? Chapter 30. The Grand Soul Arena. Some individuals are like this. Even when burdened with regrets, they refuse to trouble others at the end of their lives. It's not about shyness. Rather, their dignity prevents them from revisiting the memories of their past sorrows. 2 months later, Masuno passed away peacefully in his sleep. After attending Masuno's funeral, Tiki took possession of the soul development notes left to him by Masuno. These notes contained 5 years of research on the dark soul. In truth, Tiki had memorized the contents years ago, but out of a sense of nostalgia, he decided to bring it to Soto City, as a way of intermittently showcasing the old man's legacy. After a long journey by carriage, Tiki and his companions finally arrived at Soto City. Known as the Granary of Balak, just as Tiki finished the last of the cherry pie, Soto City is located within the Balak Kingdom and remains free from external threats, allowing its gates to remain open around the clock. Compared to the quiet atmosphere that envelopes Nodding City at night, Soto City pulsated with the vibrancy of a bustling metropolis. The shops lining the streets were ablaze with light, and many ordinary workers, after their daytime toil, set out in the evenings to sell snacks and trinkets, thus earning a little extra for their daily needs. Visiting such a lively place for the first time, Gangwon, who accompanied Tiki, was filled with enthusiasm, particularly upon seeing the bracelets and hairpins being sold by vendors. In Soto City, the exquisite craftsmanship of today's accessories was unparalleled. He almost wished to whisk away a vendor's cart. In stark contrast was Shilio, who trailed behind Tiki with a reserved demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the bustling crowd around him. Upon his arrival, Titch chose not to seek immediate accommodation at an inn, but instead displayed a rare patience as he lingered with Gangwon amidst the bustling night market. Only after some time did he lead them towards a towering edifice in the distance, the Grand Soul Arena. The 100-meter-high arena loomed majestically against the night sky, resembling a colossal predatory beast poised on the ground, awaiting its unsuspecting prey. Is this truly the Grand Soul Arena? As they approached, Shilio, who had been drooping his eyelids along the way, suddenly awoke as if catching the scent of blood, his gaze fixated on the magnificent structure before them. Wang Xia, carrying the package, felt a flicker of anxiety in his eyes upon realizing they had arrived at the Grand Soul Arena. He and Titch had come here to grow stronger. And for Soul Masters, this venue is a rare treasure for practical combat experience, where one encounters a myriad of opponents. With 3 months remaining before my report to the Wuhan Main Hall, I wish to take a respite here. Do not overthink it. Even those uninterested in combat may indulge in the spectacle. I do not compel you to compete. Titch gazed at the Grand Soul Arena, lost in thought, his tranquil eyes resembling still waters that seemed to conceal a profound madness within. Beside him, Shirlu, who had been following closely, occasionally cast furtive glances at Titch from the resting area. Their 5 years of companionship had made him keenly aware of Titch's unusual demeanor today. Ever since arriving in Soto City, Titch had exhibited a strikingly normal behavior, which, when attributed to someone like him, felt remarkably abnormal. Is it due to the loss of the master? Leaning back in his chair, Shirlu remained silent for a considerable time before gradually speaking. If it is because of the master's demise, I fear there is little I can offer to comfort you, for I too feel. He paused. I require solitude. Teichi sat quietly with his eyes closed. He did not acknowledge Shirlio's words, nor did he refute them. Was he saddened by the death of Masuno? He could sincerely respond that he felt no sorrow at all. It was impossible for Teichi to grieve for someone who had merely passed away of natural causes. It was not that his heart was cold. Rather, in his perception, death was an inevitable aspect of existence. Masuno had accomplished everything he could during his lifetime. Although Teichi was aware that the old man still had regrets, who among us can claim to have lived without any? To die peacefully after a full life is, in fact, a tremendous blessing. To have completed all that one is capable of before departing this world would elicit envy from Teichi rather than sorrow. Upon arriving in Soto City, Teichi's sense of normalcy stemmed from the realization that he was now utterly alone. The support he had counted on for 5 years had vanished. Confronted by the brightly lit Soto City and the unfamiliar Spirit Hall, he found himself accompanied only by 3 rather ineffectual companions. This feeling of bewilderment and disorientation compelled him to seek out pain to regain his composure. The pace of the competition was swift, and soon it was Teichi's turn to rest. Coincidentally, his opponent was warming up not far from him. Upon seeing Teichi, a middle-aged man, nearly 40, excitedly pointed him out to his friends in the stands. He approached Teichi, brimming with enthusiasm, and said, "Young man, you must be around 15, right? Don't be nervous. Just treat this first match as practice. I'll go easy on you." "Thank you," Teichi replied with a habitual polite smile. Although he was only 11 years old, His physical development had advanced such that he now stood at approximately 1.78 meters. Previously, poachers in the soul-hunting forest often misjudged his age. Observing Titch's expression, which bore a smile that was more superficial than genuine, Wang Xie and Gang Wan in the audience felt a sudden pang of anxiety. They had a foreboding sense of what was to come for this man. It seemed he was destined for a brutal experience. The match in the arena was not a life-and-death struggle, as participants in such fights were typically scarce, while the combat rules forbade killing. Inflicting grievous injuries upon limbs was permissible. As he ascended the stage through the soul-fighting portal, the cheers from the crowd enveloped Tiki, who focused his attention on the middle-aged man emerging from the portal, illuminated by the glaring lights above. After a brief introduction of their names and soul abilities by the host, Tiki's inaugural battle was formally underway. "Come on," the middle-aged man bellowed, activating his soul. His spirit, a deer, was one that adhered to conventional standards among beast spirits, excelling in frontal collisions and prolonged engagements. Noticing that Tiki had yet to summon his soul, the middle-aged man seized the opportunity to strike first. His purple soul rings flared to life, enveloping his antlers in a violet glow as he charged towards Tiki. His aggression was merely a prelude to taunting his opponent. As a perennial underdog in the arena, his yearning for victory compelled him to wishfully hurl Tiki from the stage. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Tiki, who had not yet activated his soul. It was only when the middle-aged man closed within 2 meters that Tiki finally unleashed his soul amidst the audience's watchful gaze. A dark vortex materialized, aimed at the oncoming deer. Beneath his tousled black hair, Tiki's crimson eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Dark water. As the middle-aged man charged with all his might, he caught sight of an abundance of black mist before him. Feeling the pull emanating from that direction, he felt a surge of elation, thinking to himself, "Indeed, this novice lacks experience. The attraction released from that angle will only enhance my speed." He believed Tiki was unwittingly aiding him before the middle-aged man could fully grasp the situation. Darkness suddenly enveloped him. Instead of the sensation of antlers shattering his bones, he felt an overwhelming force from all directions, as if he were being crushed in the shadows. "What is happening?" The spectators shared the middle-aged man's astonishment. Initially, they had little faith in Tiki, convinced that this newcomer would surely lose. However, the unfolding events had evidently surpassed their expectations. Not only had Tiki not been flung from the stage, but quite the opposite. His opponent was mysteriously drawn into the black vortex that swirled within Tiki's grasp. "Intriguing. You are the first to resist my attraction." Tiki lowered his gaze to the swirling black vortex in his palm, murmuring to himself, "If only I could encounter more individuals like you in the future, I would not need to seek solace here." Humans often find themselves torn between hope for the future and an inherent wariness of it, much like an innocent infant cautiously exploring a world replete with beauty and peril. "Competitor? Your adversary." Before long, the voice of the referee at the sidelines jolted Tiki's drifting consciousness back to reality. The referee, along with the surrounding spectators, fixated their attention on Tiki, who stood illuminated under the spotlight. Although the match lacked the fervent clashes they anticipated, they were captivated by the soul master enveloped in dark mist, his hands as inky as night. It was easy to forget that this was not a contest of life and death. Within mere moments, Tiki's internal soul power exhibited a noticeable decline, its essence being covertly siphoned by the dark martial spirit to augment the gravitational force crushing his opponent. This marked the first occasion he had succeeded in drawing a soul master of equivalent rank into the depths of his dark martial spirit. Truthfully, he was uncertain how long his opponent, also a 3-ring soul master, could endure within the confines of the dark martial spirit. Release. The second soul ring beneath his feet ignited, and from the black vortex emerged a grotesque shadow, bloodied and mangled. The cracked antlers of a deer collided forcefully with the ground, accompanied by the sickening sound of splintering bones. Shattered fragments of the antlers scattered across the arena. A harrowing scream of agony echoed through the air, resonating in the ears of every spectator, tightening their hearts in empathetic dread, as though an invisible hand had gripped them. Under the oppressive force of the dark martial spirit, his opponent was rendered incapable of utilizing soul skills to resist the crushing gravitational pull. The only means of countering this force lay in the corporeal form of a beast martial spirit and the sluggish soul power circulating within. The outcome was all but inevitable. Tiki's adversary now languished in a state worse than death. Their skin had been pulverized by the relentless gravity, exposing the white bones marred by abrasions at the joints of shoulders and knees, complemented by hollow eye sockets and a hoarse wail. Referee, are you not conjuring nightmares here?" As Titch deftly evaded the shattered fragments of antlers littering the ground, he cautiously approached the referee. In stark contrast to his earlier apprehension about the future, witnessing such a gruesome scene instantly dispelled his anxiety. Now, his sole concern was whether the Douluo continent was haunted. The scene was utterly tragic. Meanwhile, in the resting area below, a young man preparing to warm up for his turn halted his movements upon witnessing Titch's handiwork in the arena. His deep blue eyes fixated on Titch, who crouched at the edge of the stage, awaiting medical personnel to attend to his opponent. A rare expression of apprehension crossed his face, as he mentally labeled Titch as dangerous. That person. He can't be dead, can he? Beside him, a short and stout figure nervously swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling chill at the fate of Titch's opponent. Not yet, but death would surely be a better fate for him at this moment. Dai Mubai's expression turned grave as he observed the healing spirit master stabilize the injured combatant before carrying him down from the arena. With the referee announcing the results of the match, Titch secured his first soul battle victory, an absolute triumph founded on cruelty. The medical system of the Grand Soul Arena was exceptionally robust, adhering to the principles of soul battles. As long as the injuries were not fatal, the arena was most reluctant to witness the death of combatants. However, they would not squander medical resources on the defeated. Their priority was merely to ensure the loser remained alive. How long they would survive was another matter entirely. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, someone might stumble upon a flayed corpse in a deserted alley. Upon returning to the resting area, Titch experienced a stark contrast to the earlier indifference to his novice status. This time, the surrounding spirit masters parted ways for the formidable combatant, offering him a path. Respect can be earned in two ways, through reverence or through fear. The respect accorded to Tiki undoubtedly stems from the latter, as fear compelled these competing spirit masters to retreat. No one wishes to tread the same path as those who have faltered before them, nor do they aspire to become a grotesque figure, bloodied and torn. It appears that the inhabitants of smaller locales often face exclusion, and indeed, Soto City's inclusivity leaves much to be desired. Upon returning to his seat, Tiki accepted the drink handed to him by Shilio. Noticing that the positions of Wang Xie and Gang Wan in the audience had been exchanged, he inquired curiously, "What have those two gone to do?" Shilio replied, "They went to engage in a 2-on-2 battle after watching your match. Have you managed to adjust your condition?" Tiki responded, "Not yet. I plan to indulge in this until dawn." As Tiki surveyed the number of soul masters gathered in the rest area, he remarked, "Before I report to the Spirit Hall, I intend to engage in practical combat here for 3 months. The old man mentioned that my experience in real battles is lacking, and this presents an excellent opportunity to address my shortcomings." In the month prior to his passing, Matthew had specifically instructed Tiki to focus on honing his practical combat skills, emphasizing that battles among soul masters are not merely a matter of strength. The strange combinations of various martial spirits and soul rings introduce numerous unpredictable elements. A cruel match born of chance does not dampen the fervor of the soul master community for combat, which solidified Tiki's resolve to enhance his combat abilities in the Grand Soul Arena before entering the Spirit Hall, ensuring he arrives in the most formidable condition. "How pitiful for those poor souls to encounter a beast like you," Hilia remarked, shaking his head in quiet derision. "It's small-minded. Without this crowd seeking thrills, I would have no platform to showcase myself." Tiki replied matter-of-factly. The staff at the Grand Soul Arena swiftly cleared the arena, as those present were indeed there for excitement, quickly forgetting the previous victim on the stage and immersing themselves once more into the fierce battles of soul masters. When events do not directly affect them, humans often fail to reflect deeply. This is a fundamental aspect of human nature. In another part of the arena, under the guidance of the staff, Wang Xie and Gang Wan stepped onto the stage for a 2-on-2 team battle. The arena, with a diameter of 20 meters, was ample space for soul masters to fully exhibit their abilities. A row of spotlights illuminated the area, and although the audience was slightly sparser compared to the adjacent arena, it undoubtedly provided an ideal setting for combat. A middle-aged man in a tailcoat stood at the center of the stage, once both teams had arrived. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Welcome to the first match of the 14 Grand Soul Arena's 2-on-2 battles, featuring 2 pairs of young soul masters, the Rampage Duo, consisting of Gang Wan with her muscular martial spirit and Wang Xie with his black tiger martial spirit, against the familiar Butcher Duo, comprising of Zheng Guan with his bone cleaver martial spirit and Zhun Shi with his iron hook martial spirit. Let us anticipate their performance." Wang Xie inhaled deeply, striving to relax his body into an optimal state, fixating on the twin adversaries across from him. These two appear significantly stronger than the poachers. The one wielding the iron hook is likely a control-type soul master. How about we eliminate him first when the fight begins? All right, you can serve as bait this time, Gang Wan replied, flexing her wrists beside him. The muscular contours of her physique, subtly revealed beneath her attire, stood in stark contrast to Wang Xie's robust form, presenting a more formidable presence. Upon their first glance at Gang Wan, the butcher duo instinctively exchanged wary looks, unaccustomed to encountering a female soul master with such a powerful physique. We cannot allow them a chance to turn the tide. After a brief exchange of glances, the twin brothers of the butcher duo formulated their battle strategy. As the match commenced, they moved in perfect unison, stepping forward as a dim iron-gray light surged from their hands. The glinting bone cleaver and the sharp iron hook were familiar tools of the butcher duo. Upon seeing their weapons, Wang Xie immediately focused on Zhen Shi, recognizing the potential control threat he posed and deeming him a priority target to neutralize. In an instant, Wang Xie's speed surged, his martial spirit empowering him as he charged forward, a shadow darting toward the twins. Zhen Shi instinctively leaped back, his iron hook striking out like a venomous serpent aimed at Wang Xie. Simultaneously, Zhen Guan positioned himself in Wang Xie's path, his bone cleaver raised high, seizing the moment to unleash a devastating soul technique aimed at Wang Xie's shoulder. Unlike conventional soul master assaults, the butcher duo typically aim to dispatch their frontline adversaries first, relying on the iron hook's control and the bone cleaver's crushing power. Few soul masters at their level could withstand such a coordinated assault. Although Wang Xie managed to evade the iron hook's control, Zhen Shi remained unfazed, confident that Wang Xie could not escape their combined tactics. For he had a hidden maneuver prepared. With a fierce tug on the chain in his grasp, Zhen Shi activated his second soul ring, causing a gray mist to envelop the iron hook. This counterattack was his true trump card, a soul technique derived from the demon scorpion, intended to envelop the recently ducking Wang Xie. In a flash, Gang Wan swiftly intercepted the returning iron hook. The chain taut in midair due to the force exerted by the two soul masters, producing a jarring metallic screech. The advantage of a weapon-type martial spirit lies in its destructive potential, yet it also comes with limitations. Just as a blade must strike true to inflict harm, Zhen Shi's iron hook lacked lethality except at its tip. Gripping it firmly, Gang Wan transformed it into an opportunity for counteraction. What immense strength! Zhen Shi thought as he felt himself being drawn forward uncontrollably by Gang Wan. Although he had trained diligently as a weapon soul master, he found himself outmatched by Gang Wan's powerful martial spirit. Black Tiger Shield. Upon seeing Gang Wan's success, Wang Xie no longer held back. Facing the descending bone cleaver, his first soul ring erupted with a surge of darkness, forming a protective barrier akin to ink. He braced against Zhen Guan's assault, the barrier barely able to withstand another strike. Yet, within that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Wang Xie and Gang Wan decided the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, Gang Wan tightened her grip on the iron hook, pivoting sharply as her first soul ring ignited. With explosive force, she struck the ground 8 times, propelling Zhen Shi toward Wang Xie, who stood ready to engage. In tandem, Wang Xie's second soul ring flared to life, gathering dark soul power within him. Accompanied by a fierce roar, a beam of black light erupted from his mouth, unerringly engulfing Zhen Shi's upper body. White Tiger Radiant Wave. No, it should be Black Tiger Radiant Wave. In the second-floor VIP lounge, a tall man adorned with a mask sat languidly upon a leather sofa, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the battle on the arena that was nearing its conclusion. The conflict among the 4 formidable soul masters failed to pique his interest. However, the sequence and effect of the soul skills demonstrated by Wang Xie evoked an inexplicable sense of dissonance within him. The Black Tiger's body shield and the Black Tiger's fierce light wave, aside from their color being altered to black, mirrored the soul ring combination of the Star Luo Imperial family's White Tiger martial spirit almost identically, seemingly a direct replication of the Dai clan's soul ring arrangement. Regrettably, he was not a member of the Dai family, and with only 3 months remaining until his report to the Martial Spirit Hall, he pondered if he might have the opportunity to engage with those from the Star Luo Imperial family before that time. The voice belonged to an exceedingly corpulent individual, his ample flesh necessitating the wearing of suspenders to accommodate his girth. His tiny, squinted eyes, framed by layers of fat, did not convey a sense of endearment. Rather, they accentuated an aura of cunning and ferocity. Who could say? The masked man tapped his fingers rhythmically against the armrest, reflecting on how the old stalwarts at home only mentioned this person from Soto City, withholding further information, leaving them no choice but to wait for him here. "What nonsense are you spouting, brother?" he inquired, as he turned his head sharply to fix a cold gaze upon his brother, who resembled a mountain of flesh in the corner. "And nothing at all," Quinn stammered, feeling a chill run down his ample frame under the piercing glare from Jean. "I was merely talking about that wretch from the Elephant Armor sect. I heard he is still on the training roster for the Martial Spirit Hall. I truly do not fathom what the Soto City Martial Spirit Hall is thinking." "Jack, you say? I had almost forgotten about that fellow from the Huyen family," Jean replied, his tone noticeably lightening at the mention of the Elephant Armor sect. "It has indeed been a while since I last saw him. The last time was at Huyenjin's birthday. I must seize this opportunity to cultivate a rapport with him, ideally coaxing him away from the Huyen family." Chapter 33, The Great Soul Arena, Part 4. 3 months is neither excessively long nor unduly brief. Titch's reputation within the Great Soul Arena grew exponentially, as he ascended to notoriety in merely half a month, becoming known among spectators as the Ruthless Black Hand. In his first month, he fought 67 matches, securing 61 victories, suffering 5 defeats, and achieving 2 draws. The 7 losses were primarily against aerial soul masters, whose ability to dominate the battlefield exposed the awkward attack range of his dark martial spirit. In the second month, he fought 43 matches, claiming 39 victories, 3 defeats, and 1 draw. Apart from losses to aerial soul masters, he narrowly escaped death against a 39th level poison-type soul master, who nearly claimed an arm in their encounter. In the third month, he engaged in 6 matches, winning 5 and drawing 1. The draw, which should have been a loss for Titch, was salvaged at a critical moment when he utilized shadow soldiers to obscure his opponent's vision, leveraging the oppressive force of his dark martial spirit to equalize the encounter. Over the course of 2 months and 8 days in the arena, Titch's soul power escalated from level 36 to 39, while his practical experience in combat flourished significantly. Most importantly, he gained a profound understanding of the shamelessness of reality. Officially, rules forbade lethal force in battles. However, as Titch's brutal tactics attracted a considerable following, the prohibition against deadly force morphed into a principle easily circumvented. Even in the Great Soul Arena, which stood apart from the Martial Spirit Hall and Imperial influences, who would relinquish easy profits for the sake of a minor character, provided no one discerned the truth of a corpse's demise. 7th match. Titch. Victory. Amidst the resounding cheers of the audience, Titch returned silently to the resting area through the passageway. The frequent battles had left him with numerous scars, the most prominent being a grotesque wound on his neck, inflicted by a 37th level agility-type soul master during a brutal throat-slashing incident, marking his closest brush with death in the Great Soul Arena. "Another unfortunate soul has perished?" Hilita remarked, having awaited Titch in the passageway, offering him a drink. The garments he had brought from Notting City had been replaced by the uniform of Tsanghui Academy, the standard silver-gray attire complementing Hilia's emotionless poker face quite fittingly. His nonchalant demeanor could provoke even Titch, a star of the arena, to want to retaliate with a punch. Before Titch could utter a word, a shrill and bothersome voice answered Hilia from a distance. Hilia turned to see the voice's owner, a corpulent figure rudely pushing through the crowd toward them. "This rotund fellow again. I genuinely wish to land a few blows on him," Hilia muttered under his breath. Few could render this extremist helpless. Yet this mountain of flesh was undeniably one of them. At just 11 years old, with a martial spirit of the armored dragon, this 32nd level power-type soul master stood at an astonishing height of 1.89 meters. One could only wonder what manner of sustenance contributed to his formidable size. If not revealed, few would guess he was merely 11 years of age. "Where is your elder brother?" Tiki cast his gaze behind Quinn. Yet he failed to spot Quinn's enigmatic brother, who perpetually concealed his face behind a mask. Both Quinn and his brother, Jean, were listed among the candidates for training at the Soul Master Hall in Soto City. The genesis of their acquaintance stemmed from a fierce contest between Tiki and Jean in the arena, a quintessential war of attrition. Tiki struggled to land a blow on Jean, who possessed the ability to soar, while Jin's fiery assaults proved futile against Tiki's dark water abilities. Ultimately, the match concluded in a stalemate, with Tiki wielding a soul power of 38, and Jean, with 33, both emerging without a victor. Subsequently, their shared inclusion on the training roster at the Soul Master Hall fostered a deepening camaraderie among the trio. "I'm waiting for you at the entrance." "We can report together today," Quinn announced. "Is it truly possible to report today?" Tiki nodded, finding the close rapport between the two brothers to be one of the most unexpected gains from his time at the Great Fighting Arena. The prospect of establishing a connection with the talented Soul Masters from the Soul Master Palace would undoubtedly yield benefits far surpassing the practical combat experience he had amassed over the past few months. Xiao Liao, needing to escort Wang Xie and Gang Wan to report to Zhonghui Academy, bid farewell to Tiki in advance. Barring unforeseen circumstances, their communication would likely remain sparse in the coming months. According to rumors gleaned from Jane, the reason the Soul Master Palace required Soul Masters to report 6 months ahead of schedule was due to the intense professional training and guidance they would undergo during that period. Surviving this rigorous training would lead to a qualitative enhancement in their abilities, after which they would embark on a 3-year journey of study and cultivation akin to that of the Academy. Should any individual exhibit sufficiently dazzling aptitude within those 3 years, the Soul Master Palace would waive the 3rd-generation examination requirement, directly recruiting them to Soul Master City as candidates for the next generation of Golden Soul Masters. Upon exiting the Great Fighting Arena, Jean, adorned with a mask and a black double-breasted coat, leaned conspicuously against a stone tablet, spotting Tiki and Quinn emerging. He approached with a nonchalant demeanor, jesting in a matter-of-fact tone. "The star has graced us with his presence. I thought you were reluctant to leave this place and preferred to remain here with us. Just sharing a few other matters, but tell me, are you truly 12 years old?" Tiki raised his gaze to Jin, who stood impressively tall at nearly 195 centimeters, and, echoing the skepticism of their initial conversation, remarked, "The Spirit Hall requires verification of one's true identity. Should you masquerade as a reporting Soul Master, you risk being apprehended. Who would believe that a 12-year-old child could reach such a height?" Concealed behind his mask, Jin's expression remained a mystery, though it was evident he had long grown accustomed to the doubts regarding his age. "If they were to capture me, it would be a matter for the Spirit Hall to handle, so there is no need for you to fret. My family has a history of rapid growth. By the age of 8, I was already as tall as my mother. Why do you persist in your disbelief? For doubt is the key to knowledge." Tiki glanced around outside the door and noticed that there was not a single carriage in sight. He inquired, "We agreed to leave together. Where is the carriage you summoned? You cannot possibly intend to escort me to the Spirit Hall in such a manner, can you? Traveling by carriage lacks dignity. And since we are to be classmates henceforth, the first report should undoubtedly carry a sense of ceremony." A mysterious voice from beneath the mask responded, "A sense of ceremony, perhaps by prostrating?" Tiki instinctively associated the devout lamas from his past life, yet the atmosphere felt less formal. He feared that the black-robed bishop from the Spirit Hall might not withstand his prostrations. "Today, he intended to invite you to behold the scenic beauty of Soto City." As Jin spoke, he placed his hands on the shoulders of Tiki and Quinn. In the next moment, fiery wings resembling those of a draconic creature unfurled from Jin's back, generating a gust of warm wind as he soared into the sky, taking the two with him, vanishing from the Grand Soul Arena. The life at the Spirit Hall was about to commence. Chapter 34. Registration. The howling winds lashed against his cheeks, and in the blink of an eye, Tiki found himself airborne over Soto City. The searing flames enveloping the flying membrane propelled Jin's speed beyond that experienced during the battles at the arena. He adored the ambience of the Grand Soul Arena, and if it were to locate the individual known as Xingluo, he would prefer to soar amidst the vast expanse of sky. Gliding freely above Soto City, Jin, endowed with the blazing draconic spirit, resembled a miniature sun. As he and his companions skimmed over the rooftops, heading toward the Spirit Hall, "Xingluo, what business do they have with Daimubai?" Tiki pondered silently, having only a vague awareness of the affiliations of these two classmates. He was aware that they possessed some influence, but remained ignorant of their intentions regarding the prince of the Star Luo Empire, Daimubai. He had encountered Daimubai once at the Grand Soul Arena. His distinctive heterochromatic eyes were easily recognizable. However, their interaction had merely been a fleeting glance through the crowd, devoid of conversation. Strangely, despite spending over 2 months at the Grand Soul Arena, he had only seen Daimubai once, never matching against him in the numerous arena battles. Although Tiki was familiar with Daimubai's circumstances, he had no intention of assisting Jin in locating him. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. His primary focus was to adapt to life at the Spirit Hall, enhance his strength, and cultivate relationships with these talented soul masters to establish a network of connections. Daimubai was intertwined with the powerful soul masters from Shrek Academy. Lacking sufficient backing, he was reluctant to engage with those who harbored animosity toward the Spirit Hall. Upon their arrival at the Spirit Hall, Tiki noted that compared to the sub-halls, the main hall in Soto City boasted a grander scale, and an even more luxurious architectural style. After verifying their Soul Master credentials at the front desk, the trio was escorted by the staff to the VIP waiting room on the second floor to await the bishop's arrangements. Honestly, where's that scoundrel Jack? Quinn complained as he sank into the sofa. Being the first batch to report on the inaugural day, the VIP waiting area was devoid of any other individuals, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate and dull. Fortunately, it was not long before the black-robed bishop, informed of the Soul Master's arrival, entered the waiting room. Upon seeing Jean and Quinn, his demeanor exhibited a noticeable increase in humility and reverence. Was the black-robed bishop of the Spirit Hall beneath them in rank? Tiki observed this with keen interest. The evident respect shown by the bishop implied that Jean and Jack's status was far greater than he had presumed. Are you Tiki? By the grace of the angels. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. The bishop turned his gaze toward Tiki, his eyes widening upon recognizing the face that matched the records from Nodding City. He immediately grasped Tiki's hand. I deeply regret the circumstances surrounding Master Meticulously. From now on, this will be your home. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Thank you. My mentor always taught me that the Spirit Hall is my everything. A bittersweet smile graced Tiki's face. If this moment were captured, he was confident it could earn him accolades. The hypocrisy of adulthood, though irksome, was undeniable. When coupled with the innocence of youth, it was difficult for most to doubt the sincerity of Tiki's words. People detest deceit not merely for its existence, but for the losses it incurs that are intolerable to bear. What Tiki has long desired are merely the resources of the Spirit Hall. However, if a few deceitful words of loyalty could earn him the favor of the Spirit Hall, why would he not seize the opportunity? Of course, his words may not necessarily be insincere. Whether the Spirit Hall constitutes his everything will depend on whether he is the one to ascend the throne of the Spirit Empire in the future. Good child. Your teacher will take comfort in you, the black-robed bishop said, firmly grasping Tiki's hand. Allow me to show you around the training base, and along the way, I shall explain what you are to learn over the next 3.5 years. The so-called training base is situated behind the Spirit Hall, covering an area comparable to that of an ordinary Soul Master Academy. It boasts a comprehensive array of facilities, including physical training zones, outdoor combat areas, and simulated training grounds. Since the Spirit Hall adopts an elite-focused approach to training, formal classes are not part of your curriculum. The black-robed bishop walked along the paths of the base, methodically detailing it. In the first 6 months, the Spirit Hall will provide you with comprehensive systematic training, allowing you to gain a deeper understanding of the combat methods employed by Soul Masters. Advanced tactical drills, coordination of 49 team strategies, deep infiltration, and adaptation to diverse environments for survival combat. The dim-witted Quinn was left dumbfounded by the lengthy list of course titles. Scratching his head, he exclaimed, why does the assault type also need to learn infiltration? Isn't that the domain of the agility type? Tiki and Jean remained silent, their minds filled with perplexity regarding the extensive curriculum articulated by the black-robed bishop. Compared to the straightforward and brutal combat practices of certain academies, the training methods of the Spirit Hall seemed excessively meticulous. If one's adversary were to conceal themselves within the Stardew Forest, must a formidable assault type invariably charge in headlong to confront them? After presenting a remarkably simple example, the black-robed bishop elucidated that the classification of Soul Masters into categories such as assault and control arises from the varying developmental focuses of their martial souls, facilitating each Soul Master in identifying their role within a team. There are no stipulations barring those less adept from learning. Martial souls and soul skills serve as the principal means for Soul Masters, yet they are not the sole ones. Otherwise, should a Soul Master team be tasked with infiltration, would it be acceptable for the assault type to be rendered ineffective? What, then, would be the essence of a Soul Master team? A blade merely needs to slay. There is no necessity to dissect the trivialities. Upon hearing the explanation from the black-robed bishop, Tiki's mind wandered back to the words spoken by Mithuno on the verdant soul-hunting prairie. Both individuals exhibited a tendency towards empirical reasoning, suggesting that Soul Masters need not rely solely upon their martial souls and soul skills. Instead, these tools should be regarded as mere options rather than the singular solutions to problems. Much like the act of killing, toxins can eliminate all targets without the need to expend effort through soul skills. The rationale is simple, however, it is not an easy task to prompt Soul Masters, who are accustomed to resolving issues through their martial souls, to transcend their ingrained mental frameworks. Yet, neither the Soul Douluo nor the title Douluo would opt for such convoluted methods. Jean spoke slowly, lamenting, "Ah, you prodigies." Upon hearing this, The black-robed bishop could not suppress a look of resignation. As far as I know, the youngest title Douluo on the continent is 44 years old. Let us assume that you may attain this title by the age of 40. That leaves you with nearly 30 years ahead. Setting aside distant concerns, do you not consider the necessity of practical experience before reaching the Soul Sage rank? Will you not encounter adversaries during your training? If faced with foes, will you resign to fate should you find yourselves unable to prevail through the means of a Soul Master? Chapter 35. The Prince of Ballot competition has never adhered to any rules, as long as one can emerge victorious. Whether through soul skills or the forfeiture of one's soul makes no difference. It is merely a matter of choice. The bishop's words evidently awakened Jean and Quinn, while Tiki appeared lost in contemplation, prompting the bishop to inquire, "Is there anything you do not understand? Feel free to voice your concerns. Every cohort of young soul masters experiences this. After all, this is your realm of expertise. It is perfectly natural to struggle with a shift in perspective." "No, I have no questions." Tiki shook his head and murmured, "I was pondering what could possess a greater lethality than soul skills. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, the poison of the emerald-scaled Serpent King seems to have the power to annihilate cities. If I were to master such a toxin, who would dare provoke me? I would simply hurl serpent venom towards Heavendoe City." "Why target Heavendoe City?" Quinn inquired, perplexed. "Isn't that beside the point?" The hooded priest interrupted their perilous conversation, his cheek twitching. Thus far, the only documented users of the emerald-scaled Serpent King's poison are the poisoned Douluo and his granddaughter. Moreover, this toxin is exceedingly difficult to preserve. It can only thrive on corpses, and a moment's carelessness could result in catastrophic casualties. Within the next 6 months, instructors will teach you alternative methods beyond those of soul masters, so there is no need for you to grapple with this so soon. For now, let me escort you to your accommodations." Something felt amiss. The hooded priest reflected on the evaluation Matthew Nua had provided for Tiki, a wave of murmurs rising within him. Inherently simple, fundamentally pure, fond of making friends. These descriptions seemed utterly incongruent with Tiki's recent remarks. What sort of child, merely in their teens, would immediately associate their words with the destructive emerald-scaled Serpent King's poison, and even consider targeting Heavendoe City? Was this not the very essence of a violent delinquent? Indeed, and the emerald-scaled Serpent King's poison acts far too slowly. It is a pity I cannot concoct TNT. Its lethality remains far more reliable, Tiki mused to himself. Under the guidance of the cloaked priest, the trio was led to their lodgings adjacent to the equipment training area. Before them lay a row of identical townhouses, quite opulent as dormitories, with each individual assigned their own building. 13 in total, first come, first served. 13 buildings? Upon hearing this, Tiki inquired in a low voice, "Are the previous batch of soul masters not present here?" The cultivation roster of the Spirit Hall is revised annually, ordinarily. There should be 39 villas to accommodate the demand for residents. They, as it stands, are likely engaging in the pursuit of the fleeing officials from the Ballot Kingdom within the Stardoe Forest. This serves as your practical training course following 6 months of intensive training. As the cloaked bishop retrieved the keys to the villas, he responded, "During this past half-year, your primary curriculum has revolved around adapting to diverse combat environments. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall will assign you practical tasks in the Ballot Kingdom that align with your training. Changing the environment every 2 months to facilitate your swift acclimatization to the various combat scenarios faced by soul masters. The Great Spirit Arena? How pedestrian. It is well known that the finest education for soul masters occurs in real combat, while the non-lethal duels of the Great Spirit Arena may hone technical skills. They do little to fortify one's resolve. The Spirit Hall values these talented soul masters, yet will not treat them as delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Only those who have endured the trials of life and death are deemed worthy of the Spirit Hall's further investment of resources. Why does this sound akin to mercenaries? Tiki inquired with an oddly peculiar tone, wondering if the Spirit Hall would indeed withhold the remuneration for the soul master's internships. He was presently indifferent to the specifics of the practical combat tasks mentioned by the cloaked bishop. Sooner or later, he would have to engage in genuine soul master skirmishes. He held no objections to the arrangements made by the Spirit Hall, yet the structure of it all struck him as reminiscent of internships in his previous life. The sole distinction lay in the former being a factory job tightening screws, while the latter entailed serving the royal family of Ballot. What was he pondering? The Spirit Hall was not Navi. During the practical combat missions, they could earn resources provided by the Spirit Hall through their performance. The bishop, taken aback by Tiki's contemplation, organized his thoughts and spoke earnestly. He explained that even if the Spirit Hall had ulterior motives in this matter, it was merely to select soul masters with greater potential for development from among them. Ultimately, soul masters were destined for battle, and as a vast organization, the Spirit Hall could not be solely dedicated to nurturing the candidates without any return. This truth resonated across all soul master factions on the continent. The practical combat tasks served as a means to further filter the candidates, reducing the resources allocated to those who were unqualified among the talented, and redirecting them towards those more deserving of cultivation. Any soul master with the potential to become a soul saint or even a titled Douluo was not only a vital resource for the Spirit Hall but also the foundation of its presence on the continent. No one would be foolish enough to jeopardize their future foundation for immediate gains. Rest assured, the practical combat tasks would last only a year. In the second year, the Spirit Hall would assign one-on-one guidance for soul saint training based on half a year of training and performance in the combat tasks. Moreover, during this 3.5-year period, for soul beasts under 50,000 years, as long as they could name them, the Spirit Hall would send soul masters to assist in obtaining soul rings. As for the hardware facilities within the base, they were at their disposal, and nutritionists would deliver meals to them daily. If they devoted themselves to learning during these 6 months, the ensuing year's practical tasks would not prove particularly arduous. After briefly outlining the matters requiring attention, the cloaked bishop left the trio to return to the Spirit Hall alone, with 7 days remaining until the completion of their registration. This place was destined to transform into a crucible for 13 gifted soul masters. Jean gazed at the bishop's retreating figure, and after a moment of silence, a low murmur escaped from beneath his mask, so that Esset, no wonder my father willingly sent money to the Spirit Hall. Father? Willingly? Tiki's attention was drawn to Jin's words. At this juncture, the brothers had no intention of concealing their identities. Quinn casually grinned and declared, I initially intended to approach you as an ordinary person, but since you've overheard, I shall no longer pretend. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am the second prince of the Ballot Kingdom. Did you forget to give him his medication today? Tiki remarked. His gaze fixed on Jean, who replied, He did not deceive you. I am the first prince of the Ballot Kingdom. My visit to Soto City is not solely for training, but also to familiarize myself with my nation's cities. Jean pondered for a moment before continuing. Though it may seem sudden to speak of such matters now, if in the future you wish to align with a faction, the doors of the Ballot Kingdom will always be open to you. Let us defer that discussion for later. For now, I can only wonder if you have a fiancé seeking you out? Tiki furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain whether he was taken aback by the identities of the two brothers or by the familiar configuration, muttering in a peculiar tone, another innate, full spirit power food system. A disciple from the top 3 sects, and a dual spirit soul transformed into a soul beast. What a roster from the Spirit Hall. Is this not merely a replica of the Shrek 13 monsters? Chapter 36, The Catfish Beside Me. A food system? Impossible. The Spirit Hall would never allow a food system to enter the training roster. Upon hearing Tiki's words, Jean interjected, Indeed, there is a dual spirit soul, but he belongs to the second team. We are all soul masters of the first team, so our interactions will be limited. To outsiders, the training roster of the Spirit Hall might merely consist of those 13 names, but for Jean, who hailed from the Barak royal lineage, he was privy to information beyond the superficial details. Wait, why is there no food system, and when did the first and second teams become distinct? After much effort, Titch finally digested the words of the cardinal, only to be met with further confusion from Jin's remarks. The reality was that food-type soul masters were not being recruited, and at that moment, the information channels stemming from his commoner status were effortlessly shattered. Fortunately, they had an abundance of time, and Jean was willing to divulge some internal information acquired from the royal family to Titch, as this served as an initial gesture of goodwill to win him over. As the rightful heir to the throne, it was almost instinctual for Jean to cultivate relationships with promising soul masters from the day he was born. Allow me to explain why food-type soul masters are not being recruited. To be precise, the Spirit Hall does not reject food-type soul masters outright. Rather, it does not accept those lacking destructive capability. Particularly with food-type soul masters, the resources required for their later stage development are substantial, yet the returns are minimal. Currently, the Spirit Hall possesses a sufficient number of food-type soul masters, making it unnecessary to squander resources on further cultivation of them, Jean stated plainly. This sentiment is nearly universal among the various soul master factions on the continent. None are inclined to invest heavily in the training of a food-type soul master. While advanced food-type soul masters may hold some value, this recognition is merely a precautionary measure by the soul master factions. The roles of food-type soul masters ultimately boil down to two functions: satiation and enhancement. As long as the continent's food reserves remain ample, their value will be limited until famine strikes. As for enhancement capabilities, the resources needed to cultivate an advanced food-type soul master could instead suffice to train two competent support-type soul masters. Any soul master faction would refrain from making such an unprofitable investment, especially considering that, once they reach a bottleneck, the difficulty for food-type soul masters to break through is significantly greater than that of support-type soul masters. But what of support-type soul masters? They lack destructive power. Does the Spirit Hall not cultivate them either? Titch inquired, perplexed. In his recollection of the high-level soul master competitions across the continent, the Spirit Hall had indeed included support-type soul masters in their ranks, so it seemed illogical for them to abandon support-type cultivation. Of course, support-type soul masters do not require cultivation, Quinn interjected with a grin. If you seek enhancement, simply seize the enemy's support-type soul masters. There is no need to trouble yourself with cultivation. Enough of that. Don't heed his words. Jean shot a glance at Quinn and continued. This pertains to the training objectives of the Spirit Hall. They are not seeking a conventional assembly of soul masters. I should have realized earlier that they are nurturing specialized soul master teams inclined towards warfare, equipped with resources and intelligence from the rear, capable of swiftly neutralizing their targets based on their capabilities. In a fast response combat scenario, support-type soul masters would only become a liability amidst the unpredictable factors of the battlefield. Such specialized soul master teams exist. Titch's worldview has been utterly transformed. He remains oblivious to the extravagant ways of the Spirit Hall, which has even established a special forces unit for soul masters. Initially, I was unaware of this, but after hearing the details of the practical mission, it became evident that this elite soul master team will be us in 6 months. Jean nodded and inquired, really? What is the name of that team? I won't tell you. As Tiki's curiosity was piqued, the sudden aloofness of Jean nearly caused him to choke on his words. With a tone of melancholy, he remarked, "Is it true that you are still human? We are classmates and future comrades. You cannot leave us in suspense like this." Such privileged information from the upper echelons is not something Tiki usually encounters. Just as he grasped the significance of Jin's earlier statement, the abrupt halt in the conversation sent a wave of discomfort through Tiki's stomach. It would be futile to share that with you. The secrecy surrounding that team is extraordinarily stringent. Only my father is privy to the details of their missions, Jean shrugged. If my speculations hold true, the hardships we are to endure in the coming 6 months will leave us, if not dead, at least significantly scarred. The risks associated with that team's operations are exceedingly high, and many may not survive. Well then, when was the division between the first and second teams made? Tiki inquired. It was during the roster arrangement, Jean replied, producing a handwritten list from his pocket and handing it to Tiki. The first team consists of 7 members, while the second comprises 5, a standard assault unit paired with a support team. Keep this list if you find it useful, but I must remind you, you must dedicate yourself to your studies over the next 6 months. Otherwise, when you join that team, the dangers will be 100-fold greater than what the Black Pope has described. Wait. Titch raised his hand to examine his 10 fingers and pondered aloud. 1 team of 7, another team of 5, totaling 12 individuals. But where is the remaining one? Is he to be sacrificed to the heavens? How cruel the Spirit Hall is. No wonder it was overthrown by Tang San. He continued, 12 individuals are sent to the battlefield to fight for their lives, only to have one offered as a sacrifice. Are you truly oblivious or pretending to be so? Just as he was about to depart the villa for some rest, Jean cast an odd glance through the holes of his mask, seemingly trying to discern some hidden emotion on Titch's face. Of course, I am unaware. Why should I know? Titch retorted, perplexed. He only comprehended that 7 plus 5 equals 12, and 13 minus 12 equals 1. As for the whereabouts of that one, he had no inkling. Catfish. That individual is a catfish. Quinn, who had been stifling himself for some time, could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "This is a common tactic employed by the aristocracy. They place a commoner child among a class of noble children, invoking the latter's competitive spirit through the commoner's lowly status." It is said that this method originated from the city of Hanhai, inspired by the fishermen who would often find many sardines dead upon arriving at port. It was only when a fisherman introduced a catfish among the sardines that they managed to survive the journey to the harbor. What does that have to do with me? Damn, As Titch was about to inquire about the relevance of the catfish to himself, he suddenly recalled the presence of the mentor Matthew had arranged to be by his side. With a white soul ring and merely 26 levels of soul power at the tender age of 13, this individual, when compared to Titch's own innate talent, was nothing less than a deliberately positioned catfish in his midst. It is not uncommon for certain nobles to assign diligent yet talentless soul masters to their offspring, serving as constant reminders to not squander their own gifts and resources. It appears that you remain unaware of the catfish lurking beside you. Jean, having nearly said enough, waved his hand to bid farewell to Titch, stating, "I shall retire for a midday nap. You are always welcome to visit my villa whenever you find the time." Chapter 37. The plan to seek a mentor. 2 days later, Tiki sat cross-legged in the simulated training room located in the basement of the villa, enveloped in a darkness devoid of sunlight, which made him feel as if he had merged with the shadows. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! Damn! The soul power swelling within his meridians surged with vigor, yet he found himself unable to shatter the confining barrier of the soul sect. It always seemed just a breath away. Is this the essence of a bottleneck? In the obscurity, Tiki opened his crimson eyes, his clenched fists emitting a muffled thud. He felt utterly powerless against this impasse. The phenomenon of a bottleneck is peculiar. It arises without any discernible pattern, varying entirely from person to person. Some soul masters encounter it early on, while others face it only upon reaching the rank of soul sage. Tiki possessed no experience or methods to navigate through this obstacle. The only assistance Matthew could provide him lay in the selection of resources associated with soul rings during the initial stages, but when it came to enhancing his cultivation experience. If only Matthew were a soul sect or soul king, he would not be serving as a steward in Notting City. Nor would Tiki have the opportunity to seek his tutelage. It appears he must seek a new mentor. Acquiring expertise in the art of soul master breakthroughs would be far more beneficial under the guidance of a seasoned practitioner. Titch took a deep breath and rose, groping his way out of the simulated training room. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the freshly baked cherry pie. Seated at the dining table, Titch began to chew on the pie while contemplating the prospect of seeking out several mentors. For ordinary individuals, the term teacher may carry a unique and irreplaceable significance, but for Titch, a teacher merely represented a counterpart in the transaction of knowledge. There are no stipulations dictating that one can have only one teacher. As long as both parties can fulfill each other's interests, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? It would be worth considering the possibility of apprenticing under Douluo. Aside from the benefits of the ice and fire eyes, his inner elixir could also serve as an excellent means to enhance soul power. Titch pondered over the morsels in his mouth, contemplating the most suitable mentor. Yet, all of this remained a mere fantasy for the time being. He aspired to seek the tutelage of the enigmatic Douluo, though there was no certainty that the latter would accept him. His most pressing concern was to find someone capable of guiding him past his current limitations, enabling him to swiftly ascend to the soul's sovereign realm and acquire the fourth soul ring to enhance the destructive power of his martial soul. While the Shadow Legion held immense value, Titch required alternative soul skills in the short term for support. He aimed to secure a mentor to help him smoothly transition to the Soul King level, with hopes of eventually aligning himself with the formidable ghost Douluo. Despite the old ghost's lack of overwhelming strength, his swift speed was an undeniable asset. In times of trouble, his timely assistance would be invaluable. Moreover, he had a close companion, which could be seen as a two-for-one deal, providing him not only with a mentor but also an additional ally in the form of the formidable Jew Douluo. Titch savored the last bite of his cherry pie and murmured to himself, "Indeed, I am quite astute. With such a convoluted path to apprenticeship, if I do not attain the status of title Douluo before turning 40, it would be an affront to my cunning." Regrettably, the village had never produced a notable soul master, and the records within the martial soul hall were scant. Otherwise, with Titch's innate full soul power and the uniqueness of his martial soul, he could have easily been nominated to the martial soul city. This process resembled the vetting system of my previous life. Only those truly trustworthy, genius soul masters who had a solid foundation could ascend swiftly. For someone like me, with a somewhat flawed background, the road to greatness would inevitably be more arduous. Such is the nature of the martial soul hall's immense influence. The larger the power, the more it adheres to a rigid and stable set of rules in order to maintain its own stability. Just as Titch envisioned a future of unfettered freedom under the protection of two titled Douluos, a knock on the door interrupted his reverie. It was Quinn's voice from outside. "Hey, Titch, come out and see the excitement. A newcomer has started a fight." Upon hearing that a newcomer had engaged in a brawl, Tiki stood up and made his way toward the door. Observing the commotion was one aspect, but more importantly, he sought to grasp the methods of these future comrades. Watching the fight, aside from direct confrontation, was the most intuitive way to understand the techniques of soul masters. The site of the battle was not far from the villa, and within a couple of minutes of brisk running, Tiki and Quinn arrived at their destination. Jean had been present for quite some time, accompanied by another soul master, whom Tiki recognized as Uxas, who had registered yesterday. Aged 11, with the martial spirit of Laser Eye, he was a 32-level assault-type soul master. Upon noticing Tiki and Quinn's arrival, Jean waved for them to join in observing the fight. In the arena, less than 20 meters away, a soul master enveloped in crackling lightning was engaged in combat with a humanoid creature. Indeed, it resembled a creature, its muscular body, swathed in reddish-brown fur, resembled a small mountain, its robust ivory tusks gleaming under the sunlight like jade. The violent lightning had singed parts of its fur. Yet it failed to inflict any significant damage upon this beast. Jack, a prodigy from the side lineage of the Elephant Armor sect, was also 11 years old, with a martial spirit of Mammoth and a soul power of 31. Although his martial spirit did not possess the exaggerated defensive capabilities of the Diamond Mammoth, his strength and recuperative ability surpassed it. Jin's gaze was fixed on the soul master clashing with Jack, and he paused slightly before addressing the others. The lightning-wielding soul master is called Ani, also 11, with a martial spirit of thunder element and a soul power of 34. Although he is an assault type, his speed rivals that of agility types. It would be prudent to avoid conflict with him. The destructive potential of thunder element is considerable, and even a minor misstep could lead to severe injury. That is, of course, if he can land a hit on me. I won't grant him the opportunity to unleash his soul skills, Uxas scoffed, crossing his arms. All of them were prodigies. Soul masters included in the training roster of the Martial Spirit Hall, each a symbol of invincibility among their peers in their former environments. Moreover, Uxas possessed the means to boast. The attack range of the laser eye was among the longest known, entirely contingent upon the soul master's soul power. As long as visibility permitted, sniping opponents from a distance was an effortless task. Boom. In the training arena, Jack's soul ring ignited as a fist shrouded in soul power struck fiercely toward the lean youth before him. Quake. Discharge. The 200-year soul skills collided. Seizing the moment when their skills countered each other, Ani swiftly distanced himself from Jack. Can't land a hit. After a brief exchange, he had gained a clear understanding of the creature before him, which was nothing short of a muscular beast. The resilient muscles beneath its thick, reddish-brown fur exhibited astonishing recuperative abilities. Unless he was intent on killing his opponent and found an opportunity to employ his second soul skill, aiming for a lethal strike at the neck, his other techniques would scarcely suffice to conquer this red-haired mammoth. Hey, lost your strength already? I've only just warmed up. The fierce gaze of the creature, concealed beneath the crimson mane, fixed intently on Ani, who was still stinging from the earlier lightning strike. His mind was now wholly consumed by primal instincts. Kill him. Chapter 38. The death ropes of Hosh. Jack was in pain, if this continued. The soul master opposite him would be in dire straits. Quinn chuckled, as he possessed a deeper understanding of Jack than Jean did, due to their similar assault-type styles. Jack had endured a dark childhood prior to awakening his martial spirit, which had led to his sometimes frenzied thinking, particularly when subjected to sufficient aggression. He would trample his enemies into a mere puddle of mud, like a beast. Shall we intervene? Uxas inquired, feeling a moral compulsion to halt the escalating battle between classmates. No need for us. Help is already on the way, Jean replied nonchalantly. What? Before the words had fully left his mouth, two ropes suddenly descended from the air, ensnaring Jack and Ani around their necks. Before they could react, the knots tightened abruptly, hoisting them off the ground, their feet barely an inch above the floor. Yet it was precisely this inch that turned their faces crimson as they struggled desperately. Quite the vitality you possess. In the next moment, a middle-aged man stepped into the arena. Clad in sunglasses, a scarf, and black gloves, his appearance was rather mundane, save for his haggard demeanor. His pallid skin bore a faint purple hue, which, under the cloak of night, might lead one to mistake him for a corpse. Upon his arrival, Tiki felt a slight chill at his neck, and the others nearby seemed to share the same sensation. Death ropes Haas. It seems our luck is less than favorable. Jean did not disappoint the gathering, revealing information about the man. Level 68 Soul Emperor, Martial Spirit of Grass Rope. He is a legendary figure within the Soul Master community. What has he done? Uxas asked with curiosity. Achieving the Soul Emperor rank with innate third-level soul power. He single-handedly slaughtered a rebellion force of 10,000 outside Sotoa City a decade ago. He is a figure whose infamy surpasses his power. Jean shook his head. Let us go. It is time to meet our future instructor. If we fall into his hands, we shall be left to wonder if we can endure the coming 6 months. The infamy surpassing the power, this phrase did not imply that Haas lacked strength. On the contrary, it suggested that Haas's capabilities surpassed what most Soul Emperors could achieve. At 31, through a stroke of fortune, he had gained assistance from celestial herbs. Ascending from a Soul Master in a legion to a ruthless Soul Emperor who could slaughter 10,000 without a blink. One could question his Soul Master techniques, but one could never doubt his capacity for slaughter. No one understood the art of killing better than this man, who had fought on the front lines for 15 years. Boom. The two, nearly asphyxiated by the grass ropes, collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air, none harboring intentions of continuing the fight. The near-death experience had left a shadow in their minds, and even if they were to resume, it would have to wait until Haas departed. Dark martial spirits, blazing winged dragon, armored dragon, mammoth, laser eye, thunder element, just missing that mutated red devil. Haas surveyed the group before his gaze finally settled on Tiki. He did not inquire about the fight but instead asked, "Did Matthew choose your soul rings for you?" "Yes. Do you know my teacher?" Upon hearing Haas's inquiry, Titch could not suppress a look of astonishment. Could it be that this individual had previously received aid from Matthew? For heaven's sake, let the narrative not be so trite. No, wait, the beneficiary appears to be me. Please, let it indeed follow this plotline. The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward Titch, particularly Quinn, whose eager eyes seemed almost glued to him. Humph, don't entertain such fanciful notions. All the minor characters I know have long since perished. Haas let out a cold snort, seemingly perceiving Titch's inner thoughts, and remarked, "I have reviewed your history. I detest your unscrupulous soul ring configuration. As for your mentor, should I ever encounter him, I will certainly give him a thorough lesson. What is wrong with his soul ring configuration?" Quinn muttered softly from the side. This remark caught Haas's attention, and he turned his gaze sharply to Quinn. "Oh, since you deem it acceptable, allow me to clarify the positional assignments for your future team." The conversation abruptly shifted to team positions, prompting Jean to vaguely associate it with something else, his brow furrowed slightly beneath his mask. After spending the past 2 days researching at the Martial Soul Hall, he had acquired a detailed understanding of the positional distribution within a 7-member team: Commander, Assault, Main Force, Sniper, and Scout. Among these, the most crucial role was that of the Commander, the core of the team, who would possess the highest priority within the group. As the Prince of Balak, Jean recognized that holding the position of Commander would significantly enhance his future influence. At present, the abrupt transition from discussing Titch's soul ring configuration to positional assignments ignited an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him. "Quinn, Jack, you two will assume the assault roles, responsible for direct confrontation. Uxes, you two will take on the sniper roles, tasked with eliminating the target. The absent Red Devil will manage reconnaissance, overseeing patrols," Haas stated. He paused for a moment before continuing. "Titch will serve as the commander, while Annie and Jean will be responsible for the main offensive." "Why?" Quinn erupted in fury upon hearing that his elder brother was not the commander. "What makes Titch superior to my brother? Why must my brother be relegated to the main force while Titch is appointed commander?" Jean remained silent for a moment, refraining from chastising his younger sibling, and simply replied with 2 words: "Reason?" As a prince, even if not on the battlefield, one must study the fundamentals of battlefield strategies. Although Titch possessed a higher soul power, he did not believe that his opponent was more suited for the pivotal role of commander. The reason? I have already articulated it. Host cast another glance at Titch, causing a chill to run down Titch's neck, as if he were on the verge of being strangled. The third soul skill, Shadow Legion. By consuming soul power, he could create shadow soldiers capable of sharing perception, with no distance limitations. In a martial spirit state, as long as the shadow soldiers remained intact, he could even ascertain the situation on the other side of the continent. With this soul skill, he could glean battlefield information at any moment, allowing him to formulate tactical plans instantaneously. "Then he should be a scout," Uxes murmured. The Red Devil was a natural scout. And apart from his third soul skill, Titch's other abilities and mobility were ill-suited for such a role. His martial spirit's attack range could hardly support him as a main force. At this juncture, Hose redirected the conversation back to the initial question. "Now do you see why I said the person selecting his soul rings was unscrupulous? He is destined to occupy a core position with his third soul ring, not merely due to talent, but because he is inherently suited for that role. The selection of the first 2 soul rings further ensured that his self-preservation ability in the team rivaled that of an assault position, guaranteeing his safety during collaborative efforts. Chapter 39. The final victor. Am I really this pathetic? Upon hearing Hose's words, Titch felt a twinge of shame. The explanation regarding the soul ring selection indeed seemed somewhat unscrupulous, yet the reality was immutable. Matthew's intention in choosing the 3rd soul ring for Titch was to establish him as the core of the team, where the competition was not merely about ability, but about ensuring that he was the only one suited for that position. Were this arrangement to be assigned to an ordinary soul master, the incongruous pairing would only jeopardize their path as a soul master. However, Titch's innate talent was undeniable. At the age of 11, he was already at level 39. What soul master faction could afford to overlook such prodigious talent? Furthermore, the choice of soul rings, while seemingly unscrupulous in denying others the chance to compete for the core position, did not render him ineffective. A commander with remarkable information-gathering capabilities and robust self-preservation skills, if nurtured appropriately, would undoubtedly become the soul of the team. Is it really possible to gamble one's future as a soul master? Uxes interjected, unable to restrain his sarcasm. If my teacher dared to do such a thing, my parents would undoubtedly have him killed. The others shared similar sentiments. The selection of soul rings was a lifelong commitment for a soul master, to become the core commander and renounce the conventional development path for soul masters. Meticulously selecting soul rings to suit command needs without even a chance for reconsideration. This was truly outrageous. I can understand a control type as a commander, but this is just too absurd, Annie concurred. Moreover, he protects himself quite well. Apart from command, he is no different from a support role. Must we all heed his command? Unscrupulous, despicable, self-righteous. After summarizing a litany of descriptors, Ho sighed deeply, resignedly stating, "Yet the position of commander is precisely as such. The Spirit Hall will not forsake the cultivation of an almost flawless commander simply due to his unscrupulous soul ring configuration." Perhaps even Matthew did not foresee that his demise would incite such disdain from a soul emperor. Having emerged from the front lines, he had seen too many shameless individuals who relinquished their dignity for survival, some of whom had even caused the death of his comrades. Now, upon witnessing Matthew's deliberately designed soul ring configuration for Titch, while it did not reach the level of shamelessness, it certainly denied the Spirit Hall any opportunity for selection. The cultivation must adhere to Matthew's scheme, molding Titch into the greatest beneficiary within the team. How could they not cultivate him? With innate talent at level 36 by the age of 11, neglecting to cultivate such potential would likely cost them their heads. Well, it seems I cannot place the blame solely on myself. Gaining clarity, Jean inhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration, then turned to Titch, whose demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural, and remarked, "You can be a little dog-like yourself, but how could you find a teacher who is equally so cunning and calculating? A prince of the Baloch Kingdom. He had once thought the position of commander was firmly within his grasp, only to realize he had overlooked Titch, a formidable rival who emerged unexpectedly. Could he reclaim it? If Titch were driven by different motives, perhaps Jean might still have a chance to regain the command position. However, Titch was born for this role. While Jean certainly had the capability to serve as commander, perhaps even better than Titch, once he took on the mantle, Titch would be left with no position. The flaw of teamwork lay precisely here. In a cooperative model involving multiple individuals, the focus was on combining each person's strengths. There was no such thing as everyone being utilized to their fullest potential. I've only scratched the surface of what my teacher taught me. Titch feigned embarrassment as he touched his neck, yet internally he celebrated Methuno's triumph, wishing fervently to resurrect the latter from his grave to host a grand banquet in his honor. Who could have anticipated that Methuno possessed such cunning? Compelling the Spirit Hall to cultivate Titch into a commanding talent? It is often said that age brings wisdom, although Methuno's cultivation level might not be remarkable. His aptitude for understanding human nature and strategizing is truly exceptional. One should not be overly complacent. The role of a commander necessitates a robust theoretical and practical foundation. I shall nurture you into an exemplary team leader, sparing our comrades from the tragic consequences of your potential folly. Haas glanced at the time and remarked, "Let us pretend that today's altercation never occurred. I expect to see you all here at dawn. Given that your current commander is inexperienced, your training must be intensified. Should he lack the innate prowess for leadership in 6 months, you will have to rely solely on your sheer strength." Dislike aside, Haas was not one to be governed by stereotypes. As an instructor dispatched by the Spirit Hall, He possessed the fundamental qualities of a teacher. To teach is to teach well. If Titch truly became a distinguished team commander, he would no longer need to dwell on the questionable intentions behind Mithuno's soul ring configurations. Must you not have a modicum of faith in me? Titch pondered silently. Regardless of the circumstances, he would ultimately be the one to reap the benefits. Attaining the commander position would greatly enhance his influence within the first team, facilitating the establishment and maintenance of his network. Who would not relish the feeling of being a leader? Should Jean ascend to command, Titch would struggle to assert dominance in the latter's presence over the next 18 months. However, once he himself took command, the dynamics would shift during that period. His team's standing would surpass the rest, allowing him to leverage the advantages of mastering the meridians and widening the gap in cultivation levels. This would further consolidate his authority over his peers, enabling him to maintain his status in future encounters. After outlining the training schedule for the morrow, Haas turned to leave. There was no need for theatrical displays of dominance. He had no interest in bullying the younger members. The others present understood that a group of soul masters could not possibly challenge a soul sage, as evidenced by the two individuals who had nearly been throttled moments ago. It seemed that in the future, Titch would need to frequent Haas's presence more often. Commanding is not a trivial endeavor. Our lives will rest in your hands during the practical exercises in 6 months. Once Haas departed, Jean was the first to approach Titch, exclaiming helplessly, "If you wish, I can teach you the fundamentals of command tonight. Mastery in 6 months is improbable, but there remains a chance for you to become a competent commander." "Humph, schemer," Quinn interjected with a scoff. The position coveted by her brother had been seized by Titch in a manner that bordered on unscrupulous. Had it not been for Jean's watchful gaze, she might have already confronted Titch. "Then, it will be up to you. To be candid, I am only now grasping the intricacies of my teacher's cunning." Titch, feigning innocence, attempted to disguise himself, aware that one must remain low-key when benefiting from a situation. After all, the last individual who took advantage of a circumstance faced severe backlash. At that moment, Amy, who had earlier clashed with Jack, approached and scrutinized Titch, confidently asserting, "I believe you will undoubtedly become an exceptional commander in the future. With your tenacity, anyone opposing you will certainly be overwhelmed." Chapter 40. Conversations in the office. As night fell, the Hall of Martial Spirits loomed like a colossal beast resting in the heart of Satoa City, ready to devour the splendor of the vibrant metropolis. In the bishop's office, Haas, who had intervened earlier to halt the conflict, sat opposite the black-cloaked bishop. The desk between them was strewn with documents concerning the cultivation list of the 13 soul masters. Was the altercation between Amy and Jack merely a consequence of Jack's emotional turmoil? The black-cloaked bishop furrowed his brow, lifting a photograph of Jack from the table and murmuring, "Has the latest examination report from the side branch of the Elephant Armor sect been released?" "Yes, it has. It is indeed a soul bone. But the tests indicate that it significantly affects emotions," Haas replied, presenting a report from the corner of the desk. The brief information on Jack revealed that he had worked as a laborer in the Huyin family's soul hunting grounds with his mother since childhood. He first came to the Hall of Martial Spirits' attention a few years ago during a conflict with another, initially possessing only a 6th-level innate soul power. His cultivation speed had inexplicably surged a few years prior, accompanied by drastic emotional changes. Following tests conducted by the Hall of Martial Spirits, it was confirmed that Jack possessed a rare head soul bone. However, no one sought this soul bone, as its emotional repercussions were profoundly negative. In simpler terms, it could subtly transform an individual into a hot-headed brute. Such a soul bone would be eschewed by any discerning soul master, for in life and death battles, recklessness is tantamount to courting disaster. Well, at least he possesses a soul bone that others covet not. The black-cloaked bishop sighed, surveying the documents scattered across the table. "By the way, this here's first team of soul masters is remarkably talented, with many achieving soul respect status in their teens. Do you think any of them might ultimately become titled Douluo? Is the first team of the Hall of Martial Spirits strong?" Haas replied, "Indeed, they are extraordinarily robust. Consider this, a group of children, generally around 11 years old, each with soul power exceeding level 30. For context, Tang San reached soul respect status at 12. While it may seem comparable, Tang San had the advantage of the Xiantian skill, which allowed him to surpass many peers despite working part-time. Achieving soul respect at 11 without such assistance suggests that, in some respects, they resemble prodigies. While early cultivation speed serves as a reference, the soul power at the soul respect stage is minimal compared to that of a soul emperor. Any child with a modicum of talent can reach that level by 12 or 13, Haas remarked dismissively. As one advances, innate talent becomes increasingly paramount. A Soul Sage may have comparable early training progress to a Soul Douluo, but upon reaching the levels of Soul King or Soul Emperor, the former's advancement will significantly wane. Talent is an unexplainable phenomenon. For some, the transition to Soul Sect is insurmountable, while others retain vigor even upon reaching title Douluo. After all these years, you remain as pessimistic as ever. Can't you harbor even a flicker of hope for the future of the Hall of Martial Spirits? The black-cloaked bishop shook his head, well aware of Haas's characteristic pessimism and his refusal to entertain hope. Hope is not mere fantasy. Reality is stark. Should we ignore it in favor of dreams? Haas pointed to the documents on the table, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Jean and Quinn hail from the Balak royal family. Although they benefited from a simulated cultivation environment and the guidance of Soul Emperors, the Balak royal family has yet to produce a single title Douluo. How could it be that luck favored just these two? But what about Ani and Uxas? They lack royal resources yet have achieved this level. Do they not have a chance? The black-cloaked bishop inquired. Are you serious? Ani utilizes a unique family meditation technique that accelerates soul power growth through lightning elements. While this method can unearth some potential, the costs become increasingly burdensome in later stages. Once he reaches the level of Soul Emperor, relying on this method would be akin to exhausting one's life force, Haas retorted, leaving no room for the bishop's optimism. Uxas may have the potential to reach title Douluo, but among the 13, he is the least likely. His family's martial spirit possesses remarkable destructive power, yet their inherent qualities are woefully inadequate. Otherwise, they would not have languished for so long without ascending even to the lower 4 sections. Reality often offers the most compelling answers. The path of Soul Masters has been entrenched on this continent for ages. Those who become title Douluo invariably possess both opportunity and aptitude. It is not merely the allure of a striking martial spirit or a particular strength that grants one the chance to ascend to title Douluo. The 9-heart begonia, despite its unparalleled healing abilities, has only produced a single successor, and none have made significant impacts. Speaking with you is truly disheartening. The black-cloaked bishop grimaced, contemplating Haas's assertions before unwillingly revealing his trump card, pointing to Titch. And what of Titch? At 11 years old, with soul power at level 36, a pure civilian talent. Do you believe he has a chance to become title Douluo? Haas's gaze lingered momentarily on Titch's profile before shaking his head. He possesses the potential, but he may not survive to see that day. What do you mean? The black-cloaked bishop's expression soured at Haas's words. I am aware he faced an attack from anti-Hall of Martial Spirit Soul Masters in Notting City, but he is now a member of the Hall. Who would dare act against a candidate of the Hall of Martial Spirits? What is the Hall? The largest Soul Master organization on the Douluo continent. Both empires must pay them respect. What power would dare provoke a candidate of the Hall of Martial Spirits? I'm not speaking of others. I'm referring to him. Haas's cold gaze shifted from Titch's profile, stating flatly, this child possesses a maturity that surpasses what you and I might perceive. He is adept at concealing his true self. However, he cannot mask the aura that emanates from him. With ambition and a lethal edge, if he continues to develop along this trajectory, he will undoubtedly refuse to remain in the shadows. Yet, the Hall of Martial Spirits has no need for such individuals. Enough, the black-cloaked bishop interrupted Haas's conjecture, furrowing his brow. Are you not being overly sensitive? He is merely 11, a child playing at being a king. He simply possesses better talent and has matured faster due to his civilian background. How could it be as serious as you suggest? Moreover, is there any title Douluo who isn't revered as a founding ancestor in the Hall of Martial Spirits? If others were to learn of your thoughts, they might suspect you have ulterior motives. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Haas did not refute the matter, hastily concluding the discussion regarding Titch. He could not present any substantial evidence for his latent concerns. He merely perceived a certain madness lurking within Titch's crimson eyes, which he found truly terrifying. Chapter 41. The escalating absurdity of the plot. At 4 a.m, the training commenced. Those still enveloped in the comforting embrace of slumber were abruptly dragged from the villa, their necks ensnared by coarse ropes before dawn had even broken. Was this what one might call waking up on the wrong side of the bed? How trivial, when the enraged Jack found his limbs ruthlessly severed by Haas's dark ropes. Even the notoriously irritable Quinn was rendered a silent figure of portliness. Isn't it supposed to be morning? Quinn murmured quietly beside Jean. Upon hearing this, Jean swiftly nudged Quinn in the chest, lowering his voice. Do not speak out of turn. Now is not the time. Not the time for what? Haas's ears were unusually attuned. Despite the agonizing wails of Jack surrounding him, he still caught the exchange between the two brothers. He coldly inquired, "You wish to say that it is not morning, correct? Does that mean I cannot summon you simply because it is not morning?" The atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. The first to be dragged out by the ropes, Titch, could already envision the hellish existence awaiting him for the next 6 months. With the bottleneck of tension lingering in the surrounding gloom, Titch yearned for an outlet for his frustrations, yet found none. "Titch, present." Haas's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet none among the gathered dared misinterpret his words. Jack's fate had already imparted a grim lesson. One's morning irritability could lead to dismemberment. To disregard the words of this sole emperor would likely result in the shattering of one's entire skeletal structure. "Do you understand the significance of your role as a commander?" Haas asked coldly. "To make the most judicious choices for my teammates." Titch responded promptly. Grateful that merely hours earlier, he had gleaned some foundational knowledge from Jean. "Well, it seems you are prepared to assume the mantle of commander." Haas's gaze swept across the 6 standing in a row, finally resting on Titch. "Now tell me, did this fool choose to express his morning ire because of your guidance? Or are you incapable of controlling even the morning temperament of those you will command? Was this a deliberate trap?" Titch could not help but raise his brows in disdain. While he had witnessed the act of killing a chicken to warn the monkey, this excessively brutal display felt rather excessive. Should this scoundrel prove unnecessary in the future, he would not hesitate to skin him and fashion a sofa from his hide. Was this truly the language of humanity? On his very first day as commander, he was to take charge? Furthermore, is managing one's temper such a simple affair? Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Titch had no intention of voicing these sentiments to Horus. Otherwise, his fate would likely be far worse than Jack's. Titch furrowed his brows, suppressing the agitation within, and stated, "Grant me a single chance, I assure you. He shall not err again." What a preposterous claim. In the ranks, Jean looked at Titch with astonishment, not anticipating such a response to Horus. Beside him, Quinn openly expressed disbelief. Others may have been more forgiving, but even Jean was unsure if he could fully navigate the deranged logic of someone like Jack. How could Titch possibly manage it? "Ah, you seek another opportunity. What if you fail?" Horus's gaze towards Titch mirrored a blend of surprise, followed swiftly by sarcasm and disappointment. Was he ultimately still a child? He had intended to challenge Titch, to impose a show of authority and thereby solidify Titch's position in the team dynamics. After all, as a commander, it is arduous to gain the trust of teammates without occasionally taking the blame. Yet, he never anticipated that Titch would respond like a petulant child, yearning for a chance to prove himself. "If I fail, I shall depart." Under the cloak of night, Titch's crimson eyes met Horus's, and for reasons unknown. The Soul Emperor felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. However, more than that unsettling feeling, Horus was engulfed by anger. Indeed, he was genuinely enraged. Solely due to Titch's previous words. Depart? To jest with one's future so nonchalantly, what folly! Horus's eyes darkened as he glared at Titch, inhaling deeply before coldly stating, "Today, I grant you this opportunity. Should you fail, you need not leave. I shall break your spine." With that, Horus took a slight step back, as if to afford Titch some space. "Do not act rashly. Jack is not easily controlled," Jean whispered to Titch. "Brother, why concern yourself with him?" Quinn queried, perplexed. To him, it was evident that Titch had encroached upon his brother's command, yet now his brother seemed to assist his rival. "Principles are principles. I detest taking advantage of others' misfortunes," Jean replied, watching Titch approach Jack. As for the veracity of his words, if Titch were to fail and depart, he would relish witnessing that downfall. However, Horus's recent remarks evidently aimed to thwart Titch's chance of leaving. Since Titch chose to remain, Jean saw no need to add further misfortune. "Come, let me witness whether you are fit for the role of commander," Horus stated coldly. Tiki approached Jack, and before him lay a robust figure ensnared in hemp ropes. The well-defined abdominal muscles, hidden beneath the fabric, subtly revealed themselves as the body twisted and struggled. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Jack had lost his senses, his eyes half rolled back, drool trickling down the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiable sight. "It is truly perplexing why you all persist in complicating matters." Tiki gradually raised his right hand, summoning his dark soul. Instantly, darkness enveloped his palm, the profound blackness drawing in everything it touched. Indeed, he had a method to ensure Jack would not repeat the same mistake, and perhaps alleviate his own inner turmoil. For how could a corpse bear a grumpy disposition? Tiki's solution was dark water. A black vortex suddenly manifested in his palm, exerting a powerful suction that drew Jack's head towards it. With Horst's control, Tiki was certain he could eliminate this obstinate teammate. "Stop. What are you doing?" Horst gasped, alarmed at the sight. Each individual on the Soul Hall's cultivation list was a vital asset, and aside from combat, they must always avoid casualties. Let alone. Tiki was attempting murder right before his eyes. With a swift kick, Tiki was unexpectedly sent flying. Do you wish to kill him? Why? Just because he is difficult to control? Horse questioned Tiki sternly. Otherwise? If an unstable element appears within a team, should it not be eradicated? Tiki, slightly dazed from being kicked but irritated nonetheless, rose from the ground, brushing off the dust and ignoring the astonished gazes of others. He retorted, moreover, I meant to ensure he would never do it again. You hold him down, and I will crush his head. Rest assured. He won't even be able to raise his voice next time. Who is the real mad in here? The onlookers were utterly bewildered by Tiki's words. What did it mean to simply eliminate unstable elements? Chapter 42. Breakthrough to kill the disobedient, to obliterate those with dissent. Am I correct in understanding your perspective? Horse scrutinized Tiki, whose expression conveyed a sense of entitlement. His heavy boots scraped against the ground as he stepped within 3 meters of Tiki, his countenance darkening as he questioned. As a commander, when issues arise, rather than reflecting on your own capabilities, you merely perceive your teammates as unstable factors. Is this truly how you conduct yourself in this position? Such a notion was utterly absurd in Horst's eyes. Humans are destined to harbor their own thoughts. In reality, a Soul Master team could never achieve perfect coordination. It is an impossibility. Especially when lives are at stake, no one would willingly gamble everything on another's judgment. As a commander of a soul-level team, your duty is to inspire trust in others, so they can entrust their lives to you. Otherwise, what then? Titch rubbed his aching side, the pain from the kick intensifying his inner turmoil. The more he suppressed his emotions, the more agitated and frantic he became, to the point of losing his sense of reason. I am the commander. This is my way of resolving issues. They are aware of their roles. They recognize that I am in command, and they understand that they ought to heed my instructions. In light of their cognizance of all this, to choose disobedience is to invite greater chaos, is it not? At this moment, Jack's predicament has become inconsequential. The focus has shifted to the ideological conflict between Titch and Haas. The attitude of Titch towards the command position can be described as starkly opposed to the direction led by Or. If this issue remains unresolved, the subsequent training outcomes will undoubtedly suffer significantly. Moreover, aside from the training efficacy, Titch's remarks have also cast a considerable shadow over his standing within the team. I retract my previous statement regarding him being a dog. He is more akin to a brutish creature. Annie observed the standoff between the two and muttered softly, perhaps I should assume the role of commander. Dealing with such a leader feels like playing with fire. If he demands obedience at the cost of our lives, are we to follow him to our doom? Let us rid ourselves of him first. I shall ensure that he accompanies me in death before my own demise. Uxas coldly remarked, he truly believes that once he becomes the commander, we shall heed his commands. Let him indulge in such delusions. A group of gifted soul masters, gathered from various regions of the continent, encountered significant discord on the very first day of training. Just as are believed, no one would entrust their lives to another in a state of distrust, especially not a cadre of ambitious and talented individuals. Gaining their respect and acknowledgement cannot be achieved through mere division of labor. Best to keep such sentiments to oneself. Voicing them is tantamount to courting disaster, Jin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the icy Uxas, whose royal upbringing bestowed upon him an aura of authority. Had it not been for Titch's dubious soul ring configuration, perhaps. No, he is indeed the most suitable commander. Quinn, do you not find Titch's demeanor somewhat off today? Jin inquired, observing Titch's figure. For some reason, he appears excessively radical compared to my prior impressions. Quinn shrugged. He does seem a touch more ferocious, but those are his own words. Perhaps this is his true self. I sense something amiss. For the time being, keep your mouth shut, regardless of what transpires. Do not intervene. I have a premonition that unpleasant events are imminent. Did you hear them? People may know but not necessarily act. There is no obligation to trust you. Do you not grasp such a fundamental truth? Or gazed at Titch with disappointment. If he had previously regarded Titch as mature, he must now reassess that opinion. Titch lacks the maturity and rationality that Or had believed him to possess. From Titch's lips, Or heard only an attitude that should have been expected. Devoid of any recognition or compromise with reality, a mere exercise in empty rhetoric that falls short of gaining acceptance in the real world. No, their perspectives are inconsequential. Dicky gazed into Haas's eyes, as if grasping something amidst his tumultuous thoughts. His crimson gaze swept across the line of individuals standing before him. This must have been the first time he felt troubled in front of his peers. Even in the city of Nanning, Tang San had never evoked such feelings within him. Could these young ones truly pose a challenge? They were not assembled here for him. Their future battles would not be for him either. They had come here because of the Spirit Hall, and their forthcoming confrontations would serve that very institution. His position as commander was established by the Spirit Hall, and it was their duty to perform their roles and heed his commands. They owed him nothing. Their presence here was merely the cost of their involvement. Why should he, as the commander, seek their approval? The 13 individuals on the cultivation list of the Spirit Hall sought resources for the Spirit Hall. None had come to pledge loyalty to Dicky. Whether in training or actual combat, it was all simply the tasks of the Spirit Hall. They were merely sharing the burdens of these responsibilities. Each person was to fulfill their designated roles, and the commander had to execute his responsibilities by eliminating any instability within the team. There was nothing debatable about this. How tiresome it was to hear so much unnecessary chatter. If he chose to stand there and disregard the opinions of others, what could anyone do about it? Tiki's presumptuous remarks thoroughly vexed Ux's state of mind. Disregarding Or, who remained present, Uxus stepped forth from the crowd and, tilting his head, challenged Tiki. Hey, I may not be inclined to accept your views at this moment, yet I have no intention of departing. Do you wish to engage in a discourse? As he spoke, 3 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, their ominous crimson glow enveloping his eyes. The atmosphere under the night sky plummeted to an all-time low. Observing this, Or refrained from intervening, opting instead to acquiesce, for sometimes, when reason falters, reality must impart its lessons. As Titch turned to face Uxus, shadows of soldiers materialized beside him with the influx of soul energy. The acrid scent of gunpowder thickened in the air. Quinn wished to assist Uxus in confronting Titch but was halted by Jane. It seemed that today was indeed a day of misfortune for me. The black vortex on Titch's hand became increasingly pronounced, and the agitation rising within him caused his soul power to operate at an unprecedented velocity. A deep, resonant hum emanated from within Titch just a moment before Uxus's laser-like gaze was about to unleash its energy. In that instant, as Titch instinctively crouched to evade the impending attack, he resolved to subdue Uxus with sheer force. His 39th level of soul power surged forth, and the swirling black vortex in his hand grew even more potent, commanding the shadow soldiers cloaked in darkness. Titch resembled a sovereign of shadows beneath the night sky. Chapter 43, The Antithesis of Light. An 11-year-old soul ancestor. What in the world? Horace stood transfixed, his gaze fixed on Titch as he charged toward Uxus. Momentarily paralyzed in place. An 11-year-old soul master is already a rare phenomenon among peers. And Horace could scarcely believe that an 11-year-old soul ancestor was real. He would have doubted it to his core had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. With the meridians unblocked and under a simulated training environment, 5 years of uninterrupted meditation replaced sleep. In the 5 years of Techi's seclusion in Nottingham, his diligence and perseverance far surpassed Tang San's efforts in balancing work and study. The fruits of his labor have now come to light, astonishing not only Haas but also silencing a group of teammates who had recently harbored feelings of discontent. After all, during their teenage years, these young spirit masters are particularly susceptible to the allure of strength. Shadow soldiers relentlessly surged towards Uxus, obstructing the opponent's line of sight, only to be swiftly pierced by laser beams, dissipating into wisps of black mist in the air. Although they could not withstand the onslaught of the emitted laser beams, the brief distraction was sufficient for Techi to close the distance between them. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have not succumbed to my affliction. The shadow of Tiki, imbued with an ominous aura, appeared 3 steps away and slightly ahead of Wakeses. Within him, the dormant second personality, which had lain silent for 5 years, stirred restlessly. Through the shared vision of the shadow soldiers, Tiki could effortlessly discern the trajectory of the laser eye's attack, allowing him to reposition himself to a relatively safe spot, less susceptible to assault. He intends to kill me. In a fleeting moment, Wakeses acutely sensed a faint yet pure killing intent emanating from Tiki, an essence that must not be touched by those hands. Conflicted emotions swirled within Wakeses. While he disdained Tiki's demeanor, he understood the implications of his adversary breaking through the bottleneck of soul power. Setting aside the prospect of eliminating Tiki, he was acutely aware that the Spirit Hall would hold him accountable for any harm befalling him. Conversely, could he truly gamble his life on the belief that Tiki would not strike lethally? Should he lose that wager? He did not believe the Spirit Hall would allow Tiki to repay him his life, for even among geniuses, distinctions exist. Yet, damn it, there was no time to ponder further. As Tiki closed the distance to advance, Wakeses leaped backward, steeling himself. With a surge of resolve, his soul ring lit up, and a sudden zap of laser light veered at a sharp 90-degree angle, targeting Tiki's torso. The The speed of the laser was astonishing, surpassing anything Wakeses had witnessed in films from his previous life. In the blink of an eye, the cunningly angled laser appeared perilously close to Tiki. However, the very next moment, its velocity inexplicably slowed, as if an invisible force had seized it by the throat, causing an unnatural distortion. As it neared, the laser, drawn apart by unseen gravity, transformed into a hazy red glow, ultimately consumed by the black vortex in Tiki's palm. Darkness may not be the nemesis of light, but gravity certainly is. The intricate dynamics of soul master abilities lack rigorous scientific explanation, as Tiki's soul power vastly surpassed that of Wakeses. And the electromagnetic nature of the laser remained unchanged. The gravitational pull of the shadowy martial spirit became its greatest adversary. Is the martial spirit suppression truly this severe? Suddenly, a figure cloaked in gray emerged behind Haas, casting a shadow over his face that rendered his features indistinct. Beneath the hood, crimson eyes met Haas's gaze. And the gray-robed individual spoke with an air of resignation. Why do you look at me? If you don't intervene, these two rascals are about to strangle each other. Though both young soul masters were merely at the third ring, one wielding a laser eye martial spirit and the other a shadowy one, either could inflict considerable harm. If their confrontation continued unchecked, it could indeed result in fatalities. At the sound of this, Haas, still reeling from Tiki's overwhelming soul power, finally reacted. He hastily manipulated his martial spirit to separate the two combatants at a critical juncture. Fortunately, the methods of a soul emperor proved effective, as two black ropes swiftly bound the pair, restraining their movements. The audacity of a child to distract a formidable soul master? This is a secret you must keep, or Haas's reputation will be tarnished. The gray-robed individual exchanged knowing glances with Jean and others, lamenting, "Don't stand there whining, an 11-year-old soul master. Do you dare claim you weren't distracted just now?" Haas turned back to the gray-robed man, his expression stern. "When did you return? Has the soul hunting concluded? Your attempts at changing the subject are rather pathetic. If the soul hunting were still ongoing, would I return to witness your folly?" The gray-robed figure rolled his eyes and removed his hood, revealing a remarkably youthful visage. His delicate features and luminous skin rendered him exceptionally alluring, though the pronounced Adam's apple betrayed his true nature. What a waste of effort to finally ascend to Soul Sage, and now to be denied meditation forever. Wouldn't it be better to travel instead? Sua, don't utter such things in front of the children. You are a soul master of the Spirit Hall. Stop spreading negativity. Haas, with a hand pressed to his forehead, found himself utterly speechless at his colleague's attitude. While other soul masters of the Spirit Hall strained every last ounce of potential to break through, this one maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Frankly, such an outlook allowing him to become a soul sage was a miracle bestowed by fate. What is wrong with traveling? Must one lock themselves away like the Golden Crocodile Douluo? Sua waved his hand dismissively, stepping lightly toward the bound Tiki, curiously tilting his chin. Fascinating. When I first saw the name of your martial spirit, I assumed it was similar to that of the ghost Douluo. Now, it seems your spirit is indeed quite peculiar. Witnessing a technique capable of effortlessly distorting and dismantling laser beams was a first for Sua. With a snap of his fingers, the black ropes binding Tiki and Wakeses were released by Haas. Not bad. There is some synergy, Sua remarked. What are you planning to do? The old fellow instructed me to lead the team, Haas inquired helplessly. There is no choice. Years of friendship coupled with his promotion to Soul Sage leave me at a loss with this eccentric friend. Let me borrow him for a few days. He needs to hunt souls anyway, and I can keep him company, Sua shrugged. Absolutely not, Haas firmly rejected. His situation is unique. I do not intend to let him acquire a fourth soul ring in the short term. You must have heard that his philosophy is not that of a competent commander. If we do not curb his growth now, he will act with increasing extremity, becoming a risk to the entire team. In Haas's view, Tiki's radical ideology stemmed from the self-alienation brought by rapid power enhancement. Failing to guide him toward an understanding of command would only deepen his confusion. A commander who resorts solely to brute force to resolve issues, no matter how brilliant their tactical acumen, is unworthy of the command position. Chapter 44. The price of foolishness is a severe beating. What? You genuinely intend to groom him as a frontline soldier? Sua frowned, turning back to Haas with disdain. Please, they are both genius soul masters, not destined to be mere soldiers for life. In 6 months, it is merely a matter of seeing blood, gilding their skills, teaching them effective cooperation suffices. There is no need to be so serious, is there? Proper and effective tactical cooperation serves as a lifeline for mid-tier soul masters in team battles. Had Tiki and his companion been in their 30s, Sewer would wholeheartedly support Haas's high standards for team training. However, they were merely 12 years old, and Tiki had become a soul master at the tender age of 11. Such talent precluded them from being mid-tier soul masters. The training at this stage ultimately aimed at preparing them for the impending real combat. Restricting Tiki's advancement in soul ring acquisition for the sake of command philosophy is a loss for both him personally and the Spirit Hall. Your behavior is irresponsible. His soul ring configuration is destined for a team commander. If we do not correct his mindset now, should he evolve into a cold-blooded executioner at the command table in the future, that would be my dereliction of duty. Haas spoke with an air of undeniable authority. As a fortunate individual who had ascended from humble beginnings to his current position through sheer chance, he was acutely aware of the despair instilled by a cold-blooded executioner in a superior role, for the sake of victory. Such individuals would regard soldiers merely as expendable resources on the battlefield. To hinder the enemy, they would send valueless soldiers to sacrifice their lives to thwart attacks, paying no heed to the loved ones waiting at home for each soldier's return. These merciless executioners cared only for triumph, fixated solely on ensuring that the outcome of the battle favored their side, indifferent to any other considerations. This was non-negotiable. He was at the prime age for enhancing his soul power and could not afford to squander this opportunity. Sewer wished to express more, but the words caught in his throat. He understood Haas's experiences as a former soldier who had grappled with life and death on the front lines. Anyone who had endured a death-defying mission had earned the right to oppose superiors who pursued victory without regard for human morality. I am the one who has taught you. You have no authority to decide this matter. Haas's gaze was fixed intently on Sewer, as if any further debate on the issue might lead to a confrontation between them. A chuckle escaped him. Had I been yearning for affection these past few years? It felt reminiscent of parents quarreling. As Titch rubbed his still aching lower back, he observed the heated argument between Haas and Sol. As the instigator of this chaos, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: exhilaration. The euphoric sensation of breaking through a bottleneck nearly lifted him off the ground. Every pore of his being seemed to expand, granting him an intoxicating sense of liberation. Do not be anxious, little one. Today, you shall not perish. With a buoyant mood, Titch turned his gaze towards the downcast Uxas, grinning in a manner that bordered on the neurotic. However, should you dare to rise at an inopportune moment again, I shall undoubtedly reduce you to a pile of mush and serve you to Jack for his feast. What apologies? What reconciliations? To hell with that. As events escalated to this point, Titch acknowledged that his irritation had led him to act foolishly. Yet, at any given moment, anyone could commit folly. Titch never expected that the experiences from his past life would render him infallible. Now that his true nature had been unveiled, he wished for all notions of apologies and reconciliations to perish. Embracing the role of a thoroughly cold-blooded commander had its merits. It sounded undeniably cool and aligned perfectly with his rogue disposition. He merely hoped to avoid being slain by righteous individuals upon his departure. You. Uxas, upon witnessing Titch's morbid grin, felt a surge of dread that compelled him to take a half-step back. The mind of Titch is not that of a child, yet Uxas is indeed an 11-year-old. His audacious declaration does not signify that he possesses the courage to bear the consequences. Listen closely. He is, by nature, a born villain. If we do not correct him now, such a person will become a menace to the Spirit Hall as he matures. Haas exclaimed loudly to Sol, pointing at Titch. However, before Sol could respond, Titch, who was shielded behind Sol, spoke coldly. What do you consider a menace? Is your record of single-handedly annihilating thousands deemed just? The battlefield is a realm of the deceased, not a stage to fulfill your heroic fantasies. Do not presume that just because a few of your cherished ones fell in battle, the world owes you anything. What did you say? Haas, struck by the raw truth, erupted in fury. The hair at his temples stood on end, and the surge of soul power emanating from him struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. His comrades and family had been ravaged by war. He fought valiantly to defend his homeland, yet now he was provoked by a mere child. Were it not for the remnants of his reason reminding him that he could not take the life of the boy, Titch would already be lifeless. Enough. Sol turned, his gaze sharp as he looked at Titch. If you interrupt again, I cannot promise your safety. Save me? You should focus on saving him first. Having lived for half a lifetime, he still does not recognize his own worth. I almost feel pity for him. He speaks ill of others. Yet can you enlighten me on what kind of person he is? Is he not a ruthless executioner? With unwavering resolve, Titch met Haas's fierce gaze and declared, every utterance is steeped in the harsh truths of humanity. How can you, possessing such knowledge, fail to accept the reality of your existence. War is a brutal struggle. War is devoid of humanity. In the theater of conflict, lives are reduced to mere cold numbers, even if you cannot come to terms with it. The romanticization of war merely transforms a series of lifeless figures into a nonsensical tribute to the so-called sacrificed. Having spoken, Titch shifted his gaze towards his comrades, who were already half kneeling. For the overwhelming surge of soul power from the Soul Emperor was not easily borne. The reason Tiki stands here today is twofold. Firstly, he has transcended his limitations. Secondly, he endured the formidable pressure exerted by Tang Hao 5 years ago. Now, he stands before the crowd like a king to whom his subjects kneel in reverence. His voice, slightly hoarse and deep, resonates clearly through the night, reaching the ears of every individual present. Before you harbor any disdain or fear towards me, it would be prudent to engage your minds and ponder the futility of your threats against me. Do not presume that your lives hold greater value than victory. I occupy this commanding position because I possess the capability to lead you to triumph. Excluding Jean. Each of you must first reflect on your own qualifications for leadership before questioning my suitability. If you lack such qualifications, silence is your only option. Obedience is your sole choice. Silence. A stillness akin to death enveloped the atmosphere. Jean gazed in astonishment at the pair of crimson eyes emerging from the shadows, which radiated absolute cruelty and indifference. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the true nature of this soul master. There was no grandeur of a sovereign as depicted in tales, yet the strength of the soul sect, coupled with his cold-bloodedness and shrewdness in weighing advantages and disadvantages, was sufficient to intimidate a group of adolescents. Even the enraged Horus, upon hearing Tiki's chilling words, displayed a flicker of astonishment and inner turmoil amidst his fury. He was indeed a victim of war, yet he was also a harbinger of death within that same conflict. Though Titch's words were callous, they pierced through the reality that Haas had long been evading. At the moment they wielded the slaughtering knife, whether one was cold-blooded or not was merely a self-deceptive consolation. In condemning the cold-bloodedness of others, how could one who had taken countless lives escape the same label? Observing Titch's silhouette, Haas inhaled deeply, as if arriving at a pivotal decision. Chapter 45. The Red Devil. By the time Titch opened his eyes once more, midday of the following day had arrived. The bright sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the bed, and a pervasive sense of soreness enveloped him, a testament to Haas's handiwork from the previous day. It became evident that offending a Soul Emperor was far from a prudent choice, at least from a perspective of physical well-being. Enduring a severe beating was hardly conducive to a healthy lifestyle. Rubbing his aching neck, he recalled that after his impassioned outburst that day, Haas had at least fractured a dozen of his bones. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall was equipped with healing soul masters. Otherwise, even if Haas had not dealt a fatal blow, his frail frame might not have withstood the onslaught. What a predicament this was. As Tiki descended the staircase, grasping the banister, he found himself reflecting on the tumultuous shifts in his emotions. If there were a psychiatric institution nearby, he would undoubtedly seek an evaluation to ascertain whether his mental state had deteriorated. Why had he engaged in a dispute with the Soul Emperor? The command position was rightfully his. A breakthrough to the Soul Sect would solidify his authority without contention. Doubts assailed his mind, spurred by Or's mere show of force. Under normal circumstances, there was no justification for escalating the situation to such an extent. Could it be that his mental afflictions had truly worsened? Or perhaps he had inadvertently succumbed to some external influence. Yet, the events had transpired, and Tiki recognized that ruminating on them would yield no fruitful outcome. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head and proceeded towards the dining table on the first floor. At least he had achieved a significant milestone with his soul power reaching level 40, a tangible boon for him. His next soul ring should focus on long-range offensive capabilities. Both the Shadow Moonfrog's soul power projectile and the Black Forest Python's soul power shockwave were commendable options. Tech sat in a chair, picking up the still-warm cherry pie from the table, murmuring to himself. Regarding his fourth soul ring, Matthew had left him much to consider. In order to compensate for the shortcomings in the offensive capabilities of his third ring, he leaned towards long-range, high-damage attack methods for his fourth. However, these were both extremely distant forms of attack. He was not a ranged attack soul master, and such techniques were ill-suited for his current development. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind Tech. What do you know? The pairing of soul techniques is an art form. Still caught off guard by the presence of someone behind him, Tech continued to chew on the cherry pie, speaking to himself. The visual sharing of shadow soldiers not only allows for monitoring the entire battlefield, but also expands my effective field of vision. For other soul masters, Excessive distance can decrease accuracy, but for me, shadow soldiers enable indiscriminate precision strikes. The utilization of those shadow soldiers was initially studied by Matthew and Tech together. As the commander of the team, Tech needed to possess the capability to fill any gaps in the team's positioning to ensure the tactical execution remained intact. Theoretically, this approach could lead to an overly diversified development path for Tech, making it difficult for him to compete with specialized soul masters in any one area. Yet, the reality was that Tech had long since burned his bridges. From the moment he embarked on the path of becoming the core commander of the Shadow Legion, it was destined that his martial soul would lose the potential for extreme specialized development. Wait, who just spoke? Suddenly realizing. Tech turned to face the source of the voice, only to find a girl standing behind him, completely clad in crimson, with two short, curved horns atop her head. She was undoubtedly female, her features conformed to human aesthetic standards, albeit with a rather peculiar appearance. Her exposed arms bore black markings, and her mouth was filled with sharp teeth, characteristics unbecoming of a human. The only proof of her identity lay in her garb, the black uniform of the Spirit Hall. Indicating her affiliation was the same as Tech's. Their eyes met. The girl curiously scrutinized the captain rumored to have defied the Soul Emperor, while Tech observed her in turn. After a moment of contemplation, he made a resolute decision. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp slap across the bewildered girl's face. Afterward, with a grim expression, Tech stood and began to walk away, muttering to himself, "This condition cannot be prolonged. I must find a doctor immediately. How could I be hallucinating? Hey, you idiot. I'm your teammate," the girl cried out, clutching her cheek, her expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Little did she expect that one day she would receive such treatment for such a reason. Hallucination, my ass. Hearing the girl's words, Tiki halted in his tracks, turning around in confusion to gaze at the girl's slightly swollen cheek, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Has my delusion become this severe? Is there still hope for recovery? The girl clearly heard Tiki's remark and gritted her teeth, nearly suffocating herself in frustration. She had anticipated that a genius soul master capable of confronting the Soul Emperor would possess a certain air of arrogance and composure. However, witnessing Tiki's current demeanor, he resembled nothing short of a lunatic. Very well, I am your illusion. Teacher Sewer instructed me to inform you to gather at the back gate of the base half an hour after you awaken, to venture into the Stardoe Forest for soul hunting. If you wish to regard me as a mere figment, then by all means, do not go. The girl, no. She ought to be referred to as the Red Devil, trembled as she conveyed Sewer's message. Following this, two soul rings materialized beneath her feet, and as they shimmered, she vanished from the villa. The Red Devil, aged 11, possessed a mutated martial soul and held a soul power of 30. She was the most closely watched soul master by the Martial Soul Hall in the recent training roster of Soto City, aside from Tiki. Due to the uniqueness of her mutated martial soul, the Red Devil, who wielded spatial abilities, had been predicted by the Hall's soul masters to potentially inherit the legacy of the ghost Douluo. The only current impediment was the uncertainty inherent in her mutated martial soul, which led the Hall to question her potential to evolve into a high-ranking soul master or even a titled Douluo. As long as she could demonstrate her potential qualifications at the Martial Soul Hall in Soto City, her entry into Martial Soul City would be virtually assured. Am I cured? Is this for real? Titch blinked as the girl before him vanished into thin air. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he recalled the information about the Red Devil recorded in the list given to him by Jean. However, her peculiar appearance was utterly beyond his expectations. With looks like that, why become a soul master? If I ever open a zoo, I'll definitely capture her as a mascot. Titch closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, relieved it wasn't a delusion. Who knows if the medical standards in Douluo continent could even treat such a condition. Upon receiving the message to assemble at the base's rear gate, he freshened up, donned the standard training uniform of the Spirit Hall, and left his villa, heading toward the designated meeting point. Chapter 46. The team 5 minutes later, at the rear gate of the base, the members of Team 1 stood in formation, clad in identical black training attire, awaiting the arrival of yesterday's beaten madman. You have no idea that bastard actually struck my face. If not for the disparity in soul power, I'd have pummeled him already, the Red Devil complained to her newfound friend, Ani, gingerly touching her bruised cheek. To think delivering a message would earn me a slap, how humiliating for a soul master. But with her third spirit ring yet unclaimed, she was no match for Titch, a spirit ancestor. Amidst the group, Jean, tall and imposing behind his black mask, stood like a leader, flanked by Quinn and Jack. His voice was calm as he addressed the visibly tense Ukas. Remember what I told you. Shed that arrogance of yours. Here, You're just another ordinary member. He may have secured command through cunning, but a commander is a commander. Don't let personal grudges disrupt Team 1's unity. I know, I'm just afraid he might. Ukaz's gaze wavered, his face still bearing traces of yesterday's bruises. If Titch's actions had solidified his authority as leader, Jean's intervention during Titch's unconsciousness had quelled all remaining dissent within the team. For Titch, managing a group of adolescents might have been a headache, but for Jean, raised in the imperial court, it was as effortless as breathing. Why would a prince aid a commoner? Simple, an 11-year-old spirit ancestor is a prize worth courting. Afraid? Then don't step out next time, Hoth remarked coldly, his scarf muffling his voice as he stared down the empty path. Your luck is foul. You've encountered a ruthless commander who will sacrifice your lives for victory. But it's also fortunate, for few commanders in the future will rival such a monster. A commander who disregards lives is detestable, yet undeniably formidable when unshackled by morality. Enough. It was just children squabbling. He won't hold a grudge against Ukaz, Sewell interjected soothingly. This spirit-hunting expedition was arranged for the Red Devil, who had reached level 30 without acquiring her third spirit ring, and Titch, who sought his fourth. Given the rarity of such an opportunity, the Spirit Hall's main branch assigned Sewell and Hoth as escorts, allowing Team 1 to experience combat in a forest environment firsthand. Among the varied terrains emphasized in combat training, forests and urban warfare were the Spirit Hall's top priorities. In battle, whether through spirit skills or sheer grit, environmental mastery is indispensable. Here. After another 5 minutes of waiting, Titch's solitary figure finally appeared on the path. The oppressive black uniform, the glint of crimson beneath his disheveled hair, the sharp cadence of his boots against the ground. Each detail resonated with unsettling clarity. So, he's revealing his true nature now? Jean observed the shift in Titch's aura through his mask. Unlike the celebrated star of the Great Spirit Arena, this version of Titch exuded the allure of a storybook villain, dangerous, magnetic, and ripe with anticipation. How will he act now unmasked? Team 1's esteemed leader will be late for the hunt, Sewell called out, unfazed, beckoning him to join them. Sigh, if only he were a woman. Titch gazed at the exquisite smile of Sol, which radiated a unique blend of innocence and maturity under the sun, and could not help but inwardly curse the creator, wondering if he had been intoxicated during the act of creation. Upon reuniting with the rest of the team, an unspoken tension emerged as their gazes met. Titch had no intention of speaking first. However, Jean, noticing the atmosphere, shifted his gaze towards UK Sol. With a slight twitch of his cheek, UK Sol looked at Titch, who had nearly ended his life the previous night. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the remnants of his pride, lowered his head, and broke the stalemate. Hello, Captain. About yesterday it was my fault. Cunning man, for the sake of my brother, I shall heed your words from now on. It's my turn, and I realized early on that this dog, Titch is indeed the suitable candidate for captain. My emotions have been a bit difficult to control, henceforth greetings, Captain. Considering you are the captain, I shall overlook this matter for now. But you are not to strike my face again. To speak candidly, you possess even greater charm in your current demeanor. Jean extended his fist, gently bumping it against Titch's. As the roles of captain and vice-captain naturally fell into place without the need for Haas or Sol's formal endorsement. Humanity is peculiar when matters are not laid bare. Everyone harbors doubts and reservations, fearing unjust losses to their interests. It is only when one person tears down the facade and presents all interests plainly and bluntly that everyone finds their rightful place. Next time, it would be best to send someone with a more human-like appearance to relay messages. I nearly thought I was suffering from delusions. Tiki nodded slightly, turning to the side, where Uxas, unable to meet his gaze, stood timidly. With a gentle smile, he remarked, you would do well to adjust your demeanor. To be candid, I rather enjoyed your previously defiant attitude. There was no palpable tension of mutual understanding. One sought a way out, while the other casually offered a means of escape. It was not worth elaborating upon. As they boarded the carriage bound for the Star-Do Great Forest, Sewer, the last to enter, gazed at Tiki's retreating figure and remarked meaningfully, you've only broken a few bones. It appears some individuals have indeed made progress. In the past, mentioning your pain would have rendered you bedridden for at least half a month, wouldn't it? Should I give him another beating now? Haas glanced sideways at Sewer, his expression as frigid as ice. Stop pretending to be oblivious. Some matters ought to be put to rest. Sewer playfully tugged at the corner of Haas's mouth with his delicate hands, teasing, if you could release that mental barrier. Becoming a soul sage would be a piece of cake. Then, with both of us as soul sages alongside the spirit hall, wouldn't we stride through Soto City with confidence? Enough of this. I have no desire to discuss it, Haas replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he brushed Sewer's hand away, solemnly stating, I understand the wisdom in his words, yet some experiences cannot be comprehended without having lived through them. I appreciate your good intentions, but I cannot forgive myself. Reality is not so easily reconciled. It does not consist of a few words or a scolding to alleviate one's burdens. Years of conflict and the loss of loved ones during youth weigh heavily on Haas. While he can let go of certain past experiences, he will never pardon himself. Chapter 47. The Hot Spring Hotel. This scoundrel has the audacity to disdain my appearance. Sitting inside the carriage, the Red Devil chewed on jerky, casting a resentful glare at Tiki. Just moments ago, this rogue had the nerve to openly criticize his looks before boarding the carriage. What is wrong with Redskin? What is wrong with Horns? If given a choice, who would not wish to embody both beauty and strength? As a soul master with a mutated martial spirit, merely being competent is already a tremendous blessing from the heavens. The Red Devil possesses the innate ability for short-range spatial jumping, making him a future scout for your team. Sewer, seated beside the Red Devil, addressed the group. With Tiki's shadow soldiers alongside the Red Devil, you will have a significant advantage in gathering intelligence during battles. In this soul-hunting operation, aside from basic training, the retrieval of soul rings will be conducted independently by a team, without our assistance unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing that the Red Devil's soul hunting would be a team effort, the members of the team instinctively turned their gazes to Tiki. The limit for the third soul ring is 1,760 years, while the fourth ranges from 4,000 to 5,000 years. Simply hunting soul beasts is not particularly challenging for the current team S strength. However, in the perilous Douluo Great Forest, finding suitable soul beasts for two individuals and safely returning requires extensive preparation, including determining optimal soul beast options and two alternative choices. Tiki lifted his eyelids to glance at the Red Devil and remarked, once we have confirmed our soul beast requirements, we shall need to stay in the supply town for a day before our soul hunting expedition. Upon hearing Tiki's request, Sewer's expression slightly changed, as if he had recalled something, and turned to look at Horus, sensing that this fellow was about to lower the bar again. The carriage continued its journey towards the southeast, and as night approached, the group arrived at a supply town nestled near the Douluo forest. This place lacked walls, typically attracting only soul masters, so ordinarily, no fool would dare to cause trouble here. The streets were lined with shops offering everything from traps and weapons targeting soul beasts to potions for recovery. Anything related to soul hunting could be found here. Well, look over there. A headpiece of the majestic fire dragon. How impressive, exclaimed one of the group. Goodness, the severed tail of the thunder wolf dragon. And look at that hat made of colorful bird feathers. After disembarking from the carriage, the group meandered through the bustling streets. The Red Devil appeared like a child amidst the crowd, filled with curiosity for all the peculiar trinkets. Quinn complained, questioning how someone like her could have been chosen by the Martial Soul Hall, calling Tiki a mere child. Annie raised an eyebrow and countered, are we not all just children? Children, you say? Are you certain? Uxes casually remarked, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Tiki, who was observing the shops along the street. He paid no heed to the chatter behind him, focusing instead on the wares being sold. Soul hunting was not something that could be accomplished in a single day, especially in the perilous Douluo forest. Typically, completing a soul hunt would require about half a month. And if the number of soul beasts to be hunted was minimal and there was no fixed territory, it was not uncommon for a soul hunting expedition to last an entire month. This supply town is famous for its hot spring hotel. Today, let us rest. I'll treat everyone to a soak in the hot springs, Sewer said, pointing towards a conspicuous hotel at the town center. The 5-story wooden structure resembled a steamer from a distance, with steam continuously billowing from its doors and windows. They are not suited for such indulgent places, Horace remarked, glancing at the luxurious hot spring hotel with a frown. They are still children. They should first adapt to simplicity. All right, little ones. Let us head to the hot spring hotel. I am so eager for a relaxing soak. Sewer disregarded Horace's advice, sticking out his tongue and making a face at him while urging the group ahead to quicken their pace. Who would refuse a hot spring bath before delving into the primordial wilderness? Moreover, Sewer was a thorough hedonist. Persuading him to forsake pleasure in favor of practicality was akin to expecting a divine being to descend and cook fried chicken. Hurry up. If you delay, you'll have to pay for yourself. The hotel's architecture was primarily wood and stone. The first floor featured a public hall with an outdoor hot spring bathing area, where a single silver coin could grant access for the entire day. A display board in the hall was filled with information about soul hunting teams, and soul masters often paused to check for teams that suited their needs. Upon reaching the third floor, the atmosphere was markedly quieter compared to the first, as the minimum expenditure was 10 golden soul coins, attracting primarily affluent soul master offspring. Amy, after we finish dining, go with Uxes to procure these items. Tiki instructed as they awaited their meal at the table. Penning down the supplies needed for their venture into the Star-Doe forest on paper he had requested from the front desk. Basic camping gear like sleeping bags were already available on the carriage, but Tiki's list included not merely tools, but also items like anesthetics and ropes, which puzzled Amy. Why do we need to buy bows and arrows? Isn't Uxes' laser vision sufficient? Amy found it difficult to comprehend the purpose of the items on the list, while Quinn, seemingly aware, was interrupted before she could speak by a glance from Jean, prompting her to mutter quietly, what else could it be? But to take mischief to the extreme. Suddenly, a conversation from a nearby table of dining soul masters captured Tiki's attention, causing him to swallow the words he was about to utter. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a brown soul master robe adorned with a formidable six-legged rhinoceros emblem, exuding an air of a rugged hero. Surrounding him were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all appearing to have just crossed the age of 18. They wore matching brown soul master robes, each embroidered with a different soul beast, indicating they were students from the Exotic Beast Academy, all at level 40 and nearing graduation. It was customary for them to showcase their martial souls on their robes. Jean noticed Tiki's gaze fixed on the neighboring soul masters and whispered, "Is that the soul sect?" Titch's gaze lingered on the eldest youth present, pondering the intriguing coincidence. Chapter 48, The Serendipity of the Beast Academy. You, my friend, have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. The inexplicable mutation of your martial soul has surprisingly enabled you to surpass the bottleneck of the soul master realm. Indeed, this morning's sudden frenzy nearly took me by surprise. It is true, my senior's gaze upon me was as though he intended to devour me. The members of the Beast Academy teased my senior, who sat beside the teacher with an awkward expression. Known for his gentle demeanor, he had inexplicably gone berserk early yesterday morning, his soul sovereign power overwhelming 3 of his fellow soul sovereigns to the point where they could barely retaliate. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listeners were attentive. As Haas and Sol at the adjacent table absorbed the conversation, they exchanged grave glances, soon realizing Titch's unwavering focus upon them. If it were merely the mutation of a martial soul causing a fleeting emotional upheaval among certain soul masters, Sol and Haas would have been astonished, but not overly concerned. However, the timing of the events recounted by their peers was far too coincidental. It is noteworthy that at 4 a.m. yesterday, Titch's reaction at the base was equally tumultuous. Although devoid of a martial soul mutation, he too had managed to break through his soul master bottleneck at that very moment, leading one to ponder the potential correlation between their experiences. By the way, when did the Beast Academy relocate to Soto City? As Tiki observed the crowd at the neighboring Beast Academy, he suddenly recalled that Matthew No's granddaughter, Wang Qing, was also set to attend the academy this year. However, he could hardly remember that the Beast Academy was established in Soto City, a decision made 2 years prior in conjunction with the city's expansion plan. Jean reflected momentarily and remarked that if his memory served him correctly, it was Soto City that aimed to develop the western districts. The Beast Academy, benefiting from the favorable land acquisition policies in Zone XE for Soul Master Academies, thus established a branch there. Despite the noble status of the soul masters cultivated by these academies, they were quick to seize any advantages afforded to them. Currently, Zone XE boasted 4 soul master academies, transforming it into a veritable hub for such institutions. The number of soul master academies in a city signifies its resources and soul masters, and the Balak Kingdom placed great importance on attracting high-quality academies with ample related benefits. Sol cast a glance at Haas, seeking his counsel. Matters concerning soul masters often relied on intuition, and the seemingly unrelated occurrences of the Beast Academy and Tiki hinted at potential dangers. If there were any genuine connections, it could implicate the entire soul master influence in Soto City. Why had they not performed adequately? There was no rationale, no adherence to protocols, even if issues arose. These should be addressed by Soto City's governance. Hey, before Haas could finish his thought, Tiki had already risen from his seat, gesturing for the remaining 6 members to follow suit, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd at the Beast Academy. Interfering in matters that did not concern him was not Tiki's inclination. However, he felt compelled to respond sensitively to the current situation. His emotional upheaval from the previous night was one factor, and the impending attendance of Matthew No's granddaughter at the Beast Academy in 6 months was another. If she were to attend school in Soto City, there was a risk of her martial soul mutation being adversely affected, or worse. Although the old man had passed, the promises made remained. In light of the dubious nature of the soul rings, Tiki resolved to take some preemptive measures for Wang Qing. Jean, I recall that the Ballot Kingdom granted the Martial Soul Hall a certain authority for detention, correct? Tiki inquired quietly, rising to address Jean. There is indeed a provision concerning the detention of heretics who do not worship the angelic god. In the event of a serious incident, the Martial Soul Hall has the authority to detain heretics before law enforcement intervenes, Jean replied, nodding, his tone somewhat peculiar. If you intend to detain that mutant Martial Soul Master, it need not be so complicated. Even if the Martial Soul Hall lacks justification to apprehend someone. As long as they are not of noble birth, Soto City would not dare challenge the Martial Soul Hall, Jean continued. It was indeed a disgrace that the heir of the illustrious Ballot Kingdom would suggest that the laws of the state typically did not constrain the Martial Soul Hall. Yet, the reality was that those with power, both individuals and collectives, could trample upon the law with impunity. Ultimately, when the costs of punishing wrongdoing far outweigh the benefits, any empire would forsake its so-called justice. Zhao Wujing, notorious for his malevolence, transformed from a notorious troublemaker in the Soul Master community to the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy. Shifting from a merciless executioner to an educator, being a judge in Balak must indeed be a dreary affair. Tiki shook his head and said, let us first engage in civility before resorting to conflict. Today, I wish to embrace my humanity. If that Soul Master refuses to accompany us, we shall act decisively. And at that moment, both Teacher Sewer and Teacher Haas will also be prepared to intervene. Cold-bloodedness does not imply a penchant for provoking trouble without cause. The ideology of Shrek Academy, which shuns confrontation and views it as a mark of mediocrity, is something I have only encountered in a past life within a psychiatric institution. Regarding Wang Qing's future studies at the Academy, I do not intend to create a negative impression from the outset. It is always preferable to resolve matters amicably. Should that fail, we can resort to force. After all, with Sewer and Haas by our side, we shall not suffer any repercussions. Meanwhile, the members of the Beast Academy have now noticed the approach of Tiki and his companions. Observing the youthful faces of the seven, they dismissed the situation lightly. Regarding them merely as a group of children, what trouble could they possibly pose? Most likely, they were a bunch of overly enthusiastic young soul masters seeking a friendly spar. When they themselves were teenagers and had just become great soul masters, they too harbored such Navi aspirations. Greetings, esteemed seniors. We just overheard your conversation next door. Would it be convenient for us to discuss it further? Tiki led his companions to the table at the Monster Beast Academy. His crimson gaze unabashedly fixed upon the mutated martial soul master adorned with a cricket emblem on his attire. Apologies, wait. Martial soul. Ahem. Hull. The purple-haired student, initially impatient to dismiss Tiki, abruptly swallowed his words as he noticed the inconspicuous emblem of the Martial Soul Hall on Tiki's black training uniform. The situation was peculiar. The team leader, who had previously disregarded Tiki's presence, instinctively followed his gaze upon witnessing the student's uncharacteristic reaction. His face morphed into a visage of disbelief upon recognizing the Martial Soul Hall's insignia. The Martial Soul Hall, a mere child in their teens? The team leader quickly deduced the identities of Tiki and his companions. As the annual quota of 13 cultivators from the Martial Soul Hall was a matter of utmost significance to all academies. Is there something you require? He discreetly cast a glance towards Sewer and Hose, and upon confirming Tiki's identity, the status of the remaining two posed no further concern. They were individuals not to be trifled with. Even for a FAA day, he had no choice but to comply. Simultaneously, perhaps due to the malevolent bonds of fate. As Tiki inquired about the mutated martial souls at the Academy, he unexpectedly encountered an assault from a master with a mutated martial soul at Songhui Academy. What is this? Are you tired of living? In the desolate path, Shilio coldly regarded a classmate obstructing his way, gripping the hilt of the thunderstorm blade through white gloves. A palpable aura of murderous intent dripped like dew from the blade, mingling with blood that fell to the ground. While the two soul rings beneath him glowed with a spectral light, casting a shadow over Shilio's somber expression. The adversary blocking his path was also a two-ring soul master. Glaring with blood-red eyes while clutching his abdomen, recently wounded by thunderstorm. Gangwon. Gangwon is mine. The Soul Master, cloaked in green armor, hissed at Shilio, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. What was this madness? He recognized the Soul Master opposite him. On the first day, he had approached Gangwon only to be rebuffed, and since then, the individual had doggedly pursued her as if afflicted by a malady. Yet, if revenge was the intent, why target him instead of Gangwon? I give you one last chance. Step aside, or I shall sever all your limbs. Shilio's gaze remained cold as he fixed his attention on the pair of glowing red eyes in the shadows, as his soul rings illuminated. A crimson glow enveloped the blade of thunderstorm. He was no emotional analyst, uninterested in the psyche of a heartbroken male. Nor did he harbor any desire to delve into it. Had Tiki not cautioned him against causing too much trouble, he would have relished the opportunity to swiftly dispatch this so-called classmate. You all do this, just because of my aptitude. Just because I am unfit to be a soul master. You all reject me. Go die. The Soul Master, already teetering on the brink of madness, erupted into a fit of rage upon hearing Tiki's words and launched an attack. Clearly, there was no time to ascertain the reasons behind this confrontation. As the heartbroken male charged at him, Shilio positioned the blade defensively, its cold glint reflecting the murderous intent emanating from his eyes. It must be said that the heartbroken male exhibited remarkable speed, darting left and right in an attempt to confuse Shilio. His explosive agility surpassed that of most great soul masters. If memory served, he was a 23rd level great soul master, with a martial soul adept at leaping. This rapidity caused Shilio's expression to tighten with concern. Left or right? Shilio's gaze locked onto the moving figure of the heartbroken male as the distance between them dwindled, intensifying the aura of death surrounding the blade. Left. The heartbroken male ultimately chose to attack from the left. It was only upon nearing that Shilio discerned a significant transformation in the opponent's martial soul. The previously smooth, chitinous armor was now adorned with sharp spikes, exuding an aggressive aesthetic. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The chilling blade clashed violently with the hardened armor. In an instant, the crimson blade carved a line of blood through the air. The astonishing cutting power of thunderstorm severing the heartbroken male's outstretched right arm. The severed limb, drenched in blood, soared into the night sky, warm blood splattering across Shilio's cheek, as if activating some latent switch within him. Kill. Hesitation would yield nothing. Following the successful strike, Shilio transformed into a relentless beast, the flaring blade illuminating the shift in the dynamics of their confrontation. Compared to mere combat experience, his encounters in the soul-hunting forest, pursuing poachers, had honed his skills far beyond those of his peers. With each strike, the blade fell like a torrential downpour, intense and lethal. A swift reverse motion cleanly severed the heartbroken male's right foot as he attempted to retreat. Damn it. Curse it. In less than 5 breaths, the heartbroken male had lost his right arm and leg. Though his emotions were in turmoil, the brutal efficiency displayed by Shilio instilled a sense of dread within him. Who was this deranged transfer student? As the blade of thunderstorm descended toward his left leg, the pain coursing through his body prompted the heartbroken male to hastily channel his soul power, intending to unleash his soul skill to repel Shilio. Soul Pearl. A murky black mist, infused with a trace of destructive energy, rapidly gathered in his hand, forming a soul projectile aimed at Shilio's head. If Shilio chose to persist in his assault, this soul pearl would undoubtedly shatter his skull. Boom. The soul pearl erupted upon colliding with the ground, sending a violent shockwave that sent debris flying, slicing Shilio's cheek and drawing a trickle of blood down his face. Is this all you are capable of? As Shilio felt the sting on his cheek, a dangerous smile crept upon his lips. The near-fatal attack from the heartbroken male altered Shilio's approach. He steadied the blade in his hand, and his second soul ring flared to life. One blade flow, drizzling rain. Pausing abruptly, Shilio, wielding the thunderstorm, moved like an arrow ready to be unleashed. The crimson blade left a delicate, silken line in the air. In the next heartbeat, under the astonished gaze of the heartbroken male, Shilio's blade brutally pierced through his heart. Exchange blows? By what right can you exchange blows with me? You think this fool before you, who has never taken a life, can stand against me? Do not jest. The blatant movements driven by rage. The clumsy wind-up of your attacks. Killing you is far simpler than severing your limbs. Combat demands precision and decisiveness, emotions like rage and fury. Aside from enhancing a scion's power, only hasten the demise of an ordinary soul master. Conveniently, Shilio excelled at exploiting such flaws, delivering fatal strikes to his adversaries. Taking a deep breath, he knew it would soon be over. Shilio withdrew, casting a cold gaze upon the forlorn figure of a heartbroken man seated on the ground. His fingers tightened around the hilt of the dagger as he silently reveled in the gradual extinguishing of a vibrant life. Though the wound piercing the man's heart was not immediately lethal, the sensation of the last remnants of warm blood seeping away was far more tormenting than death itself. The inner turmoil of confusion and regret, the futile struggle against despair, and the paralyzing fear of mortality converged as time slipped away. In those final moments, death dispelled the tempestuous emotions clouding the heartbroken man's mind, his crimson gaze receding like a tide, replaced by eyes filled with dread. "Help me. This isn't what I wanted. Please, save." His life hung on the precipice of an unfinished plea. The evening breeze whisking away the last vestiges of warmth from his body, which began to stiffen. Early romance can be so detrimental, Shilio mused, retracting his martial spirit and contemplating the lifeless form before him. "I wonder, should I inquire why he sought me out for this confrontation? No matter. I shall leave this matter to Teacher Shinian." Chapter 50. Sparrow. A day later, under a leaden sky marred by drifting clouds. The dense Douluo forest revealed sporadic glimpses of decaying spirit beast carcasses, with crows and scavengers feasting upon the remnants. The mutated martial soul masters from the Exotic Beast Academy had been dispatched to the Spirit Hall in Soto City for examination. Presently, the only pressing concerns remained the hunts led by Tiki and the Red Demon. 7 children, aged 11 to 12, navigated the treacherous terrain of the Douluo forest. Uncertain of the perils that awaited them, clad in identical black backpacks, they formed a standard alert formation, cautiously threading through the thick underbrush, inhaling the humid air preceding the storm. Despite the assurance provided by Sewer and Haas lurking in the shadows, the team remained vigilant, their hearts tinged with an undercurrent of excitement and restlessness. "Tiki, tell me truly, who taught you such unscrupulous methods of hunting souls?" Annie remarked, positioned at Tiki's left front, observing as Tiki employed his martial soul to scout ahead with shadow soldiers. "We thought you sought a day to devise a hunting route. Yet it appears you aim to find a gullible target." "What a scheming fellow," Quinn whispered, rolling her eyes. The proper procedure for hunting souls typically mandated identifying the desired spirit beast and then entering the appropriate regions of the Douluo forest according to the ecological habits of the creature. However, for Tiki, whose moral compass seemed alarmingly flexible, such a methodical and time-consuming approach was clearly beneath him. Thus, he had devised a rather unscrupulous yet highly effective strategy. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In a single day at the supply town, he located a hunting team that matched his needs closely, without the necessity of engaging with them or joining their ranks. Instead, they would trail this team into the Douluo forest, ensuring that their own strength was sufficient to seize the spirit beasts at the critical moment. This significantly reduced the time required for the hunt and greatly enhanced the likelihood of success, all at the cost of a mere compromise of ethics. As Haas had aptly put it, setting aside any ignoble reputations, Tiki had indeed demonstrated a unique flair for leadership. Even if the methods were contemptible from a pragmatic standpoint, they were the most suitable course of action for the team at that juncture. "If not by deceit, should I truly place my hopes in you? Given the survival skills you learned yesterday, lasting 4 days in this forest would be an achievement. And wasting even a single day could amplify the risk of failure in our hunt." With a resigned shake of his head, Titch maneuvered a dozen shadow soldiers to keep a vigilant watch over the soul-hunting team advancing 800 meters away. At this moment, the energy-saving advantage of the Shadow Legion was fully realized. If it were any other Millennium Soul skill requiring prolonged maintenance, even reconnaissance-type soul skills would impose a significant toll on the Soul Master. However, the unique property of Shadow Soldiers, which allowed their strength to fluctuate in accordance with the soul power of their creator, enabled Titch to expend only a minimal amount of soul power to create shadow soldiers solely for surveillance. This allowed him to meticulously monitor every movement of the soul-hunting team from afar. Little did that team realize that their pursuit of a 1,700-year-old soul ring had drawn the attention of others. Uxas interjected, noting that no one would suspect that merely hunting for a Millennium Soul Ring would put them under the scrutiny of a 7-member team of Soul Masters. Under normal circumstances, they would easily hunt soul beasts of 3,000-year vintage and would not need to resort to stealing other soul rings. However, time constraints and their lack of sufficient experience in forest survival compelled them to shorten their hunting duration, especially as they later needed to acquire a 4th soul ring of even greater peril. Surprisingly, the atmosphere within the team was harmonious, devoid of the anticipated strife that might arise from division of labor. This cohesion stemmed from Titch's methods being sufficiently straightforward and unambiguous. They did not need to question each other's choices of routes or responsibilities. They simply followed a hapless soul-hunting team. biding their time to seize the soul rings when the opportunity presented itself. In this context, having a somewhat unscrupulous commander proved to be advantageous. The Red Devil, gnawing on jerky, scrutinized Titch, who walked at the center of the group. Gradually, her initial disdain for this incompetent leader began to shift. Influenced by the imminent acquisition of the soul ring, the term dog, often used derogatorily to imply disgraceful behavior, took on a different connotation when viewed through the lens of self-interest. While it may evoke feelings of revulsion when applied to oneself, it could be perceived as a potential competitive edge when it facilitated another's gain. After following the soul-hunting team for a full 5 hours, traversing rugged terrain, they finally arrived at a canyon where the oblivious soul-hunting team discovered traces of their sought-after soul beast. At this point, the torrential rain had drenched everyone, their wet clothing clinging uncomfortably to their skin. The appearance of their true target was undoubtedly a rare piece of good fortune. Beneath a 10,000-year-old Nami tree, a group of blue humanoid monkeys stood guard over their home, alert to any unwelcome visitors. Fortunately, the Nami tree lacked offensive capabilities. Its sole purpose was to assist the blue-skinned spirits in their mental connections. The Nami monkey, also known as the blue-skinned spirit, bore structural similarities to monkeys and is considered a distant relative of the wolf-thief soul beast species. Its body was adorned with vibrant blue skin speckled with luminescent spots, prized within noble circles as high-quality material for crafting leather armor, cherished for its beauty and inherent glow. Notably, the hair atop their heads, seemingly ordinary, contained long strands composed of neural tissue, granting them the ability to share memories with other soul beasts, an invaluable asset coveted by scouts and intelligence-gathering soul masters. The Red Devil chose the Nami monkey as her third soul ring. Once acquired, the ability to link memories with other entities, combined with her own spatial jumping talent, would secure her position as a scout, even if her mutated martial soul later restricted her from achieving high-level soul master status. Chapter 51. The key is fever. Hunting souls is no simple endeavor, particularly when seeking a suitable soul beast from social species. This often demands ample experience and skill from the soul masters. However, for Titch and his companions, all they needed to do was wait, much like beekeepers anticipating the fruits of nature bestowed by their diligent bees, observing and learning. They took advantage of their idle time, hoping that such knowledge might prove useful in the future. Tiki halted at a downhill position less than 300 meters from the soul-hunting squad, leaving only Uxes, who assumed the role of a sniper, by his side. The others divided into two teams. Jack and Quinn, accompanied by Annie and the Red Devil, lay in ambush to the east, while Jean stood alone on the heights to the west, awaiting the signal from Uxes' attack as the soul-hunting squad reached its conclusion. The three parties were poised to strike simultaneously, aiming to seize the soul beasts and eliminate the soul masters. "Captain, are we truly going to kill?" Uxes, leaning against a tree trunk, glanced nervously at the calm-faced Tiki beside him, a flicker of anxiety briefly crossing his eyes. "What? Are you afraid?" Tiki cast a glance at Uxes, and with no hint of surprise, he calmly stated, "Take a deep breath, aim, and then strike. The Spirit Hall will arrange psychological counseling for you afterward, ensuring that you will not be left with any mental scars, regardless of their usual demeanor." It is almost universal for children to react similarly upon witnessing blood for the first time. Absent the support of anger or resentment, any person of conscience will experience inner turmoil when faced with the decision to take another's life. This is a positive sign, albeit ill-timed. Uxes shook his head and replied with pursed lips, "I am not afraid. I simply believe it is unnecessary to kill them. We only need to seize the soul beasts, and the soul masters can handle them. There is no need to claim their lives along with the soul beasts." The act of robbery and murder can be easily articulated with just a few keystrokes, yet when it comes to reality, the cost amounts to the lives of 7 living beings. Forgive him, he is still but a child. Youngsters often tend to view matters through an emotional lens. The cold rain soaked their garments, and the frigid air cast a particularly somber mood over the atmosphere. However, following their previous altercation, despite his internal disagreement with Tiki's methods, Uxes' stance was not as rigid as before. Indeed, subduing them is not out of the question, but what about the next time? With an expression of indifference, Dicky gazed at the Soul Hunter squad as they summoned the appropriately aged azure-skinned sprite and posed a rhetorical question. "Do you believe you will always act with a clear conscience?" It is indeed a formidable challenge for a person to uphold their principles throughout their lifetime, especially for us spirit masters. The Spirit Hall's training of us is not merely for our sustenance. The nature of our existence, steeped in violence, inevitably leads us to confront our moral boundaries. Only when absolutely necessary do we shatter these boundaries, often resulting in even greater repercussions. Uxes opened his mouth, eager to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Their very existence is, after all, predicated on the act of killing. Setting aside the distant future, in merely 6 months' time, they will undoubtedly face scenarios akin to this one, where a faceless target lies before them and a vigilant team stands ready behind. Preying upon the weak is an inevitability they must confront. Uxas, too, recognizes that the so-called moral limits he clings to will likely be breached within the span of half a year, merely a preparation for what is to come. He nodded in acknowledgement, yet his countenance revealed that he was still struggling to transition, in a short span of time, from the role of a prodigious spirit master to that of an executioner. After a brief moment of silence, Tiki spoke lightly. Are you aware of the connection between the blue-skinned spirits and which type of soul beast? The wolf thief? Uxas responded. Our teacher mentioned in school that these creatures are distantly related to the wolf thief. He was puzzled as to why Tiki had suddenly brought up this topic. Yet it did capture a portion of his attention, allowing him to momentarily set aside thoughts of his identity as an executioner. Indeed, the sight of these humanoid soul beasts inevitably evokes unpleasant memories. With a deep sigh, Titch softly recounted, when I was 6. Our village was besieged by a pack of wolves, to be precise, a dozen or so. The men fought valiantly against the feral onslaught while the women hurriedly led the children to safety. Yet, as you can imagine, ordinary folk cannot withstand such a threat for long. So, how did you survive? Uxas raised an eyebrow slightly at the question and replied, Of course, I ran. I ran for my life. The crimson gaze of Titch met the eyes of Uxas, his tone as calm as a spectator recounting another's tale. The adults in the village managed to fend off most of the wolf bandits. We children, under the guidance of the women, fled outside. Initially, I shared your sentiment, harboring the hope of saving others. However, we were relentlessly pursued by 2 wolf bandits. A group of ordinary folk, burdened with children, could not outrun them. Fortunately, there were only 2 bandits. A human life might delay them for 20 to 30 seconds. In such moments, maternal instinct revealed its profound strength, as several adults willingly threw themselves into the jaws of the wolves to buy us time. Reflecting on the harrowing scenes from 5 years ago, Titch gently closed his eyelids, seemingly wishing to conceal the emotions flickering within his gaze. Yet, those few adults were clearly insufficient to provide us with the necessary time, and some displayed little maternal instinct. Eventually, everyone desired to survive. Outrunning the wolf bandits while outpacing others merely served to enhance one's chances of survival. So, this was your first act of killing? Uxas, evidently taken aback by Titch's experiences, recognized that for a 6-year-old child, surviving under such life-and-death pressure was nothing short of miraculous. The cruelty of the means employed became less significant. Well, a woman, fearing for her life, attempted to trip me to feed me to the wolf bandits. I managed to evade her, and Heir seized the opportunity to bring her down. Subsequently, he tripped several of my companions. Once we were far enough away, the wolf bandits, having gorged themselves, lost interest in pursuing us. I understand now. You wish to convey that to survive, one must often engage in actions that contradict their conscience, Uxas nodded, his expression a tapestry of complexities. I simply find it a bit difficult to adjust. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance to you. As a genius soul master, I have my own set of principles. Although I have not endured tragedies as dire as yours, I comprehend what is right and what is wrong. While I may internally critique or even loathe cold-blooded tactics, I shall never allow my foolish kindness to jeopardize my teammates or my own life. What a pity you don't pursue the humanities. You possess great potential. Tiki cast a sidelong glance at Uxas, lifting his eyelids, and, with a dismissive hand, slapped the top of the latter's head. Allow me to finish, he remarked. What I wish to convey is that several children who escaped later succumbed to fever from being drenched in the rain. In this downpour, the hunt for souls must be swift. I do not wish for my inaugural mission to falter due to illness. Chapter 52. Seeking shelter from the rain after an arduous half-hour of tug-of-war, the soul-hunting team at the canyon's base finally captured the desired spirit beast. Several millennium-old blue-skinned sprites were lured to a secluded area through special means, and after a fierce battle, the team managed to subdue a 700-year-old blue-skinned sprite, albeit at the cost of 1 serious injury and 4 minor ones. Come, girl, hurry over to prepare for absorbing the soul ring. We must not linger longer. The boisterous man waved to the girl, who was being shielded by the others. To secure this soul ring for his daughter, he had expended considerable resources to glean information about the blue-skinned sprite's territory from other soul masters. However, events did not unfold as the man had envisioned. Just as he turned with a smile to his daughter, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A crimson laser shot through the trees. accurately penetrating the girl's skull from 800 meters away, simultaneously tearing through the abdomen of the soul master behind her. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. The rugged man, still basking in the joy of their successful hunt, bore witness to his daughter's lifeless body collapsing to the ground, his expression slowly stiffening as an icy fear gripped his heart. Act now. From the nearby bushes, the red devil materialized in front of the distraught father, swiftly slicing through the man's neck with a curved dagger. No one wished to engage a father who had just lost his daughter in a fair fight. The quickest way to eliminate the threat reduced their own combat pressure while simultaneously offering a form of relief to the grieving parent. After all, no one desired to endure the anguish of witnessing a loved one perish before their eyes. Ignore the one fleeing. That one is under Jean's responsibility. Quinn and Jack plunged into the fray, momentarily delaying the others. Apart from a coward who had fled early, the remaining soul masters were incensed by the brutal tactics employed by the team. Who are you? Are you unaware of the rules of soul hunting? The panicked soul master struggled against Jack's powerful strike, exclaiming in alarm. Yet, his answer came not from Jack, but rather from the assault initiated by Anil's elemental magic. Two strong attackers held off their adversaries, while Anil's lightning element unleashed its full destructive potential at that moment. Discharge, crackled the electric energy, surging through the ranks of soul masters, even affecting Jack and Quinn at the periphery of the soul skill's range. Damn it, do you wish for another beating? Jack seethed, turning furiously to Anil. Mistake. I swear. Seeing the situation unfold, Anil quickly retreated, distancing himself from his two teammates. Fortunately, the lightning's destructive capacity was formidable, incapacitating four soul masters with a single strike, rendering them immobile for a time. Curse be it. Were it not for the teacher lurking in the shadows, I would truly relish the chance to eliminate you. Quinn clenched his fists, delivering a decisive kick that felled a soul master. Even at the edge of the soul skill's range, the electric force left him tingling all over. Jean, soaring above with fiery wings, dove toward the fleeing soul masters amidst the torrential rain, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. The mission to seize the soul ring was complete. Finish them off, and ensure that not a single one remains alive. Tiki trudged through the muddy earth, joining Uxes and the others. Before long, Jean returned, dragging the severed head of the fleeing soul master. Fortunately, everyone had gathered. It was imperative to deliver the finishing blow. For if word of such a soul ring theft were to spread, it would surely invite treachery and scorn behind their backs. Tiki retrieved a canister filled with yellow powder from his backpack and approached the blue-skinned sprite, who still clung to life. He sprinkled the pungent herbal powder over the sprite. What was the purpose of this? The red demon, wielding a curved dagger, pushed aside Uxasis, eagerly yearning to absorb the spirit ring, almost wishing to sever the sprite's neck immediately. However, this was not an opportune moment for such an act. Pack-hunting spirit beasts typically possess a tendency to rescue their captured companions. By employing this substance to mask the scent of the spirit beasts, it would become more challenging for them to locate their comrades. After sprinkling powder on the corpses of other soul masters, Tiki signaled Quinn to take the blue-skinned sprite. Despite being restrained by the soul beast tendons used by the previous hunting team, the 2-meter-tall sprite still gazed at Tiki with intense murderous intent. With a swift motion, Tiki inserted 2 fingers into the sprite's eye sockets, denying the beast any chance to glare back at him. As he twisted his fingers, the 2 large eyeballs were dislodged and fell to the ground, a truly terrifying sight. It was time to depart. Lingering any longer might provoke the blue-skinned sprite to self-destruct. We should ascend the hillside to find a sheltered spot to set up camp. My boots are drenched, and it is utterly uncomfortable. Titch gestured for the group to ascend the slope in search of a suitable spot to set up camp. Although capturing a soul beast posed the risk of self-detonation, the explosion from a millennium-old soul beast would not occur instantaneously. Moreover, they would be able to detect any impending detonation within a mere 10 minutes. Titch managed to find a makeshift resting place up the hill. Uxes and Amy began to construct a temporary encampment, while Quinn and Jack ventured forth to gather firewood. The azure-skinned elf was suspended upside down from the treetops by Titch, who had even excavated a pit beneath the creature's head to facilitate the drainage of blood, thus preventing the attraction of nearby soul beasts, such as the ever-hungry pack of hellhounds. No one wished to engage in a fierce struggle against a relentless horde of famished wolves after a hard-fought soul hunt, especially considering the toughness of hellhound meat, which could be quite exhausting to chew. Come now, crimson-skinned abomination, it is your turn to deliver the finishing blow. Titch crossed his arms, relishing the furious expression of the Red Devil. Truth be told, the mutated form of the Red Devil's martial spirit resembled the demons of Western mythology from a past life, prompting Titch to suppress the urge to tease. Damn it, how splendid it would be if you were the one upside down. The Red Devil gritted his teeth and approached the azure-skinned elf, raising the curved dagger in hand. With a fierce swing, he severed the neck of the blue-skinned monkey, leaving only a thin layer of flesh connecting it. That strike truly startled me. Tiki feigned a demeanor of fear, shrugging his shoulders and disregarding the furious gaze of the Crimson Devil. He retrieved the powdered substance he had previously scattered and sprinkled it over the blood seeping into the pit. Instantly, the rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine enveloped the acrid scent of blood. Once the blood had dried, he filled the pit with the surrounding earth, leaving only the fragrant scent of damp soil in the air. Ah, how unfortunate it would be to catch a fever at such a moment. Tiki shivered and hurriedly sought refuge in the makeshift camp constructed by the two Wakasas nearby. He removed his rain-soaked boots and lamented, quickly, "Bring me a cup of ginger water. Indeed, my lack of virtue has brought this deluge upon me. The wisdom of the elders remains true. Will you then strive to do good in the future?" Jean inquired, handing him a cup of hot water. "Let us not kid ourselves. Not skinning that blue-skinned sprite alive is already my greatest act of kindness," Tiki retorted. Chapter 53. Night Conversations. The rain persisted, making it difficult to fathom how primitive humans survived in such an unforgiving nature during the dawn of civilization. The biting cold seemed intent on driving humanity away from this place. Goodness, is the meat of this creature truly so delectable? Pass me the dipping sauce. Hey, don't snatch it. There is only this little bit of meat. Can we not share equitably? Gathered around the iron pot, the wood crackled under the flames. The bright flames did not illuminate the path of civilization, yet they boiled water to warmth, adhering to the standard of fresh sustenance. The group opted not to consume their stored rations of jerky, but instead prepared the soul beast of the Red Devil, simply cooked and seasoned with the condiments Tiki had brought. This modest approach to cooking offered a unique flavor. In the wild, one must learn to procure from nature. The ration provisions should only be employed in dire circumstances, lest one finds themselves starving when the need for such supplies arises. Tiki savored the succulent slices of meat he retrieved from the pot, relishing each bite. Nothing complements a rainy day quite like a sumptuous hot pot feast. Jack and Quinn required no further elaboration. These rugged men seemed inclined to toss even the bones into the bubbling broth. However, Uxas, gripping his chopsticks, glanced towards Amy, who was also hesitating to partake, and swallowed hard before inquiring, "Is the blue-skinned elf a humanoid spirit beast? What does that imply?" As Titch chewed on a piece of meat, he raised an eyebrow in a frivolous manner, exclaiming in disbelief, "Are you suggesting that if one does not consume soul beasts, one should resort to eating humans? Goodness, perhaps you should reflect on your psyche upon returning. What kind of pervert would contemplate consuming human flesh while indulging in soul beasts?" Uxas was left momentarily speechless by Titch's retort. What did he mean by wanting to eat humans? Did Titch and his companions not harbor any psychological reservations about consuming humanoid soul beasts? Clearly, they did not. Despite the blue-skinned spirits bearing a resemblance to humans, their essence remained that of soul beasts, and the distinction between the two races made it challenging to feel any moral guilt. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the absorption of the soul ring reached its conclusion. With a long exhale, the Red Devil slowly opened her eyes. The faint purple soul ring encircled her, emanating a unique, ethereal glow. A 31st level soul master, the Red Devil, a crimson-skinned monkey, had undergone a transformation. "Well, what do you think?" Titch inquired mockingly as he sat by the fire. Upon acquiring her third soul ring, the Red Devil appeared to have grown a little taller, her physique aligning more closely with that of the blue-skinned spirits, exuding a newfound maturity. A deep voice followed. "Sharing memories is a reciprocal ability. It will be much easier for us to extract information from our enemies in the future." Damn it, don't give me a nickname. The soul abilities functioned as anticipated. As long as the opponent's soul power did not surpass hers, or if they lacked the capacity for resistance, she could delve into their memories at will. The Red Devil wrinkled her nose, appearing beside the fire pit, glancing at the empty pot, and with a twitch of her lips, she complained, "Is it too much to ask for consideration? You're all human, yet I'm left here in the rain, absorbing a soul ring while you set up a tent to enjoy your hot pot?" Despite her complaints, her mood was evidently uplifted after acquiring her third soul ring. The faint smile at the corners of her mouth belied her words. With the newfound ability to share memories, her value had undoubtedly multiplied several times over. Soul Masters below the rank of Soul Sovereign could not conceal any secrets from her, as long as her teammates could restrain the opponent. The Red Devil could ascertain even the most trivial details, such as how many times they had wet the bed as children, all within a mere 10 minutes. After all, it was not easy to find a soul ring so quickly. Tiki extended a hand, offering a cup of warm water. Drink more hot water. Once the rain ceases, we must seek out the soul rings. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. The spirit beasts aged between 4,000 to 5,000 years present considerable challenges. So prepare yourselves mentally. The task of hunting spirits has merely reached its preliminary stages. The Millennium Soul Ring of the Red Devil poses little difficulty. The true challenge lies in Tiki's need for the fourth soul ring. Fortunately, our team is currently in excellent condition, since the soul rings were acquired through force. Everyone's spirit energy remains at a stable level. Understood. Where do you plan to search for your spirit beast? Jean inquired. The team gathered around the campfire, drying their rain-soaked garments. Following the hunt of the Red Devil, everyone has developed a clear understanding of Tiki's leadership, despite a lack of moral boundaries. He proves to be a competent commander. Titch, drying his damp boots by the fire, contemplated and remarked that once the rain ceased, he would first venture eastward to the lakes, for it was common to encounter frog-like spirit beasts by the lakeside after a rainfall. He hoped to encounter the elusive shadow moon frog, a spirit beast he held in particular esteem, one that possessed a soul age of over 4,500 years. As spirit beasts mature, they acquire a greater array of abilities, and the skills derived from soul rings may not always align with a soul master's desires. To ensure the continued development of his martial soul, Titch often gravitated towards spirit beasts such as frogs and snakes, which inherently possess the characteristic of ingestion. Thus, even if he were to absorb a soul ring that did not provide the desired ranged attack capabilities, the inherent ingestion trait of these creatures would still complement the evolution of his martial soul. Alas, an 11-year-old soul master. Heaven must be blind to bestow such exceptional talent upon you. The Red Devil, removing his boots and placing his feet by the fire, cast a sidelong glance at Titch and lamented, "Were I to possess your talents, I would likely already be in the spirit hall, rather than observing from this minor hall." In terms of aptitude, Titch's abilities ranked among the top 3 across the continent. Had he belonged to even a minor noble family, he would have undoubtedly been sent to the spirit hall for training by now. But I still cannot fathom why, with your exceptional talent, you were assigned to a branch hall. Even if your background was deemed inadequate, you should have at least been placed in a sub-hall, not relegated to a mere branch hall, he continued, expressing his confusion. With nothing else to occupy their time, Quinn voiced his thoughts, inadvertently deepening the understanding among the group. I would desire immediate admission to the spirit hall. A village was slaughtered, and with my identity records missing. A naturally full spirit power soul master would not be willingly handed over to a sub-hall by any branch hall steward, especially with the stipulation that the main hall does not accept such individuals. Tiki shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "My mentor treats me well. Yet that does not preclude him from harboring ulterior motives, such as the nature of humanity. Entrusting me to the young prince not only allows him to claim the accolades of my achievements, but he would also forfeit the opportunity to forge a connection with someone destined to become, at the very least, a soul sage. In such circumstances, even a fool would refrain from placing a mere 6-year-old like me in the hands of the young prince. Now that you understand, do you not resent him?" The Red Devil inquired, perplexed. "Your teacher's actions are also subtly shaping your future, are they not? How much influence can it truly wield? Whether it be the branch or the young prince, with my innate talent, as long as I do not meet an untimely end, I am assured a place in the Soul Master City before the age of 15. Titch responded naturally, acknowledging that this arrangement was indeed preferable. Life in the Soul Master City was far from the ease found in the branch hall. Aside from the unfortunate encounter with a middle-aged pervert in Notting City, he had generally enjoyed a relatively relaxed and pleasant existence. As the conversation deepened, the camaraderie among the 7 began to flourish. Sullen Haas, who had been observing from the shadows, felt a sense of relief. Despite Titch's cold demeanor, he showed an unexpected restraint, refraining from being cruel or difficult to those around him. If they had to witness Titch's ruthless side, they would scarcely believe that this affable youth harbored the traits of a merciless executioner. It was quite a fade he maintained. If he were to survive, he would undoubtedly become a formidable threat in the future. Haas regarded the rotating guard teams with a critical eye, reluctantly conceding that Titch's leadership capabilities surpassed his expectations. The young man exhibited a chilling aptitude for seizing soul beasts, silencing witnesses, and disposing of corpses, traits that marked him as a born predator, possessing an innate understanding of the hunt that could not simply be taught. Indeed, the path chosen by his mentor at the branch hall suited him remarkably well. Sol remarked casually, pondering what title Titch might earn should he ascend to the rank of title Douluo, perhaps the Crimson-Eyed Douluo, the Black-Handed Douluo, or simply the Black Douluo. Haas, ever the pessimist, countered that Titch's chances of achieving such a rank were merely 7 out of 10. He expressed concern that should Titch engage in fierce competition with others and subsequently suffer a setback, it might shatter his resolve. He cited the notorious case of the unyielding king, who had escaped the encirclement of 16 soul masters from the spirit hall, only to be left cowering before the power of the Leaf family, never even catching a glimpse of the title Douluo rank, let alone the shadow of a soul Douluo. Reality often proves to be a cruel mistress. Not only is talent and luck insufficient, but one's conduct must also strike a delicate balance. Excessive caution could lead to missed opportunities, while reckless ambition could jeopardize one's future. Ultimately, everything seems to be predestined. At 4 o'clock the following morning, Titch roused his team from their slumber, urging them to continue the hunt for their 4th soul ring. Come on, cunning man, are you trying to poison me? Just let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Quinn protested, bleary-eyed and grumbling, honestly, just 1 more minute would suffice. Why do you insist on waking us at such a half-asleep hour? The others, emerging from their sleeping bags, shared Quinn's sentiments. This was indeed the most disorienting time. Caught between dreams and wakefulness. Though they claimed to be weary, their minds had already adjusted. Conversely, they felt unfulfilled, still lingering in the realm of dreams. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to lead you on a hunt for soul beasts when they're still drowsy, would you? Titch explained. After hastily packing their overnight gear and consuming some rations, they embarked on another round of soul hunting. With no other hunting squads around, Titch relied solely on the Spirit Hall's map to locate soul beasts. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side by afternoon. As they roamed the outskirts of the Stardoe forest, Titch had yet to encounter a suitable soul beast. The 1,000-year-old soul beasts they came across were either too young or far too old, compelling Titch to cautiously guide his team deeper into the forest. As dusk approached, they set up camp for the night, mirroring the previous evening's arrangements. Having cooperated well the day before, the team now exhibited a budding sense of camaraderie. We cannot light a fire tonight. Let us endure. If we are unsuccessful tomorrow, I shall seek assistance from the teachers, Titch declared. After a fruitless day, the group's spirits inevitably waned. Compared to the previous day's successful hunt, the inefficiency of today's efforts dampened their motivation. Yet, reality does not accommodate human wishes. Lacking extensive hunting experience, it was entirely normal to spend 2 or 3 days searching for an appropriate soul beast in the Stardoe forest. Why can't we light a fire? We did so yesterday without incident, Quinn remarked, gnawing on dry rations accompanied by jerky. Compared to the previous evening's fare, tonight felt particularly arduous. Without a fire for warmth or a hot meal, this was a novel experience for the second prince of the Ballot Kingdom, who lamented, "We would surely freeze if we do not light a fire." Tiki shook his head, recalling the times he pursued poachers in Notting City, occasionally using flames to attract flying insect-like soul beasts to attack soul masters. Creatures such as the flower-winged blood mosquito and the white feather moth were easily drawn to the light. On rainy days, it was manageable. However, on dry days, igniting a fire in this primitive forest would mean we would all become mosquito fodder tonight. Annie sighed softly, expressing his helplessness. Why did I choose to become a soul master? This arduous task is something ordinary people outside would scramble for, but rarely get the chance to undertake. Jean reassured him, relax. The hunt for souls will be even more grueling. Let us not forget we have 6 months of training ahead. Compared to training, the intensity of soul hunting is not vastly different from an outing. Jean, your intention is to comfort us, isn't it? Asked the Red Devil, his lips twitching in disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the team had begun to shed their inner facades, gradually revealing their true selves to one another. With the power of wish fulfillment that I possess only once in my lifetime, I wished fervently for Tiki to swiftly find a soul ring suitable for him tonight. I yearned to return to the base and sleep in my grand villa. Uxas, who had already burrowed into his sleeping bag and donned an eye mask, chimed in. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding croak shattered the stillness, interrupting their thoughts. From the nearby lake shore, the sudden cacophony of a fierce battle between soul beasts erupted, instantly banishing any semblance of drowsiness from the weary group. The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Uxas, who had just expressed his wish moments before. It felt as though he had truly exhausted his solitary opportunity for wish fulfillment. Is it too late for me to retract my wish? Enough chatter. Follow me. Tiki quietly signaled to the others to follow him and investigate the situation, as the sounds of battle mingled with the croaking of frogs, suggesting that among the fighting soul beasts, there might be a frog-type soul beast. If it truly suited Tiki, they could leave the Stardow Forest tonight and return to enjoy their luxurious villa. Several shadow soldiers vanished into the woods to ascertain the source of the sounds. Could it be confirmed that it was a soul beast battle? If there were soul masters hunting for souls? And he trailed behind Tiki. His warning half-formed before he swallowed it back. If soul masters were indeed hunting, it wouldn't matter, as they had already robbed once before. The Red Devil remarked, "Indeed. Although I hesitate to say it, I find myself yearning for the comfort of a large bed back at the base rather than the loss of lives." Awakens chimed in. The saying goes, it takes a long time to learn good, but a moment to learn bad, and this truth was vividly exemplified in him, especially after experiencing a massacre. Awakens gradually seemed to adapt to the executioner's style, veering further down the path of wickedness. Chapter 55. The human-faced demon toad, get down. Following the direction of the sound, Tiki suddenly halted, grabbing Jack beside him. Suppress. Before Jack could react, Tiki's dark hand touched him, and the soul power within him froze as if rusted, entirely beyond his control. As the two tumbled to the side, a dark soul power projectile hurtled through the trees like a meteor, narrowly missing their previous position. What in the world? It's the soul power projectile of the human-faced demon toad. Awakens, I shall remember your favor. Tiki, rising from the ground, laughed at the still frightened Awakens. Receiving visual sharing from the shadow soldiers, he exclaimed, "Your wish truly works wonders. I never expected to find the human-faced demon toad here, and one that is 5,000 years old at that." "I was just joking," Awakens lamented, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair as Tiki's gratitude only magnified the feeling of having missed the singular opportunity to achieve his heart's desire, akin to having lost the chance to become a titled Douluo. "Thank you." Jack stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, expressing his gratitude to Tiki without further ado. Now entirely captivated by the human-faced demon toad, Tiki signaled for everyone to hasten toward the scene. Moments later, they halted behind a thicket, and through the cover it provided, a fierce battle among soul beasts unfolded before their eyes. The human-faced demon toad. The nearly 4-meter diameter black toad lay like a rock formation on the lakeshore, its coarse, wrinkled skin adorned with various protrusions of black and white. Under the moonlight, those protrusions resembled grotesque human faces trapped beneath the toad's surface, evoking an indescribable sense of revulsion. "This creature is rather peculiar," remarked the Red Devil, quickly losing interest in the human-faced demon toad, a soul beast that was rare and precious. To think that the fourth soul ring could actually find one. Tiki murmured to himself as images of several soul beasts, particularly those that Matthew had advised him to pay special attention to, floated through his mind. Among them was the presence of the human-faced demon toad, the nightmarish small soul beast, the gluttonous shallow water tyrant, and the terrifyingly ruthless slayer. These titles were labels affixed by generations of soul masters. The toad held a status akin to that of the human-faced demon spider, universally shunned by all other soul beasts. It possessed thick skin, robust bones, and an insatiable appetite. Its stomach harbored spatial attributes, allowing it to be fashioned into a rudimentary storage soul guide after death. Most importantly, for Tiki, this human-faced demon toad seemed almost custom-made for his martial soul. The toad's exceptional qualities of devouring and regurgitating, along with its inherent stomach space attributes, resonated profoundly with his dark martial soul. Regardless of the soul skills acquired, they would significantly enhance the dark martial soul in various ways. "Shall we proceed now?" Jean inquired softly. At that moment, the human-faced demon toad was entangled with a blood-armored centipede, both of which were of the Millennium rank. The toad and centipede were age-old adversaries, and their encounter promised a fierce struggle. "Not so fast. Let us position ourselves at a safe distance." The human-faced demon toad's ranged attacks are immensely powerful, and we must avoid any accidental harm to ourselves. As Teak gestured for everyone to disperse, he instructed. "When the time is ripe, Jack will cover me as I advance to subdue the soul beast. Quinn will support Annie in delivering frontal assaults to deter the enemy, while Uxes will provide ranged suppression, and Jean will assist as the situation demands." "And what about me?" the Red Devil inquired upon realizing he had been overlooked. Tiki retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you curious about the dietary habits of the faceless demon spider? Engaging in a direct confrontation would serve little purpose." It would be wise to stay aside and avoid collateral damage, reserving your efforts for a more opportune moment. In the realm of intelligence extraction, the Red Devil is undoubtedly a trump card, yet each has their distinct roles. When facing a 5,000-year-old faceless demon toad, Tiki harbored a sense of trepidation. He was uncertain how the suppression from his dark soul would affect their opponent. Rest assured, should the situation turn dire, I will intervene. At that moment, Hasa's voice resonated from the depths of the forest, alleviating the tension among the group. Realizing that he was under the protection of a soul emperor and a soul sage, Ianai's previously anxious demeanor transformed into unwavering resolve. The battle between the faceless demon toad and the blood-armored centipede intensified, with the former gaining the upper hand due to its remarkable resistance to toxins. The toad's maw, filled with tiny sharp teeth, began to crack the centipede's exoskeleton, oozing viscous green fluid that dripped onto the grass, creating a cloud of corrosive white smoke. Just as the faceless demon toad prepared to gulp down the centipede of similar size, a beam of laser interrupted its movement, its crimson eyes fixating on the bushes where Tiki and his companions concealed themselves. Attack! This time, Tiki was fully alert. Shadow soldiers emerged from the shadows beneath his feet, allowing him to perceive the entire situation around the lake. Quinn, Ianai, to the left. As Tiki's command echoed, the two swiftly dodged, just as a sudden soul power projectile whizzed past their previous positions. This exemplified the faceless demon toad's formidable prowess. Its long range and immensely powerful soul projectiles were released instantaneously, with the only tell being a subtle movement of its mouth when unleashing an attack. For those unfamiliar with the Soul Master, it was easy to fall victim to such a tactic. Fortunately, the faceless demon toad, having just consumed the blood-armored centipede, was not in optimal condition. It was likely that the centipede, still alive, was struggling within the toad's belly, providing some measure of distraction. Jean, seal the lakeshore with flames, Tiki instructed, aware that under normal circumstances, the inherently savage nature of the faceless demon toad would deter it from fleeing. However, Tiki could not afford to take that risk. Should the toad escape, it would haunt him for eternity. Ribbit. The faceless demon toad seemed to sense the malice emanating from Tiki, its small crimson eyes fixating on him. Hiding behind Jack. In a split second, the toad's powerful limbs erupted with astonishing force, cracking the ground as it lunged viciously towards Tiki. Hey, Jack, positioned before Tiki, let out a furious roar, a faint red glow emanating from his head. In his martial spirit state, his muscle swelled, and 3 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, ready to absorb the impact from the oncoming toad. With a resounding crash as the two collided, the corrosive toxin on the toad's skin eroded the reddish-brown hair on Jack's arm. Despite Jack's valiant effort, the stark disparity in physical prowess between humans and soul beasts meant that he could only manage to hold back the beast momentarily. Hold on. With a swift motion, Tiki leaped onto Jack's shoulder, agile as a cat, and landed on the toad's back, which was covered in protruding bumps. The toxic fluid acted like lubricant, making it difficult for Tiki to maintain his grip on the toad's back. As the corrosive liquid began to react with his boots, a plume of white mist rose from the contact point. Dark water. Tiki's dark hand grasped the uneven surface of the toad's back, his fingers, honed through 5 years of training, easily gripping its flesh. The allure of the dark water, combined with the grappling techniques learned from the Shao family, allowed Tiki to adhere firmly to the toad's back, immobilizing him. Suppress. The suppression ability of the Dark Soul began to take effect upon contact, causing the soul power within the faceless demon toad to slow to a crawl. Ignore Jack. Jean, Quinn, come up front. Uxes, aim for its eyes, Tiki shouted. After enduring the toad's assault, Jack found himself in a state of exhaustion. A 3-ring soul master could withstand the frontal attack of a 5,000-year-old soul beast, which provided Tiki with an unexpected boon. Jack's struggle granted Tiki the opportunity to unleash the suppression on the toad, which was now operating at only 30% of its power. With Ianai and Jean's destructive capabilities, it was merely a matter of time before they would prevail. Boom. Jean unleashed his martial spirit, igniting flames to accelerate the onslaught, while the toad, heavily suppressed, was forced into a purely physical confrontation. Quinn, charging forward alongside Ianai's raging lightning element, caught the toad off guard. Ux's laser beam struck true, hitting the toad in its eye. Ribbit, the faceless demon toad, sensing its impending doom, attempted to channel its suppressed soul power against the onslaught of lightning and Jean's ferocious assault, but its efforts were in vain. Quinn unleashed a black fire from his mouth, while simultaneously delivering a fierce blow to the toad's jaw with his hardened forehead. Thunderbolt. Dragon Bow Emperor. Eni and Jin's attacks converged almost simultaneously. The former's lightning surged in a straight line, while the latter, transformed into a wyvern, dove down at high speed. Wings spread wide for a brutal strike. For the faceless demon toad, already in a suppressed state, such an onslaught far exceeded its capacity to endure. Moreover, having just battled the blood-armored centipede, its condition left it dazed, as if it could sense the arrival of death. With a sickening sound, the toad's belly was punctured by the lightning, and the blazing dragon wings tore a gaping wound in its back. The faceless demon toad was gravely injured. But at the same time, misfortune befell Tiki, who was on the toad's back. Damn, are you two trying to kill me? Tyche, clinging to the back of the human-faced demon toad, let out a startled exclamation as he delivered a finishing blow to the creature, simultaneously swatting at the flames that had singed his trousers, cursing under his breath. The piercing nature of lightning and the searing heat of fire were evident. Although his target was the demon toad, Tyche inevitably suffered some collateral damage from the residual effects of the attack. It was their first collaboration after all, and achieving flawless execution without any mishap was simply unattainable. Alas, it would have been splendid to eliminate it. The figure of the Red Devil appeared beside the human-faced demon toad, stepping upon the now lifeless spirit beast, and remarked with disdain, "What a grotesque sight. After absorbing this creature, won't it turn into a frogman?" Teague extinguished the flames clinging to his posterior and retorted, "So, you have absorbed the soul ring of a cooked crab?" Ignoring the resentful gaze cast upon him by the Red Devil, he turned his attention to the corpse of the faceless toad. At this moment, a rich, purplish-black radiance had coalesced into a ring above the cadaver, marking the optimal moment for soul ring absorption. However, just as Teague was poised to absorb the soul ring, Or, who had been lurking in the shadows, intervened. "Efficient work, but this soul beast is not suited for you," he remarked. Teague, startled by Or's sudden appearance, glanced at the floating soul ring above the faceless toad's remains and questioned, "What makes it unsuitable? A 5,000-year-old specimen is precisely the limit for a fourth soul ring. Have you lost your senses? How can you be so certain it is exactly 5,000 years?" Or cast a sidelong glance at the corpse and replied nonchalantly, "Soul beasts of this age are the most deceptive. You may believe it to be 5,000 years old, yet it could very well be 500 years older. Do not underestimate those extra years. The absorption limits for soul masters are derived from the lives of their predecessors. Those additional years of soul power could very well spell your doom." Many consider themselves the chosen ones, oblivious to the fact that even a seemingly perfect 5,000-year soul ring presents certain risks for a soul master during absorption. The term limit itself implies that not all soul masters can successfully absorb it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the distinction of limit to define the absorption threshold. The path ahead for Titch remains long. Haas does not wish for him to take the perilous risk of absorbing a fourth spirit ring, especially one that may slightly exceed the acceptable age. "Fear not, you have performed admirably these past few days. I, along with Sewer, will make an exception to assist you in obtaining the fourth spirit ring. As for this particular ring, consider it a missed opportunity." Haas patted Titch on the shoulder, his gaze shifting to the corpse of the man-faced demon toad, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Had it been a spirit ring of 4,500 years, he would have permitted Titch to absorb it. Yet, alas, it is a 5,000-year spirit beast. Even if it were precisely 5,000 years, he would still discourage Titch from undertaking such a risk. "Trust Haas, he acts in your best interest." Sewer approached Titch and reminded him of his mentor, who had nurtured him to become a commander, presumably hoping he would embody steadiness. Upon hearing Sewer mention Matthew, the turmoil on Titch's face vanished, replaced by a fierce determination in his crimson eyes. "You are correct. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven, as the old man once said. One cannot ascend to greatness without taking risks. If I lack the resolve for even this, how shall I contend with those stronger than myself?" Sewer and Haas were taken aback, not anticipating that Matthew would impart such teachings to Titch. What does it mean that life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven? However, denying the two any chance to intervene, Titch resolutely summoned the spirit ring and began the absorption process. If he could survive under Tang Hao's oppressive presence, he thought, then he must withstand this spirit ring. Chapter 57. Pain. Excruciating pain. The purple-black spirit ring seemed to fear Titch's hesitation, swiftly enveloping his feet. The violent spirit power found its release, surging madly through Titch's meridians. Pain. Excruciating pain. The dense violet-black spirit power completely engulfed Titch, reminiscent of the day he first absorbed a spirit ring. The agony coursing through his veins elicited a chilling laughter from him. Huh, just like that. Tear me apart. The suppressed second personality stirred restlessly, sending a wave of unease through the onlookers, unsure of what misstep Titch had taken. The brutality inherent in the man-faced demon toad dictated the ferocity of the spirit ring it produced. Once the violent spirit power surged into Titch's body, it began a ruthless transformation and enhancement. Under the influence of the second personality, the rampant spirit power tore through every tendon and meridian in Titch's body. The intense pain nearly allowed the second personality to seize control, with bulging veins on his neck and forehead appearing quite fearsome. The onlooking group turned their worried gazes toward the two mentors, uncertain of what actions to take. Haas furrowed his brow and instructed, "You all should gather the tents and sleeping bags. Sewer and I will keep watch here." What a fool, recklessly absorbing a spirit ring. If something goes awry, he will forever be barred from becoming a titled Douluo. He sighed. He chose this path. There is little we can do now. Sewer shook his head, acknowledging the situation. The group complied, returning to collect their belongings. Regardless, the soul-hunting ordeal was finally behind them, and they could escape the discomfort of this ill-fated outdoor excursion. They could only wonder if that scoundrel would endure. The Red Devil, noticing Uxas at the back of the group, seemed lost, as if his soul had been stolen. "Hey, it's not like you are the one absorbing the spirit ring. Why the long face?" the Red Devil inquired. Uxas snapped out of his daze, gripping the Red Devil's clothing and expressing his anxiety. "This must all be chance, right? Did I squander my only opportunity for wishes to come true, just to find a suitable spirit ring for Titch?" The group paused, initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Quinn patted Uxas on the back with a hearty laugh. "How could that be? Such a significant opportunity for wishes to come true? One spirit ring is hardly enough. You should at least get a spirit bone as well." Another chimed in. "Whether he can successfully absorb it is another matter altogether. Why torment yourself over something so trivial?" As the group exchanged playful banter, an unusual phenomenon occurred with Titch, who remained seated before the corpse of the man-faced demon toad. Blood droplets began to seep from his pores, transforming into a mist that enveloped him. Under the dim moonlight, the hue of the blood mist deepened, taking on the semblance of a toad battling a centipede. Reminiscent of the earlier struggle between the man-faced demon toad and the blood-armored centipede. Tiki tightly closed his eyes, concentrating on his inner spirit, yet an uncontrollable, grotesque smile crept across his face. A series of beast-like growls emanated from his throat, reminiscent of a wild creature striving to break free from its cage. "Tiki, take the medication. Stop him. What is he planning to do?" Time seemed to revert to the days spent in the psychiatric hospital, where Tiki stood at the 6th-floor window ledge, pushing the elderly man's wheelchair. Behind him, anxious doctors urged him to remain calm. At times, death can indeed be a form of liberation, can it not? Titch grasped the armrest of the wheelchair, gazing at the elderly man still attached to an intravenous drip. Murmuring softly, the old man, unable to respond, appeared as a parched fish, ensnared by his illness in the wheelchair, enduring the torment of his affliction, his mouth emitting continuous groans of agony. "No, I should be absorbing a soul ring. Wait, what is a soul ring?" In a whirl of confusion, Titch pushed the wheelchair to the edge of the open window, where doctors hesitated to intervene, fearing to provoke Titch into action. "No, you merely seek a pretext to extinguish his life." Suddenly, a hand pressed down upon Titch's, and upon turning, he was startled to find a man bearing his likeness, yet more robust in stature, such that the hospital gown could scarcely conceal his muscular build. He was in great distress. Only death could alleviate his suffering. He had a son who loved him, and there were still those he cared for in this world, even if his memories eluded him. It was not your place to terminate his pain, for the sake of a son embroiled in a divorce, for relatives squabbling over inheritance, for a throng of anonymous critics. In any case, it was not your prerogative to make decisions for others. What if I simply wished for him to be silent? I cannot bear to be roused at night by his incessant moans. How does that reason strike you? That is acceptable. You need not restrain me. A series of surreal dreams flickered into existence and faded away until Titch's absorption of the soul ring reached its climax. As anticipated, Within the unnoticed interstice of his primary persona, a mysterious self-healing ability once more restored his damaged meridians, successfully completing the soul ring absorption. It had been 2 hours, surely. The child should have arrived by now. He cannot intend to continue this until dawn, can he? The red devil glared mournfully at Titch, whose body was enveloped in scabs. 2 hours had passed. Soon, dawn would break. Let us wait a little longer. After all, we have already waited this long. Uxas chimed in, and finally. Unable to contain herself, the red devil cautiously approached Titch under the teacher's tacit approval, extending a finger to gently prod the scabs covering Titch's body. Through the hardened crust, the sound of cracking bones could be faintly heard, a sound that, while not loud, evoked a sense of trepidation, as if something monstrous lay in gestation within. Goodness! Could he be calcium deficient? If only I could share his memories at this moment. The red devil's courage swelled, her probing finger pressing with increasing intensity until, at the very moment her fingertip brushed Titch's temple, BM. A dark red arm burst forth, shattering the scab's confinement. Its steel-like fingers gripping the red devil's neck with a vice-like hold. Both Hose and Sul, upon seeing the dark red, shell-covered arm, found their intended words abruptly stifled by sheer astonishment. The cold, indifferent voice of Tiki resonated clearly in the ears of the red devil as he uttered, "Dare to share my memories, and I shall reduce you to nothingness." Chapter 58. The External Soul Bone, the Majestic Armor. Their gazes locked, a suffocating tension filled the air, accompanied by a chilling silence. Beneath the dark crimson mask, his blood-red eyes betrayed remnants of a brutal ferocity. Rising to free himself from the constraining scabs, Tiki tore away the filthy garments clinging to him, revealing the dark red carapace that adhered closely to his skin. This intimate armor, reminiscent of that of a centipede, was designed to protect his entire form without sacrificing agility, conforming to the contours of his muscles. Lo and behold, the external soul bone, the majestic armor. These plates of armor clung to my skin, rendering me impervious to blades and projectiles. Titch slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, suppressing the stirring of his second personality. He murmured, absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon toad and receiving the external soul bone of the blood-armored centipede. Indeed, the old man was right. Without taking risks, one will never have the opportunity to rise above others. With a thud, the released red devil collapsed to the ground, as if his soul had been lost. The others, witnessing Titch's transformation, displayed a mixture of shock and bewilderment in their expressions. In the suffocating silence, everyone remained entranced by the matter of the external soul bone, including Haas and Sewer. Sewer, with a dazed expression, turned to Haas and asked dreamily, "That is the external soul bone, right?" External soul bones are rare commodities in the outside world, let alone the exceedingly scarce external ones among soul bones. Sewer had only learned about it from books in his early years. Should we kill him to seize the soul bone? Haas took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the greed that welled up within him, reminding himself that as a sole master of the spirit hall, his duty was not to indulge in violence. Sewer was the first to recover from his shock. Seeing Haas panting beside him, he quickly nudged him with his elbow. "Don't be foolish. There are backups for the cultivation list of the spirit hall. If he dies, you'll be held accountable and suffer the same fate." In other words, if no one were to investigate, he would have acted first. No one could resist the allure of the external soul bone, at least not for those present. If it weren't for Titch being one of the cultivated soul masters in the Soto City Spirit Hall, under its protection, he would undoubtedly have acted to seize Titch's soul bone. Damn those angelic beings. Is there no law? How can they commit such atrocious acts without facing retribution, and yet possess such fortunate circumstances? Sewer approached curiously, feeling the armor, which bore a metallic texture and was dark red, perfectly adhering to Titch's skin, as he had described. Absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon toad had granted him the soul bone that fell from the blood-armored centipede in its belly. Sewer was not curious about the underlying principles. Rather, Titch's extraordinary luck made him suspect whether the other had some connection with the angelic beings. How could so many fortuitous events consistently occur for him? "Stop touching it. You look like an old lecher." Titch rolled his eyes, and with a mere thought, the dark red shell upon his body receded beneath his skin, revealing the physique concealed beneath the armor. Enhanced through the transformation by the human-faced demon toad, Titch's form appeared significantly more robust, exuding an aura of strength with his swollen and well-defined muscles. He had completely merged with the formidable armor. Unless he were to be slain, this soul bone was not something that could be easily taken away. What a stark contrast it was. Others could absorb soul rings at a higher level and receive affection from beautiful maidens, while here I was, either a mere second-rate or a grotesque red-skinned aberration. As Titch surveyed the individuals surrounding him, he inwardly scoffed, relieved that the unexpected boon of the armored titan was indeed satisfying. Though it lacked the offensive capabilities of the 8 spider lances, it significantly enhanced his defensive abilities. The enhancement provided an impressive 80 boost to all states, while the breath restraint feature allowed him to isolate and obscure his aura and soul power fluctuations. Additionally, the self-healing ability accelerated his recovery speed by 50, while it did not possess the poison of the 8 spider lances. The armored titan correspondingly granted an extra 30 points in fundamental physical fortitude, augmenting his recovery rate and stealth capabilities. In a state of breath restraint, Titch would become a lethal threat concealed within the visual blind spots of his adversaries. In the absence of allies, this would serve as his most crucial trump card. Should he find refuge under a tidal Douluo, he might seize an opportunity to infiltrate the Tiando Royal Academy and, while Tang San had yet to fully integrate the 8 spider lances, snatch away his external spirit bone. Titch's gaze shifted towards Haas and Sol, both of whom he deemed incapable. Even if Tang Hao were gravely injured, eliminating these two would be a trivial matter. To engage Tang San, the prerequisite would be the protection of a tidal Douluo. Otherwise, even if Tang San's life were spared, the mad Tang Hao would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Do I sense disdain directed towards us? Haas mused, raising an eyebrow. The soul-hunting expedition had concluded, and Titch's reckless decision to absorb an extreme spirit ring, despite the instructor's warnings, warranted some form of reprimand. Yet, in the face of the external spirit bone, such matters had become trivial. The pressing concern was to return to the base for a comprehensive assessment of Titch and procure first-hand information on the external spirit bone. No one was privy to the events of the day, and regarding Titch's external spirit bone, Haas firmly stated, I do not wish to hear any rumors about this from your lips in the coming 2 months. Haas's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on Titch as he remarked, next time, I hope you can exercise restraint. External spirit bones are exceedingly rare, and you cannot always rely on luck. Understood, teacher. Titch replied. As they prepared to depart, Titch suddenly noticed the despondent Uxes within the group, whose pallid visage resembled that of a soul drained by a ghost. As the captain, Titch could not help but inquire, what troubles you? Young man, moderation is vital. Excessive strain on the body is detrimental. Captain, do you believe in metaphysics? Uxes murmured vacantly, lifting his eyelids to meet Titch's gaze, lamenting, I fear I may have truly missed my singular opportunity for wishes to manifest. And my entire existence feels shrouded in gloom. What is he speaking of? As Tiki listened to the incomprehensible words of Uxes, he glanced at the other team members in search of answers. Such bewildering utterances would confound not only a rational person but even the most deranged of minds. Perhaps, he mused, it stemmed from jealousy. The Red Devil, rubbing his neck where Tiki had gripped him, cast a mournful gaze upon his captain. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, Captain, since I refrained from resisting your hold on my neck, if anything were to happen to you in the future, might you consider leaving that external soul bone to me? Are you speaking in a language I can comprehend? Tiki turned away in silence, casting a glance at the Red Devil. While others celebrated the acquisition of external soul bones, his situation felt akin to inheriting a legacy. If only you could call me father, I might just consider it. As a prodigious soul master, he believed that they would not lower their standards like adults do for personal gain. However, reality often delivered a harsh slap to the face. Father, it's a deal. You cunning, adoptive father. This promise must hold true. Good foster father. You all, stop stealing my words. Biological father. Chapter 59, The Conference at the Hall of Offerings in the Spirit Hall of Wuhuan City. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the grand hall. Dappled sunlight filtered through stained glass, casting reflections upon the tiled floor that showcased the 6 spirit patterns emblematic of the spirit hall. 7 stone chairs were arranged in order, with a dignified man seated in the foremost chair, while the other 6 figures were shrouded in shadow, rendering their features indiscernible. An innate full soul power at 11 years of age with a level 37 spirit power? This is clearly a fabrication by the inhabitants of Notting City. Even if such talent existed, it would never manifest in a nondescript place like Notting City. The tyrant Douluo scrutinized the information in his hands, dismissing it with his tone. The influence of the spirit hall spread across Tiando and Xingluo. In a vast forest, all sorts of birds could be found. Exaggerating the talents of soul masters to garner attention from above was a frequent occurrence. How could anyone take seriously the claim of a commoner prodigy with level 37 spirit power at 11? Foolish. If this were false, do you think the Grand Offering would present this information to you? The demon slayer Douluo shot a disdainful glance at the tyrant Douluo, his gaze shifting towards the silent Douluo in the foremost seat. Clearly, this error is due to negligence on the part of those below. Such critical intelligence should have been reported to the Spirit Hall immediately, yet it took 5 whole years to reach us. Are you two brothers' minds dulled? A derisive laugh echoed from the shadowy third stone chair. Negligence? Each one more brainless than the last. This little soul master came from a village that was slaughtered, seeking refuge in a spirit branch hall. With so many branch halls on the continent, they must report through layers of scrutiny to reach the Wuhan city. Given the absurdity of this information, it is no wonder it took 5 years to arrive. Though not swift, it hardly indicates negligence. A soul master whose intelligence is doubted even by titled Douluos is bound to be overlooked in the reporting process. Though 5 years from a nondescript nodding city to the Spirit Hall sounds slow, such inefficiency is primarily due to the reporting from the main Spirit Hall. Without that, the Spirit City would likely remain oblivious to the existence of such a prodigious soul master. However, this talent should have been reported to the Spirit City at once. The demon slayer Douluo, now looking somewhat displeased, countered, how should it be reported? Should we ride horses from Nodding City to the Hall of Offerings, presenting ourselves before you? A Douluo seated in the fourth chair spoke in a low tone. What is wrong with you two today? Do not bring shame to the offerings. Do you think the Spirit Hall is a village where gossip travels with every step? Rather than fixating on the reporting process, we should contemplate how to manage this soul master. At this moment, Douluo, seated at the forefront, finally reacted. He turned his gaze toward the Golden Crocodile Douluo seated next to him. Though he appeared youthful, his voice revealed the weight of his years. It is rare for you to emerge from seclusion. What do you propose we do with this child? Eliminate him? What? The other Douluos expressed surprise, exchanging glances as if verifying their hearing. Why kill him? A soul master who has reached level 37 at 11 years of age possesses qualifications that rank among the top 3 on the continent. Compared to the current golden generation, this prodigious soul master could nearly rival BB Dong. To eliminate him would undoubtedly be a loss for the Spirit Hall. Grand Offering, we must deliberate carefully. After all, such a young soul master has relied on the Spirit Hall to reach this point. He should pose no threat to us, right? The tyrant Douluo interjected, unable to hold back. The very talent that threatens him is his greatest danger. The previously silent Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke somberly. The Spirit Hall's power is now sufficient to overshadow any nation. Conquering 2 nations is not beyond reach, while adding another offering would certainly enhance our prestige. Should this individual develop ambitions, his caliber would likely surpass even mine in the future. As he spoke, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's gaze turned serious as he looked at Douluo. As a title Douluo, at level 98, he knew that only a level 99 limit Douluo could rival him. The existence of an additional limit Douluo could jeopardize the Spirit Hall's stability, potentially leading to another split akin to the current divisions between Tiando and Xingluo, creating opposing factions. Thus, from Daoluo's perspective, Tiki's qualifications not only posed a threat, but could also become his death knell. 99. It's not so easily attained, the Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked, his voice laced with hesitation. Yet, he understood that the crux of the issue did not lie there. Whether Tiki could grow to level 99 was of little importance. What mattered was that the Spirit Hall no longer required a title Douluo of that caliber. In such a precarious situation, torn between the fear of Tiki's potential and the reluctance to bring him under their wing, the only remaining option was to eliminate him. For only this could ensure that the Spirit Hall would not be adversely affected by Tiki's growth. What a stroke of bad luck. Possessing such talent can be a curse. Thankfully, my own qualifications are rather modest, the demon slayer Douluo muttered quietly. At that moment, the offerings present shared a similar line of thought. Realizing that the higher they ascended, the simpler the matters became. At their level, it was all about their own value. As titled Douluos above level 95, they were the embodiment of the Spirit Hall's deterrence against external threats. Yet, should one become too powerful, it could intimidate even Douluo seated at the forefront. The principle of overshadowing the master was well understood by all. Looking at the reactions of the assembly, Douluo spoke plainly. It seems you have all come to understand. Therefore, you may assign someone to handle this matter. Such a talented soul master must have protection. We shall wait until he completes the practical training at the Soto City Spirit Main Hall and then bring him to Wuhuan City for further development. What? The offering, about to respond, froze momentarily, incredulity etched on his face as he glanced at Douluo. Not kill him. What kind of game is this? The benevolent spirit hall? Even the Golden Crocodile Douluo looked bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at Douluo. He had always known this man to be one willing to forsake all enmity for a purpose. A soul master posing a threat to the spirit hall had no reason to be nurtured. Is my word no longer effective? Douluo's gaze sharpened slightly. No. The question is, who shall be sent? The Qianjun Douluo swallowed hard, exchanging glances with the Jiangma Douluo. Douluo's unconventional move had caught them completely off guard, leaving them uncertain whether this turn of events was auspicious or ominous. Let me go? If other titled Douluos were to venture out, it would inevitably draw the Empire's attention. Few recognize this old bones of mine. It's the perfect opportunity to stretch my legs. The Golden Crocodile Douluo accepted the task but sought confirmation. Great worship. You're certain we're to bring him back, alive? Precisely as the words imply. This is the will of the gods, Douluo affirmed. Though he yearned to eliminate this latent threat, the game was not theirs alone to dictate. Lofty deities watched over the continent from above, and unfortunately, the angel god did not rank among the most formidable. There were powers far beyond their reach, observing with vested interest. Chapter 60, Shadow Annihilation Bullet 6 months later. Within a simulated wetland, a woman clad in the standard training uniform of the Spirit Hall darted swiftly, evading the onslaught of dark spirit energy bullets. These projectiles varied in size, deceptively unremarkable yet lethally perilous. The slightest contact would inflict grievous crushing wounds, flesh torn asunder was but a common outcome. Fortunately, aided by the 8 spider-like appendages protruding from her back, the woman navigated the wetland's hindering terrain with ease, leaping and dodging the relentless assault. Boom. After flipping consecutively to evade several dark bullets, she found herself cornered against a tree, as one such projectile loomed ever closer in her vision. The imminent threat of death spurred her to jerk her head aside. The bullet grazed her temple, colliding with the tree behind her. Crack. The dark energy bullet behaved like a miniature black hole, warping and compressing bark and trunk upon impact. Having pulverized sufficient matter, it vanished into thin air as though it had never existed. Damn, brother, was that really necessary? That would have killed me. The woman's lips twitched as she glanced sidelong at the gaping, transparent hole now bored through the tree trunk. Had that strike landed, her skull would have been reduced to unrecognizable pulp, rendered unidentifiable even to her own mother. Crack. No sooner had she spoken than another bullet, half the size of a person, hurtled toward her position. Instinctively, she threw herself to the ground. The tree behind her was obliterated instantly, leaving behind only a shattered stump as feeble evidence of its prior existence. Should I treat this as a game? A voice emerged from the shadows as Titch, clad in black training attire, stepped forward. Faint wisps of dark mist swirled around him, his 4 spirit rings pulsating rhythmically with each stride. Half a year of grueling training had honed Titch into a more mature figure. His gaunt cheeks and disciplined bearing made it difficult to believe he was merely 12. Truth be told, after enduring these months of merciless conditioning, every member of their team had shed the last vestiges of childishness. All that remained was the baptism of real combat to forge them into true executioners. At least consider my limitations. I'm not some 11-year-old freak who's already a spirit ancestor, the woman muttered sullenly. Combat drills were Instructor Huissi's directive. Take it up with him if you object. Tiki cast his gaze towards another soul master from the second team, waiting on the sidelines, and spoke. It is your turn. Cast her out and prepare for the practical combat drill. After 6 consecutive months of intense training, it was impossible for anyone to maintain a cheerful disposition under such strenuous conditions. This was, in fact, one of the primary objectives of the Spirit Hall's training, to first acclimatize to the inhumane intensity of battle, so that when faced with real combat, they would perceive it as a mere vacation. At the very least, they would not succumb to the psychological strain. Su Yan, give it your all. Defeat this first-team oddity. As she encouraged her, the red-haired youth entering the arena casually tossed her out, and silence ensued. Finally, her incessant chatter came to an end. Tiki and Suqua exchanged a glance, their lips sealed in silence. Despite not being on the same team, their half-year of training had fostered an understanding between them. Unlike the exaggerated prowess of the first team, the members of the second team were generally of a similar caliber to Shilio. However, fortune favored them. They had access to more resources from soul masters than Shilio did. Suqua, a 12-year-old with a soul power of 31, stood as the second team's prodigious soul master, second only to the captain. After a brief moment of respite, Both activated their martial spirits simultaneously. Tiki cast his gaze upon Susu, who was in his martial spirit form, his crimson hair, 4 eyes, and 4 arms, muscles glistening under the sunlight, exuding an aura of both power and agility. Caution. With a sharp whoosh, as soon as Susu opened his mouth, Tiki had already sprung into action. The 4th soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, and a black soul power projectile shot forth directly towards Susu's position. This was the Shadow Annihilation Bullet, derived from the Millennium Soul Ring of the human-faced demon toad. It could generate projectiles of varying potency depending on the soul power input, similar to the consumption method of the 3rd soul skill, Shadow Legion. However, the distinction lay in the exceptionally high damage conversion rate of the Shadow Annihilation Bullet. Each shot possessed the gravitational crushing effect of the Dark Martial Spirit. In the absence of a target, the effective range of the Shadow Annihilation Bullet could extend to 2,000 meters, rivaling the attack distance of Ux's laser eyes. This was dire. Susu's pupils constricted as the 1st soul ring beneath him glowed. With the enhancement of the century-old Black Salamander's soul skill, he significantly boosted the cellular vitality of his body by consuming soul power. As the Shadow Annihilation Bullet approached within a meter of him, Susu nimbly evaded this sudden and perilous attack. Immediately after, he began to bend forward, closing the distance towards Tiki. The 2nd soul ring gradually illuminated, a faint red soul power enveloping his right fist. Engaging in close-quarters combat with Tiki, who wielded the Dark Martial Spirit, was undoubtedly a passive choice. However, Susu had no alternatives. As a soul master without long-range attack capabilities, his only opportunity lay in leveraging the advantage of his 4 arms to briefly restrain Tiki's hands, relying on the synergy of his soul skills to swiftly determine the outcome of their confrontation. He was confident. Tiki quietly observed the approaching Sunua, whose scarlet pupils, hidden beneath a curtain of black hair, resembled a stagnant pool devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Given the synergy of Sunua's soul skills, Tiki would have refrained from a direct confrontation had they been equally matched as Soul Emperors. However, he was no longer the 11-year-old child he once was, at 12. His tactics had become more ruthless. In the blink of an eye, a dark crimson shell enveloped his skin. This was not their first encounter, and Tiki could discern Sunua's ulterior motives with considerable accuracy. Theoretically, Sunua's strategy was sound in a melee-centric scenario. Leveraging the advantage of one's martial soul to secure offensive opportunities was prudent. Yet, in a contest between the Soul Sect and a Soul Emperor, Tiki saw no reason to grant Sunua the initiative. Dark water. A black vortex materialized in his palm. As a Soul Master ascends in rank, the disparity between soul rings widens. Compared to the gravitational range of his Dark Martial Soul during the Soul Master phase, the enhanced Dark Martial Soul, bolstered by the Faceless Toad, now exerted an effective gravitational radius of 1 meter while fully unleashing dark water. The gravitational force had multiplied several times, and the capacity of his martial soul had expanded to 5 cubic meters. Coupled with the protective and restorative augmentations from his external soul bone, Tiki had no intention of evading Sunua's assault. He felt no trepidation in confronting the Soul Emperor head-on. Is this truly necessary? Sunua's eyelids twitched violently. The strategy he had meticulously devised, utilizing his 2nd soul skill, the direct punch, in conjunction with his 3rd soul skill, Black Flash, to unleash explosive damage, now seemed futile in the face of the ominous black vortex that threatened to engulf him. Esteemed one, this is a battlefield, not a game of life and death. Chapter 61. The Shao family's trial growth is invariably accompanied by suffering. The existence of humanity may appear as a pursuit of happiness and joy, yet in truth, each individual is in search of pain. For it is only through suffering that one gains clarity, that one evolves, and that those who fear pain can avoid greater anguish. Half an hour later, Tiki appeared in the main hall wearing training attire, diligently wiping the remnants of unwashed blood from his hands with a tissue. As he did so, several individuals, including Shilio, emerged at the entrance. With only a few days remaining before the 6-month training deadline, it was fortunate that for a select few exceptional soul masters, taking a brief leave to refresh their spirits was not a difficult endeavor. Have you been faring well during this time? Tiki inquired. Noting the significant changes in Shilio and the others after half a year, their faces bore the marks of maturity and their physiques stood more upright. However, regarding their soul power, are you still great soul masters? Tiki asked, his brow furrowing. As a soul sect member, discerning the strength of a great soul master was not a challenge. Yet seeing that they had only maintained that level left him somewhat perplexed. What expression is that? Is it so strange? We are not among the chosen prodigies on the cultivation list of the main hall, Shilio retorted with a slight grimace. Had circumstances been different, had they been in a more prosperous city rather than Notting City, it might not have been impossible for Shilio, given his talents, to have infiltrated the second team. Yet, reality offered no alternative scenarios. The cultivation of a soul master necessitated not only personal aptitude but also access to essential resources. Not everyone could emulate Tang San, who, through the capabilities of the Xiantian art, managed to support himself while ensuring his cultivation did not falter. We are merely lacking soul rings. Primarily, it is Gangwan. She has encountered a bottleneck at level 29. We plan to wait for her. The teacher mentioned that her breakthrough would occur in the coming days. And then we shall hunt souls together, Wang Xie added from the side. Upon hearing that Gangwan was only at level 29, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tiki's eyes. She was 2 years their senior, yet after 2 years, her cultivation still lagged behind Wang Xie's. It seemed evident that she did not possess particularly favorable talent on the path of a soul master. Very well, let us first dine. Please inform me about Xiaoqinyu. Your letter mentioned that he intends to come to Soto City. Tiki subtly gestured to the front desk soul master, then led Shilio and the others towards the carriage of the spirit hall, heading in the direction of the commercial street. Today, he had taken leave to meet with Shilio and the others, and while fostering camaraderie was a secondary concern, the primary issue at hand was that the Xiao family of Notting City had recently begun to exhibit restlessness. In this world, nothing remains unchanged. Over the past 6 months, Tiki had ascended from Soul Master to Soul Sect, while Xiaoqinyu of the Xiao family had gradually begun to take over the family business. With the burgeoning insurance enterprise, the Xiao family's capacity for amassing wealth in Notting City had grown significantly, to the extent that the city could no longer accommodate them. They sought to extend their reach towards more prosperous locales. The situation with the Xiao family was akin to what was outlined in the letter. Xiaoqinyu aimed to establish some insurance ventures in Soto City. However, the Xiao family lacked connections in Soto City, with the only potential ally being you, the prodigious Soul Master. He desires your assistance in introducing him to a few influential Soul Masters. Shilio, seated across from Tiki, pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "It seems he intends to use you as a stepping stone, leveraging your connections for his gain. His character has always been one that prioritizes self-interest. Indeed, he plans to use me as a springboard. At present, even if I wish to protect him, I lack the capability." Tiki smiled faintly, remarking that he currently did not require the support of the Xiao family. A mere family from the small town of Notting posed no significance. Once he arrived in the Spirit City, he would have access to countless families of such stature. While he possessed the capability to assist him, the benefits of doing so were negligible. This simple truth should be more apparent to him than to Tiki. The Xiao family had lost its worth. In light of Tiki's demonstrated potential, a modest family from a small city like the Xiaos was utterly incomparable, a stark contrast of value and a blatant matter of self-interest. Titch is aware that the Xiao family initially aided him, providing essential resources from claw techniques to archery through Xiaoqinyu. However, to think that he could exchange these past favors for connections within the Soul Master Hall is preposterous. He is no archetype of virtue. The sole allure the Xiao family holds for Titch now lies in the substantial cake that is the insurance sector. Yet, simultaneously, he is one of the stakeholders in the Xiao family's insurance enterprise. Titch was acutely aware that the Xiao family lacked the capability to seize this substantial opportunity. The insurance business model is fundamentally reliant on capital. Anyone with sufficient funds can replicate and reap profits. If he truly wished to profit from it, he could simply seek out a powerful entity capable of managing their share of the pie. Why, then, should he involve the Xiao family in dividing this opportunity further? How should he respond to this matter? Should he decline outright? Shi Lu inquired. Tiki shook his head and remarked that one should not be so indifferent. After all, they were old acquaintances. He suggested treating the matter as if he were unaware of it. The elderly members of the Xiao family were not fools. This news was likely a probe of his stance. If they remained unresponsive, the others would undoubtedly increase their stakes. Presently, he had connections including a prince from the Balak Kingdom, a disciple from the Xianjia sect, and nobles from the Tiando Empire. Furthermore, there were rumors of a merchant family backing Sewer. In terms of capability, Tiki lacked the influence to assist the Xiao family in establishing a foothold in Soto City. At best, he could serve as a messenger for them. Yet, this very role held significant value for the Xiao family, as it was crucial to their ability to secure a position in Soto City. It is essential to understand that conveying the same message to marginal members is vastly different from addressing direct lineage members. For instance, uttering the word rebellion in the streets might result in a mere 2-day detention, but speaking such words in the presence of the king of Balak could lead to dire consequences. As they spoke, a few of them arrived at a restaurant located on a bustling commercial street, which towered 5 or 6 stories high. Upon entering, they noticed the establishment was quite crowded due to the peak dining hours. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Titch and his companions casually selected a seat by the window. Throughout the journey, Gangwon appeared rather apprehensive, a fact that did not escape Titch's notice. Lack of aptitude is an inherent trait. There is no need for excessive concern. Frankly, I never held high expectations for you. You were arranged by the old man, and even if you turn out to be of little worth, it is but a minor inconvenience for me to support an idle individual. Titch shook his head, fully aware that his words might wound the other's pride. However, he lacked the inclination to tend to the sentiments of a catfish. The world has always been merciless. Those lacking capability will find their cries unheard. While the capable can elicit attention even with the slightest sneeze, good and evil are merely attitudes individuals adopt in their dealings. They can never alter the fundamental essence of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Just as Titch finished speaking and was about to summon the waiter to place an order, an unexpected voice from the adjacent table interrupted, laced with disdain. How ridiculous it is that some think wealth elevates them beyond their true selves, so quick to support others while oblivious to their own worth, speaking so brazenly. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter with Ningrongrong. As Titch and the others turned to gaze at the source of the voice, they beheld a young girl fiercely glaring at Titch, her delicate arms crossed. Adorned in a simple white gown and with a sleek bob of hair, her skin was as tender as lychee, complemented by an exquisite visage that emanated an ethereal charm. Such an aura was evidently beyond the cultivation of an ordinary household. She must belong to a noble lineage, likely not merely a modest aristocrat. Just as Hilliu was about to rise in anger, pressing his palms against the table, Titch silenced him with a glance. Beneath his dark, tousled hair, a chilling gaze swept past the girl, ultimately fixating on the young man seated beside her. With deep-set peach blossom eyes and a countenance akin to polished jade, he bore a somewhat awkward expression, seemingly flustered by the trouble stirred by his companion. His typically uncontentious demeanor rendered him ill-equipped to navigate such predicaments, revealing a rather unbecoming visage. Tiki scrutinized the visage before him, with those alluring, slightly mischievous peach blossom eyes. He could surmise the identity of the individual, Oscar, a food-type soul master endowed with innate full soul power, marking him as the first of his kind in recorded history. As for why such exceptional talent had not been claimed by the Spirit Hall, it could be due to Flandre's intentional concealment, or perhaps the exaggerated report of his extraordinary gift had been dismissed as false during the review process. In any case, he was a prodigy overlooked by the Spirit Hall. While his contributions might not be immediately apparent in small group skirmishes, he held strategic significance in the grand theater of war. Ningrongrong, observing Tiki and his companion's silence, grew increasingly impatient and remarked, "Weren't you just quite loquacious? Why the sudden muteness? Have you never seen someone eat? What are you staring at?" Tiki pondered as he directed his gaze towards the visibly arrogant and displeased Ningrongrong. To be candid, he held little interest in this heir of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Given her status as an inheritor of one of the 3 great sects, it was uncertain whether she could survive the impending massacre. Their paths did not necessitate extensive intersection. It was rather a pity for Oscar. Had he not been the orphan raised by Flinder, Tiki would undoubtedly have sought to recruit him into his ranks. At this juncture, however, it seemed a tad too late to sway him. Perhaps eliminating him would prove a more prudent and expedient course of action. "Tell me, if I were to capture you, how much would the Seven Treasures glazed tile school offer me?" Tiki mused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "How do you know I am from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school?" Ningrongrong's expression stiffened at his words, but she quickly regained her composure and replied coolly, "Since you are aware of my identity, you should be equally cognizant of the power of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. I am in a good mood today, so I shall not hold this against you. Apologize to that girl, and I will consider this matter as if it never occurred." No one could overlook the formidable reputation of the 3 great sects. Even the Spirit Hall, which was currently sharpening its blades, maintained a courteous demeanor towards them. The title of Douluo not only validated one's strength but also served as a symbol of status. Spectators may enjoy comparing the might of tigers and lions, yet as the very embodiments of these creatures, they regard one another with caution. In Ningrongrong's heart, The Seven Treasures glazed tile school epitomized absolute authority. And with two titled Douluos within its ranks, she felt justified in her belief. Are you still not awake? Tiki smiled faintly, and immediately summoned 4 soul rings of yellow and purple beneath his feet. What do you intend to do? Do not act impulsively. Oscar, disregarding his identity as a food system soul master, quickly stood up and placed Ning Rongrong behind him, saying, she merely has a bad temper and means no harm. Do not act rashly. You are still very young. Do not tread the path of crime. Crime? In this place, even if I were to kill you, there would be no repercussions, Tiki replied with a calm smile. With the protection of the Spirit Hall, I am, after all, a friend of the Prince of Balak Kingdom. What consequence could there be for slaying a powerless soul master in Balak's territory? It is Flander who seeks revenge. Yet he must consider whether his old comrades would willingly abandon their tranquil lives of 20 years to once again endure the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. If you dare to harm him, I will have Grandpa Jin chop you into 8 pieces. Ning Rongrong's head peeked out from behind Oscar. Although her tone was irritating, her expression bore a hint of panic compared to before. With her foreign soul cultivation, she realized that in a conflict, she would surely be at a disadvantage. No matter how strong the 7 treasure glazed tile school was, 2 titled Douluos could not instantaneously teleport to Satoa City. Even Ning Rongrong, no matter how foolish, understood this simple truth. On a rooftop across the street, Flander, clad in black, noticed the commotion within the tavern. Upon seeing Tiki in the Spirit Hall's training uniform, he could not help but frown. What a mess, engaging in conflict with someone from the Spirit Hall. Perhaps it would be best to let them suffer a little before I intervene at a critical moment. Flander mused to himself. This year had undoubtedly been the most eventful since the establishment of Shrek Academy 20 years ago. The illustrious upper 3 sects had sent their heirs to study in Satoa City, and long-lost friends had suddenly contacted him, sending their disciples. Moreover, there was the cross-national search for a husband by a noble girl from the Xinglua Empire, entangled in the complex relationships of the Xinglua royal family. In moments of solitude, Flander often pondered how long he could continue enjoying this stable life, given the backgrounds of the students currently enrolled. An academy established in a village attracting the 3rd prince of Xinglua was one thing, but now Ning Rongrong had arrived. Should anything happen to either of them, it would be beyond what a mere soul saint could bear. Rumors had circulated that something sinister was brewing in the west of the city, and Flander had previously investigated the situation. It was said that a dangerous organization had emerged, leading to the west side of Satoa City being sealed off, with ordinary citizens allowed to enter but not to leave. Now, it was too late to retrieve her. A grand spectacle was set to unfold on this street today. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from behind Flander. Unaware of the presence, he felt a chill shoot up his spine. When did someone arrive behind me? Flander quickly turned to find an elderly man standing there, his face marked by deep wrinkles and murky eyes, appearing no different from any ordinary old man. Yet to Flander, this elder seemed like a monster. Even the slightest pressure he exuded sent shivers down Flander's spine. Who are you? Flander stammered, swallowing hard as he tentatively inquired. The elder shook his head slightly, gazing toward the tavern with indifference. You, a mere bird, are not worthy of knowing my identity. I cannot be bothered to kill you. Simply remain here and watch the show. After a brief stalemate, a laser beam suddenly sliced through the air, crossing the street and striking the 5th-floor window of the tavern. Inside the tavern, a servant's body lay in a pool of blood, having been pierced through the head. His face frozen in a grotesque smile. Viscous blood flowed along the cracks of the tiles, pooling at Tiki's feet. Red Devil, summon Team 1. He commanded as shadowy soldiers began to emerge from the darkness at his feet, rising slowly from their seats. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, still reeling from the shocking turn of events, stared at the servant who had lunged at Tiki just moments ago, now reduced to a twitching corpse. The sight of fresh brain matter splattered across the ground made them both retch simultaneously, especially Ning Rongrong, who looked at the unperturbed Tiki with rising dread, allowing her fear to overshadow the fact that he was also a victim in this scenario. Sorry, Lang. You killed him. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in panic. Stop your shouting. You are not a vendor afraid of being cut, Tiki replied dismissively. Tiki rummaged through his ear and gestured to Oscar to silence Ning Rongrong, fearing that his mounting irritation might compel him to eliminate her. The Red Devil's mobility could facilitate a return to the Spirit Hall in merely 3 minutes. In 1 minute, they could assemble the entire team. With the capabilities afforded by the Spirit Hall after enduring 6 months of arduous training, Tiki had cultivated a proficient cadre of companions. Within 10 minutes, they could ensure a congregation at any location in Soto City. Is that your new acquaintance? Shilio, gripping the hilt of the thunderstorm blade, cast a slightly astonished glance towards the window shattered by laser beams. He had not anticipated encountering someone whose reflexes surpassed his own. Before he could react to the velocity of the strike, the target had already been neutralized. Ukshiz, a commendable marksman. 6 months ago, his laser speed was significantly slower. Tiki nodded in acknowledgement. The training over the past half-year had not solely enhanced individual capabilities. As a combat unit, they placed greater emphasis on collaboration. The operational principle dictated that a commander must never act alone, even while on holiday, always accompanied by scouts. The Red Devil's mobility ensured that, in unforeseen circumstances, commands could swiftly reach absent team members. Ukshiz's long-range abilities allowed him to provide immediate support to Tiki, even from across the street. Is the strongest merely at the third ring? As they conversed, shadow soldiers ascended to the second floor. Through their visual sharing abilities, Tiki discerned several soul masters assaulting patrons, their crimson eyes and grotesque visages betraying their insect-like spirit souls. Some were enveloped in thin, dark purple mists, embodying a quintessential villainous appearance. Before Tiki could observe further, he noted that the Wasp soul master among the shadow soldiers had dispatched one of their own on the second floor with a venomous sting. Stop retching. You too. Get to work, assist where necessary, and focus on the task at hand. There are still 4 or 5 soul venerates below, surely. You do not intend to merely stand idly by as we toil? With time to spare before the soul masters below charged up, Tiki diverted his attention to the tumult outside. Numerous similar soul masters wreaked havoc, casting chaos upon the entire street. It appeared not to be a targeted attack on the tavern, but rather a premeditated regional disturbance. These soul masters exhibited strength surpassing that of their peers. I previously eliminated one at Songhue Academy. Do not underestimate them. Shilio, taking precautions, severed the head of a fallen soul master, the round, plump head rolling to rest at Oscar's feet, prompting even more vehement retching from the pair. Tiki could not help but roll his eyes. The sight of the dead did not repulse him. However, given the manner in which the two spoke, he feared he would soon be sickened by their banter. For heaven's sake, this is a public space. You two are soul masters. Can you not conduct yourselves with a modicum of decorum? Suddenly, the hurried footsteps echoing from the staircase signaled the approach of insect soul masters ascending to the 5th floor. You all deserve to die? It is not I who is at fault, but this wretched world. Annihilate them. As he shouted his vengeful cries against society, a soul master clad in a grotesque black carapace surged ahead to the 5th floor. His frenzied emotions and the palpable surge of soul power bore witness to his descent into utter madness. However, instead of the panicked screams of the diners on the 5th floor, he was met with 2 shadowy annihilation projectiles poised to strike at his face, one aimed at his torso, the other at his head. The former, with its larger surface area, was more likely to hit and could inflict severe damage to the internal organs. Even if it did not kill, it would leave the enemy in a severely weakened state for future confrontations. The latter, targeting the head, had a smaller impact area and thus a lower probability of hitting, yet its lethality was unquestionable, intended solely for a guaranteed kill. The second projectile struck perfectly at its target, resulting in the immediate demise of the insect soul master. Through the shattered remnants of his eyes, one could witness the gruesome aftermath as his brain matter was effortlessly drawn into nothingness by the force of gravity. Ruthless, brutal, and deadly. This was the unified assessment of the Martial Soul Hall regarding the dark martial souls equipped with ranged capabilities. Once gravity attacks gained the means for distance engagement, the limitation of range no longer hindered the dark martial souls. Given the human anatomical structure, there would always be vulnerabilities that could be exploited by gravity attacks. Even though the skull could withstand a certain degree of gravitational force, the fragile eyeballs and eardrums were utterly defenseless against such assaults. The only effective countermeasure against the dark martial soul was to mitigate gravity with soul power. After all, even if gravity attacks were difficult to defend against, as a method of martial soul offense, their intensity was intrinsically linked to the soul power of the practitioner. Nevertheless, even among practitioners of equal rank, defeating Tiki was no simple task, let alone for those of a lower tier. The thought was laughable. Without even a soul sect, could they truly exhibit such bravery? Titch gestured towards the window, halting Ux's assistance. His crimson gaze fixated on the woman charging up from the 4th floor, a woman known as Mosquito Girl. Endowed with the soul of a mosquito, with her elongated, fair legs treading upon the lifeless body of a comrade, she swiftly lunged towards Titch. Tiki remained motionless, merely disregarding the mosquito woman as she charged towards him, harboring no intention of engaging in combat, surrounded by his subordinates. There was no need for him to sully his hands in close quarters. Beside him, Wang Xie and Gang Wan exchanged a knowing glance, activating their martial souls as they rushed towards the mosquito woman. In perfect synchrony, they executed a pincer maneuver, one flanking left and the other right. The mosquito woman, her eyes ablaze with fury, deftly performed a somersault to evade their assault. Just as she prepared to counterattack, a sudden lunge from Shilio ensued, his blade shimmering with a crimson hue as he forcefully cleaved the mosquito woman in half with a gruesome display of violence. Oscar and Ningrongrong, having just regained their composure from the terror of witnessing a decapitated head, inadvertently beheld the horrifying scene of a living being severed in two. They exchanged glances, their faces drained of color, and promptly knelt upon the ground, retching uncontrollably. The ghastly sound of their heaves seemed to possess an uncanny power, echoing in Tiki's ears and inciting a similar urge to vomit. Or perhaps I should send you two to your demise. Chapter 64. The arrival of a team. With a swift thrust, Shilio's blade pierced through the approaching Soul Master, pinning him to the wall as blood cascaded from the blade onto the floor. Although these Soul Masters lacked formidable soul power, their vitality was remarkably resilient, far exceeding that of ordinary Soul Masters. Even with their hearts pierced, they could wail for half a minute, a cacophony that tempted one to silence them permanently. No, I cannot perish here. I must annihilate this. The Soul Master, concealed beneath an armored shell that obscured his visage, bellowed, his Dantian and Zongdanshan suffering grievous injuries, causing his internal soul power to spiral into chaos. Titch gazed calmly at the agonized expression of his adversary before him, a visage he had encountered numerous times in the soul-hunting forest of Nanning City. Initially, he might have felt a flicker of emotion, however. He had never been one to be moved. A swirling black vortex materialized within his palm, accompanied by an overwhelming force of attraction. A struggling Soul Master was drawn into the realm belonging to his dark martial spirit. Suppression, crushing, obliteration, under the complete dominance of soul skills and soul power. The body of the Soul Master, besieged by darkness, contorted grotesquely as if twisted by a relentless force. Every aspect, skin, muscle, and bone, became fragile components, ultimately succumbing to the fate of destruction. Clear the area, you two. After effortlessly dispatching the inconsequential foe, Titch suddenly turned to Oscar and Ningrongrong, who stood bewildered. What? Quickly take cover. Ningrongrong was momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, Oscar's peripheral vision had detected the impending danger outside the window. He swiftly spread his arms, toppling Ningrongrong to the ground just as a thunderous crash echoed. The glass of the tavern's window shattered instantly, and with the entrance of several shadowy figures, the temperature on the 5th floor surged significantly. The newcomers were a group dispatched from the base, clad in armor adorned with chains. Having endured a gust of chilling wind during their journey, their expressions were neither particularly grim nor joyful. What in the world is happening here? I had a date with a nurse at the base today. Annie cursed as he released the chain connected to his armor, his heavy boots crunching on the shards of glass. Observing the corpses strewn across the 5th floor, alongside the Soul Masters attempting to ascend the staircase, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. You never visit the infirmary. Why is it a problem now? The corpulent Quinn remarked, retrieving a standard-issue armor piece from behind and tossing it to Titch, his tone laced with frustration. Mastermind, enlighten us. What exactly is happening? On my way here, I witnessed the entire commercial street being assaulted. The Balik Kingdom has only a handful of viable cities left. I can't have my brother sidelined while Soto City falls. I am unsure, but it appears to be a meticulously orchestrated attack. Dicky donned the armor with practiced ease. Although the vest adorned with dark iron plates was not aesthetically pleasing, it provided a measure of protection for the vital organs within his torso. No one could predict the nature of the sudden assaults that might occur in battle, even with the advantage of external soul bones. No one would decline the added layer of security. First, they needed to eliminate the approaching group of Soul Masters. Jean would escort the opposing Akasas to the 1st floor to await their arrival. The others need not concern themselves with this matter. The prominent figure of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect must not perish here. They would remove her along with that vile woman. Red Devil, you are tasked with ensuring their safety. Tiki succinctly issued the retreat order and turned to take the place of the 3 members at the staircase alongside his teammates. Ultimately, the trio were merely great Soul Masters, and in a brief moment of defense, they each sustained injuries. With the arrival of specialized personnel, the situation underwent a significant transformation. Quinn and Jack unfurled their portable shields, leveraging their weight advantage to take the lead in defense, while behind them, Annie and Tiki unleashed their offensive prowess. With 6 months of targeted training, their coordination was exceedingly efficient, and in the blink of an eye, they had dispatched over a dozen Soul Masters and began to advance downstairs. In truth, the optimal retreat strategy would have involved Jean leading the others away in batches. However, recalling Ning Rongrong's earlier performance, Tiki was genuinely concerned that she might succumb to her fear of heights and fall to her demise. Even though it was highly likely that they would become adversaries in the future, Tiki did not wish to eliminate a competitor prematurely, especially when faced with the wrath of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Who are you? After a series of thrilling events, Ning Rongrong was nearly at a loss as to why she had come here. Driven by the instinct for survival, she followed the Red Devil toward the staircase. Observing the focused backs of Tiki and his companions, she had never before encountered such a Soul Master team. They struck at targets from across the street with their soul skills, while flying Soul Masters transported their allies. Despite lacking control and support, they achieved results far surpassing conventional Soul Master groups through their ingenious, tacit tactics and the effective use of terrain. Logically, their combat style was comprehensible. Yet this was Ning Rongrong's first encounter with frontline Soul Masters employing shields to ward off enemy attacks. In a typical Soul Master group, the formidable assault type would defend against enemies using soul skills. The choice to wield shields implied that the assault-type Soul Masters were relinquishing the majority of their offensive capabilities, entrusting their safety entirely to their teammates and placing the outcome of the battle upon them. And us? If all goes as expected, we shall likely be diligent workers in the future, the Red Devil jested. The efficiency of the 4 members of the Titch team was remarkable. In less than 15 minutes, they reunited with the waiting Jean and Uxas. The intense release of soul techniques during their journey had significantly drained the soul power of both Titch and Annie. This prompted Titch to turn his gaze towards Oscar, commanding him to restore the sausages, one for each person present. "No? How do you know?" Oscar exclaimed in surprise, as he had no recollection of revealing his martial spirit. Moreover, this rather fierce Soul Master seemed to possess knowledge of his soul techniques. "Do you believe this is the appropriate moment for inquiries?" Titch clenched his right hand, which had just devoured a Soul Master, producing a muffled sound from the friction of his joints, seemingly intermingled with the faint crack of shattered bones. "No. Primarily, my martial spirit requires a chant." Oscar initially intended to decline, for his incantation was somewhat sordid, and reciting it in front of Ning Rongrong might tarnish his image in her eyes. However, it was evident that apart from himself and Ning Rongrong, none of the others present were particularly amiable. Shilio's Storm of Thunder was directly resting upon Oscar's shoulder. Conversation? Unnecessary. Merely witnessing the glances from others that resembled those cast upon the deceased, Oscar forcefully swallowed the words he had intended to utter. Lowering his image was trivial. Avoiding being killed by these merciless individuals was of utmost importance. Thus, I too shall assist. You all. Ning Rongrong, observing the situation, tremblingly activated her martial spirit. There is a distinction between recklessness and a disregard for life. The ruthless methods employed by Titch and his companions today thoroughly intimidated this little sorceress, granting her a preliminary glimpse into the brutal reality of the Soul Master world. Chapter 65, Annihilation. Gulp. Under the protection of Shilio and his companions, Ning Rongrong relied on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, positioning herself at the forefront beside Quinn, with Jack amplifying her strength. As she gazed at Titch's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her large eyes wide open as if she intended to etch his image deep within her memory. Do not misunderstand. The reason for remembering was not due to the Klitsch D notion of love born from hate, but rather because this little sorceress sought to return and teach that scoundrel a lesson alongside Chen Xian and Gu Rong. The reason was inconsequential. What mattered was the fact that she had been frightened. Did this esteemed little sorceress of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect not care for her dignity? If given a second chance, Ning Rongrong would willingly heed Flinder's advice, running laps around Soto City with the others, rather than enduring this humiliation. By the way, perhaps I should capture a tongue. As Titch cast a sidelong glance at the approaching insect spirit master, he discerned the formidable agility conferred by the locust martial soul, which allowed the adversary to close the distance in the blink of an eye. This was fortuitous, as Titch was in need of capturing a few insect spirit masters' tongues. The strength of this locust spirit master, a soul master of considerable rank, made him conveniently susceptible to subjugation. With the presence of the Red Devil, who could share memories, These insect spirit masters harbored no secrets from them. The commotion they had stirred suggested the likelihood of accomplices, and it was reasonable to surmise that this incident might be relevant to their imminent combat mission. After all, the insect spirit masters were numerous yet generally lacked formidable power, making them ideal candidates for training newcomers. Die. The locust spirit master lunged at Titch, delivering a brutal kick. However, before the blow could find its mark, a sudden flash of crimson swept across his thigh. With a sickening sound, a torrent of blood gushed from the severed artery, splattering across Titch's cheek and garments, eliciting a sly smile from him. In public, one ought to maintain hygiene. Otherwise, one cannot blame me. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch in her eyelid as she glanced at the blood-stained thunderstorm in Shilio's grasp, utterly perplexed by the meaning of the words she had just perceived. Was it merely an excuse they were fabricating? With a swift motion, Tiki's dark right hand lunged forth, denying his opponent any chance to react. His execution of the Shao family S-Claw technique was ruthlessly effective, striking two vital points, the Sea of Qi and the Zhong point. The former, upon being injured, disrupted the opponent's internal soul power circulation, while the latter, when harmed, impaired the rhythm of breath, compromising bodily control. The Locust Soul Master felt an immediate disarray within his body, and just as his neck was seized, he met the gaze of a pair of crimson eyes. Panic surged within him. Behind him, Shilio, quick to comprehend the situation, unleashed a series of 3 slashes with his thunderstorm blade, severing the remaining 4 limbs of the Locust Soul Master in succession. The dismembered parts were carelessly tossed into Wang Xie's embrace. The injuries to the Sea of Qi and Zhong Point rendered the once formidable insect Soul Master utterly powerless, no longer a threat, incapable of unleashing soul skills even without the covert suppression of his martial soul. Tiki turned back and instructed to tighten the cloth around the wound. Otherwise, he would not survive long enough to reach the Hall of Martial Souls. Understood. Leave it to me, Wang Xie responded with a nod. Skillfully tearing off a sufficiently long strip of cloth from his person, he swiftly attended to the Locust Spirit Master's injury in less than a minute, all under the astonished and apprehensive gazes of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. With the Locust Spirit Master slung over his back, Wang Xie, sensing the looks cast by Ning Rongrong and Oscar, spoke with a tone of resignation. Do not regard me with those perverse eyes. I learned this from poachers, not out of any twisted inclination. Do you take me for a fool? Poachers hunt spirit beasts. You are cruelly torturing them, Ning Rongrong retorted, fighting back her nausea. Thankfully, she had already emptied the contents of her stomach on the 5th floor. Otherwise, she feared she might have to do so again. Hunting spirit beasts? You think too highly of them. Wang Xie shook his head. He refrained from elaborating further to validate his perspective, knowing that ignorance could sometimes be a blessing. If there were a realm that showcased the darkness of humanity, it would undoubtedly be a place beyond the reach of law, such as the soul-hunting forest. It appeared merely as a hunting ground for spirit masters, and occasionally, unfortunate souls might meet their demise at the jaws of beasts. Yet, who could ascertain that every master who fell victim was merely unfortunate? Being targeted by poachers during a hunt, having their spirit beast snatched away was not sufficient. More than half of the poachers would eliminate witnesses. Among them, a few deviants would derive pleasure from tormenting their captives, watching as their struggles transformed from hope into despair much more smoothly than one might imagine. Descending from the 5th to the 2nd floor, Tiki and his companions encountered no trouble whatsoever. The entire establishment was devoid of insect spirit masters of rank Soul Sovereign or higher. The weakest among them possessed no soul rings, barely qualifying as spirit masters, akin to a suicidal assault that left Tiki perplexed, unable to fathom the intentions of these individuals. As they approached the 1st floor, Tiki could hear the sounds of battle between Jean and Uxas from the staircase. Jean, engulfed in flames, wielded a long blade in his martial spirit form, while Uxas supported him with laser beams. As the number of enemies dwindled, by the time Tiki and his party descended, only one remaining was a Wasp spirit master, desperately clinging to resistance. You shall all perish. Even if you kill me, others will come for you. Long live destruction. His voice strained to the utmost. Tiki silenced him with a shadow annihilation bullet from behind. Upon hearing the word destruction uttered in the final moments, Tiki felt an inexplicable tremor within his heart, as though something deep inside had been stirred. A curious sensation? Long live destruction? Who exactly were these madmen? Tiki momentarily suppressed his curiosity and commanded, "Withdraw from the alley and return to the spirit hall to report the situation here." Jack and Quinn led the way, while Shilio and the others brought up the rear, keeping a vigilant watch over the heir of the seven treasures glazed tile school. Should circumstances necessitate, they could abandon the food system spirit master. Oscar, listening to Tiki's orders, could not help but curse inwardly. Alas, as a food system spirit master, he found himself devoid of any options. Even if the others were to forsake him, he possessed no means to alter their decision. Amidst the chaos that enveloped him, with vital personnel requiring protection, he felt that the commander should prioritize extricating the team from the battlefield. Once the situation was comprehended, they could then plan their assault strategically. Yet, during this tumultuous time, Oscar's significance appeared rather limited. After a brief adjustment, Tiki's group prepared to vacate the commercial district. Their adept coordination in urban warfare left onlookers astounded. The insect spirit masters wreaking havoc in the marketplace seemed to transform into mere moving targets before Tiki and his companions. Those who dared to poke their heads out from a distance were met with lethal precision from Ux's, while ambushes around corners were thwarted by Ani's paralysis, followed by Tiki's consumption into the dark spirit realm, where they were crushed to oblivion. Given the remarkable combat efficacy displayed by the team, it was not difficult to surmise that they possessed the capability to resolve the turmoil in the commercial street independently. Chapter 66. Hesitation leads to defeat. However, reality is perpetually rife with unpredictable variables. Teki prepared to lead his team out of the chaotic area, yet the marauding insect soul masters were unwilling to let them escape. After killing so many, do you still wish to leave? A hoarse female voice suddenly emerged from behind the alley wall. In the next instant, a long leg covered in dark purple armor shattered the wall, the bricks and concrete crumbling like mere foam before that powerful kick. The shadow soldiers had been ordered to scout ahead, yet they overlooked the concealed enemy lurking behind the wall. This oversight laid the groundwork for an ambush on the team. The 6 months of training they had undergone began to manifest at this critical moment. Jack, the closest to the sound, reacted without hesitation. His soul ring glowed as he channeled his energy into a fist, striking fiercely against the descending foot. Then, with a resounding thud, Jack, along with his shield, was sent crashing into the opposite wall, his robust form rendered insignificant by that single blow, leaving him no advantage whatsoever. Concentrate your fire. Tiki did not immediately check on Jack's condition. Instead, he took the lead, unleashing a rapid volley of shadow annihilation bombs. In battles, what matters is reaction time, locking onto targets and neutralizing them. Any other matters of rescue must be set aside. Flames, lightning, soul force projectiles. As Jack collided with the wall, a saturated barrage of soul techniques filled the breach, catching even the ambushing insect soul master off guard. The counterattack was so swift that they did not even glance at their comrades' plight before focusing their assault on themselves. The soul master, under the concentrated fire, had no time to evade and could only face the onslaught head-on. A deep purple soul ring flared beneath their feet as they struck the ground forcefully, sending ripples of purple shockwaves radiating outward from their fist. Regrettably, although they managed to deflect a significant portion of the incoming soul techniques, they were still grazed by a slightly diminished shadow annihilation bomb that struck their shoulder. The terrifying gravitational force tore away the armor from their shoulder, interrupting their fourth soul technique, leaving them vulnerable to the subsequent attacks. 5 rings, Tiki noted, stepping back. Quinn, disperse our positions. As the smoke cleared, Tiki's gaze narrowed, his expression turning grave. Yellow, purple, black, 5 perfectly matched soul rings. To his surprise, they encountered a soul king instead of a soul master. Had the opponent been a soul master, Tiki might have considered having Quinn take the front, but facing a soul king, sending a soul venerable to confront them would be tantamount to delivering a free kill. Even if Jack had not been ambushed, Tiki would never choose to let 2 soul venerables face a soul king. The disparity between a 10,000-year and a 1,000-year soul ring is not easily bridged, unlike the gap between 100-year soul rings. Mel, with the purple mandible ant martial soul, a power type. They broke through from the western city and are currently injured, though the specifics of their wounds are unclear. The red demon provided timely intelligence from behind. During the concentrated fire, she had moved behind Wang Xie, utilizing soul techniques to share the memories of the Locust Soul Master for useful information. However, due to the urgency, she only managed to glean the memories of the past few days. In her haste, the excessive output of soul power caused the Locust Soul Master's brain to cease functioning, abruptly cutting off the memory sharing. I understand. I'll take the front. You all coordinate with me. The 7 treasures glazed tower will assist. As he spoke, a dark crimson armor enveloped Tiki's skin, and he flexed a shoulder, preparing to advance to the assault position. After all, only Tiki among those present had the qualifications to confront Mel directly. The suppression from his dark martial soul, combined with the enhancement from his external soul bone and the support of the 7 treasures glazed tower, would significantly mitigate the disparity posed by the 10,000-year soul ring. Damn it, I will slay you. Just as both sides prepared to seek an opportunity for a second wave of confrontation, Jack, who had been kicked against the wall, suddenly underwent a transformation. Mel's kick had shattered his arm, and the pain drove him into a frenzy, charging toward Mel. This was Jack's unalterable flaw. A similar incident had occurred when he reported alongside Annie. Damn it. Support, hurry up. Upon witnessing the situation, Tiki promptly abandoned his search for an opportune moment and urged Ning Rongrong to enhance his spirit abilities. If Jack were to confront Mel on his own, their team would undoubtedly suffer casualties today. The 7 treasure glazed tile is renowned for its power and speed. Ning Rongrong, positioned behind, hastily invoked her spirit abilities to bolster Tiki, enveloping him in 2 radiant beams of light. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through his limbs, Tiki charged at Mel, flanking Jack to execute a coordinated assault. Mel recognized the 7 treasure glazed tile as Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, unlike the Haotian hammer, which required intricate patterns for identification. Both the 7 treasure glazed tile and the blue lightning tyrant dragon were easily recognizable. Just as she sought an opportunity to eliminate Ning Rongrong, Jack's offensive struck. With fists the size of sandbags raised high, Mel prepared to teach Jack a lesson. However, Jack, with a sudden shift, executed a sweeping kick that caught Mel off guard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Seizing the moment of Mel's disorientation, Jack decisively grasped her ankle and swung her violently from side to side. The rigorous training in the Spirit Hall had ingrained combat instincts within Jack, and his uncontrollable rage made his strikes even more decisive. Enough. I am a spirit master, he bellowed. The repeated impacts with the ground jolted Mel back to reality. Just as she was about to activate her 10,000-year spirit ring, Tiki's attack arrived. His dark palm ascended, striking along Mel's descent with a forceful slap that interrupted her downward motion. The sound of the impact concealed the subtle yet significant noises of her eardrum rupturing and vertebrae fracturing. The dark water spirit preemptively siphoned her brain marrow, cutting off Mel's chance for a comeback just a second before her 10,000-year spirit ability could be unleashed. Hesitation leads to defeat, and the laser from Uxas swiftly followed, piercing Mel's heart to ensure her demise was absolute. Dead? So soon? Ning Rongrong gazed incredulously at the lifeless body on the ground. They had focused their attack on identifying weaknesses, and she had assumed Jack's fury would enhance their team's coordination. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe the battle had been so effortless. A moment's distraction, and a Spirit King lay dead before them. There was no grand display of spirit techniques, no elaborate tactics, no exhaustive calculations, just a simple yet lethal opportunity seized. While it was logically straightforward, it felt somewhat illogical in reality. The Spirit King hadn't even unleashed a few spirit abilities, and her death was merely due to a momentary lapse in focus. Of course she's dead, but who knows how many more will follow. The Red Devil sighed from the side. What do you mean? Ning Rongrong instinctively responded. Before the Red Devil could reply, Tiki's actions provided an answer. Subtly suppressing Jack's spirit, regardless of Jack's protests, he unleashed a merciless flurry of punches and kicks upon him, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Damn it. Do you want to die? Control yourself. Do you have any idea what a Spirit King is? Do you wish to drag us down with you? The others in the team chose to ignore the scene, remaining vigilant against the possibility of insect spirit masters approaching. Ning Rongrong, confused by the unfolding events, quietly inquired of the Red Devil, "Didn't he just help us? Why treat him this way?" "Indeed, he was quite helpful." The Red Devil shrugged. "But I fear this fool may prove useless next time, just like this Spirit King, falling victim to an unforeseen attack." Chapter 67. Locust Plague. After dispatching a few oblivious insect spirit masters, the team exited unscathed, returning with others and Mel's corpse to the Spirit Hall. "Mel, a Spirit King. Let us investigate her background," Tiki instructed as they entered the Spirit Hall, tossing Mel's body to the staff for further examination. With the signs of organized regional chaos and the involvement of a Spirit King, it was foolish to believe there wasn't a mastermind behind these events. Based on the memories the Red Devil had gathered, it was evident they had numerous accomplices in the western part of the city, which would undoubtedly become their next practical task. "Mr. Tiki, the Archbishop is waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me." announced the newly appointed young assistant, who had been waiting at the reception. It seemed everyone was aware of the recent events, creating a tense atmosphere within the hall. The staff escorted Shilio, Ningrongrong, and the others while Tiki and his group followed the assistant to the conference room on the second floor. Please take a seat. The second team has already departed. The black-clad archbishop gestured for everyone to sit. Things have progressed much faster than anticipated, so your intensive training officially concludes today. What follows is a year of practical combat. You have already engaged with them, but understanding your enemies better will be immensely beneficial. As he spoke, the assistant retrieved a projector from beneath the conference table, casting the footage onto the wall across from them. The first image to appear was that of the beast spirit master encountered during the soul hunting mission at the Hot Spring Hotel. Is that him? Upon seeing the familiar face, Tiki instinctively furrowed his brow and focused intently on the subsequent recorded footage. The basic tests of physical condition, stress response, and logical cognition appeared normal. Yet, on the third day, after being confined next to a cell full of abnormal insect spirit masters, his demeanor began to shift dramatically that very night. Within 3 hours, he had transformed into a being indistinguishable from the insect spirit masters Tiki encountered in the commercial district. Extreme, volatile, and dangerous. Watching the transformation in the footage, Tiki lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest. From his perspective, this dramatic change could stem from either drugs or a contagious disease. In any case, these insect spirit masters posed a significant threat. If such beings continued to exist in the western part of the city, it would prove to be a formidable challenge. Unless they poisoned the water supply of Soto City, the only option would be to eliminate them one by one. Tiki, feeling dejected, closed his eyelids and murmured his complaints. The corners of everyone's mouths in the conference room involuntarily twitched upon hearing his words. Despite the relatively distant relationship between Tiki and Haas due to their differing styles of conduct, it must be acknowledged that over the past half-year, Tiki has gleaned the most from Haas's ruthless tactics. In fact, regarding moral boundaries, the latter seems to have surpassed the former, exhibiting an air of superiority. While other team members pondered how to leverage the geographical terrain for combat, Tiki had already begun to contemplate ways to eliminate the enemy before any confrontation. Although the Western District currently harbors a multitude of insect soul masters, not all of them adhere to such a reckless approach. The black-clad cardinal spoke slowly, stating that under the present circumstances, these individuals only exhibit extreme emotional tendencies when they are famished or in groups exceeding 20. Initially, the Western District aimed to segregate them regionally, but a few months ago, the emergence of the Doomsday sect has incited these soul masters to engage in organized destructive behaviors. Locusts? Jean asked in astonishment. Upon hearing about the emotional extremes triggered by groups larger than 20, he recalled a former teacher who had introduced him to the phenomenon of locusts. These creatures are peculiar. Under normal conditions, they are relatively harmless, feeding solely on vegetation. However, once their population within a specific area reaches a critical threshold, they not only become highly aggressive but also carry toxins. Some unique locust soul beasts may even undergo a transformation from herbivorous to carnivorous due to this plague. Precisely, the black-clad cardinal nodded solemnly. What is currently known is that the Doomsday sect's top combatants are all soul kings, numbering around a dozen. Therefore, poisoning seems to be the best course of action. Just listen to that name, Doomsday Sect. It's as if they are on the verge of branding themselves as anti-human. Tiki lifted his eyelids and gazed earnestly at the black-clad cardinal, stating, for the stability of the angel god's dominion over the spirit hall, you can rest assured to entrust this matter to me. Teacher Haas still possesses some venom from the 10,000-year-old Achitlan sea snake, which, when combined with the 8,000-year-old poison from the Thousand Arrows frog, I assure you will thoroughly cleanse the western part of the city. After 6 months of training, the mere thought of resolving the insect spirit masters one by one instilled a profound discomfort within Tiki. If necessary, it would be preferable to designate a section of land outside Soto City to gather all the insect spirit masters for a unified resolution. Who would relish the idea of engaging in mutual harm with a group of lunatics in narrow alleys? Hence, I urge you to cooperate faithfully with the station troops to deal with the Church of Destruction and these insect spirit masters. The black-clad cardinal's expression darkened as he looked at Tiki, emphasizing sternly, do not let me discover that you resorted to poisoning for the sake of convenience. Such actions are absolutely intolerable. The Church of Destruction has managed to endure until now largely for your benefit. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would have long dispatched experts to eliminate those heretics. And what of the compensation? Is it to be provided by the Ballot Kingdom, or shall it be received from the Spirit Hall? Tiki curled his lips and deftly shifted the conversation towards the matter of compensation. 6 months prior, the dark-clad bishop had casually mentioned the possibility of exchanging for resources. Yet the nature of these resources remained ambiguous. Were they gold soul coins or soul-guided devices? One could very well end up with bloodied hands only to exchange them for mere bags of rice and a barrel of soybean oil, which would undoubtedly dampen one's spirits. How deeply do you distrust the spirit hall? Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked. Upon reaching the western outpost, information will be bestowed upon you. The dark-clad bishop's face twitched violently for a moment before he turned and commanded towards the door. Sir, take them away at once, especially this one. I wish to see him no more. Upon hearing this, Sir stepped outside, opened the door, and led the group away. Preparing to escort them to the outpost in the west, Titch rolled his eyes, feeling that this seemed akin to an unscrupulous school selling its students to factories as interns. After half a year of grueling training, they were forced to kill without resorting to poison. Had he known, he would have chosen Shrek Academy. The Spirit Hall was clearly cultivating psychological deviance. After everyone left, only the black-robed bishop remained in the conference room. His murky gaze fixated on the video projected onto the wall. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. You never expected him to attract the attention of that Douluo. Did you? From the dark corner, Haas emerged like a specter, glancing at the spot where Titch had previously sat, and remarked nonchalantly, Isn't that splendid? Being noticed by such a titled Douluo, it means he has at least an 80% chance of becoming one himself. Unfortunately, you can no longer take him as your disciple. He has already mastered what I have taught him. He possesses a remarkable talent for savagery. Chapter 68. Ma Hongjuan's jealousy outside Soto City. The night enveloped the dilapidated village, revealing an endless expanse of wheat fields that swayed gently in the evening breeze. The cool air caressed the hair of the young boys and girls sitting beside a haystack, gazing into the distance towards Soto City, seemingly waiting for something. Why hasn't Teacher Flander returned yet? He isn't taking those two to the brothel, is he? Pondered the small, chubby boy with a mohawk, snuggling against the hay. Today, the teacher was truly excessive, clearly trying to establish dominance, yet he didn't spare me either. If I didn't have some foundation, I would have likely collapsed on the road. Daimubai crossed his arms and replied, This is precisely your issue. You lounge around every day like Oscar. If you continue to indulge yourself, you might as well change your career path to culinary arts. Xiao Wu chimed in with a playful laugh. That actually sounds appealing. Fatty, why not give it a shot? Transforming a phoenix into a turkey might just lead you to create a new culinary genre. Ma Hongjuan's face flushed with indignation. He glanced at Tang San beside Xiao Wu, then at Daimubai, whose gaze occasionally drifted towards Zhu Xing. Fine, neither of them is someone I can provoke. One is a ruthless person who made Teacher Zhao suffer, and the other is a notorious rogue. It seems my days of ease are over. I can't just bottle this anger up. What's next? Eventually, unable to restrain himself, Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, I wonder who it is that goes to hotels every day looking for twins, now that he has a new love interest. He changes his persona while trampling on others. It's utterly incomprehensible. Ahem. Fatty, what are you mumbling about? Daimubai shot him a fierce glare. Slander. He slanders me. I've been at the Grand Seoul Arena these past few days. Where would I have time to visit hotels? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but scoff. Isn't it because that perverse Black Hand has left? If he were still around, even if the teacher sent you, you wouldn't be able to go. Hiss. You asking for a beating, Fatty? Daimubai, having had his cover blown, reached out to grab Ma Hongjun, saying, Weren't you the one who advised me not to go? Now you're mocking me? Xiao Wu, hearing the term Black Hand, curiously inquired, Who is this Black Hand? Are they formidable? Not exactly. Ma Hongjun evaded Daimubai's grasp and, noticing the murderous glare directed at him, quickly hid behind Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, that Black Hand is undoubtedly the most fearsome at the Grand Seoul Arena in Soto City. Few soul masters who have gambled against him have survived a day after. Once ensnared in his grasp, one would either die or be severely injured. No soul master of the same rank can match him in close combat. Black Hand. Ensnared? Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged glances, both arriving at the same name in their minds. The principal had mentioned that Titch was on the cultivation list of the Spirit Hall, making his presence in Soto City less surprising. Tang San recalled their brief encounter on the back mountain, a serious glint flashing in his deep gaze. That person had haunted him like a nightmare for years. Seemingly aware of his secret weapons, yet Tang San knew nothing about him. I am in the light, while the enemy lurks in the shadows. As a disciple of the Tang sect, the thought that someone might understand his techniques sent a chill down his spine. Noticing Tang San's unusual demeanor, Daimubai asked, What's wrong, Xiao San? Do you have a grudge against this individual? There have been some conflicts with those around him, but as for him personally, I have no impression. Before Tang Xin could continue, Xiao Wu interjected, speaking of which, he truly is quite peculiar. In less than half a month after school started, I heard he was crippled by the anti-Spirit Hall faction and never returned to school. When 6th grade commenced, I heard he was accepted onto the Spirit Hall's cultivation list. The Spirit Hall's cultivation list? Dai Mubai inquired, surprised. Yes, that's the name. Xiao Wu nodded. I heard from the teacher that this list is quite prestigious, though it should be comparable to Shrek Academy. Well, somewhat comparable, but they focus on quantity, Ma Hongjun scoffed. Recently, my teacher mentioned that place, which also specializes in monsters. The Balik Empire has 2 spirit halls, each admitting 13 soul masters annually. I heard this year's batch consists of 11-year-olds at level 30, which has made him quite envious, berating me for days on end. 11-year-old soul masters? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, could not help but inquire. Even 12-year-old great soul masters are considered geniuses. How is it that at the Spirit Hall, they all start as soul masters? There must be some disparity, yet it shouldn't be this vast. Who knows? Ma Hongjun shook his head, lamenting, if the Spirit Hall is at this level, then the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and Sacred Hall would surely soar above. When mentioning the Spirit Hall's cultivation list, Ma Hongjuan's tone grew exceedingly displeased. After all, who wouldn't feel disgruntled after being berated for days because of someone else's child? Go away. You're just a fool, believing everything is false. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes at him and turned to the others. The soul masters on the Spirit Hall's cultivation list are candidates for the golden generation. The Spirit Halls in the 2 great empires focus more on nurturing soul masters over 18. Many gifted soul masters across the continent are selected through this model by the Spirit Hall. That 11-year-old soul master is indeed extraordinary. Shut up, you idiot. Just because you don't strive, don't hinder others from doing so. Dai Mubai cast a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun, while Zhu Zhuqing, rarely taking the initiative, pursed her lips and inquired, albeit hesitantly, about the implications of possessing a soul power of 30. It is indeed a rare occurrence for a nation to produce a few fortunate individuals over decades. Furthermore, it is not as though we lack individuals with such potential. In the presence of Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's tone softened considerably. Under the melancholic gaze of Ma Hongjun, he provided an example, citing Xiao San. At the tender age of 12, he has already reached the 29th level. Had he not grown up in the small town of Notting, deprived of abundant soul master resources, specialized training facilities, and expert guidance, it is entirely plausible that he could have achieved level 30 by the age of 11 through diligent practice. Thus, it stands to reason that we are indeed a group of soul masters blessed with both talent and perseverance. Tang Xin contemplated this, recognizing that while the resources available in Notting are inferior to those in larger cities, his commitments as a student hindered him from devoting all his time to training. However, with the assistance of the Shantian skill, it would be impossible for any peer to surpass him without a trifecta of talent, resources, and resolve. Merely dedicating 24 hours to training without intellect would result in nothing more than a wooden-headed existence. Ma Hongjun expressed his jealousy, prompting Dai Mubai to glance at Zhu Zhuqing beside him and sigh. However, some individuals would indeed risk everything, even their lives, for an improbable hope. I am certain that among those titled soul respecters, there exist such individuals who would forsake everything for their aspirations. Chapter 69, Mortality Rate. Knowing this, is it not imperative to exert oneself? Can one truly enhance their soul power by languishing in a hotel? Just then, a magnetic yet slightly hoarse voice resonated from a distance. Upon hearing Flanderes' call, several individuals near the haystack rose to their feet. Upon seeing Oscar and Ning Rongrong trailing behind Flander, Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "So you two decided to return? One would think you had vanished without a trace before finishing the course." "Humph, they're hardly lost. Today, they have experienced more than anyone else." Flander turned to regard Ning Rongrong and Oscar, his keen gaze compelling them to avert their eyes and lower their heads like defeated roosters. After the exhilarating events of the day, Ning Rongrong appeared transformed. She offered no retort to Flander's words. Had Ning Fingji witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly regret not having sent Ning Rongrong here sooner. This situation illustrates that the majority of adolescent temperamental issues tend to improve significantly when confronted with more extreme circumstances. Xiao Wu, observing Ning Rongrong's dazed demeanor, tugged at Tang San's sleeve and could not help but inquire, "Rongrong, where on earth have you two been? Where else could we have gone?" "We dined at a fine restaurant, a luxury I rarely indulge in," Flander replied with a derisive chuckle, pausing briefly before continuing. However, their luck was lacking. After their meal, they encountered lunatics from the Destruction Sect. Had those young soul masters from the Spirit Hall not recognized her identity as a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they might well have perished. Xiao Wu, hearing this name, turned toward Tang San with a puzzled expression. Destruction Sect? Is such a sect present on the continent? The others, upon hearing this, directed their gaze at Tang San, as Flander remained silent, seemingly curious about what Tang San had gleaned from Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed. But this sect is known for its ephemeral existence, typically vanishing in less than 5 years. Tang San reflected on his memories and added, the Destruction Sect can be described as one of the most enigmatic sects on the continent. Each time it disappears, it appears as if it has been utterly obliterated, only to resurface decades later. Is there truly a sect so bizarre? Ma Hongjun remarked incredulously, acknowledging the vastness of the world and the complexity of the sect. Moreover, this sect is not as simple as it seems. Flander interjected, in my earlier travels across the continent, I encountered the Destruction Sect. Their followers, rather than worshipping a deity, seem to revere the concept of destruction itself. Do you know why this sect never survives beyond 5 years? Because their actions are solely aimed at sowing chaos. As if they are possessed, wreaking havoc until they are eradicated by other soul master factions or ultimately self-destructing. In stark contrast to the Spirit Hall, which venerates angelic deities. The Destruction Sect, with its decidedly anti-human nomenclature, engages in uniquely destructive behavior. Other sects seek to attract followers and develop steadily, whereas the Destruction Sect manifests only to unleash devastation. Its adherents seem to operate under a delusion, their thought process is incomprehensible to ordinary minds, willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of chaos, often being extinguished before they even have a chance to flourish. However, some scholars argue that the Destruction Sect may be the closest sect to divinity on the continent, with its followers' frenzied actions likely influenced by the god of destruction. The Destruction Sect I encountered years ago was situated on the border of the Tiando Empire, primarily comprised of a small soul master family, with a pangolin martial soul. Their strength was so minimal that even the strongest among them barely reached the soul zone level. Yet, this minuscule family, akin to ants within the realm of soul masters, caused significant damage by artificially triggering landslides due to the influence of the Destruction Sect, resulting in considerable loss of life and economic hardship. Ultimately, it fell to Flander to eradicate this sect. Director, are the soul masters from the Spirit Hall truly as formidable as Dai Mubai claims? Zhu Zhuqing inquired once more about the Spirit Hall. Observing the intensity in her gaze, Dai Mubai surmised her intentions. Indeed, they are exceptionally strong. Although I harbor no fondness for the Spirit Hall, the soul masters trained in Soto City's Spirit Hall consistently surpass those from most academies. Their training is not something an ordinary person can endure, Flander replied candidly. Would it be possible for me to undergo the same training as them? This current intensity is insufficient for me, Zhu Zhuqing asserted, her dissatisfaction with the training regimen becoming apparent. As Dai Mubai anticipated, the achievements of the Spirit Hall as Soul Masters ignited Zhu Zhuqing's desire for more rigorous training. Zhuqing, their training is not suitable for us. The academy instructors will provide you with the most appropriate path, he advised. But our time is limited, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly. Flander, observing the exchange, shook his head. Rather than responding immediately to Zhu Zhuqing's question, he countered with an inquiry of his own. Do you know the conventional mortality rate for the Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall during practical missions? What? Ma Hongjun interjected, bewildered. They have a conventional mortality rate. His only experience of peril had been in the gambling arenas of the Great Fighting Arena. The concept of genuine life and death scenarios was foreign to him. Thus, the revelation of a mortality rate among the talented Soul Masters astonished him. After all, these were prodigious Soul Masters, who would willingly sacrifice them. Every cohort experiences a minimum of 20% casualties, with as many as 13 Soul Masters perishing in a single combat mission. That fateful assignment, as rumored, involved delving into the Stardoe forest to apprehend fleeing officials from the Balak Kingdom. Tragically, they encountered a tidal wave of beasts, leaving no survivors. As Flinder articulated with a complex tone, they were both fortunate and sacrificial. The resources provided by the Spirit Hall were earned at the cost of their lives over the span of a year. Their rapid advancement in power often stemmed from struggles between life and death. I understand that some of you are unafraid of death, but as a teacher, I cannot adopt the extreme methods employed by the Spirit Hall, even if such approaches facilitate swift growth. I refuse to witness any of you perish in vain. The Star Luo Prince, a beloved friend and disciple, the heir of the top 3 sects, an innate full soul master of the food system. Even the least among them, Ma Hongjun, is still Flinder's chosen successor. As long as Flinder retains his faculties, he will not resort to the extreme training methods of the Spirit Hall. While the Spirit Hall can select from across the nation each year, Shrek Academy has but a handful of students. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Flinder glanced at the dejected Ning Rongrong behind him, her head bowed in silence. It was evident that admonitions were unnecessary, for today's experiences had imparted a profound lesson to the young girl. Very well, return to your dorms and rest. For the next few days, we will train uniformly in the village. Except for Ma Hongjun, no one is permitted to leave. Ning Rongrong and Oscar needed time to acclimate to the events of the day, and Flinder himself required a moment to collect his thoughts. The mysterious elder they encountered earlier was likely a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. And that sensation of being crushed at any moment was not something one could easily forget. Chapter 70. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. Time is fleeting. Lying on the rickety wooden bed, the creaking of the old boards echoed with every movement of her roommate. Listening to the sound of the bed's friction, Zhu Zhuqing lay on her side, wide awake, her dark eyes, resembling those of a feline, fixed on Ning Rongrong's sleeping form across the narrow space. The moonlight illuminated Ning Rongrong's face, revealing the occasional twitch of her eyelids, clearly indicating she was having a nightmare. No, don't kill me. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong shot up in bed, panic-stricken, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks, her nightgown soaked with cold perspiration. In the dim light, her pallor suggested she had been gravely ill. Rongrong, what's wrong? Xiaowu, roused by the commotion, peered from her bed, bleary-eyed, at Ning Rongrong, who was gripping her blanket with white knuckles. Zhu Zhuqing, unable to sleep, decided to rise and fetch a glass of water for Ning Rongrong. When she handed the cup to her, the poor girl seemed oblivious, her head lowered as if she were a startled ostrich, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Rongrong, please. Tell us what's troubling you. Don't keep it bottled up. That will only lead to your eventual collapse. Zhu Zhuqing sat at the edge of Ning Rongrong's bed. Her typically icy demeanor softened as she gently urged her to share her burdens. Tell us what you encountered today. Rest assured, the teachers at the academy will protect you. At the very least, the principal can return you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, where no one can harm you. Indeed, Rongrong, what happened? Xiaowu, now in slippers, approached Ning Rongrong's bedside, concern etched on her face as she observed her roommate's bloodshot eyes. Ning Rongrong, looking at her friends surrounding her bed, took a deep breath to quell the terror brought on by her nightmare and whispered, We killed people. I was merely assisting. It was Timmy who killed them. I truly didn't kill them. Stay calm. Rongrong, we know it was you, Zhu Zhuqing reassured, embracing her in a comforting hold. The confined space provided Ning Rongrong with a semblance of security. It is peculiar how, whether witnessing a murder or being complicit in one, initial discomfort does not manifest as sheer terror. However, solitude can exacerbate the memories, particularly in quiet moments when those faces of the deceased loom ever closer, their lifeless expressions seemingly within reach. The struggle and despair reflected in the eyes of the dying can haunt the witnesses like a curse, and whenever one closes their eyes, it feels as if those lost souls are watching, their resentful gazes questioning why their lives were taken from them. That one named Shilio sliced a person in half, and another who harnessed electricity incapacitated many soul masters, while the 2 with shields crushed their necks. The one called Titch was the most ruthless. He killed a soul master of the locust type. Ning Rongrong, much like a timid rabbit, sought solace in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace, recounting the day's events as if sharing her burdens could alleviate her fears. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu listened intently, the latter resembling a gentle rabbit, while Zhu Zhuqing could feel the palpable fear radiating from her friend. Upon hearing that Jack and Titch had slain a Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but interject. Are you saying that they worked together to kill a Soul King? It was not surprising that Zhu Zhuqing doubted this claim. If such a feat were indeed possible, it might ensure their survival in the fierce competition for the royal title against Daimubai in the future. Given the disparity of a 10,000-year soul ring, the prospect of a soul sovereign and a soul venerable defeating a soul king was an idea Zhu Zhuqing would only dare entertain in her dreams. I don't know the specifics. That soul king was injured and distracted during the fight, and then he was gone, Ning Rongrong replied softly. Without the amplification of an auxiliary system, the tactics of the Spirit Hall rely heavily on the precise timing of soul masters during combat. While it sounds simple enough to seize the right moment to strike, translating that into real-world application necessitates countless hours of training and coordination. It is not easily understood through mere words. Was it merely a moment of distraction? Zhu Zhuqing, cradling Ning Rongrong, refrained from further inquiries, understanding that it was best for Ning not to dwell on the events of the day. The recent news regarding the Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall had ignited within her a desire to meet them, regardless of the circumstances. This was crucial for her survival amidst the royal competition. An additional plan could mean the difference between life and death. Moreover, a mere meeting would not impede her training at Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in a tightly sealed room within a hotel in the western part of Soto City, Titch, now clad in formal combat attire, sat upon a sofa, his crimson gaze fixated on the immobilized insect Soul Master, restrained by Quinn and Jack. Beneath the unfortunate figure lay a mixture of bloodstains and undigested remnants of food. Hunger surged as a command, causing the emotions of the Soul Master, who possessed only basic abilities, to spiral into agitation. The martial spirit began to mutate, leading to an irreversible transformation process marked by extreme emotional states, resulting in behavior inclined towards destruction. Tiki rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the grotesque visage of the insect Soul Master before him, who resembled a wild beast. In a tone filled with despair, he murmured to himself, "Is it not the case that the deities of Douluo continent all suffer from psychological afflictions? The bloodbath among the scum prisoners of the City of Slaughter is one thing, but to gather a horde of two-armed followers is quite another. Not only does this impede my holiday, but it also jeopardizes my chances of finding a successor in my next life." After half a year of rigorous training without a single day off, he had been thrust into the grueling life of a night shift worker. It was only due to Tiki's own mental instability that he had not succumbed to madness, for any ordinary individual would have long since lost their sanity. The most alarming revelation came after a brief communication with the station troops in the western part of the city. He learned that this cult of destruction was indeed linked to the god of destruction. Setting aside the differences in thought processes between deities and ordinary mortals, currently, Tiki finds himself in a state of perplexity regarding which deity would transform their devotees into a horde of antisocial beings. Even he, with his eccentric disposition, understands the necessity of distinguishing between work and personal life, thereby avoiding undue mental strain. In stark contrast, these insect Soul Masters exhibit an unsettling level of dedication. Wouldn't it be more prudent for them to engage in demolition work instead? The mere thought of the multitude of these insect Soul Masters in the western part of the city, who could easily devolve into chaos, prompts Tiki to contemplate a drastic measure to eliminate this looming threat once and for all. As June observes the frenzied insect Soul Masters, he inquires about the military's progress in uncovering the location of the destruction sect. What should be our next course of action? Should we apprehend someone to extract information about the sect's whereabouts? Perhaps it is wiser to refrain from stirring the waters unnecessarily. Teki gently massaged the corners of his eyes, raising his hand to unleash a shadow obliteration projectile that extinguished the cacophony before him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. According to the intelligence provided by the station troops, the insect Soul Masters of the Soul King level are not the mindless two-armed beings we see here. Let the second team follow the standard procedure for investigation. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Beast Academy. There may be clues there. Is that so? Jean inquired. No. It is merely a matter of attending to personal connections, as the old man's granddaughter is studying there this year, Teki sighed. To resolve the issue with the insect Soul Masters, we cannot avoid the destruction god cult, before they can wreak havoc in the western part of the city. We cannot allow Matthew's granddaughter to remain in such a perilous environment. Chapter 71. Wangqing, once a thriving city, Soto has, unbeknownst to many, become a vast chessboard, with the western part of the city divided into territories by the stationed military. 13 talented Soul Masters and the Destruction God Cult have all become mere pawns in this game. At noon, Teki and his entourage arrived at the Beast Academy campus located in the western district of the city. A noticeable increase in patrolling guards had transformed the once bustling streets into a rather desolate scene. The begonia flowers planted within the academy, gently swaying in the breeze, released a subtle fragrance that soothed the taut nerves of the group. Who would have thought that a scheming fellow like you would have someone you care about? Quinn remarked, gazing towards the distant teaching building, where small Soul Masters began to emerge as lunchtime approached. Despite the Academy's efforts to prevent the congregation of insect Soul Masters, the uncertainty lingered. One could never predict when they might encounter a rogue insect Soul Master. Let us consider the deceased, Teki continued. If you were to perish, I would ensure your families are taken care of. Tiki remarked softly. Moreover, I truly require some rest, don't I? The enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand exposed. The preliminary investigation into the insect's soul master and the cult of destruction poses significant risks. Let us allow the second team to scout ahead. Once we obtain clues, we can exert our efforts, can't we? Even the garrison in Leeching West remains oblivious to the whereabouts of the cult of destruction's stronghold. Seeking leads is akin to trying to capture thieves in their own den. No matter how brilliant they may be, apart from Tiki, the rest are merely sole sovereigns. Regardless of their various tactics, their inherent limitations remain. A moment's carelessness could lead to a treacherous ambush by the enemy. Even the most gifted can meet their demise. If one desires to accomplish their mission without risk, it is natural to resort to some ignoble methods. Should that white-haired member of the second team hear this, he would undoubtedly contest fiercely with the captain. Annie touched the tip of his nose and quipped, "It matters not. The first team's numbers suffice for a brawl. People will inevitably perish. We shall simply remain at the rear." Tiki flashed a mischievous grin, extending his hand to greet a group of approaching young ladies, exclaiming, "Hey, flat-chested girl, over here." The surrounding students turned their astonished gazes towards him, taken aback by the audacity of such a nickname and its public proclamation. In the next moment, among the girls approaching, Wang Qing, clad in a short skirt, spotted Tiki surrounded by a throng and exclaimed, "Bastard, have you finally cured your impotence?" Suddenly, I no longer wish to rescue her. Titch's lips twitched slightly, yet the familiar scent lingered. A girl, lacking in decorum even more than himself, sparked irritation. Due to Matthew's influence, they were acutely aware of each other's questionable manners, both being insufferable rascals. "Captain, I know of a certain herbal remedy. Get lost." Titch shot a glance at Innie beside him, snorting in disdain. "Still wish to play games with me?" Wang Qing lifted his chin like a proud rooster, leading his companions before Titch. He surveyed the rest of the team before curiously inquiring, "How could someone of your character amass such a number of friends? Where are the others? Have you betrayed them? Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. Indeed, listening to you is a headache." Tiki reached up to rub his nose and inquired, "Have you eaten?" When the response was negative, he suggested, "Let us go out for lunch." "What do you intend to do? Surely, you wouldn't even spare me?" As Wang Qing attempted to voice his concerns regarding Tiki's affair with Sister C, he was abruptly silenced. Tiki kicked him sharply, interrupting his words. "I have no interest in flat chests. If you keep being so irritating, I might just break your legs." "Ouch. You really kicked me. I'm a woman, you know," Wang Qing protested, rubbing her injured hip and casting an exasperated glance at Tiki. She turned to her companions, stating, "Did you see that? Never choose someone like him when looking for a partner. Resorting to violence when faced with an argument? He is hardly a man." "Xiaoqing, please stop." The other young women, intimidated by Tiki's intimidating presence, particularly by the striking appearances of June and Quinn, fell silent. After half a year of training, Tiki's demeanor had increasingly taken on a more menacing quality. Witnessing his aggression, they could only attempt to silence Wang Qing to prevent her from provoking further ire. "Hey, Sujin, are you still my brother? You're not even helping me." Wang Qing turned her head in frustration towards her companion. "Who would call a female classmate brother? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just come with me." Titch stepped forward, clasping Wang Qing's neck in a manner reminiscent of a butcher preparing to slaughter a pig during the New Year festivities. Addressing the others, he said, "Well, if there's nothing pressing, I shall not intrude further. I will just find a river to dispose of her. So you need not wait for her at dinner. Goodness, brother, let us at least have our meal. Do not truly cast her into the river." Wang Qing, upon hearing the threat of being thrown into the water, hurriedly interjected, "I was mistaken. Oh, esteemed figures of the Wuhuan Hall, please do not hold it against me. At worst, I shall behave like CC and, oh dear." Tiki raised his hand and struck Wang Qing on the head, exclaiming that he was merely assisting her in meditation and admonished her to refrain from uttering frivolous words. "I never anticipated the captain's maturity would manifest so early." Annie murmured softly. "I was even more astonished by the girl's resilience in surviving until now." Uxas took a deep breath, reflecting internally that indeed, there are distinctions among individuals. He himself had nearly faced dire consequences for a single remark, while another person merely endured a few slaps. Jean observed Wang Qing, pondering her thoughts. Yet it was evident from his gaze that he had already etched her visage into his memory, thanks to the combat credentials provided by the station forces. Tiki and his companions encountered no impediments as they escorted Wang Qing away. They arrived at a small shop near the academy, where Tiki, having skipped lunch, was already ravenous. "Uxas, you and Annie keep an eye on things," he instructed. After Tiki entered the private room and took a seat, He gestured for the two to order dishes, allowing Wang Qing to sit beside him. How has Uncle Wang been lately? He inquired. Same as always, doing business with the Xiao family. Thanks to you. My father has made quite a fortune, Wang Qing replied, lazily leaning on the table, then turned to scrutinize Tiki. Weren't you training at the spirit hall? By the way, your outfit is quite appealing. What material is it? I'd like to acquire one for myself. As he spoke, Wang Qing reached out to touch Tiki's combat uniform. Crafted from the hide of a 1,000-year-old soul beast with soft steel armor, embellished with the emblematic design of the Ballot Kingdom. Sitting nearby, Quinn grinned and remarked, "Then you must join the shadow team of the Ballot Kingdom. Once you reach the soul sect, let me know, and I can pull some strings for you." The shadow team? Aren't you at the spirit hall? How do you find yourself entangled with the Ballot Kingdom? Wang Qing asked Tiki, puzzled. As cheap labor, of course. Without the efforts of us grassroots soul masters, how could the Empire allocate funds and subsidies to the Spirit Hall? Red Devil interjected. The Empire grants funds to the Spirit Hall, which, in turn, provides the strength of soul masters to maintain the Empire's rule. As Jean once said, I never understood why my father would willingly give money to the Spirit Hall. This funding is essentially allowances for soul masters below the soul sect. And their year-long practical training is, in fact, a means of earning that money for the Spirit Hall. Chapter 72. Clues joining the military could indeed be a consideration. My family's little influence seeks to ascend, and aside from relying on Wang Ba, Tiki, it seems I am left with only the Spirit Hall or military service. As Wang Qing watched the waiter bring in the hot dishes, he mumbled, Tiki, you must strive to succeed. If I enlist and face bullying, you must stand up for me. Don't dream. Even if Uncle Wang agrees to your enlistment, I won't allow it, Tiki retorted. Tiki delicately picked up a chicken leg with chopsticks and, in a calm tone, remarked, the matter of taking a life is not for you to undertake. It is not a noble endeavor. Engaging in such violence will inevitably invite retribution. The old man merely wishes for your safety and well-being. Should the opportunity arise, I will pave a path for you within the Spirit Hall. If you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to inform me. As for those who displease me, well, eliminating a minor noble holds little consequence for me, and you are unlikely to encounter any major aristocrats. Is he truly benevolent? Certainly not. Rather, it is simply that Wang Qing is too feeble, akin to a mere pawn, destined to remain within the confines of mediocrity. Unworthy of Tiki's surplus concern. The demeanor of Tiki towards Wang Qing is more akin to that of humans towards their pets. Am I to become a canary? You have committed murder in Nottingham, so why can't I? Wang Qing scoffed, dramatically biting into a chicken leg. A true man, born amidst the heavens and the earth, cannot languish indefinitely beneath others. Regardless of the circumstances, I am destined to become a formidable soul master in the future. How could I possibly accept the role of a canary? If I suffer, do you not? Living without talent is merely an existence. Quietly accumulating the resources necessary for the next generation's struggle. Tiki glanced sideways at Wang Qing and remarked, moreover, the soul sect hardly qualifies as formidable. It barely suffices for self-preservation. If you believe you can leverage the soul sect for power and influence, you are underestimating the naivete of this world. As he spoke, the 4 soul rings beneath Tiki's feet shimmered momentarily, and the sudden surge of the soul sect's aura nearly caused Wang Qing to choke on the chicken in her mouth. The soul sect? Are you cultivating with Kinkra? Wang Qing exclaimed in disbelief. She was aware of Tiki's innate talent for cultivation. Yet within the realm of ordinary understanding, a 12-year-old soul sect practitioner was undoubtedly an aberration. Thus, you remain oblivious to the true dangers of this world. The soul sect is merely a significant pawn in the grand scheme. Titch swallowed the cherry pie in his mouth, content to simply exist. Everyone yearns for a moment of carefree elegance, yet the price of such grace may be beyond your means. Defy me, and I shall render you as helpless as a canary. By the way, was that notion of a true man born of heaven and earth imparted to you by your instructor? Such sentiments could hardly be articulated by a mere young girl. Those who utter such phrases likely possess a martial spirit akin to the Fangtian Huaji. I shan't divulge any further. Wang Qing took a hearty bite of chicken leg. Pouting, you've struck a blow to my confidence right upon my arrival. Even the prospect of becoming a titled Douluo has been undermined by your words. Did you seek me out merely to belittle me? If you have something to say, do so quickly. I am preoccupied with crafting little paper figures for you. Trouble is brewing in the Western District. You should seek refuge in the Spirit Hall or nearby towns. I will take care of matters at the Academy. In any case, do not appear in the Western District for the next few months, Titch stated bluntly. Really? Is it because of the Church of Destruction? Upon hearing Titch's unequivocal tone, Wang Qing's expression grew serious, and he tentatively remarked, I overheard my teachers and seniors discussing that a radical soul master sect has recently emerged in the western city. The patrolling guards are there because of them. Your aim is not directed towards them, is it? Tiki furrowed his brow and inquired, what else have you heard? He was astonished that he had found a lead so swiftly, and it came from Wang Qing. What? The cult of destruction? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Qing replied, let me think. Diagon Alley. I heard from a senior that he secretly visited the Diagon Alley in the west to drink. And he spotted missionaries from the cult of destruction there. It seems, they call it the Pig's Head Tavern, where missionaries recruit soul masters at night. Noticing Tiki's expression turn serious, Wang Qing could not help but ask, you are not truly planning to eradicate them, are you? I have heard that they possess Soul King level experts. If you were to be outmatched, then it would mean death. Annie, chewing on a steak, interjected. And the atmosphere in the private room instantly grew somber. Wang Qing's words provided them with a lead for their mission. Yet they also shattered the reality they had been avoiding. This was not the Grand Soul Arena, nor a standoff between two armies. From the moment they received their assignment, an inevitable slaughter had silently commenced. They possessed the capability to eliminate their foes, but their adversaries were equally capable of extinguishing their lives. In this mission, every decision would directly or indirectly determine whether they would survive until the end. During their retreat from the commercial street, they had slain a Soul King. However, let us not forget, that same Soul King had merely kicked Jack's arm to shatter it. Feeling the tension rise, they were reminded to consider the brighter side, the dozen or so Soul Kings recorded by the Spirit Hall. Each of their heads could be exchanged for a soul guide device. Dicky raised his glass, lifting it high. Under normal circumstances, it would be ill-advised for anyone under the age of 18 to indulge in alcohol. However, given the atmosphere that enveloped them, even holding a soda seemed inappropriate. Let us partake in a drink in advance. Should we encounter more than 2 Soul Kings, prepare yourselves for the possibility of death in battle. If the situation demands, I shall be willing to sacrifice the lives of some among you to secure the survival of others. Tiki's tone was remarkably serene, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Unlike the initial reactions during their first encounter, no one dared to voice dissent now, for they all recognized the inevitability of the situation. When it came to that point, losing one was preferable to the annihilation of the entire unit. Quinn was the first to raise his glass, exclaiming, damn it, I'm a prince. Remember to afford me some privilege and don't be the first to throw me into the fray. Next was Jack, who lifted his glass and declared, I trust you. Uxas followed suit, stating, whether I believe it or not, there's no alternative. Jean raised his glass, assuring, do not feel pressured. The Red Devil chimed in, I can run fast, so do not worry about me. Annie, could we switch to white? I am not fond of beer, she remarked, sitting beside Tiki. Wang Qing observed the scene, a sense of foreboding creeping in as she faintly discerned the challenges that lay ahead for their team. To be candid, she felt a twinge of regret. While jesting was one thing, if Tiki were to suffer due to her caution, her conscience would bear heavy remorse. Tiki, I am unaware of the veracity of that news. You needn't. It's all right. Tiki set down his emptied wine cup, gently patting Wang Qing's hand with a faint smile. Risk invariably accompanies reward, he remarked, a lesson imparted to me many times by my elder. Death is an essential trial that every great figure must endure on their path to growth. If I do not survive, it simply indicates my unworthiness. The sharing of this information bears no relevance. Yet, just moments ago, you were imparting wisdom to me, and now you seem to. Wang Qing found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware that she could not sway this prodigious soul master beside her. They existed in disparate realms. I am but a patient, and you are unlike me. Titch let out a soft sigh. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly strive to excel. For to squander the advantage of his innate talent would be a grave error. Ascending the ranks may not guarantee success, yet remaining stagnant would certainly result in being surpassed by those who follow. Chapter 73. The younger brother of the Meng family? Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Survival mirrors this harsh reality. In this unforgiving world, the promises made by others hold little weight. Only that which one can command truly matters. Therefore, until he possesses decisive power, Titch would seize every opportunity for growth, regardless of his remarkable talent. Yes, right here. Follow me quickly. Keep up. Do not let them escape. As the atmosphere in the private room grew somewhat oppressive, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by the voice of a young man directing others. Uxas instinctively activated his martial spirit, and soon, the rest of his group followed suit, their gazes sharp as they focused on the door of the private room. Jack and Quinn swiftly positioned themselves by the entrance, while Amy prepared her lightning element, ready for action. Although there was no evidence to suggest that the individuals outside were heading for them, intuition often outweighs proof in such circumstances. Titch, that seems to be one of my classmates. Startled by the reactions of those around her, Wang Qing quickly tugged at Titch's sleeve. Upon hearing the voices from outside, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, barely perceptible to others. Do not worry, their lives are not at stake. It is merely a precautionary measure in times of uncertainty. Tiki nodded, exiting the martial spirit state, signaling Wang Qing not to worry. However, he was taken aback by how well-liked you were in the academy. Even with that loose tongue of yours, you still managed to attract some attention. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the sound of the wooden door being shattered from the outside. 6 soul masters, their martial spirits activated, blocked the entrance. The gazes of Tiki, seated in the main position, and the youth at the forefront collided. Just as the latter was about to speak, they sprang into action. Jack and Quinn, positioned on either side of the door, acted decisively, swiftly seizing the necks of the 2 nearest soul masters and pulling them into the room. There was no need for elaborate soul techniques. The movements honed through countless repetitions at the base allowed their fingers to accurately sever the blood supply from the major arteries in a split second. This technique was specifically designed for human anatomy. While a person could endure a state of sudden hypoxia for 15 to 20 seconds, the localized cerebral ischemia caused by arterial blockage could render someone unconscious in a mere 3 seconds. The sole drawback of this skill was its conspicuousness. It was challenging to employ against a formidable opponent. In most cases, it was only effective when a skilled individual confronted a lesser foe. Utilizing it against someone of equal prowess was often impractical. Stay still and do not move, classmates. Uxas's eyes emitted 2 beams of laser light, grazing the cheek of the leading youth and disarming the axe from the hands of the spirit master behind him. What? In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 6 were incapacitated, leaving 4 standing at the doorway. They gazed at Uxas and Amy, who were poised to strike from either side. Both were soul sages? It was evident they had hit a brick wall. No one would dare to make any sudden moves, knowing that the next moment, laser beams and elemental lightning would bring them down on the spot. Who exactly were these individuals? A mere encounter revealed the stark contrast in emergency response capabilities between the 2 parties. They were clearly not on the same level. So, how deeply do you truly underestimate us? Sitting there, Titch chewed on a cherry pie, observing the 4 individuals at the door, who appeared utterly bewildered. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, while I can comprehend the motives behind murder or robbery, what is this? A group of grand soul masters, yet not a single soul emperor among you? Not even one? As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly emphatic. Having become accustomed to intense confrontations with his mentors at the base, he found it absurd that a group of grand soul masters would dare to storm into his presence and kick down the door. The young leader, visibly anxious as he glanced at his unconscious companion sprawled on the ground, swallowed hard and mustered the courage to declare, My friend witnessed Wang Qingqi being brought here. I come as a representative of the Beast Academy to ascertain the situation. Get out of here, Titch retorted dismissively. You can't even fabricate a decent lie. The gatekeeper didn't stop you, so what are you? Titch rolled his eyes and retorted. Is there truly no one at the Beast Academy that you need to represent? Spare me the pretense of standing for a collective win, truth be told. The only ones who recognize you are your own kin. Who exactly do you think you are representing? You might as well claim to represent the moon. At least that would possess a touch of artistry. The youth's countenance darkened as he was met with such scorn. Anger surged through him, and he exclaimed, Is it merely because you boast a higher soul power and a larger number? If you possess the courage, dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel. Perhaps the youth believed that Titch's lack of showcasing his spirit master credentials stemmed from an inadequacy in strength, failing to realize. Cough. Cough. My apologies, Captain. I couldn't contain my mirth. The Red Devil stifled a laugh behind his hand, while the corners of Uxas's mouth twitched slightly, observing the youth's emotional state. He was reminded of himself 6 months prior, when he too had been in such a position, and then nearly met his demise. Wang Qing, seated nearby, had just opened his mouth to offer counsel but found himself silenced by the youth's words, as the remaining onlookers shared similar expressions of confusion. Casting bewildered glances at the youth, as if questioning whether he was in a hurry to meet his end. A duel? With you? With a furtive glance at Wang Qing beside him, Tiki suddenly seemed to recall something. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, but his previously neutral expression darkened abruptly, as if he were genuinely enraged. In a cold voice, he declared, "Since when did a worthless person like you have the audacity to negotiate terms with me? Today, I shall take advantage of you all. Be it numbers or strength, if you dare to resist, go ahead and see if it proves effective." As he finished speaking, he rose, and 4 soul rings emerged beneath his feet. A suffocating black mist enveloped him, and the fluctuations of the soul sect's power intertwined with those of his fellow teammates, surging like tumultuous waves towards the 4 individuals standing at the door. The soul sect. How can this be possible? Silence. Tiki concealed his fury behind a facade, inwardly lamenting. Could you not express your emotions in a different manner? He had lost count of how many times others had been astonished by his soul power. Their reactions were nearly always tinged with the same tone of disbelief. Wang Qing, seemingly possessing the ability to read minds, murmured beside him, "It's truly difficult. Such exaggeration would astonish anyone. If one were to compare those like a team or Tang San, who achieved the rank of Soul Master before the age of 12, to rare soul beasts, then Tiki's current status as a 12-year-old soul zone equated to that of an ancient beast from 100,000 years ago. Were it not for his affiliation with the Spirit Hall in a different small Soul Master faction, he would have long been subjected to dissection." Tiki raised his hand and beckoned the young man at the entrance with a flick of his finger, coldly stating, "Come on, weren't you just quite spirited a moment ago? For against 7, one must challenge oneself. If you win, I shall bow and apologize. If you lose, I might consider paying my respects to your tombstone." The young man clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger, while the girl behind him tugged at his wrist, signaling him to remain composed. After all, the disparity between the two sides was immense. Should a confrontation ensue, they would stand no chance of victory. Wang Qing observed the young man at the door, his face reddening as he cast a pleading glance her way. A flicker of uncomplicated emotion crossed her eyes before she reached out to tug at Tiki's sleeve, saying, "All right. Tiki, please do not intimidate my classmates further. If you truly wish to harm them, would you still be delaying?" While she could not claim to fully understand Tiki's temperament, she was certainly aware of his general demeanor. If he intended to take a life, he would prefer to do so in secrecy, rather than engage in a game of taunts like this. Especially considering those 2 unconscious on the ground, there was no justification for them to still be breathing. This was unacceptable. They had dared to bully her. Titch cast a sidelong glance at Wang Qing and, with a hint of playful intrigue, remarked, "Moreover, he is not my little brother. I have no reason to let them off the hook." "Bah, you must have guessed it. We had just begun to show some promise. And with your interference, it seems even the possibility of anything happening is now out of the question." Wang Qing, her face flushed with embarrassment, retorted softly, "Do not frighten him into developing psychological scars. He is a member of the Ming family, so let us not dwell on such trivial matters." Chapter 74, Ming Aran the Ming family, a realm of dragons and serpents? Titch observed the young man at the forefront alongside the girl behind him, each wielding their respective spirit weapons, a dragon-headed staff and a serpent-headed staff. How careless of him. As the commander, he had failed to notice earlier that the fusion technique of the Dragon King and the Serpent Queen was rumored to rival that of a title Douluo. The Dragon King's strength as a Soul Douluo is quite prominent in the realm of Soul Masters. However, wait a moment. You wield a dragon-headed staff while she possesses a serpent-headed one. Such a perfect match prompts the question, why pursue that barbarian? Wang Qing? Or perhaps, do you aspire to marry them both? Tiki's gaze shifted towards the young girl behind the youth, curiosity prompting her to inquire. In a world like Douluo continent, where power resides in the hands of individuals, the advantages of strength far surpass mere imagination. One could indulge in multiple partners without a hint of reproach, as long as one possesses the capability. Moreover, the institution of marriage is fundamentally a tool for maintaining societal stability, rendering discussions of love, upbringing, and fidelity mere personal choices. She is my cousin. No. The youth was nearly bewildered by Tiki's remarks. Upon noticing Wang Qing's skeptical glance, he hastily clarified, "We share no relation whatsoever. My feelings for Wang Qing are genuine. It is an absolute, heartfelt affection. For a fleeting moment, I thought I had encountered true love amidst the surge of hormones. Yet your taste is indeed quite unique." Tiki deftly evaded the chicken bone thrown by Wang Qing and approached the young man, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Beneath his tousled black hair, his crimson eyes swept over the young man, who felt as though an invisible hand was subtly tightening around his throat, making it difficult to breathe. The lad isn't half bad, wealthy yet lacking in intellect, quite suitable for Wang Qing, Tiki remarked with a casual lift of his eyelids. Next time, it would be wise to wear your undershirt properly. Doesn't he wearing it backward constrict your neck? Upon hearing this, the young man belatedly realized that in his haste from the training room, he had inadvertently put on his undershirt inside out. Engrossed in his nerves throughout the journey, he only now grasped that the sensation he perceived as a tightening grip was merely the result of his clothing. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, he lowered his gaze, attempting to adjust his shirt, yet he could not remove it in public. His flustered demeanor was unmistakably indicative of someone whose intellect had been diminished by infatuation. However, this reduction in wits was not unpleasant. Rest assured, Tiki, Meng Hai treats me well. I shall not be bullied, Wang Qing interjected from the side. What do I care about your romantic endeavors? Tiki turned his head and cast a peculiar glance at Wang Qing, who had given him a death stare. He then directed his attention towards the girl standing behind Meng Hai and inquired, "What is your name?" "Meng Iran," she replied. As she faced Tiki's icy gaze at such close proximity, Meng Iran felt as though she were locking eyes with a famished wolf. Indeed, it was hunger, not malice. A ravenous beast, advancing as if in search of anything that might satiate its appetite. A direct descendant? How fortunate I am. Titch cast a glance at Meng Iran, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering the granddaughter of the Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady in such a setting. Considering the timing, she was about to meet Tang San. One was 16 and at level 30, while the other was 12 and also at level 30. In comparison, aside from the slightly inferior soul ring configuration, Gongon appeared rather ineffectual. After years of substituting meditation for sleep, he had only managed to surpass Meng Iran by a slim margin. Suddenly, Titch's thought shifted to another matter upon recalling the Ming family. They were soon to confront the Destruction Sect and Insect Soul Masters in the western part of the city, an endeavor certain to cause chaos. This presented an unparalleled opportunity to promote insurance. Previously, the Shao family struggled to penetrate the power dynamics of Sotua City, and Titch had no desire to engage in entrepreneurial games with them. Now, as one of the shareholders of the Insurance Association, he could invite the Meng family to join forces. With their assistance in establishing a foothold in Sotua City, subsequent financing could expand their reach, attracting other Soul Master families. This would not only save time, but also grant the Shao family a favor. Once the insurance business proliferated throughout the Heavendo Empire, even holding on to his initial shares would yield astronomical wealth. This daydream was simply magnificent. A grin of uncharacteristic delight crept onto Titch's face as he murmured to himself, "Just thinking about it brings joy. Meng Iran, would you consider marrying me? Damn it. Damn it. Why do you all have it out for me?" In the narrow corridor, a blood-soaked insect soul master leaned against the wall, howling in anguish. "Where were you when I was being bullied? You law enforcement types only know how to pick on the meek. What benefits did the wealthy merchants offer you to side with them? Idiots. You don't even realize you're cursing the wrong grave." Su Xian advanced step by step towards the insect soul master, his forearms moving with purpose. Beside him, his teammate, Iris, unfurled her 8 spider legs. The innate dominance of the Death Spider Emperor over insect-type soul masters was glaringly apparent at that moment. "Reveal your lair, or I assure you, death will be a luxury for you," Iris stated, her keen eyes fixed on the trembling insect soul master. A glimmer of cold light flashed across her scythe-like spider legs. "Every soul master in our base, including that overlooked catfish, must master this skill," she continued. "Aside from Titch and Jean, the best at coercive interrogation was Iris. I can peel your skin off your spine with precision. So regardless of how inhumane your thoughts may be right now, you had best answer my questions." Iris's spider legs grazed the insect soul master's cheek before embedding into the wall behind him as she demanded, "Where is your lair? How many of you are there? You bastard. I'll fight you." The insect soul master, undeterred by Iris's threats, unleashed a fierce counterattack, adrenaline surging through him as he disregarded his pain. Within moments, the insect soul master, possessing only the cultivation of a great soul master, found his limbs pinned to the wall by 4 spider legs, a calloused hand resting on his neck. "It seems you truly fear not death," Iris noted, a cold glint in her eyes. Soon, the corridor echoed with the soul master's agonizing screams, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh tearing and bones grinding against one another. The Shadow Team, endowed with special operational authority from the Baloch Kingdom, effectively acted as a group of executioners supported by the kingdom, as long as they fulfilled their mission. The destruction of this street was of no consequence to them. The next day, deep into the night, a light rain pattered against the cobblestones of the alley, and thunder rumbled from the overcast sky, providing the perfect cover for the Soul Master's confrontation. A lone insect Soul Master, possessing but a single soul ring, collided with the damp wall, cold rainwater mingling with the blood and brain matter spilling from his nostrils. Before him stood a robust young man clad in combat attire he had never seen before, the only recognizable emblem being that of the Baloch Kingdom. With a powerful punch, Jack struck his throat, leaving the insect soul master to await death, no matter how desperately he struggled. 5 minutes later, the capture operation commenced. Confirming that all personnel had reached the designated ambush point, the Red Devil darted through the alley like a phantom, hastening to relay Titch's orders. Under the rain-soaked night, a team of individuals began to operate like a precise killing machine, centering around the Pig Head Tavern. Uxes and Jean occupied 2 high points, ready to provide fire support at a moment's notice, while Jack and Quinn dealt with the lookout thugs outside the tavern. Annie moved stealthily to eliminate the last obstacles for the subsequent capture operation. The common folk had mostly cleared out. It was now time for them to take the stage. At the dim alley's entrance, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened in the darkness. Accompanied by soft footsteps, Titch emerged from the shadows. A twisted, contorted body lay carelessly discarded amidst the refuse. The Red Devil suddenly appeared beside Titch, whispering, "Captain, the others are ready." "Yes. The second team to the east and the station troops have already moved. The Destruction Sect's attention should now be focused on them. We must capture their Soul King alive within half an hour, lest these insects become aware of our presence. This opportunity won't come easily again." The crimson gaze reflected upon the Pig Head Tavern, where through the glass, shadows danced and drunken patrons staggered. The worshippers, kneeling beneath the influence of alcohol, perhaps had more in common with the deranged followers of the Destruction Sect than they would care to admit. "You can rest. Restore your soul power quickly. Your role will be crucial once we capture the Soul King." Tiki extracted a piece of chocolate wrapped in silver foil from his pocket and handed it to the Red Devil, signaling her to swiftly restore her soul power in preparation for the impending events. This delectable creation, a Millennium Soul skill product from the Food System Soul sect of the Spirit Hall, was far superior in soul power recovery to that tantalizingly handsome, yet envious face of a certain individual. The restorative black chocolate, derived from a Millennium Soul skill, significantly outperformed the recovery sausage in the aspect of Soul Master recuperation. Although it boasted a shelf life of 24 hours, which may seem insufficient for most Soul Master teams, it was entirely adequate for the Shadow Team's rapid response operations. This was precisely why the Spirit Hall's cultivation roster excluded Food System Soul Masters. Their role was inherently unsuitable for the swift tactical maneuvers of the Shadow Team. It was more pragmatic to carry the food itself rather than a Food System Soul Master as a burden. The Red Devil did not hesitate, despite having her own provisions. She accepted the restorative black chocolate from Tiki's hand. With imminent combat on the horizon, there was no time for Tiki to consume it himself. Rather than allowing the restorative chocolate to expire, it was far more beneficial to utilize it for the Red Devil. "By the way, Captain, were you truly serious about what you said to that young girl from the Ming family yesterday?" Leaning against the alley wall, the Red Devil tore open the packaging of the restorative black chocolate and took a bite. The bitter taste flooded her palate as the chocolate rapidly melted, infusing her meridians with soul power to replenish what had just been depleted. Why are you curious about that?" Teki cast a sidelong glance at the Red Devil and suggested that he retreat to replenish his soul power, cautioning him to be wary of attracting the Soul King's attention during their upcoming confrontation. "It's rather absurd that someone like you would utter such words," he remarked. The Red Devil blinked and replied, "The Spider Woman from the second team was quite taken with you, yet you ignored her completely. We all assumed you had little interest in women, but who would have thought you preferred the older sister type?" Although 16-year-old Meng Iran was still a minor, she undeniably embodied the older sister persona for those who were merely 12. "You are overthinking this," Teki stated. "What I truly value is the resources of the Meng family. If a union could indeed be forged, I would not object to marrying Meng Shu. A relationship established through such a union is far more solid than any mere friendship. But then again, it seems you wouldn't comprehend that." Tiki gazed at the carriage that had yet to arrive at the intersection, his brow furrowed. "Rather than concerning yourself with such matters, it would serve you better to dedicate your experiences to the path of cultivation. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Never place your trust in love. Once a person surpasses the age of 30, the thrill dissipates, and all forms of love are inevitably founded upon familial bonds. Finding a suitable partner is far more crucial than seeking one you love. In contrast to the notion of discovering a soulmate that resonates with one's very essence, Tiki's perspective, marked by a certain eccentricity, leans towards a more pragmatic approach. His earlier words to Ming Iran in the private room were not mere impulsive utterances. They stemmed from genuine contemplation. The majority of love stories culminate in the propagation of offspring, thereby indirectly achieving the merging of resources between two families. When weighing the profound friendships forged through shared existence against the future continuity of one's lineage, the latter is undeniably paramount, and under rational circumstances, few would willingly forsake it. Should Tiki indeed forge a marriage alliance with the Meng family, it would signify a binding of futures to a certain extent, with the support of the Meng family as a solid foundation. The insurance business would transition from being dominated by the Xiao family to a joint venture led by the Ming and Tiki families. More significantly, Tiki's influence would experience substantial horizontal expansion, alleviating the burden of mundane affairs that could be seamlessly handled by the Meng family. Moreover, the alliance forged through marriage would yield wealth from the insurance business, serving as a formidable backing for the family's future. After all, who would not anticipate the achievements of a 12-year-old soul master? Furthermore, if both parties stand to gain, why should there be any hesitation? But you are treating the sacred institution of marriage as a mere transaction, the Red Devil exclaimed in astonishment. In her view, Tiki was reducing the role of a partner to that of a bargaining chip. For a 12-year-old child, such a perspective on love seemed far more brutal than taking a life. What is so wrong with that? Everyone benefits, Tiki retorted. Securing a wife can establish a robust alliance of interests, and in comparison to blood oaths, this approach is remarkably advantageous. But you do not love her. What will you do if you encounter someone you truly love in the future? The Red Devil questioned. Then I shall marry again. As a soul master, I have no idea how many I've dispatched. Can I not take multiple wives without fear of capture? Tiki replied with a nonchalant tone. Tiki shook his head in confusion, yet he had no intention of pursuing the conversation further, for the cart filled with combustible materials had already come into his view. The idle chatter concluded here, as the next phase involved the exhilarating spectacle of burning the Soul King. Chapter 76, The Capture Operation, Part 2. What is the purpose of battle? Undoubtedly, it is to eliminate one's opponent. As a soul master, soul skills serve as the primary means of combat, yet they are by no means the sole method. Any strategy that can influence the scales of victory is valid. Incapacitating the adversary beforehand can serve as a psychological tactic. The petty thugs surrounding the bar had already been dealt with, while the patrons within remained blissfully unaware of the impending chaos they were about to face. The coachman leapt from the cart mid-journey as the blindfolded horses, burdened with flammable cargo, barreled forward without a hint of deceleration towards the tavern. With a mournful cry, the horses crashed through the window ledge and wall, while the cart, propelled by inertia, crushed over the horses' bodies and collided with the bar. In an instant, a conflagration erupted. Flames, the harbinger of civilization, transformed into the executioner's blade in that moment. The sparks ignited by the collision of flint within the cart, fueled by the cargo of combustible materials, quickly blossomed into a raging inferno, engulfing the entire establishment in mere moments. I shall accompany you on this mission, but the virtuous deeds I have accumulated over the years will be entirely squandered. The Red Devil shook his head, unable to bear witness to the plight of the struggling patrons amidst the flames, and with a swift movement, vanished from sight. Tiki remained silent, gazing at the inferno across the street. He inhaled deeply, a dark crimson exoskeleton enveloping his skin. There was no righteousness in slaughter. The first time his hands were stained with the blood of his kin, two paths lay before him, one leading into eternal darkness, and the other a life of regret and penitence and solitude. Damn it, who is it? Inside the Blazing Pig's Head Tavern, a voluptuous woman, entirely draped in grotesque green armor, glared furiously at the chaos surrounding her. 5 soul rings of the finest combination, yellow, purple, and black, floated beneath her, the energy of a soul king suppressing the flames nearby. Yet, this minimal restraint was utterly insufficient to quell the raging fire. The tavern stood no chance of preservation. All her life's efforts were now consumed in this inferno. No, I must escape. Suppressing her inner fury, she unfurled delicate green wings from her back, shimmering like jade in the flickering flames. Utilizing the rising heat from the fire, she soared effortlessly. However, she would have preferred not to rely on such ease. The Emerald Mantis was a quintessential agility-based martial spirit, already possessing remarkable maneuverability. With the ascending warm air within the tavern, a gentle flap of her wings propelled her to the rooftop. With a resounding crash, her 1,000-year soul ring flickered, unleashing several massive wind blades that sliced through the roof with the ease of cutting through fruit. Were they soldiers from the garrison or members of the Spirit Hall? The woman's expression darkened as she flew out through the breach in the roof, but as she peered out, pondering who might be troubling her at this moment, two deep crimson laser beams streaked by like meteors, instantly piercing through her wings. The moment she realized something was amiss, her wings were expertly destroyed by axes. She could only instinctively use her forearm to block the ceiling with her scythe blades. These assailants were anything but ordinary. A woman with over a decade of experience in soul-hunting teams immediately sensed that these individuals were not merely seeking revenge. They had anticipated her emergence from the roof, deliberately laying an ambush for her. If it weren't for Yin Huang, before she could finish her thought, the descending Jin had already arrived. His first soul skill manipulating flames as a prelude to his assault. His third soul skill, the dignity of the Weasel Emperor, involved pulling his head back like a slingshot before releasing it to create a powerful shockwave. The Spirit Hall deemed this attack as potent as a laser beam, a rare high-explosive move among Third Soul Rings. Did they think her easy prey? As a Soul King, the woman was not intimidated by Jin's fiery onslaught. Instead, a greater wrath surged within her, burning down her tavern and plotting an ambush against her. A Soul Master daring to assault a Soul King? Did they truly believe her soul skills were mere decorations? Her fifth soul skill, Whirlwind Dance. She braced herself against Jin's initial attack, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. Just as his assault approached, her body suddenly began to spin in midair, the wind transforming into a swirling gown. Her gleaming scythe blades clashed fiercely with Jin's 1,000-year soul skill. Would a Soul King fear a Soul Master? Jin's attack was swiftly dismantled, the ancient beast hide and soft steel plating within his gear absorbing much of the damage. Yet, the residual force inflicted severe injuries upon him, the most grievous being a gash across his neck, where blood gushed forth like a fountain. With a thud, Jin swiftly swallowed the healing white candy he had been holding in his mouth, then delivered a powerful kick to the woman's waist, sending her tumbling back into the flames. He then swiftly retreated, leveraging his wings for speed. Genius does not equate to strength. His mission was complete. A Soul Master was still a Soul Master. Disregarding the two-ring gap and fighting on even ground was impossible. He understood the disparity between Soul Masters and Soul Kings. Surviving an attack from a 1,000-year soul skill while still alive was already a stroke of luck. The woman was hurled back into the tavern's inferno, her resentful gaze following the retreating Jin, realizing that she had nearly severed his spinal cord with her strike, only to have her attack deflected at the crucial moment by the soft steel of his battle gear. "Help me. Die." She slashed through the flames with a gust of wind, cutting down a fiery assailant. The tavern had transformed into a hellish scene. The orchestrator of this chaos was undoubtedly a cold-blooded fiend, who, just as the woman struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation, a shadowy hand suddenly reached from behind and rested upon her shoulder. Except for the 1,000-year soul ring, the remaining 4 rings fell silent, and her soul power began to sluggishly circulate within her. Counterattack. Too late. The icy steel spike pierced precisely into her spine, severing her spinal nerves and rendering her lower limbs paralyzed and devoid of sensation. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Underneath the dark crimson exoskeleton, Tiki revealed no hint of presence or soul power fluctuation, firmly gripping the specially prepared steel spike. With the external soul bone skill, breath concealment, he masked his own aura and soul power fluctuations. Amidst the cacophony of screams and wails within the blazing inferno, Tiki emerged like a silent specter of death, delivering a devastating blow to the woman. "It seems I have overestimated you. It will be arduous to capture you later, but it appears I will not require any backup from outside." Tiki cast a cold glance at the woman sprawled on the ground. The owner of the Pig's Head Tavern, who had experienced a soul mutation for unknown reasons 6 months ago. For months prior, she had joined the Church of Destruction, where she was responsible for intelligence work. Now, she was being apprehended by law. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" The woman glared at Tiki with fierce intensity, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" The escape of June had clouded her judgment, causing her to focus on the roof's breach and neglect Tiki, who had stealthily infiltrated the noisy surroundings. Unfortunately, she received no answer. Instead, her chin met the brutal force of a military boot, delivering a harsh response. The interrogation was merely a twisted whim of Tiki, akin to the malevolence of this world. Ultimately, entrusting a lunatic with such a violent organization could lead to no good outcome. Chapter 77. The grueling trials of the 7 monsters. With a resounding thud, a heavy stone fell from the basket, and Zhu Shiqing, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground, allowing the stones behind her to tumble and strike her head. Her utterly exhausted body had abandoned any hope of rising again. After enduring long-distance marches, weighted rock climbing, and heavy swimming, The entire Shrek 7 had suffered unprecedented torment during the past fortnight since the Master arrived at Shrek Academy. Zhu Qing had expressed a desire to experience the battle system of the Spirit Hall, and as a result, the entire team was subjected to relentless suffering. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu fared better. Although Dai Mubai was indulgent, he was a strong attacker and had reached the 38th level of soul power. Tang San, with his hardened physique from forging in Nodding City and the third soul ring from the human-faced demon spider, enhanced by his soul bone, even had the energy to share some of Xiao Wu's burden. Presently, the master's rigorous training, though intense, remained within the limits of their endurance. However, the others were not so fortunate. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, both support-type soul masters, would have been utterly exhausted without the master's deliberate guidance 2 weeks prior. Ma Hongjun, who typically neglected training, and Zhu Qing, with her agility-based background, were merely hanging on by a thread compared to the first two. Perhaps you should persuade the master. This training will ruin them. Zhao Wujie and Flinder observed the Shrek 7's dismal state from a distance. Even the formidable Zhao Wujie felt a chill for the students upon witnessing the master's devilish training regime. They don't train even the best livestock this way, let alone a group of 12-year-old children. At times, Zhao Wujie questioned whether the individuals from the Spirit Hall truly trained soul masters in such a manner, or if the master was intentionally trying to establish dominance over these children. Flinder shook his head, responding casually, "The little monsters are merely enduring some hardship. Xiao Gang has yet to move past the shadows of his past. That child too. Why bring up the battle system of the Spirit Hall?" Zhao Wujie, puzzled, inquired why. Does the master have a grudge against the Spirit Hall? Not just a grudge. In his youth, Yu Xiaojiang was not as composed as he is now. Back then, he collaborated with a woman and produced numerous theoretical achievements. The battle system of the Spirit Hall contains elements of his contributions, Flinder explained matter-of-factly. A soul master who, from a young age, suffered ridicule due to a mutation in his soul, dared to leave his family and the protection of his father, Yu Yuanjin. To explore the continent alone, it is impossible for him to lack a sense of resentment. Without that resentment to support him, he would have long become a true failure amidst the ridicule. Flinder had once learned through conversation with Yu Xiaojiang that this man had a period of youthful exuberance, during which he and that woman complemented each other perfectly, earning the title of tyrant in the academic circles of soul theory. Is this unacceptable? The minimum standard for executing rapid response operations is physical fitness. Look at your current state. Such intensity leads to disconnection within the team. Do you plan to conduct operations in this condition? Yu Xiaojiang's expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotion. As his murky gaze swept over the individuals attempting to rise from the ground, he coldly ordered, "Food-type soul masters, prepare sustenance. You have 5 minutes for replenishment and adjustment. Then you will carry light loads for a 10-kilometer cross-country run." What? More? Ma Hongjun, who had already lost considerable weight over the past fortnight, felt darkness cloud his vision and slumped back to the ground. Tang San glanced at the master, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had only been taught theory in Nodding City. He never anticipated that the master would be so terrifying when serious. Xiao San, perhaps you should persuade the master? Dai Mubai, supporting his trembling knees and gasping for air, remarked, "If this continues, the others will surely collapse. This is akin to playing with their lives. Impossible. Once the master has made a decision, no one can dissuade him. It's better to replenish your strength quickly. There is still 10 kilometers to go." Sweat-soaked strands of hair clung to Tang San's cheeks as he forced a smile. Helping Xiao Wu, who sat on the ground. Sitting down indeed allowed for better muscle relaxation, but at this stage, if their muscles relaxed, they would surely fail the subsequent 10 kilometers. Each of you will receive 2 recovery sausages. Every fiber of their body screamed for sustenance, and they yearned for food to replenish their nutrients. Compared to the repulsive incantations, they would rather consume Oscar than starve, let alone a sausage. Xiao San, answer me. In the event of a sudden ambush, what should the commander of the team do? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly posed a question. This is the training mode of the Spirit Hall. It does not allow your body or mind a moment's respite, relentlessly pushing the limits of the Soul Master. Conceal, ascertain the situation, then decide, Tang San replied. His head spinning. Strategize before deciding. Very good. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, but before his words could settle, he interrogated again. What if you are discovered? What if the enemy spots you first? If the disparity in strength is vast, do you believe your concealment will allow your team to evade disaster? If your escape fails, who bears the consequences of the failed mission? This. Tang San was at a loss for words. It wasn't that he hadn't considered this, rather, Team combat was inherently fraught with instability. In an event filled with unpredictable factors, every action carried risk. Remember, the primary and sole purpose of rapid response operations is to complete the mission, regardless of what occurs during your task. Even if you witness a teammate being slain before your eyes, your only duty is to hide, retreat, and prioritize the mission's completion. Yu Xiaojiang spoke with a cold demeanor. If you disregard your teammates, what do you call that? A team? Daimu Bai furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself as he countered. If one can remain indifferent to the death of a teammate, that team lacks cohesion. A team without cohesion does not deserve to be called one. Oh? So you wish to drag down your fellow teammates into the abyss alongside you because of your own demise? Master Yu Xiaojiang's gaze rested upon Daimu Bai. Yet within those eyes lay not reproach, but a glimmer of quiet approval. Herein lies the fundamental distinction between man and beast, not as insult, but as psychological truth that such individuals cease to be fully human. A man may knowingly err in specific circumstances, whereas only a cold-blooded beast unfailingly chooses the most ruthlessly optimal path without hesitation. When he first departed his clan, brimming with resentment, he sought to prove himself in another realm. The combat doctrines still employed by the Spirit Hall's main sanctuary trace their origins to concepts he and Bibi Dong once pioneered, discarding control-type tactics to create opportunities, abandoning the enhancements of food and support systems. In theory, even the most coordinated team formations bear vulnerabilities. By foregoing control-type spirit masters to artificially create openings and relying solely on a warrior's instinct for timing, one could achieve similar effects. But this demands absolute composure, seamless synergy among the executing spirit masters, and a commander capable of perceiving the entire battlefield as a chessboard, treating allies and foes alike as expendable pieces. Every resource must be utilized, including the worth of each comrade, even sacrificing oneself if victory demands it. Chapter 78. Apprehension to grow stronger for strength's sake. Should a group of spirit masters ever perfectly master this doctrine, they would become peerless instruments of slaughter. Yet the cost would be the abandonment of all they ought to protect. After a moment's contemplation, Daimu Bai gave his answer. At the very least, I would shield my comrades. To kill them, one must first tread over my corpse. The outcome remains death. What difference does it make? With a faintly disappointed shake of his head, Yu Xiaojiang lamented how time had softened him. Once, he could have coldly recited the correct answer without hesitation, no longer the embittered youth who cast aside everything to prove himself. Zhu Zhiqing, he redirected the question. If your allies were encircled, would you prioritize their rescue or the mission as completion? Complete the mission. If the opportunity arises, I shall avenge them. Her reply came swiftly, devoid of hesitation. Whether it spoke of naivety or foolishness, none could say. Though rationality itself was no disgrace. The callousness of her words drew disappointed and alienated glances from the others. Some truths are better left unspoken. Once voiced, their essence curdles. Yu Xiaojiang, having anticipated her response, showed no surprise. Continue running. You all still require tempering. Adjusting their weighted gear, they resumed their sprint beneath the sun. Within moments, Oscar collapsed. Some rushed to aid him. Others pressed onward. Each made choices they deemed right, and Yu Xiaojiang felt no disillusionment, for they were young, and all remained mutable. Given time, they might yet forge a formidable team. Franklin materialized beside him. I'd thought to meet you only in the next life. Tang San is exceptional, absorbing a spirit ring beyond his level. Even among the Spirit Hall's prodigies, his talents rank supreme, standing together after years apart. Watching these young spirit masters stumble and rise, something stirred within them. Damn it, could someone at least prop up the toppled village gate? We've grown old, Yu Xiaojiang murmured. Long since, Franklin chuckled wryly. Though with effort, perhaps our iron triangle might still catch the Era's wheelchair. Should we reunite? The three of us might relive our glory days. The two of you ought to meet again. Two men, bound by friendship, loving the same woman, a tragedy by any measure. Franklin scarcely understood his own motives in urging this reunion. Yet Yu Xiaojiang remained unmoved. No, the years have passed. I am unworthy of her. My focus now lies solely on Tang San. She has likely forgotten me. Tilting his head skyward to conceal his eyes, he added, the Spirit Hall has birthed another monstrous talent. How perverse this world is, where murderers thrive and benefactors perish unnamed. Their foundations deepen with each passing year. Just admit you're afraid. Must your evasions be so artless? Franklin rolled his eyes. I've glimpsed that child. Their gifts are indeed terrifying. But what does it matter to relics like us whether the Spirit Hall gains one more or one less titled Douluo? To semi-retired veterans like them, The Spirit Hall's ascent was as inconsequential as the difference between 1,000 and 1,000,000,000 gold spirit coins to common folk, abstract numbers bearing no relevance. Yu Xiaojiang exhaled sharply. What if I told you that child might breach the realm beyond rank 99? Then it matters even less. With a resigned sigh, Franklin abruptly recalled another matter. Speaking of which, Zhu Zhuqing's condition troubles me. Her spirit power hasn't advanced. Should we use her training? Unnecessary. Her stagnation stems from within, unrelated to regimen. After a pause, Yu Xiaojiang continued, at 12, her rank 27 spirit power already marks her as extraordinary. For prodigies, progress sometimes halts before the Spirit King stage, a natural consolidation phase presaging greater leaps. But I fear her impatience may prove her undoing. Franklin pressed a hand to his brow. Beneath that icy exterior lies no malice, yet her aloofness isolates her. Worse, she seeks contact with the Spirit Hall's disciples. How should we address this? Mention of those youths sent a phantom ache through Franklin's skull, the memory of that terrifying elder's aura still haunting him. In the past, he might have turned a blind eye, letting them learn the world's cruelty firsthand. But this generation's Spirit Hall prodigies eclipsed all predecessors, particularly that 12-year-old spirit ancestor. The thought of Zhu Zhuqing crossing blades with those fledgling executioners chilled him. They killed without compunction, far removed from the great spirit arena's controlled clashes. The price of miscalculation was one he dared not pay. Best avoided. The blow to her confidence would be severe. Yu Xiaojing spoke candidly, I know. But this girl's temperament is not so straightforward. Flinders scratched his head in distress. While the others from the Wuhuan Hall were manageable, those few 30-level young prodigies were merely advanced in their early development. However, that Tiki was truly unfathomable. A 12-year-old soul master. It seemed beyond human capability. Such an inhumanly monstrous talent, Flinder, having lived for so many years, had never encountered such a phenomenon. No, my concern is not merely about his soul master level. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, his tone unusually tinged with despair. A few days ago, I looked into his records at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Within a mere 2 months and 8 days, his soul power surged from level 36 to 39. Do you understand what this implies? Perhaps being a star at the Great Soul Arena comes with the disadvantage of being scrutinized after each match, leaving no room for privacy regarding Tiki's soul power enhancement. Does this not suggest an error in the records of the arena? Flinder incredulously questioned. Do not tell me his training speed is that exaggerated. It is unbelievable. What is this? Today is not April Fool's Day. No one would believe such preposterous claims. Of course not. I suspect that it was the death of his teacher that stirred his emotions, causing fluctuations in his soul power. After all, it is not uncommon for soul masters to experience sudden growth due to intense emotional upheaval or other factors. Yu Xiaojing gazed towards Soto City earnestly. However, a 3-level increase in soul power in just 2 months, even if incidental, is enough to demonstrate this child's terrifying innate talent. Before the little monsters reach the soul sovereign level, interacting with such a soul master can significantly dampen their enthusiasm, particularly for Zhu Zhuqing, whose strong personality may find it disheartening to face an insurmountable mountain. The more she understands, the more troublesome it becomes. Rigidity leads to breakage, easily turning into a psychological barrier that could greatly impact her future. Among peers, a 2-level difference in soul power is merely stimulating. A 5-level disparity is a substantial gap. For ambitious soul masters, such disparities can serve as motivation. But a difference of 2 soul rings. It is akin to comparing a bicycle to an off-road vehicle. The vast chasm between the two can easily shatter the weaker party's psychological defenses. Chapter 79. Are you buying insurance? At dusk, Oscar awoke groggily from the medicinal barrel, surveying the familiar dormitory environment. The aching sensation throughout his body compelled him to emit a groan. Which food-type soul master endures such torment? I merely wish to live a peaceful life. I am not a strong attack type who relishes conflict. Who would have anticipated that due to Zhu Zhuqing's words, a food-type soul master would have to endure such devilish training? You are awake? Hearing Oscar's groan, Tang San, from the adjacent bed, set aside his assembled hidden weapons and parts, turning to look at Oscar, who was submerged in the medicinal barrel. No, I am not awake. Oscar lifted his eyelids, staring vacantly at the ceiling as if his soul had departed. Just let me die in this barrel. Whether bullied or beaten to death, I wish to avoid this training for even a single day. Kill me if you must, but I refuse to train. Tang San hesitated before responding. Training ends in the afternoon. The master has given us a day off. Oscar turned his head. His enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Tang San. The last time your teacher announced a day off. We ended up doing physical training that very night, forcing me to run in my underpants for half the night. I cannot trust him again. Deceived yet again during this half-month of training, Yu Xiaojing's methods to cultivate Shrek's 7 devils exceeded even his soul rings. Do you understand the psychological damage inflicted on a 12-year-old child who awakens abruptly from deep slumber only to find themselves training at night in their underpants? The worst part is having their crush nearby. Tang Xin awkwardly scratched his nose, acknowledging that even he found this half-month of rigorous training under the master to be quite unbearable. This time it's true. After you fainted in the afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing ran herself ragged, so the teacher granted us a day off. As for Zhu Zhuqing's exhaustion, it was merely a coincidence. The prolonged high-intensity training took its toll. Being slender by nature, and with her only having the soul power of a great soul master, her strong character meant she would never voice her limits. It is not surprising that she faced some special circumstances after such exertion. So, one leg is exchanged for a day off? Oscar felt uneasy just hearing about it. Training soul masters like this is more brutal than any military. It is downright cruel. What? Little Oscar, what are you saying? Does this sentiment reflect the principal's investment in you? Before Tang Xin could respond, a voice echoed from outside the dormitory. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal Ma Hongjun, sporting a mohawk hairstyle and looking noticeably slimmer, dressed in clean clothes. Where did that rat come from? Can't you shave off that mustache? Oscar couldn't help but scoff at Ma Hongjun's appearance, thinking that while others might look better when slimmed down, Ma Hongjun's peculiar hairstyle coupled with his mustache made him resemble a non-mainstream rat. Go away. What do you know? This is called style. Ma Hongjun shot Oscar a glance before turning to Tang Xin. Tomorrow is a day off. How about it, brothers? Shall we go out and explore? Little San. You've never been, right? It's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. That place is not suitable. Oscar, still submerged in the medicinal barrel, retorted. Are you really keen on going? Recently, Soto City has been plagued by evil soul masters. Aren't you afraid you won't return, falling into their hands? Evil soul masters is the latest term the Wuhuan Hall has used to describe the rogue soul masters wreaking havoc in Soto City. According to the reports, these frenzied soul masters have caused considerable destruction in the western part of the city over the past half-month, leading to severe financial losses for the city. Consequently, Soto City has birthed a special insurance company, providing compensation for property damage due to the actions of the evil soul masters. Wealthy merchants in Soto City have been purchasing substantial insurance policies to ensure that their years of hard work do not vanish overnight due to the chaos caused by these rogue soul masters. It is evident how severe the turmoil has been. Venturing into Soto City now would be akin to courting death. I cannot help it if I do not go. This pent-up frustration will cost me my life. Ma Hongjun decisively shook his head. You two can decide whether to go or not. Dai Lauda must take care of Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu are not suited for such places. We are all men here. If you wish to go, hurry and get dressed. I know of a rather splendid location. As he spoke, a rather lewd expression crept onto Ma Hongjun's face. Had he not known that the other party was under the influence of malevolent forces, that grin would surely have attracted a violent response from strangers. Oscar remarked. I don't even want to lift a finger right now. Tang San shook his head. I too wish to rest. These past 2 weeks have been truly exhausting. Come on, there's no need to be so timid. Fine, I shall go alone. It will save you the trouble of competing with me for the Golden Phoenix. Upon seeing this, Ma Hongjun, disappointed, waved his hand and set off alone towards Soto City to vent his pin-up frustrations. Meanwhile, in Soto City, in a heavily monitored area just a street away from the commercial district, as night fell, a group of mysteriously dressed spirit masters entered a commercial building. At the center of the throng stood none other than Tiki, his crimson eyes flickering with an eerie glow amidst the darkness, his black trench coat concealing his battle attire. Accompanied by his teammates, they resembled a pack of wolves hunting in the wild. Have you heard? Yesterday, the second team was ambushed, and we lost another member. Including the catfish, we have already lost 3 talented spirit masters in half a month. Annie, trailing behind Tiki, complained while chewing on some jerky in just half a month. We've only taken down 6 Soul Kings. At this rate, if we continue for another 3 months, we might also face attrition. The second team bore the brunt of the losses, their smaller numbers making them prime targets for retaliation by the evil spirit masters while they carried out their missions. Of course, the first team was not without losses. Aside from minor injuries like broken bones, Quinn had lost his left arm a week prior, having been struck by the poisoned stinger of a golden scorpion Wuhuan Soul King. Before he could react, Half of his arm had already disintegrated. Thankfully, Uxas had swiftly severed his arm. Otherwise, the poison would have coursed through his veins, and it would have been too late to save him. Uxas cast a sidelong glance at Annie. What? Are you looking to make an early reservation for attrition? No. I still aspire to become the family's first titled Douluo. It's better to choose from among you. Rest assured, I shall always cherish your memories, Annie teased in response. All right, let us quiet down. It's time to get serious. In the buying hall, Tiki interrupted the conversation between the two, turning his gaze toward the flustered female attendant at the front desk, and flashed a chilling grin, revealing his sharp teeth. May I ask, do you sell insurance? Chapter 80, Private Schemes. What? Laser beams pierced through frail human bodies, accompanied by the sound of lifeless corpses collapsing, signaling the commencement of this massacre. Tax evasion, illegal trade, malicious price undercutting, price gouging. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such despicable evil spirit masters, working for such a commercial entity. Do you possess any sense of conscience? The black mist accentuated Tiki's mocking grin as shadow soldiers crawled from beneath his feet, dispersing throughout the commercial building in search of their intended targets. As for the act of violence, it was unnecessary for him to intervene. His companions were more than capable of handling it. Along the way, no evil spirit masters appeared. Most of those who perished at their hands were ordinary people. The most formidable spirit master they encountered was merely a spirit elder, and with the cooperation of the group, he fell into a pool of blood before even enduring 3 exchanges. Stepping onto the staircase stained with blood, Tiki and his companions had come today with the intention of besieging the evil soul masters. However, the individuals involved might still be unaware of their own sinister affiliations. What do you intend to do? A soul master from the soul sect, who rushed over to mediate, was met with the horrifying sight of fallen comrades. His eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon the assembled group. Is there no law remaining in this place? In the next moment, Quinn's cold metallic prosthetic arm crashed against the blocking arm of the soul sect member. With the bull spirit, a manifestation of both strength and endurance, the opponent was indeed a formidable assault-type soul master, who, despite the force of Quinn's attack, managed to withstand it with ease. With a voice full of confidence, he declared, "Hold your actions. There must be some misunderstanding. My commerce association has always adhered to the rules and has established a presence in Tiendo City. Let us not allow a misunderstanding to mar our harmony. Adhering to the rules, no wonder you don't purchase insurance. How much can one earn by merely following the rules?" Tiki lifted his eyelids to regard the opposing figure. Without the need for his signal, Jack and Annie had already surged forward. The existence of soul masters, particularly in their nascent stages, could be compensated for by the strength of others. 3 exceptionally trained genius soul respecters could easily subdue an ordinary soul sect. It merely required a modicum of time. The Red Devil observed the soul sect quickly falling into a disadvantageous position and, with an air of resignation, inquired whether this was in the name of colluding with the malevolent soul master or merely the chaos instigated by them. Perhaps it is the latter, in the end. It amounts to the same, Tiki replied indifferently. At that moment, the grim state within the Merchant Association stirred no emotion in him. The nerve that should have been touched by guilt had long since been discarded. A fortnight and a half may seem both brief and protracted. During this interval, the Ming family, the Spirit Master Hall of Soto City, and the merchant families backing the city lord and sewer had all invested in the insurance association. Although there had been no immediate response regarding the matter of marriage alliances, Tiki's initial objectives had already been met. However, to swiftly elevate the significance of insurance within Soto City, the indiscriminate destruction wrought by the malevolent soul master was insufficient. Consequently, Tiki, as a stakeholder, had to exert his own efforts, leveraging his advantageous position to sound the alarm for others about the necessity of purchasing insurance. Do you not fear descending into hell for your actions? The Red Devil found himself perplexed anew by Tiki's machinations. Disregarding human life and exploiting power for personal gain, if it were anyone else, they would have perished hundreds of times over. With your peculiar presence by my side, would my descent into hell merely be a visit? Tiki retorted. It is merely a matter of leveraging one's influence. Without this unique talent and the backing of the Spirit Hall, I would not dare to act in such a manner. Ignoring the resentful gaze cast by the Red Demon, Titch stepped over the fallen body of the Soul Clan, speaking leisurely. Before one's power expands, it is inevitable to resort to some unsavory methods. Moreover, everyone has their vested interests. The Lord of Soto City and the Ming family take the largest share of the cake. They are so busy counting their wealth that they have little time to concern themselves with trifling matters. To be frank, what has astonished Titch more than the power structure of the Douluo continent over the years is its governing framework. It appears to be a peaceful era of mutual restraint between two nations, yet the reality leans more towards the dark medieval period of the West in his past life. Particularly within the Heavenly Dough Empire, where governance is fragmented, it seems harmonious on the surface, but competition among various industries is intensely chaotic. The core reason lies in power. When absolute authority is held by individuals, discussions and deliberations become the affairs of a select few. One should never believe that the perceptions of a small group can yield absolute fairness. Indeed, even relative fairness is a monumental stroke of luck. Thus, to rise in such an environment, one must forsake much of their inherent kindness and consciously adopt a cruel demeanor. You always have such twisted reasoning. The Red Demon shook his head. Today, I have no desire to share memories with these people. If you require intelligence later, you may resort to threats on your own. The memories of these merchants are rather nauseating. For a mere 12-year-old girl, the private affairs of adults are exceedingly repulsive. Very well, for today. You may simply observe the spectacle. The scent of blood filled Titch's nostrils, seemingly intensifying the crimson glow in his eyes. These merchant associations are hardly virtuous. Hoarding goods and manipulating prices, which of them has not engaged in such practices? Any collective, including the Spirit Hall, cannot develop without some degree of moral compromise. My current actions amount to nothing more than dogs biting dogs. Once certain actions are taken, halting them is far more challenging than starting anew. After dealing with the small fry, Titch arrived at the door of the Merchant Association's manager's office. Jack unleashed his soul skill, kicking the door down, along with the wardrobe barricading it, embodying the demeanor of a debt collector. Ha ha ha, good day, boss. A pleasure to meet you. The Nodding Insurance Association sends its regards. Titch P, with a facade of mirth concealing his underlying intent, strode into the office accompanied by a cadre of companions. The once spacious room now felt considerably constricted. You must contemplate the consequences of your actions, the man seated on the sofa uttered, suppressing the tremors of fear that gripped his heart. Yet, the flickering embers of his cigar, coupled with his hurried breaths, betrayed the trepidation within. The fear of death is universal. Those with wealth and power often harbor an amplified dread of mortality. As a prominent figure within the commerce of Soto City, he had been acutely aware of the burgeoning Nodding Insurance Guild's efforts to undermine their stature over the past fortnight. Yet he had not anticipated that it would so swiftly escalate to his own predicament. Do not panic. Take a deep breath. This will soon pass. With a swift flick of his wrist, a black, triangular blade fell from his sleeve, firmly grasped by Titch P. The glinting, 30-centimeter-long blade evoked an immediate sense of alarm in the man, who, upon witnessing Titch P's resolute demeanor, succumbed to panic, discarding all pretense. Please, no. I will purchase insurance. I will join your guild. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to cooperate in any capacity. It is indeed curious, in such dire circumstances. The intimidation of cold weaponry surpasses that of beastly martial souls. For example, when confronted with the prospect of his own demise through the activation of a dark martial soul, the man could only envision death, as he had never experienced the crushing weight of gravity, thus lacking that particular fear. However, with cold steel, the more peculiar the blade, the more vividly he could envision its gruesome penetration into flesh, stimulating his imagination and nurturing the seeds of terror within him. The corners of Titch's mouth curled into a subtle arc as he inquired, "Pray tell, are you aware of the guilds that secretly conspire against the Nottingham Insurance Guild? Do not feign ignorance, nor claim that you are already privy to this knowledge. You are afforded but a single opportunity. 3, 2. The ominous countdown left the man no room for alternative thoughts. In his panic, he could only respond truthfully. Sambian. Silver Moon. Red Leaf. Those are the 3. Spare me. Spare me. I can relinquish all my wealth to you. I despise those who betray their allies. It is precisely because of your wavering resolve that the pressure of competition among the traitorous factions has become so formidable. Do you not comprehend the magnitude of this burden? Titch received the answer he desired. As he sheathed his weapon, Amy's lightning element struck the man. Give me back my money. How absurd. Killing you doesn't change the fact that the money is still mine. Chapter 81. A Grim Fate or a Life of Ruin. Beneath the night sky, behind the bustling city, the extent of hidden filth and wickedness remained unknown. Those clad in finery thrived amidst the squalor, while those adhering to their principles followed the rules of the game, only to find themselves ultimately unaccomplished. This may serve as a satire on reality's mockery of ideals. In the alleys of the commercial district, a rickety wooden bed creaked with every movement, and the dim oil lamps flickered erratically, casting shadows on the blurred faces of passing patrons. You think you can compete with me for women, you little rascal? With a thud, the disheveled Ma Hongjun was hurled from a small room. With a sneer, the coarse soul master, displaying a pair of prominent teeth, regarded the bruised Ma Hongjun with disdain. Amidst the admiring gazes of the surrounding courtesans, he brandished his fists and, fueled by drink, taunted, "Now you know what these fists feel like, huh? You dare to challenge me for women? Have you lost your senses?" Ma Hongjun lay on the ground, his body sore from the beating. It was clear that now was not the time to show bravado. It wasn't that he didn't want to retaliate, but rather that he deemed it unwise to provoke further punishment. The onlookers regarded Ma Hongjun's predicament with amusement. Having no intention of intervening, some even stoked the flames, eager to see him engage in another brawl. "Why don't you step up?" Ma Hongjun glared at the provocateur standing at the door, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He intended to return to the academy to summon reinforcements. Just as he turned to leave, the sound of shattering glass overhead caught his attention, instinctively making him look up. What is that? A person. Before his sluggish mind could process the situation, Amy plummeted from the fourth floor, a defeated Kuan, now referred to as a soul master, crushed beneath him, tasked with eliminating commercial rivals. They had inadvertently discovered the hidden target of the Soul King. It was a stroke of misfortune rather than fortune, although Titch's reconnaissance had kept them from being ambushed. Facing a group of extreme soul masters nearly cost Amy his life during a counterattack from one of them. Cough, cough. Why is the ground so soft? Amy glanced at his shoulder, which had been pierced by the soul master. Fortunately, he had avoided a fatal blow, or he might have had to make the ultimate sacrifice for the spirit hall today. Soul masters commanded by a soul king were far more perilous than a disorganized group intent on destruction. They were extreme and methodical. A soul master at the level of a soul king could not only manage their emotions but also command over 50 extremely volatile subordinates. Confronted by such fearless soul masters, it was difficult not to feel overwhelmed. "Damn it, can you get up? I think my ribs are broken." Ma Hongjun, his face flushed, shoved Amy off him. Upon noticing a charred body still clinging to Amy, his complexion paled significantly. The surrounding spectators instinctively recoiled from the two, creating distance. Meanwhile, the provocateur, oblivious or perhaps emboldened by drink, quipped, "Well, you seem to be having more fun than this fatso. Is this how your family taught you? Are you looking to die?" Annie clumsily rose, casting a glance at the taunter at the door. He was about to teach him a lesson when a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest caused him to collapse once more. Damn it. Why now? The unexpected turn of events caught the attention of the provocateur, who seized the opportunity to flaunt his bravado, swaggering toward Amy while taunting. "Huh. Looks like you're not in a position to fight. Huh? Lucky for you. I'm in great shape today and can teach you how to play the field." Who, before the provocateur could finish his sentence, a pitch-black shadow bullet shot through the night, aimed directly at him. Unfortunately, it was detected just a meter away, successfully forcing him back, but failing to eliminate him. Boom. 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 Three exceptionally burly figures leaped down from Amy's previous position, shattering the pavement as their cold, piercing gazes fixed on the provocateur. "You scoundrel. Was that you talking just now? Why you? Who are you?" Even the dimmest of wits could sense that the situation had turned dire. The individuals before him not only possessed the strength of a soul master, but also exuded an alarming scent of blood. The onlookers, sensing the shift in atmosphere, cautiously stepped back, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. As for why they didn't run immediately, they were simply there to watch. Their morbid curiosity overpowering their instincts for self-preservation, perfectly fitting for the kind of individuals who frequented such establishments at night. "Hey, gentlemen, what seems to be the problem? My humble establishment can't." Before the old madam could finish her sentence, she found herself grasped by the throat, lifted like a chick. "What are you to speak to me?" Jack, with multiple injuries and teetering on the edge of losing control, had no patience for the old madam's reckless approach. With a sickening crack, her slender neck snapped, and Jack discarded her like refuse at his feet. Murder. Ma Hongjun, a recent observer, was left dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground in shock. It was his first time witnessing such a swift and merciless act. One moment a person was alive, and the next, they were a lifeless body. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. I have connections with the garrison." Seeing the corpse, the provocateur momentarily sobered, looked aghast at Titch, emphasizing, "I really have people above me. You young folks shouldn't go down the path of crime. We're all just here for a bit of fun." "Amy, are you all right?" Tiki, disinterested and tending to his companion, turned to gaze at the shadow that had emerged from the fourth floor. This time, they were exceedingly unfortunate. Not only were they all gravely injured, but they also failed to capture their target, the Soul King. This frustration urgently required an outlet. Amy, supported by his teammates, reassured, "It's nothing. I just need a moment to recover." "Well, that's good," came the response. Tiki's crimson eyes fixed upon Douluo, his voice imbued with an icy chill as he inquired, "Forgive me, but I am currently in a rather foul mood. Would you prefer a tragic demise or utter ruin? What are your intentions?" Douluo, instantly provoked by Tiki's words, revealed his martial soul, the twin soul shield, and warily regarded those around him. He declared in a stern tone, "Do not act recklessly. You are all injured. I fear you not. Should it come to pass, I could easily take a few down with me." Chapter 82. Beauty is Art. How audacious of you to think so. In response to Bu Li's threat, Tiki displayed no reaction whatsoever, not even a hint of derision. Having lost a target of a Soul King and nearly faced a reduction in his team, his mood was exceedingly grim. The majority of his focus was dedicated to suppressing the stirring of his second persona within, while regarding Douluo, who was now as good as dead. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Titch's eyes. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he charged towards the vigilant Douluo. Having just concluded a fierce battle with the evil Soul Master, Titch displayed no visible signs of injury, unlike his comrades. This was largely attributable to the black overcoat he donned, which, though appearing as an unremarkable standard garment, was crafted from the hide of a soul beast aged 70,000 years. Presently, none of the evil Soul Masters in Soto City, including the Soul King, possessed the capability to penetrate this coat with sharp attacks. Of course, acquiring this coat had cost Titch the heads of 2 Soul King-level evil Soul Masters. As Titch advanced menacingly towards him, Douluo hastily manipulated his martial soul, the heavenly Luo double shields, with a flicker of his soul rings beneath him. His somewhat embarrassing special martial soul encircled Titch from both sides, seemingly intent on trapping him within. Shadow Legion. Naturally, Titch was wary of such a control-type soul skill and sought to evade it. As the shadow soldiers began to emerge, Titch swiftly placed his foot on one soldier's shoulder, leveraging the strength to propel himself free just before the heavenly Luo double shields could close in. In less than 3 meters, he matched the agility of a swift attack-type Grand Soul Master, making it a formidable challenge for a Soul Master weakened by indulgence to evade him. Dark Water. As he closed in, a powerful vortex of black energy erupted from Titch's palm, directly pulling Bu Li's wrist into his grasp. Upon contact between skin and the black hand, Douluo, in a state of panic, realized in horror that his soul power had been abruptly halted, as if pressed by a pause button. Furthermore, the 4 soul rings at his feet had become mere ornaments, unresponsive to his attempts to activate them. Cursed, Douluo struggled, exclaiming, "What manner of monster are you?" In response, Titch lifted his right leg, gripping Bu Li's wrist to prevent his escape, and delivered a vicious kick to the front of his shin. The bone was hard yet brittle, and especially in the case of long bones like the tibia, the capacity to withstand lateral impacts was weak. With a sharp crack, Bu Li's leg contorted into a V shape, the shattered bone piercing through flesh and resulting in a grievous fracture. Douluo wailed, in the next life. Remember, avoid the vices of gambling and drugs. Titch cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the tormented Douluo, with the swiftness of a black dragon emerging from the depths. His other hand struck fiercely, ensnaring Bu Li's neck with a brutal grip. The sound of crushing bones echoed as the throat structure shattered, accompanied by the violent dislocation of the cervical vertebrae. In an instant, Bu Li's body succumbed, collapsing limply, as if a living creature had been mercilessly slaughtered. Titch released his grip, and the corpse slumped to the ground. Death is far simpler than saving a life. To destroy something is always easier than to create it. A group of individuals casually returns home to see their wives and children, yet they linger here day after day, oblivious to the danger of one day meeting their demise at the hands of another. Tiki cast a glance at the remaining, faintly fearless onlookers around him. Though they were all human, in this narrow alley, it felt as if they existed in 2 disparate worlds, so close yet utterly unattainable. And another one has perished. Ma Hongjun gazed at the lifeless figure of Douluo on the ground, his own physical pain overshadowed by an inner turmoil. He knew, despite his lack of malevolent intent, that witnessing 2 vibrant lives extinguished before his very eyes would inevitably instill a sense of panic within anyone. Do you have any objections? Tiki turned his head to glance at Ma Hongjun, who was slumped on the ground, and frowned. What sort of combination is this? A Mohican hairstyle paired with a handlebar mustache? It's utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing the critique of his appearance, Ma Hongjun momentarily forgot his earlier fear and retorted loudly, "What do you mean by ugly? This is art." Tiki shook his head, speaking earnestly, "Being handsome is an art, but with your current appearance resembling a Shar-Pei, You should focus on your training. Relying on looks is not suitable for you, perhaps due to the rapid weight loss over the past half-month. While Ma Hongjuan's double chin had diminished, his skin remained loose and sagging. To the casual observer, he truly resembled a Shar-Pei. Especially paired with that unconventional mohawk hairstyle, was he not a transformed Shar-Pei? Dismissing the creature on the ground that bore a striking resemblance to Ma Hongjuan, Tiki turned to signal his team to return for corrections. They still had to report on the failed mission against the Soul King. With a multitude of troublesome matters awaiting their attention, there was no time to waste on Ma Hongjuan. In the dilapidated building of the western city, dim moonlight cascaded over the severely injured evil Soul Master. His abdomen, targeted by the lightning element, was a gruesome sight. Had he not seized the crucial moment? Even as a Soul King, he might have perished there. Ensuring that no pursuers were on his tail, he pondered whether he had encountered that white-haired individual. From the shadowy corner, a woman with a scorpion-tailed silhouette stepped forward, her expression cold. Her delicate, lustrous toes glimmered with the sheen of mutton fat under the muted moonlight. With each step, the sound of her heels echoed in the empty room as if she were treading upon the heart of her opponent. Red eyes. Damn it. Even drinking cold water feels like a thorn in my teeth. The evil Soul Master was entranced by the sight of the woman's toes. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Let the Master expedite the arena plan. This Soul Master is growing rapidly. If we continue to let things slide, the upper echelons of our destroying God sect might face execution." Red eyes, white hair were the titles used among the evil Soul Masters to refer to the leaders of the first and second teams from the martial Soul Hall. In the past half-month, no fewer than 70 evil Soul Masters had perished at the hands of these two. The already tenuous foundation of the destroying God sect would surely crumble if they allow these two to continue their rampage. Does the Master need your reminders for decision-making? The woman chuckled frostily. They are merely a group of junior Soul Masters. Once we unite, what chance do they possess? Over the past half-month, while Tiki and his group had been wreaking havoc, the upper echelons of the evil Soul Masters were equally eager to dismantle these talented Soul Masters nurtured by the martial Soul Hall. However, due to their confinement in a heavily guarded temporary camp, the evil Soul Masters had remained in a passive state, lacking suitable opportunities to strike. Fortunately, they had the arena plan, specifically designed for these gifted Soul Masters. Once the plan commenced, the bloodshed the destroying God sect had endured over the past month would be returned 100-fold to all involved. Chapter 83. The development of the Noting Insurance Association. In the afternoon, Tiki slowly opened his eyes in the medicinal barrel. A 6-hour meditation combined with restorative potions had optimized his condition. Food was already laid out on the table, and his combat uniform and black trench coat hung on a nearby rack. As Tiki emerged from the barrel and donned his attire, the Red Devil, as if timing her entrance perfectly, suddenly appeared in the room without warning. "Captain, here is a letter from the Shao family," she said, extending the white envelope in her hand. "You have been waiting outside all this time?" Tiki glanced at the letter and cast a sidelong look at the Red Devil. Although the Red Devil's trajectory was not one of combat, its worth was undoubtedly comparable to that of the Prince of Balak, Jean. It was to be expected, after all, as they had received some extra benefits. The Red Devil chuckled softly. While Tiki's actions of using power for personal gain were indeed disgraceful, they consistently received a share of the spoils. Perhaps money did not hold significant value for them, yet the distinction between action and inaction was stark. "All right then, if you wish to see it, read it aloud to me. I find myself too disinclined to peruse it myself." Upon encountering the Red Devil, Tiki instinctively glanced at his own hands. In the case of others, such an action would undoubtedly lead to a rather embarrassing demise. However, Tiki understood this individual, whose insatiable curiosity compelled him to delve into matters such as correspondence. Fortunately, the insurance company had firmly established its presence in Soto City, and the information provided by the Shao family did not encompass anything confidential. It was preferable for the Red Devil to read it himself, sparing Tiki the trouble of perusing it. "What a splendid day. May I indulge in reading?" The Red Devil accepted the letter, promptly opening it. He gazed at the handwriting and began to read aloud. "The company operates smoothly. There is an urgent matter requiring your presence at the company this afternoon at 3 o'clock for a discussion with Xiao Qinyu." Listening to the contents of the letter, Tiki reached for a slice of cherry pie and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that all it says? If memory serves me correctly, Xiao Qinyu is the Soul Master of the White Ring, right?" The Red Demon waved the letter, which contained only a single line of text. She had only encountered Xiao Qinyu once by chance, yet the impression he left was remarkably vivid. Despite possessing merely a decade's worth of soul rings, He adeptly represented the entire merchant association. Indeed, while his combat prowess may not be particularly impressive, he excels in navigating the intricate affairs of the merchant world. Tiki nodded in agreement, having had extensive interactions in Nodding City. For someone like Xiao Qinyu, who places immense importance on power and wealth, his innate talent in specific realms rivals that of a food system soul master endowed with innate full soul power. Unlike the overt talents associated with soul power, such gifts require discovery and a sufficiently expansive platform to flourish. Previously, the modest Nodding City could not showcase his abilities. Now, while Soto City is barely adequate, it still falls short? Perhaps, but that fellow does not give off a favorable impression. The red demon shrugged, noting that his smile was almost too genuine, resembling a statue. Regardless, as long as he can generate profit for me, that is all that matters. Tiki ambiguously swallowed the cherry pie in his hand and remarked, "Let Annie accompany me shortly." "You. Never mind, it would be better to have Jean draft the report, as his writing is comprehensible." "It may not be feasible. Annie has been summoned by the medical soul master for an examination, as there seems to be an issue with his health," Red Demon hesitated to say. Upon returning yesterday, Annie was immediately taken for a medical assessment. Due to confidentiality protocols, there are certain matters he prefers to keep undisclosed, and the medical soul master is unable to divulge any related information. Is there truly a health concern? Are we certain he is not merely longing for his little nurse? Tiki furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Let it be Ux's. Have him accompany me outside for a moment, and while we're at it, let's inquire about Annie's situation. We are all teammates, and as long as there are no romantic inclinations involved, we ought to assist each other. Each individual possesses a sense of pride, and the significance of that pride varies from person to person. Even among comrades executing a mission together, achieving absolute mutual understanding is a formidable challenge, a reflection of the very nature of humanity." The Red Devil, with a hint of levity in his expression, muttered softly, "Actually, Captain, you and Annie seem quite..." Clang. The triangular dagger inadvertently clattered to the ground. As Tiki bent down to retrieve the blade, his gaze fell upon the Red Devil's frozen countenance. "What did you just say?" "Nothing. I shall inform Ux's immediately." Observing the Red Devil's swift departure, Tiki couldn't help but smirk subtly. Having such a group of teammates appears to be rather delightful. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the carriage came to a halt at the Nottingham Insurance Association located in the heart of the city. Tiki and Ux's disembarked in succession. "It has been a while. Let us step inside for some tea. The Star Mist tea imported from Xinglua cost me a considerable sum." Senior Meng and the Su family had already arrived. They were merely waiting for the Lord of Sachuo City and a few small merchants, who were likely delayed by traffic. They should be arriving shortly. Xiao Qinyu had long been waiting at the entrance. After all, even though Tiki was not a major shareholder, his qualifications would undoubtedly become one of the pillars for the Nottingham Insurance Association in the future. As long as he held value, he would forever remain that loyal friend. "I truly do not comprehend you. I recall mentioning that as long as it is not a significant matter, you may make decisions on my behalf. What is the urgency today that necessitated my presence?" As Tiki and Xiao Qinyu walked side by side into the Chamber of Commerce, Tiki's tone bore a hint of grievance as he remarked, "Yesterday, in an effort to eliminate our competitors, my subordinates nearly paid the ultimate price. Today, you summoned me here not to accuse me, I hope?" "Of course not." Xiao Qinyu quickly shook his head in response. He lacked the audacity to reproach this formidable individual beside him. Over the course of half a month, Tiki had, leveraging his authority, ruthlessly dismantled 4 rival enterprises attempting to replicate the insurance model. Even the Ming family and the Lord of Suoto City were left trembling in the wake of Tiki's methods, particularly with the backing of the Spirit Hall. Now, who would dare to underestimate this 12-year-old genius of the Soul Sect? That's a relief, to be honest. I felt a twinge of guilt reflecting on those enterprises these past few days. Xiao Qinyu gazed at Tiki's expressionless face, finding it hard to believe that guilt truly resided within him. The crux of the matter lies in the future development of the Chamber of Commerce. We have already established dominance in the Suoto City market. If we wish to expand further, as shareholders, we must collectively devise strategies. Expansion is imperative. The pace of commercial competition far surpasses that of soul master cultivation, especially in a domain as novel as insurance. With our nascent success in Suoto City, Xiao Qinyu aimed to fortify their position before other competitors could react. Otherwise, merely clinging to this territory, while sufficient for sustenance, would lead to inevitable demise once other chambers replicated the insurance model. In business, there is no respite, only relentless competition. Even the most successful enterprise teeters on the brink of bankruptcy within a year. Stagnation equates to a dead end. Only through aggressive expansion and insatiable financing can one aspire to become a true titan of commerce. Upon hearing this, Tiki maintained a facade of silence, yet inwardly mused about the rapid expansion. Given the current influence of the Merchant Association, it was insufficient. It seemed that some measures would soon be required. Chapter 84. The Thoughts of Old Foxes after escorting Tiki to the door of the conference room. Xiaoqunyu exchanged a courteous greeting before turning to await the arrival of the mayor, who had yet to appear. Standing at the entrance, Tiki retrieved a golden ring inscribed with the character from within her garment and adorned her finger with it. In accordance with the chronological order of joining the Notting Insurance Merchant Association, each core shareholder was bestowed with such a ring as a token of their identity. Beyond its intrinsic material value, which could be converted to currency, the ring served little practical purpose. However, this seemingly superfluous ceremonial trinket invariably fostered a faint sense of unity among those bound by mutual interests. Ultimately, humans are social creatures, existing within a framework of rules in this world. Each individual inevitably yearns for a community that embraces them. As Tiki pushed open the door to the conference room, he stepped inside, accompanied by the imposing Uxes. Most of those present were familiar faces. Beside the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Shu, was the snake woman, Xiao Tianxiang. It was the first time she had encountered Tiki, who harbored intentions towards her granddaughter, and her gaze towards him was tinged with scrutiny. The notion of a marriage alliance had not escaped the consideration of Long Gong and the snake woman. Yet their affection for Meng Iran made them hesitant to barter her union for financial gain. Deep down, they yearned for Tiki to join their family. But the formidable presence of the spirit hall made such sentiments unspoken. Yasuo, that sluggish fellow, seemed oblivious to the myriad affairs that required his personal attention in Suodo City, making everyone wait, even in such an occasion. Su Shij, the patriarch of the Su family, languidly sipped his tea at the conference table, lamenting the tardiness of the city lord. This was a common tactic, employing words to foster a sense of exclusion towards a particular party, thereby securing more allies for future internal divisions. Factionalism was an unavoidable issue in any assembly of three or more, driven by interests and the quest for influence. However, Tiki showed little interest in such petty maneuvers. He was currently unbound by familial ties. To put it bluntly, he was self-sufficient. The shares he held were adequate to sustain himself and his few subordinates, rendering it unnecessary to choose sides for the sake of trivial benefits. Rather than engaging in these small calculations, the paramount focus was to enhance his strength. With absolute power, financial matters would cease to be a concern. Enough, he declared. This past fortnight has yielded substantial profits, yet it has also brought forth considerable troubles. We can hardly blame the city lord for arriving late. Mengshu shifted his gaze from Tiki, taking a sip from his teacup, and remarked calmly, however, I believe we are all aware of the purpose of our gathering today. The Notting Insurance Company seeks to expand, and it would be prudent for us to consider suitable methods. What methods could there be? We must simply allow the snowball to roll in due course, Su Shij interjected. The Su family can assist the Merchant Association in expanding westward. But the forces behind me have grander aspirations. He referred not to other factions, but to the Spirit Hall itself. As a soul sage stationed at the Spirit Main Hall, it would be peculiar if the Su family had no affiliation with the Spirit Hall over the years. The Su family's involvement in the Notting Insurance Company essentially represented the Spirit Hall's entry into the venture, seeking a share of the spoils. Yet, such matters were best kept discreet, necessitating the Su family to act as a facade. The snowball effect is far too gradual. I need not elaborate on the vibrancy of Suodo City. The profit model of insurance will likely reach Tiando City within a year. Given the current foundation of the Merchant Association, by the time the snowball begins to roll, the advantages will have dissipated, Meng Shu stated solemnly. The central theme was succinct, a lack of funds. The seasoned individuals present were acutely aware that the Notting Insurance Company was critically short on capital. Despite the surge of wealthy merchants purchasing insurance due to the issues with the malevolent soul masters in the western city, the majority of that money did not find its way into the coffers of the association. Instead, it lined the pockets of the influential families behind them. Logically, after a report, shareholders should reinvest to maximize their interests. However, one must not forget that the Douluo continent is a world where power resides within individuals. It was not far-fetched to imagine the Merchant Association attracting the attention of major clans, leading to blatant plundering, an event that could be deemed inevitable. For instance, The appearance of the sword Douluo here could compel them to sell their shares at a low price to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What could they do about it? Thus, the seasoned players in the room, including Long Gong and the Snake Woman, were actually averse to the idea of the Merchant Association growing too large and attracting the attention of major clans. What they truly desired was to prosper quietly. Even the profits from Swoto City alone were substantial enough for their respective factions, making it unnecessary to risk losing their share of the pie and jeopardizing their own fortunes. Titch held the teacup in silence, his crimson eyes discreetly observing the shareholders present. At this moment, words would be futile. These cunning old foxes might offer him a few perfunctory remarks out of courtesy, but they would never alter their stance based on his opinions. Such was the tedious world of adults. However, the stifling atmosphere in the conference room was soon disrupted as the door swung open. The Lord of Soto City and Xiao Qinyu entered one after another. Your lordship, you finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, this meeting would have been impossible to convene. Su Shi remarked. Oh, don't mention it. I encountered a staged accident on the way. With so many commoners gathered around, I couldn't simply leave the matter unresolved. Yasip replied with a chuckle, his gaze shifting toward Titch seated at the table. So, you must be Titch. Your name has been on everyone's lips these past few days, causing such a stir in the Western District. Those influential families nearly came knocking at your door. Tiki glanced at the other party, his mind scarcely engaged, and directly remarked, Isn't it fortunate to have you, Uncle Ya? Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to overstep. Flattering words are universally appreciated. And in such an occasion, Tiki did not hesitate to utter a few sweet nothings. Although he was not as significant as the Lord of Soto City, he too was undeterred by the repercussions of corruption associated with the Spirit Hall and the Meng family. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. With the Spirit Hall and the Meng family backing you, my importance pales in comparison. Despite claiming insignificance, one cannot deny the upliftment that comes with being praised by a talented soul master. Rest assured, your future is bright. Once this matter is resolved, it will be a mere footnote in time. It is beneficial for the young to undergo early trials. Some things may elude your grasp now, but with time, you shall master them. While the others present remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the Lord's sentiments, Tiki was deemed a more worthy prospect for investment than the nodding Insurance Association. The former could only offer monetary gain, while the latter could potentially yield the might of the world's strongest title to law. Even a mere 5% chance is a worthy investment in the eyes of a merchant. Chapter 85. Borrowing Money. Who could have imagined that not a single good soul resided within this room? Tiki rested his chin upon his hand. Gazing down at the tea leaves floating in his cup, he exhibited not a shred of interest in the formal discourse of the meeting, evading the truth and engaging in a game of deflection. Such an atmosphere, built upon self-serving interests, is both simple and intricate. Simple because every individual's aim is self-gain, yet complex due to their simultaneous desire for dignity and advantage. Reflecting on it, the camaraderie of the Shrek 7 monsters is indeed quite delightful, regardless of their motivations. A group of passionate youths gathering together possesses its own charm. After a brief pause, Tiki, disregarding his image, lazily stretched, producing a series of cracking sounds from his torso reminiscent of fried beans. Suddenly, the heavy door of the meeting room swung open, drawing everyone's gaze towards the entrance, where a disheveled middle-aged man stumbled in, muttering apologetically, "Pardon me. Traffic. Racing. Is this one of ours?" Tiki regarded the disheveled middle-aged man with a slight furrow of his brow. The pitiful demeanor clashed starkly with the oppressive ambience of the conference room, akin to an orc intruding upon a goblin feast. "A taxi? What kind of vehicle are you in?" Suddenly interrupted during the meeting. Xiao Qinyu glared ominously at the intruding man, his gaze radiating a ferocity that was no less fearsome than that of Shilio in the throes of murder. True to his character, he treated those of value with the warmth of a gentle spring breeze, while those deemed worthless were met with the chill of a harsh winter. The middle-aged man, swallowing nervously, managed to stammer, "I took a taxi." "A taxi? We all utilize dedicated transport. The Spirit Hall, Soto City, the Soul Master families, and the merchant guilds all provide exclusive shuttles. It's no wonder you're late." Xiao Qinyu erupted in fury, hurling a teacup at the man and admonishing, "You took a taxi. You have no right to be part of this meeting." The entire assembly tacitly endorsed Xiao Qinyu's wrath for someone who was tardy and of little value. A suitable reprimand was deemed necessary. However, Tiki, observing the middle-aged man's mortified expression, could not help but feel a pang of compassion. After all, whose heart is not made of flesh? His tolerance stemmed not from weakness, but from a desire to protect his family. It was all a matter of survival. Perhaps, compassion is my only vulnerability. As Titch softly murmured under his breath, he raised his obsidian finger, gesturing towards his opponent, invoking the Shadow Annihilation Bullet. The pitch-black energy orb manifested with no discernible build-up, swiftly darting through the air and striking the middle-aged man with unerring accuracy, accompanied by the ominous sound of shattering bones. Xiao Qinyu's fury was extinguished, and the scornful words he had intended to utter ceased. Standing nearby, Uxas listened intently to Titch's murmured incantation, internally lamenting. He truly shows no regard for humanity. Does he not care for dignity? To humiliate him before so many is utterly excessive. Tiki reached up to scratch his ear and turned to Xiao Qinyu, stating with an air of indifference, "Let us discuss the matter of the guild's expansion. I have to work in the western part of the city tonight. There are certain words you may find difficult to articulate. Allow me to voice them." Upon hearing Tiki's remarks, the seasoned veterans present seemed to have found an opening. Su spoke up, saying, "It is not that we are opposed to the guild's development. However, it has only just been established, and we each need to manage our own forces. It has only been half a month. And while we may have earned a considerable sum during this time, none of us can assure that continuing to invest will be without risk. Should complications arise, the repercussions would not merely affect the few of us seated here." Meng Shu and Yasso nodded in agreement, and the others present also expressed their unwillingness to take risks. Only Xiao Qinyu remained seated, his face betraying a sense of frustration. He had finally found an opportunity to showcase his abilities, only to be hindered at a crucial moment by these old-timers. If it were solely a matter of finances, you need not concern yourselves. However, if the esteemed members here are reluctant to contribute, the subsequent allocation of shares in the guild's expansion will need to be reconsidered. Teki toyed with the lid of his teacup and remarked, "I comprehend your concerns. Currently, the distribution of interests within the Soto City Chamber of Commerce will remain unchanged. However, for the chamber to thrive in the long run, expansion is imperative. If you do not support this now, the interests of other city chambers will need to be redistributed." "What do you mean?" Su glanced subtly at Mingshu and the others, his tone grave. "The funds required for the chamber's expansion are not insignificant. You may not fully grasp this industry. Establishing a foothold in an unfamiliar city demands at least 10 million soul coins in operational capital, though merely 5 characters. 10 million soul coins, when converted to purchasing power, can sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. This is yet another characteristic of the Douluo continent. Wealth is highly concentrated. The common folk maintain the daily operations of the empire, yet they cannot fathom the riches possessed by the upper echelons of society. Even in a remote and obscure town like Notting City, the Shao family's accumulated wealth exceeds 10 million soul coins, easily covering a year's expenses for the entire city. In terms of intercity commerce, competing in a strange city and ensuring the stable operation of one's chamber necessitates a minimum of 10 million soul coins. This figure does not even account for the potential backing of higher-ranked soul master families behind certain city chambers. Merely 10 million when engaging in large-scale business. One cannot be overly concerned about the initial capital. Teki smiled. Who would have thought our prodigy is also a wealthy individual? Yasuo cast a complex glance at Teki, clearly taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical remark, which was not what he had anticipated. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Teki was merely 12 years old. Being gifted in soul mastery did not imply proficiency in other domains. Seeing this, Meng Shu shook his head and said, "Well, you may not yet understand what 10 million soul coins signify. It is not an amount that can be casually amassed within a single generation. Why save up? Why not just borrow?" Tiki gazed at the crowd, met with expressions of derision and disappointment. He then turned to Xiao Qinyu and inquired, "How much support can the Balik Kingdom offer for the loan through the Chamber of Commerce? If the Notting Insurance Chamber were to stake everything, could they not procure several tens of millions of soul coins?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu was the first to refute the notion. "It is indeed possible, but the Chamber cannot possibly repay the funds within the agreed time frame. The Chamber's ability to swiftly acquire capital in Soto City is contingent upon the backing of the Meng family, as well as the support from the City Lord and the Spirit Hall. In other cities, not only is support scarce, but it would be fortunate to avoid suppression and plundering altogether. Everyone has their connections and influence. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake." The success of Soto City is attributable to a confluence of favorable circumstances, ranging from the spirit master families to the devastation in the western part of the city, all of which have been pivotal in allowing the nodding insurance chamber to rise within a fortnight. In unfamiliar cities, such conditions are simply irreplicable, and the inability to replicate means that capital will not return swiftly. If debts cannot be settled, expansion will be out of the question, and the chamber itself may fall into the hands of others. While the dragon and the serpent are formidable, they have yet to reach a point where the chamber can disregard established protocols. Ultimately, it is they who will suffer the consequences. Titch gazed upon Xiao Qinyu's disappointed visage, responding with a tone tinged with disillusionment. Is this continent merely the realm of the Baloch Kingdom? If one cannot repay their debts, why not seek assistance from others? Chapter 86. A Frantic Notion? The onlookers regarded Titch with expressions that oscillated between speechlessness and resignation. Amidst them, Kao Xiangxiang, who had remained silent beside Meng Shu, could not restrain herself from interjecting. Isn't that just accumulating more debt? In the end, one would still be unable to repay. Do you truly comprehend this? Even I, an elderly individual, grasped this principle. Titch glanced around at the crowd, speechless, and noticed Uxas casting a disparaging look in his direction. Was he truly the one losing his mind, or were they simply devoid of reason? It was evident that a straightforward principle had become incomprehensible to these individuals. Allow me a moment to collect my thoughts. Tiki fell silent for a moment before speaking. Firstly, we could consider borrowing funds from the small chamber of commerce to invest in its expansion. Su interrupted. But the interest rates from the small chamber of commerce are quite high, and the amount isn't substantial, is it? Tiki furrowed his brows, suppressing his patience as he spoke. We can initially borrow funds from them for our preliminary expansion. If we are unable to repay, we can then seek assistance from the Grand Merchant Association. Similarly, if we still find ourselves in debt, we can gradually approach the four great kingdoms, Heavendo City, and the Star Luo Empire for further loans. However, please refrain from interrupting me. I understand that this may be difficult for you to grasp at the moment. I am endeavoring to articulate this in a manner that you can comprehend. Tiki cast a cold glance at the minor character who had spoken, and then remarked, Your concerns revolve around finances, yet you overlook the essence of a trading guild. The core of a guild lies in the circulation and exchange of resources. This intricate web of borrowing may seem exaggerated, but money ultimately serves merely as a manifestation of purchasing power. As we expand the guild, we must also broaden our business scope. The overarching guild should not confine itself to mere insurance. As long as we capture 50% of the market in the Baloch Kingdom, those seemingly extravagant sums will be easily repayable. We can exploit the common people, employ inflationary tactics, or manipulate exchange rates. These are trivial matters. To speak plainly, once we have thoroughly borrowed throughout the Tiando Empire and extend our reach to the Xinghua Empire, the initiative will reside with us. Consider this. Will the Tiando Empire allow a vast industry, rich in resources, to fall into the hands of others simply because we cannot repay our debts? In that scenario, who will find themselves out of their depth, the upper echelons of the Tiando Empire or ourselves? Can we truly play this game? Many present were taken aback by Tiki's audacious notion. The aim of risking everything was not to strive for success, but rather to drag more individuals into the fray. Sheer, unabashed trickery. This intricate borrowing scheme, relying on money to secure resources, would inevitably lead to the Tiando Empire refusing to let such a resource-rich industry slip into foreign hands. The ultimate objective of Titch is not merely to repay debts, but rather to ensnare all individuals of the empire. He seeks either the empire's protection or the intervention of the Star Luo Empire into the economic lifeblood of the Heavendo Empire. However, the Heavendo Empire is fully capable of consuming the Merchant Guild before you can extend your hand towards the Star Luo Empire. Only Meng Shu, the city lord, and Su Shi remain rational and clear-headed amidst the presence, unblind by the grand illusions painted by Titch. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Although Dickie's ideas hold the potential for success, the Tiando Empire is not naive, nor are the two prominent sects among the three great sects foolish. Innocent individuals may bear the weight of suspicion. They can certainly overturn the table when necessary. The major sects that have ascended to the zenith of power have done so through their audacity and resolute determination at critical junctures. Who dares to consume whom entirely? Tiki chuckled with a hint of mischief, questioning the four clans abandoned by the Haotian sect. Were they the Xiangjia, the Qihua, the Shinfeng, or the Tianshui? Observing that some present had yet to grasp the implications, Tiki boldly elucidated, "Let us disregard your fragile sentiments. As the Commerce Guild expands, many of you will inevitably find your significance diminished. It is an inexorable truth that noble soul master families will supplant your positions. The imperial family and the top 3 sects are eager to seize advantages, while other newly joined soul master families will be far more invested in their gains and losses. The most probable outcome is a collaboration between the guild, the top 3 sects, and the Tiando imperial family, leading to a mutually beneficial arrangement, rather than engaging in foolish internal strife. The Empire's upper echelon is not Na'vi. The formidable star Luo Empire outside will serve as a crucial catalyst for our shared success." Xiangxiang anxiously inquired, "But is there still a slight possibility?" She managed to grasp Tiki's remarks, recognizing it as a high-stakes gamble with substantial odds in favor. Should they win, everyone would reap a bountiful harvest. Should they lose, they would all face misfortune. It was an audacious and enticingly perilous tactic. The Meng family naturally did not fret over their standing within the business community, as Meng Shehan's prowess was well established. However, the inherent delicacy and prudence of a woman led Xiangxiang to adopt a cautious stance regarding the matter. "Madam, if you think this way, you might as well skip dinner, for eating could lead to choking." With a resigned roll of his eyes, Tiki noticed that Xiao Qinyu had fallen into deep contemplation. He was unwilling to squander further time in this manner. Let those who wish to explain do so. After draining the remaining tea in his cup, he stood up, preparing to depart with Uxas. Just before leaving, Tiki remarked, "This is merely a straightforward financing endeavor, albeit with a larger stake involved. Nevertheless, compared to the fortune it could yield for you, this is an extraordinary bargain. Otherwise, relying solely on your own efforts, how much wealth could you possibly amass over several lifetimes? With the emergence of a few incompetent individuals, it is not inconceivable that your family could face decline." Meng Shu, observing Tiki's retreating figure, transformed his previously dismissive gaze into one of solemn seriousness as he inquired, "Where are you going? Will you not elaborate on the details?" At that moment, the Meng family felt a stir of interest. Meng Shu, in particular, was tempted by the grand vision Tiki had painted. The Meng family possessed the legendary soul Douluo and boasted a rare martial soul fusion technique on the continent. In terms of elite combat strength, they were scarcely inferior to the lower 4 sects. However, in comparison to families like the Xiangjia sect, the Meng family lacked resources. They required vast amounts of resources to cultivate the talents of the next generation. The audacious expansion plan of the Titch Chamber of Commerce is fraught with peril, yet the rewards are undeniably enticing. Particularly the final remark about a family's decline strikes a chord with Meng Shu, as his greatest concern lies in the lack of ambition among the younger generation or the scarcity of sufficient cultivation resources. Shall I elaborate on the details? What purpose would the Xiao family serve then? Tiki waved his hand dismissively without even turning his head, stating, "I do not wish to engage my mind right now. Any inquiries can be directed to Xiao Qinyu. This lad possesses remarkable comprehension skills. Should you ever contemplate a family alliance, feel free to seek me out again. Engaging in cerebral activities is indeed exhausting." It seems that a straightforward and unrefined approach suits Tiki best. After a brief period of intellectual exertion, he yearns to retreat and indulge in food and rest. Meng Shu was amused by Tiki's remarks. "You rascal. While other young individuals would do anything to evade a marriage alliance, you actively seek one. Could it be that your granddaughter possesses such irresistible charm?" Nevertheless, it was prudent to set this matter aside for the moment. The most pressing concern was whether Tiki's proposed method was viable. If so, entrusting Meng Iran to such an exceptional youth could indeed render the alliance a commendable choice. Chapter 87. The Genius's Endgame. Breathe, breathe. Maintain this well. Just 3 more minutes to go. In the brightly lit and minimalist rehabilitation room, Annie, pale-faced, pressed his feet against the pedal beneath him. A small black box strapped to his chest connected to a screen beside him, recording his heart rate fluctuations. The soul master in charge of the examination nodded in acknowledgement after gathering the necessary data and signaled Annie to halt. "What is my condition?" Annie stammered, his lips trembling as he gazed at the soul master. His frail appearance bore no resemblance to the fierce warrior he once was, yet this was the harsh reality. Everyone harbors vulnerabilities. Despite Annie's relentless efforts to evade this truth, reality remains indifferent. It is quite dire. Aside from the old injuries to your internal organs, your heart condition is severe. The current treatment methods yield little effect, primarily due to your physical state. The Soul Master, perusing the data, shook his head. You may find it difficult to accept, but you are indeed unfit for cultivation at present. Should this persist, you risk succumbing to the very practice you once pursued. Annie fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation, his fists clenched tightly around the fabric of his clothing, the soft thud of his knuckles expressing his only emotional release. At 11 years old, with a soul power level of 34, he possessed the potential to be part of the next generation of elite warriors at the Spirit Hall. Yet, he found himself halted on this arduous path. Utilizing lightning elements to stimulate his metabolism and accelerate the growth of his soul power was a unique meditation method belonging to the Annie family. As a naturally gifted soul master with innate 8th level power, Annie had ascended through this method to become a prodigy. He had harbored aspirations of inheriting his grandfather's legacy, leading the family to new heights. However, his impatience over the years had led to excessive stimulation, inflicting irreversible damage upon his body. The old injuries from high-intensity lightning element exposure were manageable. Some soul masters possessing appropriate healing techniques might still salvage them. Yet, the heart, long subjected to the relentless stimulation of lightning elements, had developed a rhythm that could not revert to normalcy. For it was no longer merely an injury but a habitual response of his body, a habit that could claim his life at any moment. Accustomed to the heightened intensity of his heart's rhythm, Annie's daily burden was 8 to 10 times greater than that of a typical soul master. In the throes of fierce combat, should his heart exceed its threshold, he would face the grim fate of cardiac arrest. Do not inform them. I will leave on my own once the practical exercises conclude, Annie murmured, his tone bordering on a plea. Accustomed to their identities as prodigies, it is easy to forget that they are merely 12-year-old children. Compared to their peers who are well-rounded in character, intellect, physicality, aesthetics, and labor, they often resemble meticulously selected commodities from an assembly line, crafted for a singular purpose. The deprivation of their soul expertise is the most harrowing punishment they could suffer. Rest assured, I will honor that. It is your right. The soul master nodded before turning to exit the rehabilitation room, devoid of any trace of sympathy or pity. Such occurrences were almost routine here, happening annually without fail. Is pity necessary? Certainly not. This was merely a process of selection, identifying the most suitable individuals among a cohort of prodigies based on talent, fortune, and experience. Fairy tales do not narrate it this way. Annie inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the powerful rhythm of his heart within his chest. Who could have anticipated that diligence would be his downfall? If only he had chosen to decelerate. Alas, there are no ifs in life. The arrogance of a genius often proves sharper and more lethal than that of the ordinary. With shoulders heavy and somewhat numb, Annie exited the rehabilitation room, seeking solace in the rest area to contemplate his future choices. However, upon arriving, he discovered that someone had already taken a seat there. Awaiting his arrival, a delightful pairing of rum and cherry pie. Sitting before a table marked with a prohibition against alcohol, Titch sipped his drink. Upon noticing the emergence of Ein, he gestured for the latter to join him. Alas, Captain, this constitutes a breach of conduct. Must you not respect my privacy? Taking a seat opposite Titch, Ein appeared somewhat anxious, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, his gaze unwillingly meeting Titch's crimson eyes. Titch cast a sidelong glance and remarked nonchalantly, So, if I refrain from my own investigations, how long do you intend to conceal it from me under the pretext of your nurse girlfriend? Ein awkwardly scratched his head, feeling the embarrassment of revealing such a matter. With an elemental martial soul and an innate soul power of level 8. Typically one would possess qualifications akin to those of a soul emperor or soul sage, by stimulating his own being with lightning elements. Should he strive diligently once his physique matures, he might very well ascend to the rank of a soul Douluo. Tiki, chewing on the cherry pie in his mouth, spoke ambiguously. He was not the type to withhold opportunities from his teammates out of respect, even with the protective regulations of the Spirit Hall in place. The realities of combat are fraught with instability. As a commander, it is Tiki's duty and obligation to eliminate the uncertainties surrounding him. Such foolish efforts seem rather pointless, do they not? A heart-wrenching smile graced the pale face of Eni, embodying a bittersweet sensation of a significant disparity, akin to narrowly missing a chance. For Eni in this moment, it undoubtedly served as the greatest source of anguish. Titch chewed on the cherry pie in silence, and after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke with deliberate calmness. Abandoning the soul master may allow you to survive, but if you persist, you will not endure until the end. What do you wish to achieve? The plight of any reminded Titch of the basketball stars from his previous life. Exceptional talents thrived in the public eye, yet during selections, there were always those equally gifted who faded into obscurity for various reasons: indulgence, injury, misfortune. The realm of soul masters seemed no different. Brilliance could wither away, leading to a fate of silent anonymity. I do not know. Eni shook his head, covering his eyes with his hand, as if to shield Titch from the reddened rims that betrayed his despair. In this moment, he felt more hopeless than ever. He had squandered the singular opportunity of his life due to his own folly. He never anticipated that what he deemed his efforts would ultimately become the final straw that broke him. What is there to cry about? Tiki raised his eyelids and glanced at the tears cascading down Eni's cheeks, remarking, "Life has always been thus, repulsive in appearance, abhorrent in scent, unpalatable in taste, and arduous to swallow. Yet, paradoxically, flowers require the nourishment of excrement. If you wish to merely survive, I can assist you. If you desire dignity, I can provide that as well. What has been lost will never return. Neither anguish nor regret can offer you any solace." Eni lowered her palm, her reddened eyes gazing at Tiki as she suppressed her sobs and inquired, "Captain, is there something you have missed?" "Integrity and the experience of first love." Tick lightly furrowed his brow, wiping his mouth as he reclined against the chair, fully relaxing his body. He sighed softly, expressing his initial desire to gallop alongside you in the future, but now, it seemed, such hopes were dashed. Do not be too sorrowful. At least your experiences serve as a cautionary tale for the descendants of your family. They shall not tread the same path you did. As their gazes met, it became evident that words were futile. Witnessing the fall of a genius for the first time stirred a bittersweet sentiment within Tick. It appeared that brilliance was not immune to tragedy, and it was a lamentable fate for Eni, whose talents would be squandered in such a wretched world. Chapter 88. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain. The matter concerning Eni was kept under wraps by Tick, and life seemed to revert to its usual rhythm. No one was aware of the despair that had befallen a genius. Searches and ambushes became the prevailing theme in the western part of the city. The first and second squads collaborated to gradually eliminate the evil soul masters. A week later, the station troops discovered a street suspected of harboring numerous evil soul masters. The main force surrounded the target buildings at dawn. Although the station forces were predominantly low-level soul masters, their numerical advantage, combined with the coordination of formations and a few elite soul masters, rendered them remarkably efficient in eradicating lesser evil soul masters. It was said that the Shadow Team's soul masters were merely 12 years old, and yet they operated on the front lines. Truly remarkable. Why do you believe such rumors? With such exceptional talent, who would willingly assign them to the front lines? The station's soul masters, aged in their 30s and 40s, murmured quietly, their soul power barely reaching a meager level. Such qualifications seemed rather unimpressive, yet the mere fact of being a soul master was enviable to many ordinary individuals. Though they themselves were weak, this did not hinder their critiques. It is a typical trait of social groups. When individuals fall short of certain standards, they often bind themselves to the goals of the collective, evolving into a common mindset of admiration for the strong. In the military, this mentality is a crucial element for uniting collective strength. The young soul masters, serving as the main force, gazed up at the oppressive six-story building, their hawk-like eyes fixated on the roof. The bloodthirsty nature coursing through their veins yearned for the opportunity to let their martial spirits feast on the blood of their enemies. Observing the youth's shifting expressions, the commanding officer spoke solemnly, "Fengxian, loosen up. This time, the military merits will not escape you." Although their relationship appeared as one of superior and subordinate, an underlying father-son bond existed. No one would have predicted that the abandoned child, taken in out of sympathy, would not only possess the talent of a soul master, but also be a born warrior with a penchant for bloodshed. "Father, I can hardly contain myself. Shall we charge in early?" Fengxian glanced at his adoptive father, Ding Yuan, suppressing his inner turmoil. During the past half-month stationed at the Beast Academy, aside from idling with those students, I have slain hardly 5 evil soul masters. You know my disposition. With so many military merits at stake, I yearn to eradicate them all myself. Ding Yuan shook his head in resignation, seemingly exasperated by his adoptive son's temperament, valiant, yet merciless. At 17, with a soul power of 42, He was undoubtedly a gifted soul master. On the front lines, Fengxian's nature would serve him well as a vanguard commander. However, in the city of Sota, such ferocity seemed ill-suited. He resolved to send him to the front lines when the opportunity arose. Keeping such a temperament in Sota would inevitably lead to trouble. No, everything must proceed according to plan. You must wait a while longer. Ding Yuan covertly observed Fengxian's suppressed agitation, feeling an inexplicable unease. It was akin to a wolf raised from childhood suddenly revealing its wild instincts, leaving the master feeling unable to maintain control. Ferocious weapons and fierce individuals are prone to devour their masters, fostering an instinctive wariness. Outside the building, soul masters awaited the slaughter, while inside, evil soul masters prepared to resist. Beneath the silence lay a terrifying bloodlust. After a brief wait, the first and second teams of the Shadow Squad descended onto the rooftops in two waves, the sound of thunder signaling the commencement of battle. The first team was tasked with the left staircase, while the second team tackled the right, executing a serpentine sweep. Numerous shadow soldiers emerged from beneath Titch's feet, their shared perception allowing him to survey the entire floor in mere moments. Lightning, lasers, and iron axes, Jack and Quinn, wielding shields and battle axes, stood like immovable stone walls against the onslaught of evil soul masters. The advantage of their beast martial spirits significantly amplified the lethality of their cold weapons. As the gruesome sight of a single axe cleaving a soul master in two challenged the psychological endurance of ordinary people. Amy, compared to his usual self, now held a piece of restorative dark chocolate. The lightning elements in his hands erupted with even more ferocity, disregarding the burdens on his body. Some lives meander steadily like a candle, while others blaze brilliantly like fireworks. It was evident that Amy chose the latter. Accustomed to the title of genius, the fear of an uncertain future loomed far greater for him than the fear of death. In his current understanding, dying under the guise of genius was preferable to living a life of mediocrity. Surrounded by the building, in the state of his beast martial spirit, the environment within was not conducive to showcasing his strengths. Positioned around the windows, he could provide fire support for the first and second teams at any moment, while also facilitating the swift evacuation of injured comrades in emergencies. Crack! The sound of bursting water balloons mingled with the horrifying sound of breaking bones as the battle escalated to a fever pitch from the outset. The bloodthirsty participants maintained a high frequency of soul technique releases, while only Tick, as the commander, retained a semblance of calm. No, these evil soul masters seem off observing the carnage surrounding him. Tick's expression shifted to one of gravity. Compared to previous purchase, the quality of these evil soul masters was pitifully low. Many were mere shadows of soul masters, with some not even qualifying as such, wasting little time. After vanquishing the evil soul masters on the 6th floor, Jack and Quinn became drenched in blood, their bodies adorned with pieces of flesh. Their eyes ablaze as they ascended to the 5th floor to continue their slaughter. As Tiki trailed behind the two, his crimson eyes fixated on the corpses of the evil spirit masters strewn across the ground. The ease and efficiency of their extermination only deepened his sense of unease. A disquietude that hinted at a fatal flaw in their operation, a neglected vulnerability. On the 1st floor, the station forces were similarly engaged. Fengxian wielded his halberd with devastating prowess in the confined corridor, exuding an aura that suggested he could single-handedly withstand an army. With each flourish of his weapon, the walls bore witness to numerous exaggerated gashes, a testament to his ferocity. However, it did not take long for Fengxian to sense an unsettling shift in the unfolding situation. The sheer number of evil spirit masters was daunting, yet their strength was alarmingly feeble. No, this was a ruse. With a swift horizontal sweep of his halberd, he carved another deep mark into the wall, decimating the oncoming evil spirit masters in a single stroke. Yet, elation eluded him as a more grave realization dawned upon him. Despite the ongoing battle, he had yet to encounter a single soul master of significant rank. It was as if these evil spirit masters were deliberately presented to them as prey, a ploy to divert their main forces to this location. If there was bait, then the adversary must have ulterior motives. Panic surged within him. Quickly, inform my adoptive father. The evil spirit masters have contingencies. We have fallen into their trap. Chapter 89. Why engage in one-on-one combat when one can rally against the multitude? In the eerily silent corridor, Tiki trembled slightly as he perused the intelligence dispatched from the Martial Soul Hall, his crimson gaze flickering with hints of fury. The fate of the city lord was inconsequential. As long as the Ming family remained unscathed, The death of a city lord would bear little impact on Tiki. What incited his wrath was the realization that they had been outmaneuvered by this band of marauding two-armed miscreants, deceived by a cunning stratagem. Who would have anticipated that these demolitionists would resort to the art of war? My dignity has been thoroughly tarnished, reduced to a state even inferior to these two-armed fools. Blast it. Titch raised his hand and absorbed the corpse of an evil soul master from the ground, crushing it to dust. It seemed that was the only way he could vent the displeasure that had built up within him. All along, they had been mistaken. Or perhaps the evil soul masters had concealed their true nature too well. They had thought these evil soul masters were merely an erratic group, influenced by the cult of destruction. However, the current circumstances shattered that illusion. It was evident that a cunning mastermind lurked behind this force. Possibly an individual or a small faction. In any case, this puppet master was deeply hidden, so much so that even the shared memories of the Red Devil did not reveal its existence. Titch ordered a retreat. The captain of the second team called out to him from a distance, having just eliminated a group of abandoned bait left by the evil soul masters. The Shadow Squad and the station troops all bore grim expressions. They had been played for fools throughout this operation. And in their attempt to eliminate a bunch of worthless trash, they had inadvertently given the cult of destruction a chance to strike at their very foundation. If they had not focused on blocking the streets at their base, even a Soul King could have escaped their clutches. At the very least, they could have provided timely support to prevent it. Those two-armed thugs from the cult of destruction, if only they had spoken up sooner, they would eventually meet their demise. As Titch exited the door, he exchanged a glance with Feng Xian, who was seated on the steps. They were strangers. Yet there was a faint recognition of kindred spirits in their eyes, a dangerous presence. They passed each other without a word, but each mentally noted the other's appearance. Having been toyed with by the evil soul masters, they would return to await developments. The city lord had been captured alive within the city. It was impossible for this matter not to escalate. Soon they returned to the western outpost of the city. Just as Titch dismounted from the carriage, he suddenly sensed something and turned to glance at the street across from him. Was it an illusion? In the shadow of an alleyway, Zhu Zhuqing pressed her hand against her chest, her face etched with disbelief. She had not anticipated that Titch's vigilance would be so acute. Merely peeking from a distance had almost led to her discovery. Fortunately, she had not revealed herself, lest she be mistaken for an assassin, which would have inevitably sparked a fierce battle. However, he did not appear as formidable as she had imagined. If she seized the opportunity, she might stand a chance against him. Calming her racing heart, Zhu Zhuqing recalled Titch's appearance as a close combat soul master. His physique was not as exaggerated as that of a beast soul master. The rigorous training from the master over the past half-month, though taxing, had bestowed upon her immense confidence. When one lacks a proper point of comparison, they tend to measure themselves against their own standards, fostering unwarranted confidence, especially when lacking in awareness. The rapid enhancement of her own physical abilities made Zhu Zhuqing believe that the master had indeed intensified their training regimen. Upon observing Titch's unremarkable stature, she felt even more assured that the master's training had indeed been intensified. Then, are you an assassin? She pondered. Of course not. Who? Suddenly, a feminine voice from behind sent a shiver down her spine. She turned to see who had appeared at her back. But the newcomer evidently had no intention of allowing her to resist. Just as Zhu Zhuqing activated her martial soul and turned halfway, a fierce knee strike landed mercilessly against her side. The pain forced her to retreat, and she finally noticed a red figure with curved horns that had appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. Not out of breath? The Red Devil furrowed her brow, appearing dissatisfied with the outcome of her sneak attack. By the way, this martial soul seems to belong to the Phantom Spirit Cat, Douluo's martial soul? You. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing clutched her side, her face pale. The precision of the strike had been impeccable. Had she not instinctively shifted slightly, the attack from the opponent, a soul master of considerable strength, could have severely injured her already fragile organs. The Red Devil, unfazed, teased. What? Do you want to file a complaint? You have the strength. Yet you resort to sneak attacks. Is this the modus operandi of the Spirit Hall? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and retorted. Individual actions should not reflect on the group. As a sensitive attack type, it is entirely normal for me to use sneak attacks. The Red Devil glanced around, inquiring, are you alone? No companions with you? Don't bother looking. It's just me. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in her side, and stated solemnly. I sneaked out to witness the strength of the Soul Masters from your Spirit Hall. Since we are both sensitive attack types, come on. Let us fight with all our might and see if there truly is such a vast divide between us. With that, Zhu Zhuqing assumed the standard combat stance of the nobility from the Douluo Empire, preparing to engage the Red Devil in a fair fight. She risked punishment from her teacher to come here, eager to gauge whether the soul masters of the Spirit Hall were as formidable as others claimed. Instinct told her that the opportunity for her growth might lie within this confrontation. The Red Devil regarded Zhu Zhuqing with mild surprise, maintaining a moment of silence before slowly posing a question. Actually, I serve as a scout. You should know what a scout does, right? Of course. What is the problem? Zhu Zhuqing frowned, puzzled by what the Red Devil was trying to convey. She was well aware of the role of scouts, as the master had introduced this tactical classification during their training. Scouts were agile soul masters, primarily responsible for reconnaissance. But what did that have to do with their impending clash? Suddenly, an ominous thunderclap from behind disrupted Zhu Zhuqing's train of thought. Instinctively, she dodged to the side, and the crackling lightning grazed her thigh, shattering the bricks beneath her. The issue is, I am not responsible for combat. The Red Devil rolled her eyes, noting how naive Zhu Zhuqing was. It had been ages since she had encountered such a simple-minded soul master, rushing over to seek a spar while completely oblivious to her surroundings. The presence of one scout could only imply that there were other soul master allies lurking nearby. After all, why engage in a one-on-one fight when a group could overpower her? Chapter 90. An unexpected cat outside the alley, a shadow elongated under the sunlight. Flanked by Quinn and Jack, Titch, clad in a black trench coat, resembled a formidable boss, his crimson eyes coldly observing Zhu Zhuqing. As he stepped forward, the sound of his heavy boots striking the stone pavement startled Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to instinctively retreat like a frightened wildcat. Yet, where could she escape? In front stood Titch, Quinn, and Jack, while behind her loomed Jean and the Red Devil. Even on either side, Annie and Uxes had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, a mere great soul master, felt utterly helpless, utterly trapped. What is the situation? A great soul master reduced to a mere errand runner? As Tiki strode towards Zhu Zhuqing, he muttered to himself, pondering the absence of Dai Mubai among the Shrek 7 monsters. What could Dai Mubai possibly be doing in Soto City during the day? Surely, he wasn't waiting at the village entrance for Zhu Zhuqing. Tiki's erratic thoughts rendered his attitude towards the Shrek 7 monsters rather peculiar. He felt a mixture of wariness and curiosity. The former stemmed from the knowledge that these individuals would eventually become Tang San's allies, poised to overthrow the Spirit Hall. Given Tiki's perception of the Spirit Hall as his personal domain, it would be utterly disrespectful to approach them without a hint of caution. As for the latter sentiment of curiosity, it was straightforward. A group of characters who should only exist in the pages of a book now stood before him as living beings. Who wouldn't be intrigued? It must be said, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed impressive. 2 words to describe her would be exquisite and graceful. She remained vigilant against the man advancing towards her. Although he had not unleashed his martial soul, an undeniable aura of pressure emanated from him. Who are you? She began to inquire. But before she could finish, Tiki suddenly raised his hand and delivered a punch. The shell-covered fist grazed Zhu Zhuqing's earlobe, producing a thunderous sound as the wall behind her cracked like a spider's web, with fragments scattering onto her back, serving as a stark reminder of the reality of the situation. All right, I am not deaf. Feel free to strike, she conceded. Dicky cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who emerged from beneath his arm, and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The black trench coat, combined with his battle attire and the protective spirit bone, instilled in him an unwavering confidence regarding his defense. Zhu Zhuqing, merely a spirit master at this stage, would find it miraculous if her claws could even scratch the black trench coat, let alone inflict any injury upon him. Are you not going to summon your spirit? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip tightly, her expression resembling that of someone whose pride had been trampled upon, causing her to momentarily overlook the existence of the external spirit bone. However, Dicky's demeanor was unmistakable. He had no intention of unleashing his spirit. His crimson eyes brimmed with disdain, conveying an air of boredom as he mused. Am I merely toying with you? To summon my spirit, and then eliminate you here? With a slight bend of his knees, Tiki suddenly surged forward within the confines of the narrow alley. He unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Zhu Zhuqing's torso. The impact sent shattered bricks flying in all directions, one of which grazed Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, starkly revealing the contempt her opponent held for her. He hadn't even summoned his martial soul. Resolute, Zhu Zhuqing abandoned any concern for Tiki's allies flanking him. Her soul rings flared to life as she executed her first soul skill, Phantom Puncture. The glimmering claws, radiating a chilling light, reflected the cold indifference in Tiki's eyes. In an instant, within mere inches, she unleashed her attack, a speed so rapid that even a martial soul would struggle to respond. Yet, just as her claws were about to make contact with Tiki's face, he deftly tilted his head aside, evading her strike. In a fluid motion, he pressed his left hand against her visage, and to her astonishment, he forcefully slammed her against the cracked wall behind her. The collision of her skull with the loosely arranged bricks reverberated through her, destabilizing her balance and clouding her vision. In her daze, the only sound that reached her ears was Tiki's sardonic complaint. For someone of your caliber as a great soul master, you seem to lack fundamental combat training. How can you call yourself an agile attacker with such a style? There are strategies for team battles and distinct approaches for one-on-one confrontations. Judging by your displayed capabilities, it's evident that the instructors at Shrek Academy have failed to impart essential combat techniques for advancing soul masters. In the curriculum of the Martial Soul Academy, short-range attacks should never target the head. While it is a vital area, one must first be able to land the blow. I cannot count how many close combat drills I've undergone with the combat instructors. Without the use of my martial soul, I've learned the fundamental rule of combat: always evade head strikes while attacking. Moreover, the movement range of phantom puncture is substantial. Any opponent with a modicum of perception would recognize your intent. We are all soul masters here. Who would be foolish enough to stand still and trade blows? I have aspirations of relying on this face to charm a wealthy companion in the future. Damn it, Zhu Zhiqing thought as she gazed at the blurred figure of Tiki. Suppressing the nausea rising in her mind, her second soul ring ignited, and she unleashed Phantom 100 Claws. Utilizing her rapid rotation and the piercing sharpness of her claws, she launched a relentless barrage of 100 strikes at the same spot in a remarkably brief span of time. Otherwise, perhaps you should consider requesting a tuition refund from Shrek Academy. As Tiki observed the claws slicing through the air, producing a piercing sound, an inexplicable hint of lamentation flickered in his gaze. The journey towards mastering close combat skills is indeed a formidable one. Setting aside the claw trajectory reminiscent of an amateur's swing, one must acknowledge that under optimal conditions, the power and speed of this second soul technique would suffice. However, could we please take into account the reality of the situation? The distance between the two was scarcely a step apart. Tiki leaned slightly forward, his upper body almost pressed against Zhu Zhiqing's. The striking claws posed no threat, for what ultimately struck Tiki was not the claws, but Zhu Zhiqing's forearm. Spinning as if she fancied herself atop, the initial assault thwarted, her rotating form was abruptly halted, rendering the subsequent 99 attacks mere farce. Zhu Zhiqing bit her lip in frustration, exclaiming, "You, how could you? Ah, are you unharmed?" With a face full of helplessness, Tiki grasped Zhu Zhiqing's hair and delivered a brutal knee strike directly into her solar plexus. The impact reverberated through her diaphragm, liver, stomach, and other surrounding organs, leaving the young girl weakened and kneeling on the ground. In combat, one must adhere to the principles of precision and decisiveness. Striking at the vital points is all that matters. I am not a spinning top, so why engage in such futile rotations? It truly perplexes me. Captain, is she going to be all right? Red Demon, being a woman, could not help but voice her concern upon witnessing Zhu Zhiqing collapse. Perhaps we should put her out of her misery. She appears to be in considerable pain. Are you out of your mind? Don't you realize what kind of martial soul this is? Tiki cast an odd glance at the Red Devil, then turned his gaze to the kneeling Zhu Zhiqing, and said, "Killing her is certainly out of the question. We must be mindful of the diplomatic ramifications. Let us take her back and find some pretext to confine her. She still holds significant value for me." Significant value? The teammates exchanged glances, their smiles gradually taking on a more sinister quality. Are you all still just children? Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Titch rolled his eyes and thought to himself that after such a prolonged period of idleness, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Calculating the time, Tang San should have crafted a considerable number of mechanical traps by now, such as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, the Flying Divine Claw, and the backloaded crossbow. With Tang Hao, that mad dog, around, killing Tang San was out of the question. But robbing him was still feasible. Once he secured a title Douluo as a backing, Titch would devise a way to obtain Tang San's Xiantian treasure record and the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. It would be a pity for such intricate and inscrutable techniques as Guanin's tears to perish in Tang San's hands. In the training room at dawn, Quinn and Jack were panting heavily as they bent over the barbell, which was bowed under the weight of the plates. They were fortifying their bodies using the most rudimentary methods. 98, 99, 100. With a final grunt, Quinn dropped the barbell to the ground, creating a dull thud. As he relaxed, beads of sweat erupted from his pores, making him appear as though he had just emerged from the water. 111. With 11 more lifts, Jack, too, heaved the barbell down, though he still had energy to spare compared to Quinn. Despite the emotional impact of the head spirit bone within him, he had to admit that without it, he would never have achieved his current state. Jack's spirit bone had the ability to enhance him based on the intensity of each battle. His greatest enhancement to date had come from shielding Titch against the face demon Toad, which had left him completely drained, yet upon recovery, his physique and soul power had seen significant improvement. However, this enhancement brought with it irreversible emotional changes the more one was strengthened by soul power. The more extreme their emotions became. It's truly impressive. You always win. Indeed, spirit bones seemed to be overpowered. Quinn tossed Jack a bottle of water. As the frontline tank of the team, Jack was the one with whom Quinn had the closest relationship, aside from Jean. Upon learning about Jack's spirit bone, Quinn had briefly considered it for himself. After all, who wouldn't be intrigued by a spirit bone? However, once he discovered the side effects, which subtly altered the holder's emotions, no one in the team entertained thoughts of acquiring it. No one would willingly change themselves for power, at least not until they reached a point of desperation. Jack could be seen as fortunate, or perhaps a victim of misfortune. For possessing a spirit bone meant he faced two paths, either be killed for it or become an emotionally extreme monster. Thank you, Jack muttered in a low tone as he accepted the water from Quinn. Quinn had long grown accustomed to Jack's typically sullen demeanor. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Once we get through this year's practical training, if you don't return to the Elephant Armor Sect, I'll take you to Mirror Lake in the Ballot Kingdom. The scenery there is unparalleled on the continent. With your temperament, a bit of travel might just restore you." Who would have thought that the cold-blooded executioner, usually ruthless, would, in private, share the same desires as ordinary people? They too wished to travel, cared about their comrades, and sought to maintain relationships in their own ways. "All right," Jack replied, sipping the water. For reasons unknown, he unexpectedly asked, "Why did you come here?" "What? You mean the Spirit Hall?" Quinn casually raised an eyebrow while holding his cup, straightforwardly responding, "To expand our network. Most of the geniuses of the continent are monopolized by the Spirit Hall, with the kingdom in such disarray. If the prince doesn't take action, Ballot Kingdom might as well be renamed the Spirit Empire. In terms of resources, although the Ballot royal family cannot compete with the Spirit Hall, cultivating a prince is still more than adequate. Jean, as the future heir to Ballot, does not lack the training resources from the Spirit Hall. What he truly lacks are capable allies to support him. From a different perspective, the attitudes towards the Spirit Hall selection system are viewed as an important pathway for the commoners to change their destinies. Its influence spans the entire continent, providing opportunities for those with talent, even in the most remote villages. However, from the kingdom's standpoint, the Spirit Hall's pervasive network is, in essence, siphoning the kingdom's sole master resources to strengthen itself. Those who should serve the kingdom, after passing through the Spirit Hall, may not remain wholly loyal to it, even if they end up serving the kingdom in the future. A lack of loyalty from one or two is not a problem, but when such indecisiveness becomes commonplace, the foundation of the kingdom's rule will inevitably be shaken. Upon hearing this, a hint of envy flickered in Jack's eyes as he solemnly remarked, "You brothers share a strong bond. It is often said that royal families are devoid of kinship, as families positioned at the pinnacle of power on the continent. Their interests can easily fracture familial ties. Betrayals among siblings for power are commonplace in royal households. The bond between Quinn and Jean, while typical for an ordinary soul master family, becomes exceptionally precious in a royal context. What can I say? He's my elder brother. If it were someone else, I wouldn't accompany him to such a wretched place," Quinn replied dismissively. He did not elaborate on why he and Jean were so close. Just as Jack had never shared his experiences in the Elephant Armor Sect, everyone has their own privacy, often. Knowing too much about one another makes it difficult to form friendships. Come on. After resting enough, let's move on to the second exercise. I refuse to believe I can't defeat you tonight. After a brief break, Quinn's challenge echoed once more in the training room, accompanied by the creaking of weighted gear, filling the entire space. Tiki sat gravely at the table, scrutinizing the materials sent by the garrison regarding the abduction of the city lord. The more he examined the details, the deeper his frown became. The intelligence brimming with ambiguities recorded that the city lord was captured in a carriage, and that the Beast Academy, the Sioux family chamber of commerce, and notably, the Songhui Academy were also attacked subsequently. Who could be behind this? Was it mere chance? Or did the adversary emerge from within? Titch gazed intently at the two characters representing Songhui Academy, lost in thought. Throughout the entire affair, he had deliberately excluded Shilio and his companions from involvement. The subsequent assault and capture by the evil Soul Master not only targeted the Nordian Insurance Guild, but also encroached upon the private entourage he had been intentionally downplaying. Shiliu, Gangwan, and Wang Ye were individuals he had brought from Nordian City, and only those close to him were aware of their connection. Why would the evil Soul Master target Songhui Academy's adversaries? If one were to claim that this was mere coincidence, it would indeed seem rather fortuitous. Hey, could you please loosen my hands first? On the nearby bed, Zhu Zhiqing, bound hand and foot, addressed Titch, who sat deep in contemplation at the table. She spoke coldly. I want to run away. It's exceedingly uncomfortable being tied up like this. If you're going to do something, just kill me. Don't humiliate me like this. Tiki's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by Zhu Zhiqing's words. He turned to meet her unwavering gaze and replied flatly, if you truly wish to die, simply cut open your wrist and let the blood flow. Just remember to make a deep incision. Otherwise, merely severing a vein will not suffice to bring about your demise. Chapter 92. The Head Beneath the Bed. Zhu Zhiqing felt as though Tiki's words had pierced through her very core, rendering her unable to continue with her intended declaration of defiance. Death? What a jest! She had pursued him from Star Luo to Heaven Do for the sake of survival. The words she had spoken earlier were merely a test of Tiki's intentions to discern whether he truly wished to end her life. To her astonishment, despite binding her in the bedroom, he displayed an indifferent attitude towards her fate. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Zhu Zhiqing's eyes bore into Tiki's, as she stubbornly asserted, I am a noble of Star Luo. Be cautious, for your actions could ignite a diplomatic incident between our nations. Oh, so you still wield the power of intimidation? How impressive. Tiki scrutinized the tension reflected on Zhu Zhiqing's cold visage, his crimson eyes lifting to sweep down from her cheek. Observing this, Zhu Zhiqing's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, What do you intend to do? I demand to see the Lord of Swodo City. Do not act recklessly. Calm yourself. I merely wish to observe, he retorted. There's no need for such outcries. If it weren't for the cages downstairs being full, you wouldn't even have the privilege to enter my chamber. As Tiki gazed at the startled Zhu Zhiqing, he furrowed his brows and spoke. You shall not see the city lord any longer. The evil Soul Master has captured him, and now the entirety of Swodo City is under lockdown. I advise you to remain compliant. Your departure could lead to your demise at the hands of the evil Soul Master, which is inconsequential. Do not allow your singular life to jeopardize the relations between our two nations. After all, it is a matter of a city lord who has encountered peril, specifically the Lord of Swodo City. In pursuit of the truth, the Spirit Hall and the garrison within the city have joined forces to apprehend over 1,000 individuals related to the incident, even including passers-by who were present at the time. The city lord has been captured. Zhu Zhiqing's cold visage betrayed her disbelief. Her initial intent to speak swallowed back. She had been aware of the turmoil caused by the evil Soul Masters in Swodo City for half a month. Yet the information that circulated had always suggested that the situation was under control. Who could have anticipated that the city lord would be seized within his own realm? If Tiki's account held any truth, and the evil Soul Masters dared to brazenly capture the lord, then for her own safety, she indeed could not venture forth. After all, despite her status as a Grand Soul Master, should she cross paths with those maniacs, they would show no regard for her noble lineage. What benefit would there be in deceiving you? Titch cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhiqing and remarked, Eliminating a member of the Star Luo nobility offers me no advantage. Simply remain at ease. Once your academy instructors and companions arrive to retrieve you, I shall naturally allow your return. After seizing Tang San's 24-bridge Ming Wei, he let out a disdainful snort. Then you must first release me. Your binding leaves me in a state of unease. Zhu Zhiqing retorted, writhing slightly in her restraints. If your words held any weight, would we still be in this predicament? Save your efforts. Those are the tendons of a millennium-old soul beast, specially processed, and you cannot break free. Tiki curled his lips and remarked, regardless of the circumstances. I am a professional, you know, a beast martial soul, devoid of elemental support. If you manage to break free, I would gladly kiss your feet. The primary distinction between beast tendons and hemp ropes lies in the former's remarkable resilience. Once it ensnares a target, it will not slacken even as the captive struggles. In consideration of Zhu Zhiqing's characteristics, Tiki meticulously reinforced her claws, forearms, wrists, and fingers during the binding process. A strong beast could not escape, let alone her mere status as a great soul master. After several futile attempts to break free, Zhu Zhiqing finally conceded, her gaze fixed intensely on Tiki. Gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, Once I am free, this matter is far from over. I shall personally exact retribution for today." Before she could finish her sentence, Tiki stuffed a handkerchief into Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, exclaiming, "Honestly, what child speaks of vengeance to their enemy? You might as well remain here quietly. Whether or not you seek revenge is your business. Just ensure I do not catch you again." With Zhu Zhuqing's mouth silenced, Tiki redirected his focus to the intelligence on the table. Rather than investigating the mastermind behind the scenes, there was a more pressing matter that required his preparation. The capture of the city lord had stirred considerable unrest in Soto City, and the sudden counterattack by the evil soul masters had made everyone acutely aware of the looming threat. On the positive side, the ensuing panic had led to a surge in the performance of the nodding insurance company, resulting in significantly fuller wallets for its shareholders. Conversely, the gravity of the crisis was undeniable. After capturing the city lord, the evil soul masters had seemingly vanished, their potential guilt-driven self-destruction aside. It was most probable that they were preparing for a desperate showdown. Though it may sound absurd, from a different perspective, this was indeed the best option for the evil soul masters. The initial victory had no bearing on the opponent. Thus far, the level demonstrated by the evil soul masters was formidable enough, with a soul sage and a soul emperor from the martial soul hall capable of neutralizing them. Their continued existence could be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, the martial soul hall needed to train its first and second teams of soul masters, and secondly, following the city lord's affiliation with the nodding insurance company, they required the evil soul masters to instigate panic to facilitate their insurance sales. Now, it appeared that the evil soul masters had gained a modicum of wisdom. Upon grasping the situation, their only option was to engage in a fight to the death. They could either concentrate their forces and drag more into the fray or continue to scatter and be systematically eliminated. Throughout this ordeal, the evil soul masters had no alternative. Considering their penchant for destruction and the current circumstances, the probability of them opting for the former was exceedingly high. By using the city lord as leverage, they aimed to coerce us into a direct confrontation. A clash with a band of lunatics was undeniably a perilous endeavor. Tiki adjusted the tumultuous chaos within his mind. Should events unfold as he envisioned, the outcome would be utterly catastrophic. Ordinarily, it would be the responsibility of the soul sage or soul emperor to rectify such a loss of control. However, given the highly targeted assaults of the evil soul masters, it is difficult to dismiss the suspicion that there exists an insider within the garrison or even the spirit hall. The roles of offense and defense have shifted. The once passive party has now become the aggressors. The rhythm of battle is no longer dictated by them. Were Tiki to assume the mantle of an evil soul master, he would certainly not spare those who had previously perpetrated heinous acts against his brethren. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The extreme nature of the evil soul masters would render them even more unhinged than the average person. The retribution awaiting them promises to be more perilous and lethal than ever before. It appears that casualties are inevitable, and one must be adequately prepared. Tiki murmured to himself as he rose from his chair and approached the bed. Under the frantic gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, he extended his hand towards beneath the bed and retrieved a head, an emaciated one. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils dilated in shock as she beheld the lifeless head that Tiki had drawn forth. She stammered, "Who in their right mind would place a head under their own bed?" Nevertheless, Tiki paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing's reaction and stated, "I have some matters to attend to. Remain in bed and do not move. Should you dare to venture beyond this door, I shall sever your tendons." Woo-woo. I cannot comprehend your words. Chapter 93. The mysterious individual clutching the desiccated head. Tiki departed the room and made his way to the logistics department. The exclusive authority of the Shadow Team allowed him to exchange the head of an evil soul master for supplies provided by the Spirit Hall. This head represented Tiki's last remaining savings, originally intended for the acquisition of a soul-guiding device. Regrettably, the current circumstances did not permit such indulgences. The sudden counterattack from the evil soul masters had instilled within him a palpable sense of mortality. Upon stepping through the threshold of the logistics department, the corpulent quartermaster, upon hearing the footsteps, promptly peeked out from behind the counter, his green pea-sized eyes widening and his mouth stretching into a broad grin. Timu. Tiki had once suspected that the quartermaster's appearance might indicate the state of his martial soul. A person could reach such a physical form, which was as rare as possessing innate full soul power. Please provide me with the list of items that can be exchanged for one head. Teki cast the withered skull onto the counter and accepted the list handed to him by Tam. The items were meticulously catalogued in bold black font, detailing the various resources available for exchange from the Spirit Hall. The assortment was vast and varied. Recovery Potion 150, effect, rapid restoration of soul power and physical strength. Exchange price, 1 skull. Soul King level shield, effect, capable of withstanding a full-force close-range attack from a Soul King. Exchange price, 1 skull. Wolf Fang Club, effect, crafted from the bones of a 20,000-year-old soul beast. Exchange price, 1 skull. From potions to weaponry. Many items could play a pivotal role in battle. However, regrettably, Teki could only exchange for 1 item. He first eliminated the potions, as they would be provided by food-type soul masters before the battle, serving primarily for sustained support during prolonged engagements in the jungle. Thus, their immediate utility was minimal. What remained were the shield and the Wolf Fang Club. Teki valued the former for its defensive capabilities and was merely curious about the latter. What would a club forged from the bones of a millennium-old soul beast resemble? Please bring these 2 forth for my selection, Teki instructed, pointing at the options on the list. These 2? Wait a moment, Tam replied with a nod, wiggling his rotund form as he ambled into the storeroom. In a short while, he emerged with 2 items, placing them before Teki. One was a grayish-white shield of indeterminate material, and the other was a fearsome Wolf Fang Club nearly 1.5 meters in length. Teki grasped the spiked club, and the moment it settled in his hand, its weight imparted an undeniable sense of foreboding. Being struck by such an object would surely be a harrowing experience. Constructed primarily from the leg bone of a soul beast and embedded with beast fangs to enhance its lethality, a gentle shake revealed a sound reminiscent of sand shifting within. The combination of his own movements and the inertia contained within suggested that this weapon possessed an astonishingly formidable destructive potential. Setting the spike club aside, Teki then picked up the protective shield. According to the inventory, this item could withstand a close-range assault from a Soul King. Upon grasping the shield, he was pleasantly surprised by its surprisingly light weight. Was it crafted from porcelain? Titch's fingers caressed the surface of the armor, and with Tam's permission, he gently tapped the surface of the shield twice. As expected, the material proved to be ceramic. The crisp sound raised doubts about its claimed defensive capabilities. Bone China? Rest assured, it offers no advantage against the Spirit Master Hall. Tam grinned and explained. This is the latest innovation, forged from the bones of a millennium-old soul beast. Lined with 5 layers of metallic mesh, it can effectively withstand physical damage from beings below the rank of Soul King. Yet, won't ceramic shatter? Titch inquired, furrowing his brow. He had faith in the hardness of bone china, but hardness does not equate to toughness. Once it shattered, the shield would be rendered ineffective. Of course it will shatter. If it doesn't, you would be dead from the shock. Tam replied matter-of-factly. The primary function of the shield is to protect the wearer. Ordinary soft steel shields can fend off sharp weapons, but they are ineffective against blunt force. This shield is designed to absorb the impact by shattering upon receiving a severe blow. Otherwise, if it absorbs the damage, you would be killed by the shock. What use would the shield serve then? Listening to Tam's explanation, Titch momentarily lost himself in thought as he gazed at the shield in his hand. The concept sounded strikingly similar to the ballistic vests from his past life. It occurred to him that those bulletproof shields were also crafted from specialized ceramics, theoretically designed to dissipate the impact of bullets through shattering. Top-tier shields could even allow the wearer to endure the force of a sniper rifle's shot, though a direct hit to the head would be unavoidable. However, theory is merely theoretical. Given the context of the Douluo continent, Titch remained skeptical of this shield's defensive capabilities. Moreover, it could only withstand a single strike, while it might save a life. In terms of commanding, this defense was rather inconsequential. So, have you decided which one to choose? Tam inquired. The commander position is not primarily a frontline combat role. I have the Black Wind Cloak, and adding further defensive measures would not significantly influence the outcome of the battle. Titch set aside the shield and picked up the Wolf Fang Club, stating, "This will suffice." Bestowing this upon Quinn or Jack would significantly enhance the frontline's ability to withstand confrontation. Huh? Tam, upon hearing this, inquired with surprise, "Aren't you selecting it for yourself?" "It matters not," Titch replied, "for I am the commander, and the strength of the team is indeed my strength as well." Teki pondered over the Wolf Fang Club in his grasp. His path as a soul master diverged from all others. Command was his forte, from beginning to end. Teki's greatest strength did not lie in his soul skills, which were merely convenient tools. His true power resided in his team members. The resources controlled by the shareholders of the Notting Insurance Association and the garrison forces engaged in cooperative combat. A multitude of beasts constituted the mightiest strength. In the dimly lit underground chamber, a formidable figure sat upon a throne constructed from discarded fragments. A mutation of his martial soul left him with a twisted horn upon his brow, even in its dormant state. And his body was sheathed in a carapace reminiscent of armor. "Little one from the martial soul hall, stop hiding and come forth," a voice, slightly hoarse, reverberated through the shadowy space. As the word settled, the figure of the Golden Crocodile Douluo emerged silently from the darkness. A level 98 title Douluo and the second offering of the martial soul hall, he was referred to as Little One, yet he found no offense in it, even responding. "My lord, in what other areas does the martial soul hall require your cooperation?" "My lord? I am no angelic deity, do not address me as such," came the reply from the darkness, where deep purple eyes regarded the Golden Crocodile Douluo. "The human body is exceedingly fragile. Expedite that young man's arrival here to undergo my trials. This vessel can only sustain my will for 2 days at most." "Very well, but one more thing." "My lord, we angels." The Golden Crocodile Douluo's words were interrupted by the Soul Master seated upon the throne. "Whom he chooses for a spouse is of no concern to me. If your kind wishes to form alliances, you may discuss it with him. I have no interest in meddling in such affairs. My only demand is that your people keep their limbs in check. If my heir suffers harm akin to that of the sure God's successor, you had best prevent the new angelic deity from ascending to the divine realm. The angelic deity should have informed you that I have no qualms about breaching regulations, correct?" Chapter 94. Speculations within at 4 o'clock in the morning. A jarring alarm roused the still slumbering individuals. "Rise, dress, assemble." In less than 5 minutes, Tiki and his companions descended the staircase, escorted by staff members awaiting them at the corridor's bend, leading them to the conference room. "Which unfortunate soul has been captured this time?" Tiki mused, furrowing his brow as he pushed open the office door and took his seat with his teammates. The second team was once again positioned opposite the first team. One side boasted a full complement of 7, while the other was a mere remnant of 3. This was all thanks to Tiki, who had repeatedly thrust the perilous extermination zones upon the second team. The captain of the second team, clad in a white trench coat, kept his head bowed in dejection, seemingly reluctant to greet Tiki. In fact, his restraint in not resorting to violence was commendable. "Everyone, this is the task location in the west of the city. We have 2 hours to prepare. Time is of the essence. Please expedite the distribution of tasks." The staff member distributed paper intelligence to the group. Upon noticing Quinn's disheveled appearance, the staff member nearly dropped the documents in shock. "Where's that old geezer? I recall the one hurrying us for a meeting was an old man, right?" Quinn cast a cursory glance at the intelligence, promptly crumpling it into a ball of waste paper and discarding it on the floor. He had always been averse to such materials. The dense text was a visual discomfort to him. Trembling, the staff member replied, "See, Captain Carter has died, half an hour ago, just outside the garrison." "Died at his own doorstep? How utterly humiliating." After reviewing the intelligence in hand, Tiki remarked thoughtfully, "The evil soul master stands at our doorstep, having slain our comrades and issued a challenge. The garrison and the shadow team are fully mobilized to engage in a decisive battle in Block 12. Am I correct in my understanding of this mission?" However, before the staff member could finish their first word, Tiki suddenly unleashed his martial soul, using a dark water technique to draw the opponent closer. Immediately thereafter, he retracted his martial soul and, with a firm grip of his fingers, seized the opponent's throat. Growling fiercely, "Do you think of us as mere swine? A gathering of soul kings, and you expect us to march to our doom? Is this the notion of the garrison, or the scheme of the spirit hall? Tactics should involve resolving conflicts at minimal cost, not recklessly engaging in a perilous endeavor with a 2-ring disparity. Moreover, there is no possibility of a counterattack here. When facing a single soul king, they might manage to secure a kill through distraction and targeting vital points. Yet, the evil soul master has clearly laid a trap, and no so-called genius could possibly overcome a group of soul kings on their home turf with a mere 2-ring advantage, by holding him in such a manner. He cannot respond to any of your inquiries." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Upon hearing the sound, Titch's fingers suddenly exerted force, crushing the staff member's throat. He turned his gaze towards the source of the noise at the door, questioning the audacity of sending a mere pawn to quell his fury. When had the spirit hall stooped so low? Had it always been this pathetic? Haas strode into the conference room, still draped in his scarf. His eyes scanned the assembly, and he spoke in a nonchalant tone, "This must be your doing, right? Sacrificing the second team while your first remains intact is a hallmark of your depraved character. Did you come here merely to spew nonsense? Which wretch? Oh, for heaven's sake. Before he could finish his sentence, Titch found himself ensnared by Haas's dark rope. Violently slammed against the wall behind him, Haas cast a sidelong glance at Titch, his voice cold as ice. If you have grievances, direct them elsewhere. Otherwise, be wary of my willingness to expedite your descent below. Go ahead and kill me if you're so formidable. Let a throng of soul sovereigns and soul kings bicker. If this place lacks justification, I shall change my surname to match yours. Tiki awkwardly rose from the ground, defiantly asserting, is the phrasing truly of significance? Haas shook his head, stating, your mission remains unchanged. I am here solely to convey a message. You must participate in this task, unless you wish for those dear to you to be pursued by the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an all-time low. None had anticipated that their wait would culminate in a forceful command. How could this be justified? This was no longer a trial, but a blatant attempt to send them to their demise. What possible benefit could such an action bring to the spirit hall? How fortuitous, indeed. Blackbeard reclined back into his chair, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I care quite a bit about Matthew. If you truly lack the capability, perhaps you should consider digging graves. I could certainly guide you if you're lost. As for sending them to their demise? Absolutely not. Such a fate is utterly inconceivable in this lifetime. Death is one thing, but at least it should come with clarity. To orchestrate their demise in such an inexplicable manner is less desirable than simply executing them outright. Now, what about Shiryu, Wang Sha, and the others? Hose looked intently at Blackbeard. If you can elucidate the matter, I could, in your presence, eliminate them one by one, without a hint of fear. Titch met Haas's gaze and coldly declared, you wish to manipulate me using the lives of others? How absurd. If we do not resolve this matter today, I shall ensure your face is splattered with blood, even in death. The other attendees in the conference room were stirred by Titch's words, exchanging glances with one another before directing their focus towards Haas. Leadership is the essence of a team's cohesion, intertwining the interests of all present. It is imperative that they unite. Some things must be fought for rather than simply requested from a position of submission. It seems I have underestimated you, Haas exhaled, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded Titch. He was privy to certain secrets, yet silence was his only recourse. There is no rhyme or reason, merely the harsh reality of a world that has grown accustomed to irrationality. You may choose not to attend, but should you fail to appear in 2 hours, I shall poison the entire city. You may decide whether to fight or face death, Haas concluded before turning on his heel and departing. The crowd stood in stunned silence as Haas closed the door behind him, leaving them with no outlet for the tension that had been building. Tiki endeavored to suppress the tumult within his mind, striving to comprehend the true intent behind this absurd command. Was it to obliterate the cult of destruction? The soul sorcerers? The hostage was merely a city lord. If necessary, they could easily replace him with someone from the Meng family, allowing the lord to perish. This would conveniently provide the merchant guild with an additional profit. How shall we choose? Since the commencement of the meeting, the captain of the second squad took the initiative to speak for the first time. Previously, it was always you who compelled us to venture into perilous territories. Now, it is your turn to make the decision. Or never speaks falsely. When he declared that he would poison the entire city, he was unequivocally serious. It is rather ironic, for while they remain emotionally detached during the act of murder, even exchanging laughter, a sense of self-sacrifice emerges when lives rest in their hands. Killing requires no justification, and neither does saving. Everyone despises those who act with half-hearted intent, capriciously abandoning their principles. Yet, one must ponder, who amongst us is devoid of the capacity to provoke disdain? In this room, there exists a gathering of mere children, scarcely 12 years of age. Could they truly be considered embodiments of pure malevolence? Tiki surveyed the expressions of those around him, and, feeling perturbed, remarked, you all must have something amiss in your minds. If we manage to survive this mission, make haste to disband. Su Quan, grinning broadly, replied, dream on. I am merely contemplating from where I shall make my escape shortly. Tiki raised his hand to cover his forehead, filled with confusion as he pondered the matter at hand. There was undoubtedly something amiss. The Spirit Hall's actions must hold some advantage, for it was inconceivable that they would orchestrate such a scheme merely to lead us to our demise. The mention of the god of destruction and the evil soul masters lingered in his thoughts. Chapter 95. You are truly innocent. When one eliminates all impossible scenarios, what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. What benefit could there be for a group of talented soul masters to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the Church of Destruction? From the perspective of the participants, the only advantage of this suicidal endeavor is that the opposing evil soul masters could vent their frustrations. So why would the Spirit Hall allow a mere assembly of soul kings to have their grievances addressed? Alternatively, considering the current foundation of the Church of Destruction in Soto City, what could these evil soul masters possibly possess that would compel the Spirit Hall to make such a foolish decision? Power? Wealth? Sitting in the carriage, Tiki stared intently at the intelligence in his hands. Even now, he found it difficult to affirm his conjectures, yet the reality was evident. The only aspect that the Church of Destruction could wield to instill fear in the Spirit Hall was the involvement of the God of Destruction, one of the 5 great kings. No one would believe that a band of 2 armed beings wreaking havoc in the western part of the city could provoke a being of such magnitude as the God of Destruction. However, if there were no involvement from the God of Destruction in this affair, Tiki would vehemently refuse to accept that the Spirit Hall would make such a ludicrous decision. Risk accompanies hope. It is implausible that the God of Destruction would exert pressure on the Spirit Hall merely on behalf of a group of 2 armed beings. Eliminating those possibilities, the God of Destruction's true target must, without a doubt, be me. Teki leaned against the car window, squinting to observe the scenery that receded before him. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened, believing that the target of the God of Destruction was none other than himself. This conviction was not merely a product of his own inflated self-esteem. Rather, it stemmed from the undeniable fact that, in the grand expanse of Soto City, the most likely candidate to attract divine attention was none other than Teki himself, with his extraordinary qualifications as a soul master. At merely 12 years of age, he had attained the rank of Soul Sect, a distinction that, even with closed eyes, would place him among the top 5 across the entire continent. One might even assert, with a touch of confidence, that apart from the innate 20-level soul power possessed by Qian Rinxue, who boasted an angelic set, Teki's prowess was unmatched. Tiki is indeed the most gifted soul master on this continent, so it is entirely reasonable for the divine to take notice of him. However, the notion that a god king would take the initiative to seek out a successor seems rather undignified. Tiki murmured softly to himself, feeling a sense of disdain toward the God of Destruction, particularly considering that his followers were lacking in both arms. The idea of a god king, akin to a sycophant, actively searching for a soul master to inherit his power struck Tiki as quite absurd. He pondered whether, should his suspicions prove correct, he ought to refuse the God of Destruction, for his own temperament seemed far more suited to the benevolent deity's position. The thought of a rogue brandishing the banner of goodness was, in itself, rather amusing. The jolting carriage sped toward the 12th district, while the other team members maintained a semi-meditative state, striving to preserve their focus to the utmost extent. This marked the first time they had approached a mission with such seriousness since its inception. The darkness before dawn enveloped the alleys of the 12th district, revealing numerous signs of devastation wrought by the malevolent soul masters. Civilians who had not been evacuated in time sat despondently on the ground, their eyes glazed as they stared at the ruins of their homes, seemingly soulless. As the carriage arrived at the 12th district, the reporters from a nearby press outlet, alerted by the commotion, disregarded the guards attempting to maintain order and rushed to the carriage, eager to obtain first-hand accounts. For ordinary individuals, the pursuit of success often necessitates placing their work above their own safety. "Wait, please hold on. Which regiment do you belong to?" shouted one reporter, a representative of the Soto City Press, as he brandished his recording spirit and notebook at the carriage window. He inquired loudly about the sudden assault by the malevolent soul masters on the 12th district, questioning whether it was a result of the military's oversight or other factors. The reporter, keen to address sensitive topics for the paper, was unreserved in his inquiries, nearly suggesting that the calamity be attributed to the incompetence of the stationed troops. "Interesting," he mused, "how dedicated they are to their work." Through the car window, Tiki observed the reporter, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. The development of the newspaper industry in Douluo continent was rather dismal, at best reaching the level of mere urban amusement. Take the Notting City newspaper, for instance. Apart from occasionally publishing notices about lost items, most of its topics were fabricated by the publication itself. He recalled a particularly absurd article from a third-rate newspaper, which even claimed that Pope Bibidong was seeking a spouse in Notting City. "Ahem, Soul Master, might you share some words? We are in need of the truth for the sake of the innocent populace." The reporter, nearly stumbling in haste as he followed the carriage, exclaimed loudly. Tiki lifted his eyelids, his crimson gaze reflecting the reporter's desperate quest for truth. He murmured, "Innocent masses. No, they are not entirely innocent. You are the truly innocent one." Before the reporter could react, Tiki, seated in the carriage, suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a shadowy obliteration projectile that engulfed the reporter's head. The delicate vertebrae, under the pull of gravity, snapped instantaneously, the eyeballs burst forth, and the brain matter was swiftly crushed into oblivion. Thus, a fresh corpse was added behind the carriage. He indeed reminded me to ensure that Xiao Qinyu pays more attention to public opinion at the newspaper, as our influence grows. We must not overlook the facade of our endeavors. Titch rested his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself. He acknowledged that, at times, overtly malevolent individuals possess a distinctive charm. However, such charisma holds no significance within a vast system. Just as a shepherd need not display his sinister allure before his flock. For 90% of the populace, the distinction between a tyrant and a benevolent leader is inconsequential. Ultimately, governance hinges solely upon sustainable development and the exploitation of resources, competition, whitewashing, and allowing time to obscure all transgressions. The vast continuum of 5,000 years of history has laid the most expedient path to domination at Titch's feet. This explains why he can act with extreme brutality without ever feeling remorse for his atrocities. It is not merely a reflection of his psychopathy, but rather the realization that, in comparison to the concept of unification, a multitude of victims, destined to be forgotten by posterity, are so insignificant that they hardly warrant attention. Who cares about ants crushed beneath one's feet while walking? Why ponder the future when survival for today remains uncertain? The Red Devil, shaken by the tumultuous carriage ride, felt his thoughts become disordered. Upon hearing Titch's mutterings, he could not help but express his regret, saying, "I suddenly find myself filled with remorse. I should have chosen to flee. What was I thinking in the meeting room? Every day is merely a futile endeavor." Titch rolled his eyes and remarked, "Instead of wasting time on this, you might as well contemplate what kind of coffin you desire, red, black, or perhaps a sliding lid. I've heard there are even custom artistic coffins available. Your style seems quite fitting for one." "Go to hell," the Red Devil exclaimed, hurling the cushion beneath him at Titch. "I don't care. When the time comes, you must ensure my survival. In truth, I've never revealed this to you, but I am the only girl in our team who secretly harbors feelings for you. If you possess even a modicum of masculine responsibility, you ought to take care of me a little." "Huh, do you think I believe that? Besides, are there any other girls in our team apart from you?" Tiki smirked, feigning an evil grin as he declared, "Very well, prepare yourself for sacrifice. I have fulfilled my duty as commander by ensuring your survival thus far. The loss of a few is preferable to the demise of all. If you cannot bear this, you may leave." "Who cannot bear it?" I was merely testing you. Cold-hearted scoundrel." The crimson-eyed figure narrowed his pupils slightly, bravely asserting leave. If one were to dare depart now, they would likely find themselves accompanying the corpse tethered to the back of the carriage in the next moment. Chapter 96. Preparations for the backup. As they gradually arrived at the battlefield, the carriage halted by the roadside. Clad in heavy plate armor, Quinn and Jack descended from the vehicle like two imposing iron walls, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. According to intelligence reports, the malevolent soul masters in the western part of the city had congregated at Block 12, awaiting them for a brutal and unrestrained slaughter. They would not overlook any means that could enhance their chances of survival, even if it meant donning armor. Positioned at the forefront of the fiercest conflict, the combination of beast martial spirits and 1 centimeter thick steel plates offered a defensive capability comparable to a century-old soul technique. Finally, it was reiterated, the station troops would draw fire. Team 1 would infiltrate, while Team 2 would provide support from the periphery. They aimed to identify the enemy's weak points in defense, signaling the station troops and Team 2 to converge with them. The slaughter was about to commence, and both teams had readied themselves for the encounter. This time, Tiki refrained from pushing Team 2 into peril as he had done previously. However, it was not out of newfound morality, but rather due to the diminished numbers within Team 2. The likelihood of successfully executing a stealth mission had become nearly non-existent, lacking scouts and reconnaissance methods. To blindly enter a meticulously prepared killing ground of the malevolent soul masters would lead to nothing but futile sacrifice for Team 2. In his pursuit of victory, Tiki was indifferent to the lives of others as collateral. However, conversely, when death does not yield triumph, He would not permit these individuals to perish without recompense. Jean took a deep breath and remarked, "If we manage to survive, I shall invite you all to revel in the royal city of Balak for 7 days and nights." "Very well, I shall eagerly await your invitation." Titch cast a subtle glance back at Jean, seemingly trying to ascertain the seriousness of his statement regarding death. From the very beginning, Titch had no intention of letting Jean perish here. It was simply inconceivable that he would meet his demise in this place. While it may appear somewhat elitist, the reality remains that the eldest prince of the Balak kingdom, the future heir apparent, bears a significance that far outweighs Jin's current capabilities. Even Quinn could succumb here, but this heir must not fall, for his existence is pivotal to the lineage of the Balak kingdom. However, it is evident that the one embroiled in the situation is oblivious, as Jean genuinely believes he is confronting a life and death trial. The weight of gravity flickers in his masked gaze. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberates through the air. And as the station troops begin to draw the attention of the evil soul masters, Titch and his companions gradually delve deeper into Block 12. They navigate the narrow alleys like serpents in a past life game, carefully seeking the vulnerabilities and the defenses of the evil soul masters. The Red Demon initiates a reconnaissance of soul techniques every 2 minutes. Jean, upon sensing that things are amiss, promptly guides Uxas to the nearest vantage point. Shadow soldiers silently emerge from beneath Titch's feet. Some are tasked with observing the rear, others with surveilling the corners, and some with monitoring the internal coordination of their team. This time, Titch is exceedingly vigilant, fearing that even a minor oversight could ensnare the team in dire straits. The fierce skirmish among the station troops serves as their best cover, as the erratic evil soul masters are unlikely to heed the sounds of footsteps or fluctuations in soul power amidst such chaos. Every 2 minutes, the first soul ring beneath the Red Demon illuminates, activating the ultrasonic positioning soul technique derived from the night bats. Historically, this technique was primarily employed to ensure the Red Demon could execute short-range spatial leaps without visual confirmation. However, ever since the commercial street was once targeted by a Soul King, this technique has transformed into a means of detecting hidden dangers in the absence of visibility. Aside from summoning shadow soldiers, as a non-combat soul technique, the first soul ability incurs minimal expenditure for the Red Demon. Coupled with the restorative properties of its black chocolate, the Red Demon can sustain a frequency of releasing soul techniques every 2 minutes for a brief period. Clinging to the walls, they resemble a horde of light-averse rodents. Relying on ample reconnaissance methods, one after another, isolated soul masters fall victim to their coordinated efforts, which are both perilous and lethal. In the realm of soul masters, it is hard to believe that a group of 12-year-old soul practitioners could execute such proficient teamwork. This mastery is the culmination of rigorous training and real-world experience. With deep-set crimson eyes, Tiki constantly surveyed the surroundings as he entered a 5-story building. Utilizing the scarce neurotoxic gas from the soul beasts, they once again managed to incapacitate over 10 malevolent soul masters without suffering any harm. At the window on the 5th floor, the Red Devil, drawing from shared memories, extracted first-hand intelligence from the mind of a surviving soul master. Titch retrieved his periscope to observe the situation of the station troops, speaking in a calm tone. To delve deeper would risk detection by the Soul King. If the circumstances turn unfavorable, Red Devil, you may flee, but only after confirming the demise of the other teams before you fully withdraw from the battlefield. The Red Devil cast a peculiar glance at Titch, seemingly incredulous. Are you truly so benevolent? You are merely a scout. You cannot offer any assistance in combat. If an unexpected situation arises, there is no need for you to perish alongside us. Titch's response was forthright. The Red Devil's primary value lies in intelligence gathering. Apart from that, she provides no substantial aid in direct confrontation. Remaining here would only result in one more casualty. I have not yet reached the point of desperation that requires dragging others to their doom with me. When will your backup arrive? Suddenly, the figure beneath the mask interjected, prompting all eyes to turn towards Titch. Quinn, wielding a spiked club, wore an expression of realization, stating, I had a feeling something was amiss. Given the perilous nature of this mission, if the strategist is involved, he must possess additional trump cards. Uxas nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the captain undoubtedly has hidden resources. Captain, at this juncture, it would be prudent to disclose your plans to bolster our morale. In the face of adversity, being regarded as a beacon of hope by his comrades, one must concede that Titch was a competent commander. After surveying the situation in the surrounding streets, he addressed his companions. The earliest support will take at least an hour and a half. In that time, preserving your lives is paramount. Otherwise, I will be unable to assist you. Seek external aid? Annie pondered with his arms crossed. Haas would likely refuse, wouldn't he? After all, if we were to call for outside help, we could simply summon Teacher Soul directly. He held a nonchalant attitude towards the prospect of death, having already resigned himself to the possibility of perishing under the name of genius. However, considering the lives of his teammates and the camaraderie built over the past 6 months, he felt compelled to contemplate their welfare. His refusal holds no weight. Titch understood Ani's concern, fear that when reinforcements arrived, Haas and his men would obstruct them. After all, this idiotic mission had already shattered their expectations of the higher-ups. Given their track record, further foolishness was hardly implausible. Don't worry, Titch reassured. This time, our backup is formidable. If Haas dares to interfere, I'll personally lay flowers on his grave this time next year. Chapter 97, The Hornet Soul King on the Front Lines. The battle erupted with the city's labyrinthine terrain posing the greatest challenge for the station troops. Blind corners concealed unpredictable threats. No one knew what might lunge from the shadows. Under the influence of the cult of destruction, even soul masters without spirit rings rivaled the lethality of single-ringed adversaries. Their fanatical savagery further tipped the scales, leaving the defenders at a psychological disadvantage. Exhilarating. This fight is exhilarating. Amid the chaos, Feng Xian, his arms surging with power, drove his halberd into the abdomen of an oncoming cultist. With a brutal twist, he hoisted the man into the air before cleaving him in two mid-descent. Blood and viscera rained upon his shoulders as he roared, a predator unleashed. Brutal, ferocious, bloodthirsty. Feng Xian carved through the battlefield like a ravenous beast. His crimson gaze locked onto clusters of enemies, heedless of allies scrambling to avoid his rampage. The commanding officer, galvanized by Feng Xian's onslaught, bellowed at his hesitant troops. Quit dawdling. Follow his lead. Annihilate these vermin. Yet no sooner had the order left his lips than Feng Xian's furious snarl cut through the din. Back off. They're mine. Drenched in gore, Feng Xian's spirit rings flared as his halberd pulsed with energy. A single sweep shattered the assaults of 4 cultists. Seizing the opening, he pivoted. His weapon a silver blur, slicing through carapace and flesh alike. Screams and spurting blood stoked the primal hunger coiled within him. No, not the golden hand. His true nature. This was Feng Xian's first taste of large-scale carnage. In Suatua City, the most he'd faced were bandit raids in the hills. But here was unbridled slaughter. A symphony of violence where every instinct sang in harmony. His body, spirit, and consciousness teetered on the brink of metamorphosis. This battlefield is mine to command. Muscles swelled. Bones crackled like snapping twigs. Though freshly ascended to the soul ancestor realm, his aura radiated the pressure of a peak-level expert. His halberd met the armored limb of a charging beetle soul king, the impact ringing like struck steel. The blade bit shallowly, but Feng Xian sneered. Pathetic imperial hound. Today, you die. The beetle soul king spat. Break. Feng Xian's 4th spirit ring ignited. Behind him, the spectral form of a striped tiger lunged, its maw gaping as his halberd erupted with tyrannical force. The beetle soul king's prized defense splintered, first his spirit power, then his shell. The halberd tore through him left to right, a tiger's fangs rending prey. Then Feng Xian surged forward, his phantom beast diving into the fray. The halberd became a whirlwind of death, friend or foe. None within its radius escaped unscathed. Clarity, fluidity, limitless energy. In this transcendent state, Feng Xian was unstoppable. Within moments, he single-handedly reversed the tide of the first assault, his blood-soaked visage etching itself into the minds of all who witnessed him. Feng Xian, behind you. A commander's warning came too late. A crimson blur, a soul ancestor, streaked from an alley, closing the distance in a blink. Feng Xian turned, his hawk-like eyes blazing. As the enemy entered striking range, his second ring flashed. Pierce. The halberd thrust like a cascading torrent, unstoppable, inevitable. Yet a streak of white light deflected the blade a hair's breadth from its mark. The cultist survived, albeit minus an arm. Before Feng Xian's boots sent him crashing into allied ranks. Hornet sting, Feng Xian mused, lips curling. Didn't take you fanatics for the rescuing type. His gaze lifted to a rooftop, where a figure clad in yellow-black carapace loomed, face obscured. A soul king. Be careful. A scout barked. Feng Xian's grin turned feral. His fingers tightened around his halberd. Feng Xian, fall back. You can't take him. Ding Yuan's voice carried from the rear. He knew Feng Xian's temperament. If he hadn't retreated, it meant only one thing. He intended to fight. Challenge a higher realm? Bullshit. For a soul ancestor to overcome a soul king required flawless execution every move. Every opportunity seized with surgical precision. Theoretical at best. Even the prodigies of the Shadow Squad couldn't guarantee such victories. And Feng Xian? He lacked even their expertise. Overconfidence was a death sentence. Reality had a way of crushing delusions. Yet, but this feels real. Madness glinted in Feng Xian's eyes as he locked onto the Hornet Soul King. Come, insect. Let's settle this. Kill me, and my head is yours. Chapter 98. The Encounter Arrogance. The Hornet Soul King looked down from his lofty position, scrutinizing the Soul Master who dared to challenge him. His brow furrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, he could effortlessly eliminate a Soul Master without any pressure. However, at this moment, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from this audacious Soul Master. Though feeble, his instinct warned him that acting recklessly could lead to regret. A test was in order. The Hornet Soul King activated his soul rings, launching 3 stingers directly at Feng Xian's face, eyes, and throat. This was both a probe and a lethal strike. If he could dispatch his opponent so easily, it would be fortuitous. If not, he could gauge the opponent's overall strength. Clang! Feng Xian's eyes glimmered with intensity as he saw the 3 stingers enlarging before him. With a sweep of his Feng Tianhua halberd, he deflected one of the stingers. The smooth blade reflected the sinister barbs of the stinger. If he were struck, even without hitting a vital point, the venom would pose a significant threat. As the stingers fell to the ground, a palm struck decisively. No one noticed how the Hornet Soul King had instantaneously appeared before Feng Xian. Their attention had lingered on the stingers for only a moment. In the next instant, Feng Xian, who had deflected the stinger, was sent flying by the Hornet Soul King's powerful palm. Fortunately, the surrounding troops rushed in, leveraging their numbers to interrupt the Hornet Soul King's subsequent lethal maneuver. Feng Xian, are you all right? Ding Yuan exclaimed, pushing through the crowd to reach Feng Xian. Just as he was about to assist him, Feng Xian interrupted, "Don't touch me. There is poison on that palm." Feng Xian, wary, removed his battle armor, revealing a handprint corroded into the black iron surface, with droplets of venom trickling down the armor's intricate patterns. What a vile poison. He then pulled out a close-fitting protective plate from beneath his clothing. The pale yellow armor was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, barely allowing glimpses of the fractured metal mesh beneath. If it weren't for this bone porcelain armor, I might have lost my life, having narrowly escaped death. Feng Xian's calm demeanor returned, reverting him to an ordinary soul master. It was fortunate he had not continued in that frenzied state. Perhaps maintaining such fervor would have yielded greater rewards, but battling a Soul King in that condition would have been tantamount to courting death. Ding Yuan watched as Feng Xian fixated on the damaged protective plate, mistakenly believing he was lamenting its loss. Don't grieve over it. It's just a protective plate. I can always buy another from the military supply officer later. Feng Xian nodded and tossed aside the battered plate that had withstood the Soul King's attack. The fractures marred the bone, porcelain, and metal mesh, rendering it ineffective for protection. Give me your armor. Feng Xian turned sharply to a nearby guard, speaking with unusual seriousness. Ding Yuan, startled, grasped Feng Xian's wrist anxiously. What are you planning? If it weren't for that plate, you would have lost your life. Are you seeking death? From his vantage point, Ding Yuan had witnessed too many young soul masters embark on foolish quests to prove themselves, leading to their untimely demise. A soul master against a Soul King? If bridging the gap of a 10,000-year soul ring were so simple, why would soul masters be classified by the number of their soul rings? Despite this straightforward reasoning, every year, promising young soul masters sacrificed their lives in vain, driven by a momentary desire to prove themselves. With the Hornet Soul King revealing 3 soul skills, stingers, teleportation, and that formidable palm, he had laid bare his capabilities. Now, with the Hornet Soul King restrained, this was the opportune moment to strike. Feng Xian, driven by urgency, violently tore the armor from the guard, his tone uncharacteristically earnest. I admit I have ulterior motives in this battle, but this truly is our best chance to eliminate the Soul King. Slaying one would alleviate the pressure on the Shadow team, significantly increasing our odds of victory. Curse it. This is not a fight for victory. Ding Yuan, who had received prior warnings through special channels, nearly divulged information he should not have. He quickly corrected himself. Moreover, these Soul Kings should handle their own responsibilities. We manage the front lines while they deal with the elite forces. You're merely shifting the burden onto the troops. I cannot endorse this. Just drive the Soul King back. This is war. What are you thinking? Responsibility? Our utmost responsibility is to achieve victory, not to shift blame and place hope upon others. This was Feng Xian's first direct rebuttal to Ding Yuan, his sudden outburst catching the attention of the troops restraining the Hornet Soul King. Feng Xian's earlier exhilaration mirrored that of many, a sensation akin to a blind man suddenly beholding light. Clad in the guard's armor, Feng Xian shifted his gaze once more to the Hornet Soul King, his deep, hawk-like eyes now imbued with a newfound resolve. Today, he embarked on a path uniquely his own. He was uncertain where this path would lead or its ultimate significance, yet compared to others still lost in the wilderness, he had at least found his own direction. He would strive to triumph, hoping to glimpse a fragment of the future he yearned to see before the halberd shattered. Prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, Feng Xian propelled himself into the air, his muscles rippling beneath his attire, reminiscent of a concealed beast. He executed a powerful diagonal slash, catching the Hornet Soul King off guard, who, restrained by the troops, dared not remain arrogant. Promptly employing his soul skill to evade the attack. Trying to flee, Feng Xian spotted the Hornet Soul King's silhouette in the distance and, without hesitation, hurled his Fang Tianhua halberd with all his might. The spearhead sliced through the air with the sound of thunder. And while Feng Xian could not guarantee his strike would hit, sometimes victory hinges on mere instinct. Thud. Fortune favored Feng Xian this time. His unorthodox attack penetrated the Hornet Soul King's lower back, blood gushing from the wound, likely having pierced a kidney. You shall perish. The Hornet Soul King gritted his teeth, glaring venomously at the unarmed Feng Xian. Just as he withdrew the halberd, preparing to eliminate the Soul Master who had wounded him, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance, causing his pupils to constrict, as if something unsettling had transpired. Ignoring the soldiers surrounding him, he swiftly darted towards the source of the explosion, his dark wings flapping rapidly. So close, it felt as if death had brushed past him. Feng Xian inhaled deeply, watching the Hornet Soul King's retreating figure. That look in his eyes moments ago, had that explosion not occurred, he might have faced dire consequences. Chapter 99, The Death of Quinn Boom. The searing fireball struck Quinn's face at a close range, instantly scorching her eyeballs into ashes. Following this, a fiery explosion obliterated her brain, rendering death at that moment strikingly equitable. The agile attack-type Soul King initiated the assault, even though the entire team had sensed the impending threat. They were powerless to prevent an agile attack-type Soul King from approaching the front line with an aggressive intent. As a Soul King known for his extreme measures, engaging directly to eliminate a Soul Master was an endeavor far too effortless. The occurrence of being stealthily attacked like Jack, resulting merely in the loss of an arm, was indeed a rare exception. Eliminate her. Tiki stood behind the precarious corpse of Quinn, his gaze fixed upon the ghastly visage of the Soul King. He swiftly gestured to his companions to take action. Though Quinn had fallen, his sacrifice must not be in vain. As a swift attacker daring to approach alone, he had to be prepared for the fatal consequences of their assault. The nearest Jack had already sprung into action after the explosion of the fireball. He braved the flames and forcibly embraced the astonished Soul King. Was this an act of self-sacrifice? Certainly not. Although the Soul Sovereign could not match the Soul King in strength, a powerful attacking Soul Sovereign could momentarily restrain the agile Soul King with sheer force, even if only for the briefest of moments. For those who had undergone rigorous training, such a fleeting interval was ample time to achieve much. A brilliant arc of electricity cleaved through the air, striking both Jack and the targeted Soul King. The agile Soul King was momentarily disrupted in his resistance by the electric surge, while the arc invigorated Jack's muscles, extending the duration of his control over the Soul King. Dark Water. As the Soul King regained his composure and sought to unleash his soul technique to break free from the bindings, Tiki, the decisive factor, had already approached. A powerful vortex of darkness emanated from his palm, exerting a formidable pull. Suppression. Shatter the throat. In a mere 15 seconds from the onset of battle to its conclusion, Quinn sacrificed himself, and the Soul King perished. As they gazed upon the twisted neck of the fallen Soul King, the team finally comprehended the gravity of their loss. They had just lost a comrade, and he had died just like that. Tiki turned to Jean. Though the mask obscured his view, the flickering flames surrounding Jean revealed that his current emotions were far from the calm facade he presented. The nature of life and death confrontations is inherently rife with uncertainty. No one can predict who might fall in the next heartbeat. They had no time to indulge in melancholy, as the clamor of battle would undoubtedly alert the nearby malevolent spirit masters. This was precisely why Tiki had initially approached the mission with such hostility. Too many unpredictable variables were at play, reminiscent of the Red Wing operation in his previous life, where an elite unit ventured deep into enemy territory, only to face the relentless pursuit of over 200 extremists due to a single oversight. At this moment, a team engaged in a mission strikingly similar to that, unexpectedly clashing with the Soul King, an encounter that had not been accounted for in their strategic plans. Jean, take us to the high ground. The rest of you, secure your positions and prepare for a flanking maneuver. Tiki's expression was cold as he tore the clothing from the Soul King's body, positioning the figure in a profoundly humiliating manner. The strategy of surrounding the corpse to lure aid typically involved incapacitating the target first, then using the target to attract approaching Soul Masters into their attack range. However, Tiki lacked the courage to leave the Soul King a breath of life, thus placing his hopes on the possibility that the Soul King had better interpersonal connections, which might lead to comrades risking their lives to retrieve him. Each additional Soul King slain would provide a glimmer of hope for survival. After handling the remains, Tiki turned to the Red Devil and instructed, Red Devil, inform the station troops to advance toward the core stronghold with all their might, and summon the second team to support us. The first and second teams were originally designed for cooperative strategies, but previously, due to personal motives and efficiency, they had operated separately. This time, however, unity was paramount as they faced the formidable foes ahead. Shouldn't we have the station troops join us? The Red Devil inquired, frowning. From her perspective, the opposing Soul King's offensive warranted the gathering of all available strength. Yet, Tiki held his own thoughts, replying solemnly. Advancing toward the core stronghold is the best form of support. Splitting our forces may distract one or two Soul Kings, but gathering together would only make it easier for those Soul Kings to claim our heads amidst their ranks. Furthermore, the station troops number fewer than 10,000. While they might succeed in overpowering several Soul Kings through sheer numbers as the primary targets, we would undoubtedly perish in a mass confrontation. Rather than that, it would be wiser to have the station troops divert the Soul Kings elsewhere, alleviating the pressure on us here. Not long after the Red Devil departed, cries of alarm from the evil Soul Masters echoed nearby. Sister! Sister! They're here! Tiki observed the stumbling Wasp Soul King arriving, a scene that evoked memories of his own experience when acquiring his second Soul Ring. Matthew had lured the Suro Black Mountain Goat with salt, imparting the lesson that everything possesses its own weaknesses. For humans, willpower stands as the most lethal vulnerability. What? Shouldn't it be emotions? While human emotions indeed influence behavior, whether one is swayed by them ultimately depends on their willpower. The conscious regulation and control of one's actions to achieve established goals is a manifestation of human will. Distinguishing humanity from animals, Tiki never regarded emotions as his weakness, for he understood his purpose and possessed the resolute will to master his feelings. The Wasp Soul King, in a state of panic and forgetting the battlefield around him, could not be deemed at fault, merely unfortunate. With a swish, two beams of laser pierced the air. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of his sister discarded on the ground, the Wasp Soul King lost the capacity for rational thought, his mind froze in disbelief. That was his sister, who had been his companion since childhood. Even after becoming an evil Soul Master, their sibling bond remained unchanged. Yet now, his sister lay dead. What are you? With a sickening sound, a laser beam effortlessly penetrated the Wasp Soul King's chest. The unexpected outcome elicited astonishment from Uxas, who was positioned at a vantage point. Is this a Soul King? What a worthless creature! Coughing, the Wasp Soul King looked down, numbly observing the gaping wound. At that moment, pain ceased to register, and death was no longer a source of fear. Sister, I'll take you home. In the next life. Don't wander off. Brother. As life ebbed from his chest, the Wasp Soul King collapsed upon his sister's bare body. He lacked the strength to drape his clothing over her corpse. All he could manage was this final act. It's better this way. They say the most important person will come to guide you after death. Having been abandoned since childhood, we have relied on each other until now. If I do not survive, my sister will surely be frightened on her journey alone. Chapter 100, The Death of Annie. 20 minutes later, within the labyrinthine structure, Tiki hurriedly navigated the winding hallways alongside Jack and Annie. Behind them trailed an exaggerated assembly of 2 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Masters. The delay in the arrival of the second team signified the immense pressure they faced. The sound of footsteps echoed, thud, 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 as Jack wielded a wolf fawn club at the rear, while a Soul Master, embodying the grasshopper spirit, leapt dangerously close to him. In a critical moment, Jack pivoted and darted around a corner, causing the charging Soul Master to miss his strike. What luck for that fool! Just as the grasshopper Soul Master grumbled at Jack evading his attack, he was taken aback when Jack unexpectedly counterattacked from the blind spot of the corner. With no visible soul power emanating from his spinning wolf fawn club, its lethality proved undeniable. Crack! The sharp beast fangs on the club brutally pierced through the grasshopper Soul Master's face, causing his cheekbone to collapse. Although he fell to the ground without immediate death, the uncontrolled convulsions of his body would result in a painfully prolonged existence without timely and effective aid. Without glancing back, Tiki inquired, "Did that Soul Master perish?" "Yes," Jack replied tersely. Execute Plan 3. As Tiki spoke, he turned to face Annie behind him and commanded, "Yes." Annie, who had been running alongside, abruptly halted upon receiving the order. Under Jack's astonished gaze, Annie executed a salute, took a deep breath, and concealed himself in the nearest visual blind spot. "What is he doing?" Jack inquired, bewildered. "Counterattack. We cannot simply allow them to pursue us indefinitely." After a few more strides, Titch came to a halt. His gaze fixated on the two Soul Kings emerging from around the corner, a growing intensity of malice evident in his crimson eyes. In this 3-against-2 scenario, the advantage lay with us. Jack was bewildered by the audacity of such words emanating from Titch's lips. However, the tacit understanding cultivated over time prompted him to place his trust in Titch. "Oh, have you chosen to surrender?" sneered the malevolent Soul Master, baring his colossal fangs as he glared at the halted duo. "And where is that little fellow? Has he fled? If so, I shall send you two on your way first." With that, the wicked Soul Master lunged toward the two, only to abruptly redirect his assault toward the concealed Annie. Hidden in the blind spot of vision, he cackled derisively, "Such a crude ambush. It seems the talents of the Spirit Hall are not as formidable as one might presume. How could a Soul King fail to perceive the fluctuations of a Soul Master's energy? Despite Annie having suppressed his own soul energy to the bare minimum, the disparity in their soul rings made evasion exceedingly difficult." "Oh, is that so?" Annie regarded the charging Soul King with lifeless eyes devoid of any emotional resonance, his pupils resembling a stagnant pool, as if intent on drowning the Soul King within. "What is that look in your eyes?" The Soul King felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest upon sensing Annie's gaze, as though he had unwittingly stumbled upon something unsettling. Nevertheless, having unleashed his lethal strike, retreat was not an option. His arm, enveloped in soul energy, effortlessly pierced Annie's left chest, though the fatal heart was narrowly avoided. The momentum in the current circumstances was still lethal. "What are you laughing at?" the malevolent Soul Master inquired. "Huh, you ought to be the one leading," Annie replied calmly, gazing steadily at the malevolent Soul Master, whose hand was buried within his chest, while his own hand brushed against the adversary's cheek. Overload. Discharge. In an all-consuming, reckless surge of power, Annie unleashed a devastating attack, draining 80% of his soul energy in an instant, causing his heart to cease simultaneously. Death is not to be feared. Rather, it is the notion of departing this world without having lived as one's true self that instills dread. The third plan was straightforward. Rely on the explosive might of the lightning element and sacrifice his life to take down a target Soul King. Karse. Witnessing Karse's head engulfed by the howling lightning, the pursuing malevolent Soul Master was momentarily stunned. Who, exactly, is the villain here? How much does the Spirit Hall pay these Soul Masters in a month? Are they truly willing to gamble their lives for damage output? Unfortunately, reality afforded him no time for further contemplation, leaving only 3 standing Soul Masters in the narrow corridor. One Soul King against a Soul Master